Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the Denarian Lord and faced Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Harry embraces the power of the Denarian Lord, forcing him into a deadly clash with Voldemort where light and darkness blur. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The assassin's heart was racing as he sprinted down the beach, stumbling as his feet hit cold sand. A gust of cool wind tugged at his hood, making his teeth chatter as it hit the trickle of blood seeping down the side of his face. He glanced over his shoulder and kept sprinting, slightly relieved to see that he wasn't being followed. Not for the first time, he cursed the anti-apparition ward that he had been struck with. It was different from what he was used to, for every single one of his portkeys would activate but leave without him. It wasn't meant to be like this. It had all gone wrong from the start. As soon as he had moved in, the other wizard had known he was there. Spell after spell failed to penetrate the target's defenses. He seemed largely immune to the toxic Nundu's breath he had blown through his room, and the fiendfire that he had summoned only served to make the target laugh, as if the most the cursed flame could do was tickle him. In a matter of seconds, all of his options had been spent and he had struck at him several times. Long ago, his master had once told him that surprise was the most powerful weapon of an assassin, and that not even Merlin could have stopped a killing curse if he were sleeping. The assassin had lost surprise. So he ran. He knew he was being chased. Some part of his mind whispered that he was merely being toyed with. That with a wizard who had such a reputation as his target could have killed him in an instant had he felt like it. The assassin blocked off that part of his mind and ducked behind a Muggle automobile. Despite his disdain for the lesser kind, the assassin took a moment to admire the sleekness of the automobile. They had certainly come far. He remembered the slow, clunky things that had come out late last century. They were nothing like they were today. Why had things had changed so much and he had changed so little? Was that why he had failed? Why a younger, more inexperienced wizard was besting him? No. He was good, very, very good. Not the best. He didn't want to be the best. Nobody with brains wanted to be the best. It meant that there was always somebody wanting to surpass you, and in his line of work, that usually led to a very bloody death. His target just wouldn't die. Come on, you can run faster than that, whispered a mocking voice from behind him. The assassin spun around, a volley of single slice cutting curses pounding from the end of his wand. The pavement was torn to shreds, bricks fell from the wall, cleaved perfectly in half, and a door fell off a nearby automobile. Merlin. The assassin hissed furiously. He sprinted away from the side of the road and ducked into a side alley. It was filthy, covered in Muggle garbage and crusted algae, but it would do. He couldn't afford to be choosy in his places of ambush. He whirled around and whispered to himself, Aperio Lux. Bright light sprung from his wand, a huge flash that rippled outwards. The spell-revealing light would wash over any invisibility charms and the like and negate them. Even invisibility cloaks were affected. At the same time, the assassin slunk in the shadows with a carefully selected spell and waited. He kept silent as the light dimmed and the alley returned to darkness. A full minute passed. The assassin waited with bated breath, his eyes seeing through the darkness quite easily courtesy of the owl vision potion. Finally, there was movement at the end of the alley and his target strolled on through. It appeared a casual walk, but the assassin's trained eyes picked up on how the boy's legs were coiled and ready and knew that the boy would spring into action as soon as the assassin made his move. Slowly, as to not attract any attention, the assassin reached into his robes and pulled out a slender throwing knife. Coated in a deadly poison, one prick with the knife would kill a fully matured wizard in less than a minute. Even if the wizard were to take a bezoar, he would still be unable to move his limbs properly before the assassin could slink up and slit his throat. He took careful aim and threw the blade. As soon as he was done, he tapped himself on the head and concentrated on the spell. Darkness filled his vision, but he was able to see the boy jerk his head back with an amused smile on his lips before he disappeared. He reappeared in the shadows on the other side of the alley. Another slender knife was thrown through the air with slender precision, this time drawing a line of blood against the boy's cheek. The boy hissed and the assassin felt victory surge through him. Yet, he did not relent, darting from shadow to shadow and throwing his poison knives with deadly accuracy. A dozen knives skimmed through the air, deflected by the boy's wand with unnerving accuracy and a shower of glowing sparks. It was too late for that, the assassin internally crowed. You were already defeated. He waited in the shadows once more as the boy stiffened and rubbed his cheek slowly. Anytime now, the boy would topple over and collapse. All the assassin would have to do then is make sure he was truly dead and the 20,000 galleon bounty was his. As minutes passed, however, the assassin grew worried. The boy remained upright, occasionally rubbing his cheek but doing little else, and that included succumbing to the poison. Why wasn't it working? Not bad. Somebody breathed into his ear. Something dug into the small of his back and the assassin's eyes went wide, even as the boy looked up from the alley and smiled, before vanishing abruptly. An illusion. Which meant. Wait. The assassin tried, but cried out as silver light filled his vision. Something cleaved into him and blood shot up his throat. He gagged, clutching his stomach and toppling to the ground, the defensive weaves in his robes no match for whatever enchanted weapon the boy was using. He was dying. He could tell. So this was how it ended. He, the deliverer of death, the master hunter, hunted down instead. How ironic. He gazed up at his target and managed a weak smile. The boy crouched below him, looking amused and sheathed a glowing silver sword. Like I said, not bad, he said. The shadow trick was cool. I've only ever seen one other person do it before, although he did do it a lot better than you. The assassin stared up with rapidly glazing eyes. The thing is, I knew exactly what was happening as soon as you threw the second knife, the boy continued. He gave a chuckle. That's probably why you didn't notice an illusion take my place. I just sat back and watched you exert yourself, which was pretty funny. The assassin's breathing was slowing. He only had a few moments left. The boy obviously felt it as well as he stood up and reached into his pocket, pulling out a wand. Well, I suppose this is it for you, he said cheerfully. Unfortunately, for you, I've got some bad news and some terrible news. Do you want to hear it? The assassin managed to jerk his head. Great. The boy said with a grin. Well, the bad news is that I'm going to have to burn your body so it can't be traced back to me. That means your family or whatever won't be able to have an open casket funeral. That was all right. The assassin didn't have any relevant family left. His grandson had estranged from the family business, and the last he heard his great-granddaughter was just entering Hogwarts this year. He was the last of an era gone by. Nobody would miss him. The terrible news is that I'm not going to wait until you're dead to do it, the boy finished with a malicious gleam in his eyes. The assassin visibly recoiled. Surely he didn't mean. Evertoxero. The assassin's world dissolved into a pit of fire and pain as bright flame lit up in his eyes. The last thing he was capable of seeing was his target, Harry Potter, watching him burn with an amused twinkle in his eye and a laugh on his lip. Okay. As entertaining as that was, this is starting to piss me off, Harry complained out loud as he watched the assassin burn below him. He turned away, already losing interest, and strolled out of the alley and into the darkened streets. That's the third this month. I'm meant to be on holiday. It had been a few months since the end of his fifth and last year of Hogwarts. Harry was sure he had grown. A faint tan covered his skin, remnants of holidays in warmer areas, while his hair was longer and messier than ever. He was dressed rather casually as well, a pair of beach shorts and a short shirt, although the look on his face showed that his break hadn't taken care of his anger problem. It is almost October, Messiel said. Her illusion appeared by his side, as beautiful as ever in her white and silver robes. Her dark hair swayed behind her as she glanced down at Harry shrewdly. Your holidays have dragged on longer than I had been expecting. Well, you can thank the shiny piece of shit here for that, Harry said mock cheerfully, brandishing the sword of the cross in her face. Messiel grimaced and took a step away from the blade, even though it was hardly going to hurt her. She only existed in his head, after all. 26 times, Harry continued, glaring at the sword. That's how many times this thing has yanked me off my holiday and made me go save some helpless schmuck or the other. I almost declared war on the Red Court vampires last month, remember? I hate the stupid thing. Then dispose of it, Messiel suggested tiredly, seeming quite used to this particular grievance of Harry's by now. Oh, yeah, great idea. Harry retorted sarcastically. He crossed the road, absently flipping a finger up at the yells of a driver who swerved to avoid him. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, wait, I did. It comes back. It's like AF. King dog that just doesn't get the hint. I leave it at the hotel and it somehow gets in my bag. I drop it off that cruise ship and it winds up next to me on the bus in Amsterdam. It just doesn't get the F. King hint. Then perhaps it's time we go back, Messiel suggested, and Harry halted. Are you sure? He asked her, staring at her carefully. If we go back then we get back to work. I'm all for it, to be honest, but I thought you wanted to wait for a little while. It's been long enough, Messiel answered. Her silver eyes flashed with sudden hatred and her lip curled back at her next sentence. The Order of Blackened Denarius, she all but spat out the name, will have restructured itself by now. Those who went into hiding will have emerged. It is time that I began to put my plans into action. I will have my revenge. And I will have my cotton candy, Harry declared. He crossed his arms defensively as Messiel stared at him exasperatedly. Hey, I earned it. The deal was that you get a free cotton candy for children under 12, Messiel sighed. You're not 12, Harry. I still want my damn cotton candy, Harry muttered sourly. I can't believe they kicked me out, although I suppose it's a good thing they did. That way, I don't too feel guilty for burning the place down. If you weren't so cheap with your money then none of it would have happened, Messiel reprimanded. Hey, I had to rob 3 petrol stations for this cash, Harry said with a scowl. I'm not spending my hard-earned money on stupid cotton candy when I could have gotten it for free. Very well, Messiel said in resignation. I won't argue this with you again for the 12th time. Harry snorted and muttered something under his breath. He stopped at the railing by the beachside and glanced up at the cloudy sky. It looked like it was going to rain soon. There was that smell in the air. Messiel stood behind him, her fragrance washing over him like a familiar perfume, one that he would always associate with her. Ah, fine. Let's go back, Harry grumbled after a few moments. He scratched his chin as he checked his pockets, making sure he had his shrunken bag and all of his belongings. Got a destination. First, we need information, Messiel answered. On the Denarians, and on Lord Voldemort. Ah, well, I know exactly who to see about the last guy, Harry said. He twirled on his feet and disapparated with a sharp crack. Harry Potter was coming back to England. Halfway across the world, the sun was slowing peeking up from the east. Beautiful shades of colors splayed out across the horizon, soft orange melding in with striking violet, while the crescent moon peeked out from low, dark clouds. On a suburban street, amidst a row of above-average housing and the shiny new BMW model that everybody seemed to have, a loud crack resounded through the air. A cat hissed, its luminous yellow eyes glaring at the dark-clad figure that had just appeared in the middle of the road. The figure ignored it, gazing down the street to a house that only a select few could see. Still looks like a shithole, Harry observed wryly. The cat that had hissed at him emitted a small growling noise and began to stalk behind him, much to his amusement. I wonder if it knows how badly I could turn it into a bag of sausages. I've seen worse, Messiel said, and Harry sighed as the edges of his mind began to fuzz over. All right, Harry muttered irritably, tapping the side of his head with his knuckles, as if it would be enough to stop the Messiel-induced flashback to the past. You've probably seen a lot more BPD women than me as well, yet you never offer to show me them. That's because you've never asked before, Messiel spoke teasingly, and Harry halted at the doorstep of number 12, Grimmauld Place. The cat stalking him came to a halt and hissed at him, a surprisingly deep growl coming from its throat. You mean? Harry started hopefully. No, Messiel interjected in amusement. Then why offer? Harry demanded to know, a scowl forming on his lightly scarred face. He absently rubbed the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, which was usually too pale to notice, and moved down to the slice that Wormtail had given him. If you're just being a tease, then on behalf of blue bald men all over the world I am obligated to call you a teasing bitch, before raping you and claiming that you wanted it. As you can tell, I am struck with fear over your insidious threats, Messiel deadpanned. My wholly incorporeal body is shaking at the thought. Smart ass, Harry muttered under his breath. He rapped on the door loudly, giving it a good kick just to be on the safe side, and waited. Behind him, the cat hissed and Harry sighed in annoyance and spun around. It's like this, kitty, Harry growled. He pointed his wand at his throat, took a deep breath and opened his mouth. A resounding screech boomed out, a piercing screech that sent shivers down the spines of the suddenly awakening neighbors. The cat yowled and bolted, its fur standing on end, as Harry sniggered and turned around. Cat, 0, Harry Potter, in the million, Harry chuckled under his breath. I know, Messiel, I know. The depths of my awesomeness know no bounds. I'm just surprised you didn't kill it, Messiel replied blandly. Whoa, kill a cat. A small, four-legged, furry thing. Harry exclaimed in mock horror, clasping a hand over his heart. I'm evil, Messiel, but I'm not totally depraved. Any further banter between the two were cut off as the door opened. Harry cocked his head as the haggard form of Sirius Black appeared, staring down at Harry with hollow eyes and a grim smile. Hi, Harry, he said softly. Black, Harry greeted casually, although there was a dark undercurrent in his voice. Raided any pubs in the name of the Dark Lord Voldemort recently? No. Tell me you've at least blown up a street full of people. It'd be a shame if, despite all those rumors, you're just a big beep. I almost killed my cousin the other month. Sirius said defensively. Almost. The bitch got away, Sirius muttered with a scowl. Well, that's something, Harry conceded. He gave Sirius an arrogant grin and raked his hand through his hair, noting how the gaunt man stiffened at the gesture. Murder. Don't you just love it when you keep it in the family? It makes the whole concept so personal. Sirius grunted, still blocking the doorway as his jaded gray eyes glazed over. Harry waited impatiently for a few moments, before sighing in irritation and brushing past the other wizard to enter the house. The headquarters for the Order of Phoenix looked just as gloomy as he remembered it. Granted, he had only been there once before, but it didn't look like much had changed. Cobwebs and dust covered the surface of some doors, the flood gleamed with an odd shine that only came with one too many cleaning charms, and the house elf heads leered down at them from above the staircase. For what's its worth, this house has magnificent dramatic effect, Harry said loudly. He heard the front door close behind him and Sirius hurried up to him, a neutral expression plastered over his stony face. Why are you here, Harry? He asked tiredly. Well, in the beginning, God ate a bad pizza and had some bowel problems. The wide array of digested ingredients from the pizza exploded in what we call the Big Bang, spreading light, life and Italian immigrants all over the universe. Harry, Sirius interrupted, although he looked like he was trying to hide a smile. Is Dumbledore in? Harry asked, peering at the closed kitchen door. Light spilled from the crack beneath it. Actually, yeah, Sirius said. He frowned at Harry in puzzlement. How did you know we had a meeting? I didn't, Harry replied in surprise. He scowled, his hand lingering to the cane sheath strapped over his bright aloha shirt. I guess it was just luck, he said with gritted teeth. Nice shirt, Sirius said after an awkward silence. A faint smile crossed his face. You really have been on holidays, haven't you? Hawaii, Harry answered with a yawn. He rubbed the back of his head tiredly. Where's Dumbledore? Sirius started, jerking his thumb at the closed kitchen door, when it abruptly opened and Albus Dumbledore strode out. Right here, Sirius finished without missing a beat. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore greeted politely. Harry gaped in surprise as he surveyed the older wizard with nothing short of incredulity. True to his eccentric ideas in fashion, he wore his favorite long, purple robes, that ones that had the silver stars stitched on that twinkled in the same fashion as his deep blue eyes. His beard was quite a bit shorter, his face a tad bit gaunter and his arm just a bit on the dead side. Harry caught a glimpse of dead, blackened fingers from underneath the purple robes and cocked his head in surprise. Shit, he said blandly. Did you get some friction burns after finally relieving yourself after 50 years of celibacy, or was there something I missed last time we met? All in due time, my boy, all in due time, Dumbledore said merrily. He stretched out his hand, the good one, and Harry shook it firmly. Come, let me introduce you to the Order of Phoenix. Albus. Sirius started. Now, Sirius, Dumbledore interrupted. His face didn't change even a fraction, but Sirius almost winced under the reprimand. We have talked about this. I trust Harry with my life. Well, actually, I did trust him with my life some time ago, and, as you can see, I am still here. Most of you, anyway, Harry commented cheerfully, tugging at the blackened finger of the other wizard. Sure enough, Harry confirmed what he thought as a tingle ran through his body at the contact, and Messiel began to analyze the sensations. His arm is dead, the flesh destroyed by powerful dark magic, she spoke, and Harry caught a flash of worry emanating from her. I recognize the scent of this power. It was Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore led Harry into the kitchen, which seemed a lot bigger than Harry had remembered it. A long table stretched from one end of the room to the other, and its occupants ceased talking and stared at the new arrival. Harry counted about 20 or so of them, from McGonagall to, of all people, Fleur Delacour. Some of them looked openly excited to see him, while others watched him carefully as if they didn't know if he could be trusted yet. My friends, allow me to introduce you to a person that you have undoubtedly heard of before, Dumbledore started cheerfully. He clapped Harry on the back, to which Harry glanced back at the headmaster with an irritated glare. Harry Potter, meet the Order of Phoenix. Harry glanced over them, feeling decidedly unimpressed. All right, so there were a few or here and there, Harry could tell from the way they held themselves. This included a tall, dark-skinned wizard with no hair and serious eyes, a short, spunky witch with multicolored hair, and old Alistair Moody, as grizzled and crippled as ever. But on the whole, the membership of the Order of Phoenix looked to be average, at best. This is it? Harry asked, a look of disdain spreading across his features. This is your army to fight Voldemort? Harry shook his head in disgust as several of the members shuddered or flinched at the name and gazed back at Dumbledore, not looking impressed at all. I suppose it's a good thing I came back, he said dryly. Otherwise you'd be well and truly Ked by now. Thank you for your interpretation of events, Harry, Dumbledore said calmly amidst the disgruntled mutterings of his order. He gestured at one of the empty seats and asked, would you like to sit down? Albus, surely you don't mean for a child to join the order? A plump, red-haired woman spluttered, bristling with righteous indignation. This isn't a child, Molly, this is Harry Potter, argued a rosy-cheeked witch with long black hair. She gave Harry an appraising stare, which Harry returned lazily. I think we all know what he is capable of bringing to the order. I've heard those nonsensical rumors, Molly started. Rumors? The young female Auror repeated. She snorted and Harry stared in shock as she literally grew a pig's snout and gave a snort and shook her head. From what I saw in the Department of Mysteries, the rumors don't give him justice. Can we trust him? Spoke a soft, silky voice from the other end of the table. Harry narrowed his eyes as Severus Snape made his displeasure known. If Potter is what the Dark Lord thinks he is, then he could become a far more dangerous enemy than we can imagine. Harry glanced at Snape carefully, his eyes glittering. Snape, in return, looked absolutely smug as he leaned back in his chair, unperturbed by Harry's analyzing stare. Now what did he mean by that? Harry mentally wondered. I think you know, Messiel answered grimly. It seems as if our enemy is pre-warning his servants of your true nature. This could end badly for us, Harry. Easy solution to that, Harry replied, and a sadistic smile played across his face as the order argued around him. We kill them all and anybody they told. Simple, yet elegant, Messiel said dryly. I do like how you think. He's dangerous, Moody grunted, adding in his own opinion. He stared at Harry with his unblinking eye. He's wand happy and eager to kill. I don't like it, but I hate Death Eaters more. We could use him. I don't see. Somebody else started at the table became a raging debate as people took sides. Harry and Dumbledore stood back, the latter watching the events with a close eye and probably gauging how to act next, the former yawning and scratching his ass. Maturity, Harry started, cocking his head and gazing at Dumbledore with languid eyes. It's listening to that. He jerked his thumb at the table. And not blowing the shit through them for talking like I'm not here. Sirius gave a bark of laughter, which was quickly cut off with a round of coughs as Dumbledore glanced at him. The gaunt man shuffled on his feet and ducked his head as Dumbledore turned to Harry and smiled. If I did not believe that you were ready, I would not have invited you into the room, he called out loudly, his voice somehow being heard over the rabble before him. Many of the Order members stopped and looked sheepish. One of them, a whitened wizard that looked as old as Dumbledore, nodded his head sagely. Trust Dumbledore, he said gruffly. He broke off into a round of loud, painful-sounding coughs and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Haven't we always? He finished when he was done. Harry had had enough and strode forward and dropped into the offered seat. He placed his feet up on the table and smiled coldly at the witches and wizards surrounding him. Did I say I wanted to join your stupid club? He asked softly. The room was deathly silent. The only reason I came here was to speak to Dumbledore. About what? A man with long red hair and a fanged earring commented. About the assassin that just tried to kill me. Oh, Harry paused, frowning. 13 minutes ago, he concluded. There were shocked mutterings from the table and Dumbledore strode across the room to seat himself at the head seat. The old wizard looked grave and Harry rolled his eyes. Come on, he complained. It'll take more than some shitty little poison to kill me. Voldemort hasn't. Vesper couldn't. Are you all right? Molly asked, disapproval breaking way to concern. Obviously, the young Auror commented wryly. Who was the assassin? No idea. Harry responded lazily, shifting in his seat. He didn't live long enough to give me his name. What about a body? Moody growled. His magical eye whirled around in his socket, peering at Snape. Since somebody can't find out where the Dark Lord is hiring out, we could see if the assassin had any connections to third-party sources. Excuse me, Alistair, for feeling the need to avoid torture because of my prying nature, Snape spat out. The Dark Wizard glared at the grizzled ex-Auror. I am no use to you dead. You're barely any use to us now. Alistair scoffed. Snape glowered at the crippled Auror as Dumbledore sighed and raised a placating hand. Now, he said mildly. Please remember that we are all on the same side here. If we do not work together, then rest assured that Voldemort has already won half the battle. An awkward silence filled the room and Harry was amused to see Alistair Moody, the veteran of who knows how many battles and wars, looking sheepish at the gentle chiding. Inwardly, he marveled at the influence Dumbledore held over these normal witches and wizards. Anyway, there's no body, Harry said, his voice drifting over the silent room. Now all of you bugger off. I want to speak to Dumbledore alone. Please, Dumbledore said, halting the objections before they had started. His eyes twinkled as he gazed around the table. As abrupt as Harry is, he is nonetheless correct. I need to speak with him on matters of vital importance. We were just finishing. Anyway, a mild-looking man with graying hair stated. His amber eyes gazed unnervingly at Harry, riveted to the boy as soon as he had stepped through the door. The occupants of the room shuffled out, most of them casting curious glances at the two powerful wizards. As the last of them left the kitchen, Dumbledore spoke up. Nymphadora, would you mind waiting outside for a few moments? The short, spunky-looking witch turned her head and nodded chirpily. She disappeared through the door and Dumbledore slammed it shut with a wave of his wand. With a small flick, Harry felt numerous privacy spells blanket the room. So what's the deal with the hand? Harry asked bluntly, leaning back in his chair. It looks like somebody me, got to it. Dumbledore looked pensive and ignored Harry's question as he whipped his wand over the table. Cups of steaming hot chocolate and a platter of delicious-looking scones appeared before them. How were your holidays, Harry? He inquired politely, picking up his mug and taking a sip. Frothy hot chocolate splayed all over his beard and Harry shuddered at the sight, looking disgusted. They were fine, Harry replied shortly. He paused. They might have been better if people had stopped trying to kill me. Yes, that does tend to put a damper on the festivities, Dumbledore agreed with a pleasant smile. Something flashed in his wizened eyes and he regarded Harry carefully. Leaning forward, he steeped his hands together and asked, and what of your daughter? What of Amaris? Gone, Harry answered, and his lazy smile disappeared. He frowned and his next words came out almost wistfully. Back to her mother. Ah, yes, Dumbledore said airily. The Lady Maeve, youngest of the City Queens of Winter. I know who she is, Dumbledore, Harry said dryly. I did have say. With her, after all. Good say. Great say. Even. Well, he amended. Great for me. I really don't care if she liked it. I assure you, Harry, I have no interest in. What I'm sure is, your remarkable love life, Dumbledore answered. He smiled politely as Harry shrugged and took a sip from his mug. I'm sure you know why I'm here, Harry said carefully. Voldemort, was all Dumbledore had to say. Unfinished business and all that rot, Harry said, smiling contently. He leaned back in his chair and shuffled his feet. There I am, trying to enjoy my holidays, and that bastard is inconsiderate enough to send people out to kill me. What's worse, they beeped. I mean, come on. Get it right. You wish to defeat him, Dumbledore stated. Revenge is a powerful motivator, I must admit. Defeat. No, Harry answered. Dark fire flickered at the back of his eyes and for a moment he looked positively evil. Tear apart and rip into pieces with my own hands, sure. I see. The thing is, I don't know what's going on, Harry admitted frankly, and scowled. I was on holidays, you see, until they got interrupted. So you have said, Dumbledore said amiably. He stroked his beard, his light blue gaze eyeing Harry thoughtfully. You want information and you believe I can give it to you. Come on, Dumbledore, Harry protested. Remember the prophecy. I don't want to live the rest of my life and trust me when I say I'm going to be around for a while, being immortal and all with this F. Kerr living beside me. Let's finish this little war right now. Give me his location, we'll rally all the fighters we can and turn Voldemort into a pile of oozing sludge that we can all point at and laugh. Alas, Harry, it is not as easy as that, Dumbledore said heavily. Lord Voldemort hides himself well, coming out of the shadows only to strike and retreating soon after. There have been killings. Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, killed in the very ministry itself. Ms. Vance, one of my own, murdered in her home. Innocent muggles, caught up in a war they cannot even begin to understand. So he's started, Harry said softly. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Head of Law Enforcement, EH. That's a blow to morale, losing that much leadership and experience. He paused, his brows furrowed in thought. It's what I'd do, but I'd keep it up. I'd kill her replacement as well, and the replacement after that and so forth, until nobody wants the job. That takes out a major cog in your ability to defend yourself. One of Lord Voldemort's more insidious strategies, Dumbledore said. His voice was very soft and calm as he stared down at Harry from behind his half-moon glasses. You think much like him. Well, we're both evil bastards, Harry said with a shrug. Together, the two of them sat in silence for a few moments. Dumbledore sipped his hot chocolate, looking completely content to let the silence drag out. Harry, however he may have grown, fidgeted in his seat until he could take no more. Okay, he said loudly, dropping his mug onto the table with a loud thump. We need a plan. Remember that time last year, where you commented on my flexible morality? I think it's time we put it to good use. What do you mean, Harry? Dumbledore asked quietly. The resignation in his eyes, however, belied the fact that the old wizard knew exactly what the Denarian was talking about. Give me a list of names and where to find them, Harry said calmly, as if talking about something as trivial as grocery shopping. They'll be dead within a week, 2 at most. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. He looked incredibly ancient at that moment, and for all the headmaster's immense power Harry saw a wearied old man beneath it. He kind of liked what he was seeing, too. Not that he had anything against Dumbledore, but he felt distinctly uncomfortable around anybody who stood a chance at defeating him. What? Harry asked crossly. This is a war, isn't it? People die in wars. All we need to do is make sure that more of them die than us. Leaving that particular moral debate aside, it is much harder than you realize, Dumbledore said heavily. Frankly, the most dangerous Death Eaters that need eliminating are those that can't be found. Most are escapees from Azkaban, deranged and utterly loyal to Lord Voldemort. Before you can remove them. Kill them, you mean, Harry interjected softly, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips. Personally, I prefer the term, murder. Before I can murder them, you need to be able to find them, Dumbledore finished. The tightening of his eyes was the only reaction Harry got out of him. You are doing your best to make this as uncomfortable and awkward as possible, aren't you? I try, Harry said blandly. I'd come up with more witty comments and snappy lines, but I'm still in the holiday mood and, frankly, sometimes you really need to strain your brain to think them up. The Order is running numerous operations to determine where Lord Voldemort has situated his forces, Dumbledore continued, smiling ever so slightly at Harry's antics. We have sent emissaries to potential allies of Voldemort's cause, asking them to stay out of the approaching conflict. Several known Death Eater sympathizers are low-level minions, for lack of a better word. Accomplice, Harry suggested. That works, Dumbledore agreed with a nod. He adjusted his long, pointed wizard's hat back on his head. We have some under surveillance. I would like you to lead some of these operations. You know, subtlety isn't my strong point, Harry said, barely wincing at the idea. I've never been good at sneaking around. It is what comes afterwards that I will need your talents, Dumbledore said quietly, with resolved determination. They will not talk under our normal interrogation methods, and I do not want to ask this of one of my order. But you have no problem asking me. I know what you are, Dumbledore breathed softly. His eyes were filled with unimaginable regret and resolve. He closed them and took a deep breath. You will not hesitate to do what is needed to be done. Others will. Harry was silent. I have lived through many a war, Dumbledore said, avoiding Harry's eyes and staring at the top of the table as if it held great mysteries of magic within it. Lord Voldemort's reign of terror was the worst, the most horrible. Perhaps not in terms of loss of life, but in the war of the heart, we were almost crushed. Fear, paranoia, distress, anguish the last time almost saw the wizarding world break. I will not let that happen again. A slow smile curved Harry's lips as he stared at Dumbledore with a sense of renewed admiration. At least some of your kind have some balls, he said and chuckled. All right. I'll get you your information and I'll get you their heads as well. Dumbledore merely nodded gravely. No, seriously, Harry said, gesturing beyond the kitchen door. We can mount them on the wall there with funny little plaques underneath them. Hey, we can have a contest. Who can get their Death Eater to make the funniest face before we kill them? It'll be fun. I dare say that while Sirius would approve on principle, I do not think he wants more garbage littering his house, Dumbledore said amusedly. He stood up, gingerly raising his blackened arm and tucking it into his purple robes. I have one more thing to ask of you, Harry. All right, Harry agreed. I'm a little doubtful about it, but hey, if you bring the lube, I'll bring the leather. Just don't mind when I jump ship and let good old Messiel take over. Harry, Dumbledore sighed. For a moment it looked like he was straining himself not to roll his eyes. I would like you to come to Hogwarts in 3 days, then come by once a week. No, Harry concluded flatly. There is still more you need to learn, Dumbledore stated firmly. Not from there, Harry scoffed. Schoolyard magic isn't going to help me where I'll be going. Oh, I agree, Dumbledore said lightly. That is why I've decided that I will personally tutor you from here on. I've taken the time to gather some valuable information that I feel will be most beneficial to you. There is still much you need to know. Personal tutoring, Harry repeated. He stared up at Dumbledore carefully, and a wide grin came over his face. Bribery nice, I like it. Incentive would be the correct term, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. He flicked his wand and the dishes disappeared from the table without a sound. Dumbledore tucked the wand back into his robes. He snapped his fingers and the door clicked, blowing open with a low creaking noise. Nymphadora, if you could please enter. He called out cheerfully. Do you have to call me that? The young witch grumbled as she stalked back into the room. Harry took the time to appraise her. She was fairly beautiful, for a normal, run-of-the-mill wand wizard. Her short cropped hair had been dyed a vibrant pink, 3 earrings laced her left ear and her bust was nicely contained within a Weird Sisters, shirt beneath her crimson aura robes. Harry didn't know what the Weird Sisters were, but he was hoping that it was some kind of wizarding beep group specializing in incest. Depravity is fun, he murmured out loud. What? The witch said. She stared at him in amused confusion. So you're Potter, huh? I suppose I've got you to thank for knocking me on my ass at the leaky cauldron that time. And what a nice ass as was, Harry said with a lecherous grin. It didn't fade, even as Tonk groaned. Who were you again? The Auror that came to apprehend the big, bad Death Eater, Tonks said sourly. Oh, right, Harry said. He gave her a wink. You were Dumbledore's say. Life. Instantly short and painful to participate in. I love your wit, Tonks deadpanned, not looking impressed. It's somewhere up there in the ranks of Voltaire and Ravenclaw. I just got back from holidays. Give a handsome, roguish and say. Why man a break? Harry groaned. Harry, Dumbledore interjected, looking amused at the byplay between the two. This is Nymphadora Tonks. Harry gave a strangled cough as Tonk muttered, Don't call me that. Is something funny? Tonk demanded, whirling on him. Your name? Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Nymphadora. Reminds me of. If you say the say. Joke, you'll regret it. Tonks snapped. Her hair shimmered from pink to black and she brandished her wand in front of his face. I know how to give boys like you a nasty rash on, little Harry, that won't go away anytime this century. Your wand contracted an STD. Harry asked and gave a mocking gasp of shock. Nymphadora, what do you do to yourself when you're alone? Tonks stared at him for a full moment, before bursting out into peals of laughter. She clapped Harry on the back and he grinned up at her smugly. I'm going to like you, she said cheerfully. It's good to meet a man who gives as good as he gets. But, she continued, if you ever call me Nymphadora, I will kill you. I'm leaning how to push some of your buttons, Harry commented and paused. Obviously, not the buttons I'd like to push but buttons all the same. If I may have your attention now? Dumbledore asked quietly. Tonks nodded, suddenly looking sheepish. Harry rolled his eyes at her behavior but motioned for the headmaster to continue. Harry here will be accompanying you later tonight, Dumbledore told Tonks. The Auror nodded, her gaze flickering towards Harry speculatively. As of now, I am allowing him full access to our information. He will also be in charge of the operation. Okay. Tonks started, looking confused and a little annoyed. I understand he's really good, but don't you want an experienced Auror to take charge if things go sour? I would prefer if your involvement in this were as little as possible, Dumbledore said gravely. There are things I wish to protect you from that I have no qualms in having Harry handle. Rest assured, I have placed my trust in him. He will not disappoint you. All right, Tonks agreed slowly. She shrugged carelessly and her smile reappeared. You're the boss. Thank you, Dumbledore said gratefully. He yawned and glanced down at a pocket watch. I believe it is time that I took my leave. Shoo, Harry dismissed, making a swatting motion with his hand. You're in the way between me and the say. Why Auror? I will see you on Monday, Harry, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. Say 12:30. Fine, Harry sighed. Mr. Potter, Ms. Tonks, Dumbledore bid farewell and strolled from the room. The door closed again and Harry turned to Tonks, a smile playing at his lips. Alone at last, he said cheerfully. This must be like a wet dream come true for you. Has anybody told you that you're a beeped little boy? Tonks asked with an incredulous grin, taking a seat on the other side of the kitchen table. All the time, Harry answered with a nod. But she's a woman, so I just tell her to shut up and go and make me a sandwich or something now. What's wrong? Tonks asked, looking concerned. Head pain, Harry said through gritted teeth, clutching at his head with his hand. It was just a joke. He hissed softly. What? So what are we doing? Harry asked, tactfully changing the subject. There's a man who we think is supplying a small enclave of Death Eaters with material, Tonks said, her tone becoming brisk and businesslike. He's been buying extraordinary amounts of food, potion ingredients, minor talismans and the sorts. All the sorts of things a group of hiding Death Eaters would need. So we go in and nab the guy and get him to tell us where they are. Harry asked with a cocked eyebrow. Pretty much, Tonks agreed. Every Saturday night, he visits a shady pub at the corner of Nocturne and Uptwist Alley. We'll sneak in, see if we can glean any last-minute information from his actions, then arrest him when he leaves. Sounds like a plan, Harry said. He frowned. Dumbledore didn't tell you much about me, did he? Not really, Tonks admitted. I don't know much about you apart from your awesome prowess with your wand. Nice work at the Department of Mysteries, by the way, and that you are a complete and utter arsehole. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, grinning. The thing is, I don't really play by the rules. That, Potter, is the worst come on line I've ever heard, Tonks said dryly. If I wanted to come on to you, I'd say something like, nice legs, what time do they open? Or, nice tits, can I have a squeeze? Harry commented. Admittedly, not elegant, but it gets the point across. Tonks laughed. No, what I mean to say is that I do stuff that gets most people arrested and executed, Harry finished, his smile dimming. So I've heard, Tonks said, raising her eyebrows. Just keep that in mind when I do my thing, Harry finished with a loud yawn and stood up. I'll meet you here at what time? 9 will do, Tonks answered. All right, Harry said, looking both bored and a tad tired. He walked forward and opened the kitchen door, pausing at the threshold. Remember what I said. He started forward, his voice growing distant. I have enough people after my head at the moment without the ministry or the order. The front door opened and slammed shut. And as you can see, there is some water damage on the floorboard here, the real estate agent pointed out, a grimace barely contained on her attractive face. She looked rather unenthusiastic as she led Harry around the dingy 3-roomed apartment, either because her client was so young or because the place was, well, a shithole. I see, Harry said vaguely. It was only a few hours after the meeting with the Order of Phoenix, and Harry had decided that getting a new base of operations was essential to his plans. Well, Messiel had decided to think of it like that. Harry had just wanted somewhere to sleep. The Denarian cast a careful eye around the small room, appraising the ceilings and wall. The real estate lady was probably convinced that he was assessing the condition of the paint and plaster, when in fact his trained magical eyes were already mapping out potential location for warded defenses. The Denarian was by no means an expert on casting defensive runes, but he knew enough to give any potential home crashers a big bang should they feel inclined to attack again. Well, you've convinced me, Harry said with a smile as fake as his ID. The real estate agent paused in mid-sentence and turned to him, looking confused. I'll take it, Harry clarified and reached into his pockets. He pulled out a check courtesy of his new bank account, where the last of his savings had been invested in just a few hours ago. How much? You do realize that there is no electricity. The real estate agent prodded. The wiring's completely shot. You'll have to go into the wall and get it replaced, and that'll be expensive. Yeah, I got that, Harry said dryly, his eye glancing up at the dead light bulbs. It was one of the reasons why he was so interested there'd be no mucking about with the power company when his magical defenses blew out every light bulb and TV set in the whole building. And you don't have any hot water, the woman continued. She was middle-aged with the features you might find on the average suburban mother. The gas heater broke down before the last tenant was left. Harry ignored the slip, still smiling politely. The woman had no idea that he had been the one to kill the man, an aspiring dark wizard who had attacked him numerous times during his involuntary participation of the Triwizard Tournament. That's all right, Harry said, and a lecherous grin crossed his face. I need a lot of cold showers or else I'll wear myself out on the hordes of women that try to jump my bones. The woman's face flickered with disgust and embarrassment as Harry wrote down a suitable 5-numbered figure and passed it over to her. It was the last of his savings, so he hoped that she would take it and leave. Otherwise, he'd have to use his wand to persuade her, and that kind of mental manipulation magic would be dead easy for any competent Denarian to spot. Are you sure? Why the hell did I have to meet a conscience-abiding real estate agent? Harry thought in irritation. Take the damn money and piss off, you stupid cow. I'm quite impressed that you didn't say that to her face, Messiel intruded. Something must have shown on his face because any doubts that the woman had about taking his money fled her mind, and she pocketed the check with an insincere smile. 20 minutes and a dozen forms later, Harry was the proud owner of a dingy, damp apartment, complete with its own mise-en. Cockroaches, Harry muttered in disgust. He stared down at the chipped and cracked shower basin, watching the twitching insects scurrying around. He whipped out his wand and a flash of boiling wind blasted from the tip. The cockroaches scattered back into the wall, leaving Harry feeling vaguely satisfied. So what's our first plan? He asked out loud. Messiel's illusion appeared in the living room as he walked back in, a frown of disgust on her beautiful features. Unlike Harry, the Fallen was much more selective about her living conditions. Nonetheless, Messiel forced her distaste down and turned to Harry with a warm smile. We need information, Messiel answered as Harry waved his wand around, directing his luggage and shrunken furniture to various places around the room. She raised a hand and stroked his cheek affectionately. We will have our revenge soon, my little host. I'm taller than you, Harry grumbled. And I have a bigger beep. So don't go around calling me little. Messiel rolled her eyes in fond exasperation. I am not even able to express affection without you, she started, before pausing. Absolute revulsion swept across her face and her illusion was gone in an instant. What's the? Harry started, before he too felt the little itch at the back of his mind and groaned. Oh, come on. This is the 5th one in 3 days. He turned his head and glared at the cane-sheathed sword lying in the corner, along with a pile of his crinkled clothes. The sword glimmered with a silvery light. No, Harry snapped. He gave the inanimate piece of metal the finger and turned back to organizing his new home, his wave expanding and banishing a couch to the other end of the room continentally facing away from the doorway. He made a mental note to cast a few defensive spells on it, in case he ever needed it for cover. Light glinted in the corner of his eye and Harry glanced back at the sword, which was glowing with a reproachful light. Persistent F. Kerr, isn't he? Harry muttered under his breath. Are we talking about the sword of the cross or the Almighty? Dunno, Harry answered, staring at the sword closely. The light was glaring from beneath the blade's wooden sheath, bathing the room in a soft silver glow. Despite everything, Harry suddenly got the feeling that the light was disgusted with him. Perhaps the sword itself had a kind of sentience, or perhaps it was merely expressing the opinion of its master. Either way, Harry was stoked that somehow, somewhere, the divine was pissed off at him. Suddenly there was a loud, piercing scream from right outside his window. Harry's wand was raised and dark fire spluttered from the tip before the scream had died down, his eyes narrowed and his posture tense. The silver glow of the sword only grew more insistent, as did the itching in the back of his mind. Oh, come on, Harry protested as he glanced out of the window and stared down at the alleyway below. It was 5 stories down, but his sharp eyes picked out a young brunette shrieking and scrambling away from a huge, bulky man. This is my house. You can't do that around here. Yes, I certainly agree. Take her across the street and beep her over there, just as long as we can't hear it. Messiel said dryly, and Harry couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic or not. Not that, Harry snapped with a scowl. He gestured at the sword. That. The light that radiated from the blade could only be described as having shades of smugness to it. The woman screamed again and Harry winced as it seemed to resonate with the itch in the back of his head, making it pound throughout his head painfully. With a low, uttered growl, Harry grabbed the blade and turned on his heels, disapparating with a sharp crack. Harry reappeared in the alley, behind the large bulky man and the woman, who had fallen down to the ground and was trembling in fear as she stared up at her attacker. With a loud, irritated sigh, Harry stepped forward and channeled hellfire into his arm. Blazing power shot through the limb, his skin growing blistering hot and smoke curdling from the tips of his fingernails. The man spun around as he heard Harry's footsteps and Harry caught a glimpse of mad, frenzied eyes before the Denarian cocked his fist back and slammed it in the man's face. There was a flash of light and heat and the man screamed, skin blistering and melting. He was launched off his feet, the unnatural strength of the blow sending him soaring through the air down the alley and slamming him into a chain-linked fence. He crumpled to the ground, moaning and whimpering, while Harry turned to the shrieking woman with an irritated expression. All right, yeah, we get it. He snapped. He was about to beat you. No need to scream like a damn banshee. The woman stopped shrieking and stared at him with awe. Her long owned hair was muddied and her obviously expensive clothes were ripped and wet. You saved me, she breathed softly, staring up at him with wide blue eyes. No, I saved my eardrums, Harry grumbled, but suddenly took in how beautiful the woman was. He gave her an arrogant grin and offered her a hand. The woman was about to take it, smiling gratefully, when her eyes flickered past his head. She suddenly looked surprised and her lips parted in silent shock. Harry turned his head and rolled his eyes as the other man stood up. His dark eyes were alight with rage and insanity, glaring at Harry from behind blistered skin. Blood trickled down his broken nose, past cracked teeth and a split lip and dribbling down on the rags he was using as clothes. You want more, Harry asked lazily. The sword on his back nagged at his mind, screaming absolute danger. The man bellowed and charged at him, cocking his big, meaty fists. Harry's eyes widened with mild surprise at the speed that the deranged would-be rapist moved at, sidestepping in an instant and bringing out an arm. The man slammed into his arm and ignored the blow to the throat, swinging at Harry with wild flaying arms. Harry grunted as he was slugged in the face and staggered back, shaking his head to clear the flash of light from his eyes. With a vicious kick to the chest, Harry stopped the lunatic's charge, slammed his knee into the man's groin and threw him down to the ground. He raised his foot and smashed it down on the back of the man's skull with as much force as possible, a wicked sneer crossing his face when he heard something crack. The man twitched and was then still, unconscious or dead. The sword was still clattering on his back and Harry rolled his eyes. Did it really think Harry would fall to a piece of crap like that? You know, I sometimes forget how much fun it is to kick the crap out of somebody using nothing more than your bare hands, Harry said casually, glancing over his shoulder. You should try it some. He trailed off as he met the woman's suddenly glowing eyes. Her hand was out in front of her, her fingers glowing with pure white energy. It was only because of his enhanced reflexes and quick mind that Harry avoided a fatal blow. He twisted his body sideways, leaning back even as his hands plunged into his pocket. The glowing fingers missed his heart by a few inches, glancing at his shoulder, and suddenly enormous pain roared through his body. Dark power crackled in his body as it raced down his arm, causing it to flop and flail uncontrollably. His wand fell to the ground with a clatter and the metallic tang of blood filled his throat. Hellfire flashed through his body, combating the dark power unsuccessfully, as Harry jumped back and stared at the supposedly helpless woman with fury. Suddenly, the sword's distress made a lot more sense. A Denarian, Harry snarled, reaching to his back with his good arm. Silver flame flashed along his glimmering blade and the woman halted. She flicked her long owned hair over her shoulders and smiled at him saucily. Well, it wasn't the night I was expecting, but that's all right, she said cheerfully. She glanced down at her attacker, and caressed the man's head with her foot. Uldriel is as faithful as ever. It's good to see that some things have stayed the same since my imprisonment. Uldriel, Harry repeated, while he subtly tested out his wounded arm. It had gone still but wouldn't move, even as Hellfire rushed to repair the immense damage the single tap had done to it. A psychotic Denarian, Messil answered grimly. A servant of a Denarian named Barreveil, which I assume would be the woman in front of us. She's a powerful assassin, her very touch able to kill even the strongest of wizards or hosts. I am Barreveil, the woman introduced herself, taking a few steps forward and raising her hand. Harry eyed it with distaste and the owned grinned mischievously. Well, you can't blame me for trying, she said with a chuckle. You must be the Denarian renegade that I've heard so much about. Harry didn't say anything, more than willing to keep her talking as his innate regenerative powers worked to restore the full functionality of his arm. His wand lay at Barreveil's feet, but he doubted he could summon it without the other Denarian intercepting it. You're quite famous, you know, Barreveil mentioned casually. You were all I was hearing about when I woke up. The traitor Messil and her wand wizard host, the one who killed Nicodemus and Vesper. Woke up? Harry questioned, cocking his head and smiling arrogantly. He had shoved any doubt or fear he may have had to the far corner of his mind, fully concentrated on the task ahead. Don't tell me you're one of those pathetic fools that got themselves caught by the Knights of the Cross. Barreveil's smile disappeared. Yes, well, she muttered, looking embarrassed. It's why I'm here now. Although, of all of the Knights of the Cross to fall into my trap, you were the last I was expecting. It is true, isn't it? You are a knight of the cross. You are a Denarian using the powers of that old F. Kerr to kill his own kind. Right in one, Harry said cheerfully. His arm was twinging painfully, which meant that he was getting some sensation back to his limb. How'd you do this, by the way? It hurts like hell. Quite simply, really, the woman said casually, although she looked pleased with herself. The body sends and receives instructions through the nervous system through chemically induced electrical impulses. If you know what you're doing, then it's quite easy to disrupt and destroy these impulses and the tissues around them. I'm impressed, Harry said with a nod of his head. The sword in his hands pulsed with silver flame as he stared down at the beautiful bee. Owned, dozens of scenarios popping up in his head. So am I. I never expected you to dodge like that. I suppose it's to be expected from the host of a Denarian lord. Barreveal said and grinned at him. They always were the most powerful. Have you regained movement in your arm yet? That is why you're stalling for time, right? Somewhat, Harry admitted, and his arm twitched. But don't accuse me of stalling. Don't think I haven't noticed this mist that's sprung up like this. You've been busy. Ah, busted, the woman said with a snap of her fingers. A thick mist had slowly been gathering around the alley, blocking off the view from the buildings and the street. You know, I think I could have liked you, Harry said honestly. Not really, Barreveal disagreed, smiling at Harry impishly. After all, I'm only an illusion. I'm actually about to kill you from behind. There was a pause as Harry digested that, and his eyes widened as his advanced senses detected movement from behind him. He spun around, his sword arcing up in a flash of silver flame. Barreveal appeared from the mist, her hand glowing with white power as she dodged the blade and closed in on him. She thrust the glowing hand and slammed it into his head, just as Harry brought the blade back and sliced her in two. Harry blinked as her blow did nothing, and Barreveal stared at him, her eyes filled with satisfaction, even as she disappeared in a puff of mist. She was an illusion, which meant that Harry had just turned his back on a dangerous opponent. Accio! Harry roared, spinning around again and mentally cursing the bee-owned haired bitch as the Barreveal that had been talking to him leapt towards him with impressive strength, closing the distance in a flash. Her left arm parried his sword arm, glowing white energy slamming into his nerves with a sensation approaching agony and causing him to drop the blade. She extended two fingers of her right hand, white power glinting at the tip, and prepared to slam it into his throat when his previously wounded hand shot up and smashed her in the face. Hellfire roared from his open palm and Barreveal shrieked as she was thrown back. Harry caught the wand, which was sailing through the air, and leveled it at her. Exturbo Arduro, he bellowed. Hellfire roared into his wand and a flash of searing heat ripped up the granite ground as he blasted towards Barreveal. Even as the other Denarian was falling, however, she twisted her body in a series of acrobatic contortions that Harry would have been happy to see on any other day. Somehow, she avoided most of the widespread blast, disappearing into the mist. Harry heard a whoosh of wind from behind him and raised his wand. Tutamen atra flamma, he snapped. Dark power roared through him and his wand glowed crimson as dark fire burst from the tip in a fiery lasso of color and purple flame. The fire spiraled around him, lashing at the narrow walls and ground. Barreveal, who had appeared in the mist behind him, was struck by these spiraling loops of flame and gave a startled shriek as she was hurled off her feet. Harry whirled around, his hold on the fire disappearing as he leveled his wand at her. Avada Kedavra. Green light pooled at the tip of his wand and streaked forward, but Barreveal seemed to explode in a cloud of fog and the curse disappeared into the billowing cloud of mist that surrounded him. It exploded against something, he couldn't see what, and Harry took control of the dissipating flames from before and reinforced them until they became wall of flames that surrounded him. She will have the advantage as long as she can continue to keep you off balance, Messiel advised. We may need Harry, below you. Harry glanced down and his eyes widened as he saw the mist seeping through the cracks in the ground. He jumped back just in time as Barreveal exploded from the ground, reforming into physical form and attempting an uppercut of blinding white light that would have taken off his head. She was too close for an immediate spell, so Harry slammed his foot in her face and booted her away from. His wand followed her movement as he threw the spiraling flames at her. They surrounded her and enveloped her, crawling around her body and licking at her clothes and skin, but Harry's keen ears heard the loud puff that signified her missed spell and knew that she had escaped. "You're good," he said loudly. His right arm was still throbbing and his left arm had only began to twitch again as he kept his eyes peeled on the mist, awaiting his opponent's next attack. "Not as good as I am, of course, but still rather skilled. You know that if I had a chance to recover from the surprise I would slaughter you, so you've kept me off balance since the first blow." There was no response and Harry frowned. On the ground by his feet, the sword of the cross flashed with silver flame and began to vibrate madly, clattering against the cracked granite loudly. Harry glanced down. "It's sensing a strong demonic power," Messiel said tensely. "Be careful. It takes more than," Harry began, when something caught his eye. His head shot to the left and for a split second, he got a glimpse of Barreviel's demonic form. He had to admit, it was beautiful, resembling something of a floating stingray made up of a soft light glow. Mist rolled off its incorporeal body while a set of black eyes stared at him, a demonic sigil flaring with crimson hellfire on its head. Then, it attacked. Harry barely saw what happened. One moment, the creature was floating there and the next it was behind him. Pain racked through him and mist wisped around his chest, crackles of electricity rolling off his clothes. The thing had rammed itself straight at and through him. Harry spun around and this saved his life. He grunted in pain as it attacked again, lancing itself at his heart, missing by mere millimeters. It attacked again, this time aiming for the head, but Harry ducked and whipped up his wand. Fiendfire sprung to his call and a roaring mass of flames shot forward in a flock of fiery crows. They darted after Barreviel, who ducked inside the mist and reappeared on the other side. She must have been using it as some kind of apparition. She charged at Harry again, but this time he was ready. With a flick of his feet, the sword of the cross was kicked up in the air as Barreviel raced at him. Silver fire flared as the demonic beast collided with the blade and a horrible echoing wail filled Harry's ears. He grinned madly, his weakened left hand clawing at the hilt, and he rammed the glowing blade right through the dazed demonic creature's chest. The creature wailed again and Harry watched as mist poured off it, solidifying into human flesh. He ignored the wounds as Barreviel appeared again, a owned-haired woman pierced on a blade right through her stomach. White power flared on her hands, but it faded away as the sword of the cross began to purge the demonic power from Barreviel's host body. Stunned eyes rose to meet his as Harry grinned cheekily, thrusting the sword in another couple of feet for good measure. Barreviel gasped, her eyes widening, and her limb relaxed. Slowly, her head lobbed forward, her eyes intent as they stared into Harry's. Suddenly, her arms shot out and gripped his head and before he knew it, her lips were on his. For a split second, Harry allowed the key, more out of surprise than anything else. Then, he jerked away as a horrible agonizing pain filled his throat. Barreviel smiled at him, faint traces of ashen mist darting off her lips, as Harry gave a series of hacking coughs. His throat was on fire, it was burning and twisting, and the next cough splattered blood over Barreviel's pale cheeks. With a roar of fury, Harry twisted the blade in Barreviel's stomach and dragged it up, yanking it out of the Denarian's body with all of his strength. Barreviel fell, the life leaving her eyes, and she collapsed on Harry, sending both of them to the ground. F. K. F. K. F. K. Harry roared in his mind as he let out a series of hacking coughs. This F. King hurts. That stupid bitch. I suppose it gives a new meaning to the phrase, key of death, Messiel added, sounding amused. Hellfire was already flaring in Harry's body, combating the latest damage. Very helpful, Harry thought as the coughs died away. He glanced down at his hands, not surprised to see them coated with his own blood, then regarded the dead woman sprawled all over him. Harry started, before he let out a round of vicious coughs. He tried again, his voice a hoarse whisper. Barreviel. Hey, are you dead? There was no response. Yeah, you're dead, Harry muttered, his voice almost silent. He pushed Barreviel off of him and glanced around at his surroundings. The thick rolls of mist that had surrounded him were fading fast, revealing grime-covered walls and the occasional fire from Harry's curses. However, movement caught his eye and Harry turned his head. The other Denarian, Uldriel, the one that Harry assumed was dead, was standing before him. His face blistered, burned and bloodied beyond recognition. He had in his hands a large axe. He grinned at Harry maliciously, revealing broken and cracked teeth, his flattened nose leaking blood, mucus and cartilage. Where the hell did he get that? Harry thought to Messiel in panic, his wounded arms fumbling for his wand as the man lifted the axe and prepared to bring it down on Harry's exposed head. At the same time, large wings of gleaming bone exploded from Harry's back, ready to pierce the other man through the heart. Just as his fingers clasped warm wood and his wings of bone reared up, there was a silver flash of light. Uldriel's grin slackened and his bloodied eyes went blank as he collapsed on his knees, falling limply to the ground. A gleaming sword flashed with silver fire, removing the human blood staining its surface as two men appeared from the disappearing mist. Wrapped in large cloaks, a hint of chainmail gleaming from beneath one, the two swords of the cross looked inspiring and powerful as the mist rolled around them. They stared down at Harry with kind gazes, their large frames silhouetted against the mist. Theatrical bastards, Harry growled. Here we are, that does it now, open it up. Sonya, easy there, Harry, Michael commanded as he led Harry's battered form through the door of his new apartment. Get the hell off me, Harry grunted, feeling well enough to push Michael away from him. He stood unsteadily on his 2 feet, his eyes half closed in concentration as he surveyed the damage on his body. The nerves and muscles in his arms were almost healed, but there was some severe internal damage that Messiel was working on. His throat and mouth also burned, but there hadn't been as much power behind the key as there had been with her punches. Harry knew that if he hadn't been a Denarian host, he would have been killed by these wounds. Hell, Dumbledore wouldn't have survived, or Voldemort. Alright, maybe Voldemort would have lived. He was a surprisingly resilient bastard, from what Harry recalled. Are you sure you're alright, Harry? Michael asked. His warm eyes were crinkled in concern, but Harry ignored him as he collapsed on his couch. He glanced up at the two knights and frowned. What the hell are you guys doing here? He demanded. Tracking Barreveal, Sonya answered quietly. A grim smile crossed his face. We have been after her for quite some time and were preparing ourselves for an ambush. I think you took her out far easier than we would have. Quite frankly, I expected one of us to die in that battle. I knew it, Harry growled, thumping his hand down on the couch. He glared at his gleaming sword of the cross, still stained with the blood of Barreveal. There was no way in hell that that was a random encounter. I was set up. He moves in mysterious ways, Michael said softly. I hate this job, Harry groaned with a disgusted sigh. He flicked his wand and a bottle of alcohol leapt into his hands. He didn't remember what it was exactly, but 3 of those had left him stone drunk in Hawaii. Stupid manipulative hunk of crap. His voice degenerated into a spew of insults, many that had Sonya choking and Michael appearing as flustered as Harry had ever seen him. Yes, well, Michael started, and then cleared his throat uncomfortably. I suppose it's good that we caught up with you. I have information you need to know. Go on, Harry said, taking a chug of his drink and marveling at the almost burning sensations it produced in the pit of his stomach. Sure, Messiel could do the same thing, but it was so much more fun with the real thing in his hand. Oh, by the way, I heard about Vesper, Sonya interjected and flashed Harry a smile. Good work. I didn't do it for you lot, moron, Harry snapped, but preened a little under the praise. Although I suppose it really was a good fight. Legendary comes to mind. Epic. Even an epic fight. I like the sound of that. Vesper's death came at the worst possible moment for the Order of the Blackened Denarius, Michael told him. He rubbed his beard as he continued. Nicodemus' death almost split the rank of the fallen. It was only through Vesper's status as one of the last Denarian lords that kept them united. Now, they have fallen into disarray. Power blocks are forming and war looms on the horizon. Several of the fallen were taken from our keeping. Barreveal was one of them. Denarian lord, Harry repeated softly. The other chick said something about that. What does that even mean? You don't know? Sonya asked in surprise. No, I do know. I just like asking dumb questions and making myself out to be a complete retard, Harry snapped derisively. Stupid commie. Sonya only looked amused. The Denarian lords are the original fallen who led the Order of Blackened Denarius during the organization's early days, Michael explained patiently. You have met all three of them: Andriel, Vesper and Messiel. They were heavily involved with the Roman Empire, which is probably why feeding Christian to the lions became a national pastime. We just did that for the comedic effect, Messiel whispered, but otherwise stayed silent. Eventually, the Denarian lords had a falling out, which coincidentally was around the same time as the fall of the Roman Empire, Sonia continued on for Michael. Why? Well, we don't know. Our records are somewhat limited. We only have rumors and hearsay to go on. Messiel became a renegade. Vesper's crippling injuries saw her lose much of her status. Afterwards, it was Andriel, and his new host, Nicodemus, that took control of the order. As much as I love ancient history, and I really don't, what's that got to do with anything now? Harry asked. It doesn't, Michael answered. Well, there goes 2 minutes of my valuable time, Harry remarked cheerfully. You're a bit rude considering we just saved your life, Sonia muttered, the tall Russian looking annoyed. Hey, I had him. Harry snapped. So war is almost upon the Blackened Order, Michael interjected peacefully. They are gathering their resources in an attempt to strengthen themselves. Less than a week ago, a Denarian by the name of Tessa, the host of Amariel, broke into one of our monasteries and liberated several of our captured coins. Harry could barely hear the other man. His vision had gone red and an utter fury shook him to the core rose up within Messiel. Hellfire burned his veins, and for a moment, Harry was sure he had never felt Messiel feel so furious before in his life. Her hatred for this Tessa was matched only by Messiel's hatred of Nicodemus and Vesper. I'm fine, muttered Harry, waving away Michael's concerned gaze as Messiel retreated from her unintentional lapse, sealing herself away in his head tightly. What's her face really doesn't like Tessa. Ah, Michael said, trying and failing at sounding like he understood. He exchanged quick glances with Sonia, who shrugged, and turned back to Harry. Well, I suppose it fits, Harry said. He closed his eyes and scanned his wounds again, feeling pleased to note that they were almost functional again. It would take a few hours to heal, hopefully before the little assignment he had later that night. Fits with what? Sonia asked from by the sink. My goal's to utterly destroy the Order of the Blackened Denarius, Harry answered with a grim smile. Oh, and that Voldemort prick too, he added. What? Have you ever wondered why I got the sword? Harry asked the two knights. It has been a subject of considerable interest between us, Sonia responded dryly. I have as well. At first I thought it was some kind of redemption crap, but now I don't think it is, Harry continued, the barest flickers of a chilling smile crossing his face. I would bet my soul if it were still mine that the only reason this sword even tolerates me is because I've started and planned to continue the decimation of the Order of Blackened Denarius. Michael and Sonia were still. In other words, I'm God's hitter on this one, Harry concluded, looking pleased and satisfied. I'm here to smite his enemies, and smite them good. They'll be smoted by my awesome smiting skills.
You truly believe God views you like that? It was hard to tell whether Michael's voice was full of sadness or pity. Maybe it was both. I don't believe, I know, Harry said and leaned forward, his jaded green eyes meeting Michael's attentively. Your God doesn't love me, Knight, he whispered coldly. What happens afterwards? Sonia broke Harry and Michael's staring match. What will you do then? Then I'll no longer need the sword, Harry said. He paused and frowned. Well, I might hold onto it until I kill Voldemort. After that, I'll destroy it for being a stupid piece of metallic horse shit. Voldemort as well, eh? Sonia asked with a strange smile. You don't think you're overextending yourself? I can juggle both of them, Harry said a tad defensively. Just watch. I've even got a mission later today. I get to torture somebody. It'll be cool. But Sonia wasn't paying attention anymore and had gone still. Kneeling by Harry's couch, Michael had also gone still, as if they could hear something that Harry couldn't. In unison, the two of them turned and faced the window, their eyes blank. Forgive us, Harry, Michael said as he stood, but we have urgent business elsewhere. Orders are orders, Sonia said, shrugging. Whatever, Harry dismissed. You've played your part in this little manipulative charade. What do you mean? Michael asked. Why do you think you're here? Harry asked them softly, a strange smile on his face. Why do you think, here, of all places in London, the Denarian attacked the near apartment that I just have happened to own? Why do you think you were led there? To save your life, Michael responded evenly. Please, I had it under control, Harry scoffed. You're here to tell me what I need to know, which you've just done. No. You stayed here long enough for me to get the information I need, and then you're off again. I may be a piece on the playing board here, but you're mere pawns to my queen. He paused. No gay jokes, either. I thought it was a great analogy. Sonia left without another word while Michael stared at Harry calmly for a full minute, before following his tall, Russian companion out. Harry closed the door with a flick of his wand, a pensive expression crossing his face. So you were a Denarian lord, huh? One of the big shots? He asked out loud. What did they do to piss you off so much? He received no answer. I bet it was that time of the month or something. His left hand rose up and slapped him across the face. Bitch. Brat. Nymphadora Tonks would be the first to admit that she was feeling a little apprehensive about the upcoming mission. It had been almost 24 hours since Harry and Tonks had been assigned to the snatch and grab operation. It rankled her that Potter had been given control of the operation over her. She was an Auror, for Merlin's sake. Sure, Potter was powerful, she wasn't denying that. Nobody who had ever seen him in action would deny that. But she didn't think he had the right temperament to take responsibility of a delicate operation such as this. She ignored the whisperings of her conscience that were telling her that this operation was in clear violation of Auror protocol and ministry law. The ministry was fumbling blindly with the issue of you-know-who. Only by working with Dumbledore could she prevent the destruction of the magical world she loved, even if it meant joining an illegal vigilante group. Tonks may have been lost in thought as she stood in the brightly lit kitchen at No. 12 Grimmauld Place, but she wasn't an Auror for nothing. Somebody was sneaking up behind her. Tonks made no apparent movement, her training and experience even keeping her muscles from reflexively tensing up, until the person was standing right behind her. In a blur of movement, her wand flew into her hand and she spun around, readying a chain of the Auror 9. The Auror 9 were select Auror-class spells that could be chained together through wand movements and incantations, where one wand movement led to another and the last syllable of an incantation led to the first syllable of the next. They were very effective in overwhelming an opponent if there was one there, of course. The hallway leading to the foyer was empty and Tonks frowned, suddenly feeling very foolish as she stood there with her wand out. Sighing, she tucked it back into her robes and suppressed a scowl. This stupid house always gave her the chills and now it was making her paranoid. Suddenly, there was a rustling of fabric from behind her and a warm breath on her ear. Watch her doing. Cute stuff. Somebody whispered. Tonks restrained the urge to shriek like a little girl. Instead, her leg flew up and lashed out behind her, instinctively going for the crotch. The person behind her grunted as he dodged, allowing Tonks to whirl around with fire brewing in her eyes. Go damn it, Potter, she snarled, brandishing her wand at an amused-looking teenager. Don't do that. Harry cocked an eyebrow and grinned at her, not looking bothered by her anger at all. In fact, he reached forward and flicked her on the nose. Has anybody told you that you're incredibly why when you're pissed off? Harry remarked. He cocked his head, frowning thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, you'd probably be even wire if you had no clothes on. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, if you know what I mean. You're not meant to say wink, Tonks started, then sighed and rolled her eyes. She adopted a beautiful smile and beckoned at Harry with one hand. Well, I suppose we have a bit of time. I could show you what I look like underneath these robes. Really? Harry asked, his eyes widening with surprise and delight. No, Tonks snapped. Now hurry up and tell me what you've got planned. We only have a little bit of time left. Well, I was thinking that we could run in, grab the guy, killed anybody who got in our way, shout something about retribution and the Dark Lord and run out, Harry told her. He scratched his head. That way, everybody will blame the Death Eaters and we get off scot-free. You do realize that this is supposed to be a clandestine operation? Tonks demanded. She had the sudden urge to smack her forehead and groan when Harry looked at her blankly. Clandestine. It means secret, subtle, stealthy. I know what it means, Harry snapped irritably. My idea is just better. If it's all right with you, sir, Tonks continued sarcastically, then maybe we could fall back to the plan we had to start with. We had a plan. Tonks screwed up her face and Harry looked impressed as she began to change. Short, pink hair grew, lengthened and tied itself into a braid of brunette hair. Large blue eyes shrunk into beady, brown eyes that looked as if they had a permanent squint to them. In a few seconds, Tonks had seemingly morphed from aura to nondescript, boring woman. Harry surveyed her carefully. There was nothing remotely attractive about her now, but there wasn't also anything that would make him double back, even if it was for a giggle. She was average, which Harry supposed was the point. That was cool, Harry remarked. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him and he grinned with excitement. Say, can you transform your looks into anything? I only ask because of the whole say. Kink that we could get out of it.
Tonks sent him a strange look as she checked herself over. Looking satisfied, she whipped her wand through the air a few times and summoned a large duffel bag to the kitchen table. Inside were robes and clothes in a range of different bland colors.
We infiltrate the bar, gather any information we can and take out our target when he leaves, Tonks said. Her voice had changed as well, become slower, duller. This way, there'll be minimal resistance and we can establish a persona in case we need to stake out the place later on. Now, all we need to do is to give you a disguise and... Tonks had glanced up and her worlds had trailed off. Standing before her was a stunning woman, tall, slender and dressed in white and silver robes. Silver eyes stared down at her imperiously, dark hair glinted with some kind of inner light and her very posture screamed of majesty. It was a haunting beauty, one that took Tonks' breath away as feelings of awe bombarded her mind. Potter. Tonks muttered in awe. Well, illusions are becoming one of my specialities, you know, the woman purred. She smiled at Tonks sensuously and stroked the aura on the arm, sending tingles of warmth up the older woman's spine. It's quite real, isn't it? She really is the most beautiful woman I've seen before, although she's not too happy that I can do this even if this is just a pale comparison of her true looks. It is, but that's not what I was going to say, Tonks said, breathing deeply. She closed her eyes and concentrated. When she opened them again, they were burning with anger. What I wanted to say was don't K around with my mind like that again. Oh. The woman uttered and smiled. The feelings bombarding Tonks suddenly stopped, although the woman's beauty didn't diminish at all. The woman took a step back, a mischievous smile crossing her face that Tonks could recognize as looking more on place on Harry rather than anybody else. You fought off the glamour. Not bad. Perhaps Dumbledore was right. Perhaps you're not totally incompetent as I thought you were. I am an Auror, Tonks replied stiffly, emphasizing her rank with a cold glare. I am trained to recognize external stimuli and on how to counter them. Now, drop that illusion and choose something more discreet. We don't want to draw any attention to ourselves and that is hardly inconspicuous. Man. The woman sighed, rolling her eyes. She disappeared silently, without a flash of glimmer or anything, and standing her place was Harry, who looked glum. You know, when I met you I thought you would be fun. I also thought you were why as hell. So far, you've only shown to me that you have great potential. What? Tonk asked, looking bewildered. She stopped, huffed and glared at him. Well, I'm sorry for disappointing your obviously high standards. But there's a time for playing and mucking about and there's time to be serious and get our work done. Smart people like me can mix the two, Harry grumbled. He flicked his wand, absently muttering incantations as he wove an incredibly complex illusion around himself. Tonks watched him, looking impressed. She knew of the charm that he was using, an incredibly difficult spell that only a few wizards and witches she knew could do. The illusion wrapped itself around the user like a second skin, moving as it moved to cover up the gaps that were commonly seen when wizards tried to pass themselves taller than they really were with lesser charms. It also needed quite a bit of power behind it, since it created something akin to a physical barrier to create the appearance of mass where there wasn't. A short wizard like Flitwick could use this charm to appear 4 times as tall as he was, and there would be no way to tell from casual touch to a point. Most wizards didn't bother trying to master this spell. Self-transfiguration and certain potions required a lot less effort and worked just as well. The fact that Harry could do something like that said a lot about his skills. Is this better? Harry asked Tonks when he was finished. His appearance had transformed to that of a middle-aged man with scruffy brown hair and a lean face. There was a cruel tilt to his chin and his eyes were filled with barely restrained malice. Harry just loved the irony of it, really. He had stolen the former Black Wizard's apartment, now he was stealing his face. "You look like a sociopath," Tonks said bluntly. "Then again, considering where we're visiting, that might be a good thing." "I am a sociopath," Harry muttered under his breath, drawing an odd glance from the Auror. "What was that?" Tonks asked as she led them out of the kitchen and towards the fireplace in the living room. "I said, nice ass," Harry said blandly. "Beep," Tonks snapped.
Damn proud of it too, Harry said with a grin. Less than an hour later, Harry found himself in one of the coolest pubs he had ever been in.
Granted, he could tick off the number of pubs he had been in on one hand, but this beat the others down with ease. He leaned back on his curse-burned chair, watching his surroundings with keen interest while his illusionary head remained bent down over his grimy pint of some foul-smelling alcohol. The walls were peeling with faded yellow paint, which said something about what went on here considering the number of preserving properties of magical paint. One possible source of the deterioration was the sheer amount of smoke that lingered in the air, creating a murky and, most importantly, revolting stench that lingered in the air. The origin of this smoke was just one man dressed in something that Harry first mistook as a pile of dirty rags. Harry's eyes briefly rested upon a well-endowed witch dressed in a 4-size too small robes and very little else as she wandered around the bar, handing out new rounds of drinks with a flirtatious smile and a large wink. He wondered if any of her riveted customers could see past the number of glamour charms that littered her true appearance a pox-faced, hunchbacked witch. "What a dump," Tonks muttered as she nursed her own drink, her eyes flickering around the bar. Harry would have reprimanded her for such stupid and noticeable behavior until he saw that she wasn't the only one doing it, everybody was. Even that heaving, fat wizard in the corner who was laughing too hard and spilling drink all over his robes let his squinty eyes travel around the room, as if he trusted nobody. "Yeah," Harry agreed, nodding despite that fact that Tonks wouldn't be able to see it past the grouchy illusion. "It's cool, isn't it?" "You are such a teenager, you know," Tonks said softly. Nonetheless, her bland features remained emotionless as she took a gulp of her drink. Harry suspected that her control over her face-changing abilities had given her some kind of control on how to suppress her facial emotions.
"Come on," Harry sighed, even as his illusionary head ducked in closer to Tonks. Tonks followed Harry's lead, and to the outsiders, it looked like they were conspiring together. "This is an authentic seedy bar. You don't see them around a lot."
"If I had my way, I'd burn the place down," Tonks muttered. Her lips were barely moving as she set her glass down, along with everybody inside it. "Good riddance, I'd say." "Random acts of violence," Harry said thoughtfully. "I like the idea already." "This place is a den of criminals, a real hotspot for dark wizards," Tonks said, eyes flickering to a lean, one-eyed wizard who was laughing boisterously at the tail of his smirking friend. "The department knows it. The owners of the pub knows that we know it. But we make believe we don't know, and the owners make believe that they believe that we don't know. But we all know. Everybody knows." "You're not drunk, are you?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow and glancing down at Tonks' glass. It was almost 3/4 empty.
"That's what this is for," Tonks said, brushing something on her robes near her neck. "Transfigures the alcohol into normal water. Not good to get drunk on a mission." Harry saw a weird little metal disc that sat under the collar of the shirt underneath her large, baggy brown robes. With his attention drawn to it, he could feel the tingle of magic running through it when she took another gulp, slamming her mug down on the table harder than it was necessary.
"If you guys all know about this place, why let it keep running?" Harry asked her as he motioned for the waitress to bring over another jug. Tonks remained silent until another jug of alcohol was placed on their table and picked it up with feigned shaky hands. Harry saw a few white pills drop out of the sleeves of her robes and into the jug and nodded in approval, his respect for the Auror going up another notch. Tonks poured herself another glass and took a swill of it. "Because it's useful," she said blandly. "The Aurors get a place to listen in on whenever they need to. The owners get protection from some of their legal obligations. The dark wizards get a central place where they know they can be relatively safe from the random spot checks that happen everywhere else. And they don't know that they're being watched? Harry asked. They look like they do. Oh, they do, Tonks said. Her face was emotionless, but Harry got the feeling as he stared into her eyes that she was grinning on the inside. But because of the lack of official security, a lot of stuff can go through here undetected. For them, it's sometimes worth the risk. Besides, only the best Auror undercover agents can remain undetected in here. I'm pretty sure they're all suspecting both of us at the moment. Really? Harry murmured. He had noticed the occasional glance and two that had been leveled at them, but there was nothing approaching an intense scrutiny that meant they were being carefully watched. You may be good with your wand, great with it even, Tonks started chidingly. What wand are we talking about here? Harry interrupted. His illusionary body grinned at her mischievously and Tonks narrowed her eyes. Like I was saying, Tonks continued. Skill with a wand means jack all in this type of setting. You may think that we're not being watched, but we are. I've seen all 5 of them, and they're ready to kill us if we prove to be Aurors. They might even do it as well, since we don't have any backup waiting for us. Well, that's easy to solve, Harry said cheerfully. We'll just have to show that we're not Aurors. How do we do that? Tonks questioned carefully. Easy, Harry said, a sly smirk crossing his face. I get up and act like myself. Harry ignored Tonks' startled face as he stepped away from his table and approached the bar. At the same time, a large burly wizard with arms as thick as tree trunks stepped away from the bar, a mug of fire whiskey in his hand. Harry wondered if his mother had been frisky with a troll or something, but decided that he would be a perfect target. In a scene so well choreographed that it looked like it had been rehearsed, Harry staggered back as if the other wizard had just pushed at him with his shoulder. At the same time, his leg came up and smacked into the burly wizard's shin. The other wizard lost his balance as his mug went flying, landing straight on Harry's illusionary chest. Had Harry been a normal wizard, even an Auror, then the illusion would have been disrupted to a certain point. However, with Messil guiding the flows of magic that kept the image in place, she was easily able to keep up with the new changes without any delay. To that end saw Harry, soaked in fire whiskey, glaring intently at the other wizard, who was glaring right back. What was that? Harry bellowed, gesturing at his shirt. UF. King, the man started, glaring at his empty mug in fury. It was all Harry needed. The man was cut off as Harry swung at him wildly, wearing a bloodthirsty grin as he smashed his empty mug on the other man's face. The larger man gave a gurgling cry of pain as the glass shattered on his cheek, tearing into skin. Blood dribbled from the lacerations as Harry kept up the surprise assault, shoving the man to the ground with a violent push and shoving his wand in his face. Do I need to use this? Harry whispered. His illusionary form was the perfect picture of a wizard standing in the abyss of madness, complete with the curled-up lip, the bared teeth and the crazed, wild look in his frantic eyes. The man was shaking with anger but reluctantly shook his head. Harry smirked and lowered his wand. Bending down, he plucked a large glass splinter out of the man's cheek, ignoring the snarls of pain, and gazed at it. Inwardly grimacing, Harry rang the tip of his tongue over the blood-covered shard and smiled as the tangy taste struck his tongue. Cowardice, fear, dread, terror, Harry whispered to the silent bar. You're not worth my time. Touch me again, though, and I'll kill you. All right? The man nodded slowly, muttering, psychopath, under his breath. Harry stood back, whipping his wand and repairing his mug with a single incantation. Ignoring everybody else, including a stony-looking Tonks, he strode to the bar, received his refill and moved to sit back down. That was stupid. Tonks hissed as Harry sidled down beside her, shooting the bloodied man intense looks of fury and maniac rage that only made him appear more of a psychopath. It worked, Harry said blandly, even as he kept up his disgruntled glare at the larger man. I'm a psychopath now. Besides, I drew attention to myself. Not exactly Auror behavior, is it? You need to. Tonk started to reprimand softly, before she went silent and started to gaze into her glass. Cocking her slightly to the right, she spoke softly to Harry. That's him. That's who we need to get. Harry kept his illusion hunched over his drink, moving his lips as if he were muttering something, while he turned his head and gazed at the alleged supporter of Voldemort. He wasn't an impressive man, a lanky, unshaven wizard with long, stringy dark hair and a set of greedy eyes. To Harry's amusement, he strode over the table where the larger man Harry had smashed up was sitting. "That's his contact," Tonks breathed in horror. "Potter, you're an idiot." Harry huffed, while Tonks scratched her head. His sharp eyes picked up the quick subtle movements of her fingers as she placed something behind her ear. He frowned, but shrugged and took another gulp of his fire whiskey, feeling the generous burning sensations warm up the pit of his stomach. He knew he didn't have to worry too much about getting drunk. After all, having a Fallen that could manipulate the very neurons in your brains provided some benefits. Unless she was being a bitch. Then you woke up on a beach in Hawaii in the middle of the night with a spread of cocktail glasses around you and a hangover that rivaled the Cruciatus curse. "So now what?" Harry asked a few moments later. "I can't hear them," Tonks said, frustration coloring her voice. "It's all static. Like I have bad reception or something." "Can we snatch him now?" Harry asked, rolling his eyes. He'd be the first to admit that he was starting to get bored. Sure, he didn't mind spending his time sitting on his ass, but he preferred to do it somewhere where he didn't have to worry about some random nobody putting a knife in his back or something. "We'll wait for him to leave," Tonks muttered. "Then we'll follow him out, nice and quiet." A few moments rolled into 10 minutes, all the while Harry was getting more and more irritated, to the point where the scowl plastered on his illusion's face was genuine. Just as he was about to snap at Tonks, their target shook the hands with the large, burly man in a business-like manner. "Looks like they're done," Tonks muttered. Harry said nothing, watching carefully as the larger man pulled out his wand and tapped his glass, narrowing his beady eyes in concentration. A flash of blue light seeped from the tip and both Harry and Tonks realized what was happening in an instant. "A portkey," the female Auror hissed. "Follow my lead," Harry barked, jumping up from the seat. His mind whirled with a dozen possibilities, finally settling on one as his feet struck the ground and his wand reached his hand. He leveled it at the surprised pair of criminals and allowed his illusion to sneer menacingly. "Crucio." A crack filled the air as a blast of dark crimson light flashed once, slamming into the man and propelling him from his seat. Shrieks and startled yells filled the air as the burly man, his eyes widening, grasped the completely portkey and disappeared. Harry stalked forward, his wand darting forward and slicing into one of the wizards who tried to stop him. The bar was in madness, several of the patrons promptly disapparating on the spot or fleeing for the doors. A few tried to stop him, but most saw no need as Harry strolled over to the fallen man and grinned down at him. "Who are?" the man started, before a color flash of light blasted his consciousness into oblivion. Harry hauled him up and grabbed a startled Tonks' arm as she ran towards them. From what he knew about the Ministry detection systems, he knew he only had a few more seconds, so he faced the rest of the bar with a terrible glare on his illusionary face. "Remember this!" Harry yelled out in a voice different from his own. "This is what happens to those who dare oppose the Dark Lord, remember." And with that overly dramatic statement, Harry, his arms around Tonks and the prisoner, turned on his heels and disapparated with a sharp crack, just as the first of the Aurors burst through the door in a whirl of crimson cloaks. "What the hell were you doing?" was the first thing Tonks bellowed as they appeared in the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place. She snatched her arm away from Harry, glaring at him angrily. Harry ignored the overly loud Auror as he dropped the unconscious man, who landed on the ground with a loud thud, and walked over to the kitchen sink. Tonks watched, her disguise gone as she morphed back into her original, or so Harry thought, self. There was no hiding the incredible amount of anger that the other Auror was feeling. "You're East's look say. Why as hell when you breathe as hard as that," Harry complimented, flashing a grin at her. He turned back to the drawers, opening them and pulling out the occasional utensil. "I should piss you off more often." "You used an unforgivable curse," Tonks said, breathing deeply. "You used one of the most illegal curse in the history of the Ministry of Magic in front of an Auror, a witch who is legally obliged to stop you." "I did, didn't I?" Harry asked absently, gazing at a large prong-ended instrument. An unbidden thought came to mind and Harry grimaced, dropping the kitchen utensil back in the drawer. "For my sake, I'm not going to use that." "What are you doing?" Tonks asked. Her nostrils were flaring with the effort of suppressing her anger, but she was clearly curious as to what he was up to. Why do you need all of those? Interrogation. Harry answered her blankly. He flicked his wand and the man's unconscious body floated behind him as he stomped up the stairs. He ducked his head into one of the many doors and surveyed it, making sure that it seemed disused and abandoned. It wouldn't do for somebody to try to break in when he was working. Footsteps pounded after him and Tonks burst into the room, her bubblegum pink hair framing her wild eyes. Interrogation. She practically shrieked. Well, I probably won't use most of them, Harry admitted. But it's all about appearance. He's gotta believe that I will. Trust me, I've done this before. You what is? Tonks was stuttering her words now, looking horrified. Why do you think I'm here, nymphomaniac Tonks? Harry asked her. A cold smile curved his lips when she stayed silent, staring at him if she had never seen him before. Dumbledore picked me for this because he didn't want to dirty your hands. Don't call me, Tonks started. She paused and glowered at him furiously. Ha-f. King Ha. Like I haven't heard that one before, Potter. Besides, Dumbledore would never. Dumbledore already has, Harry interrupted grimly. Tonks' mouth closed with a snap as he continued. Don't mistake the man for the paragon of virtue. He's determined to win this war, which means unleashing his most powerful weapon. Me. You'll really do it, won't you? Tonks whispered softly. Well, I suppose I could use truth potions, but I don't have any on me at the moment and they're not foolproof, Harry said blandly. So we'll do this the old-fashioned way, physical torture. You Dumbledore? Really? Tonks stuttered out. It was a fair cry from her normal confident self and Harry wasn't impressed. Stop blubbering, you little twit, he snapped coldly, making Tonks start. This is the beginning of a war. He said, gesturing at the unconscious man floating beside him, is the enemy. He has information I need and I will get it from him. How? Tonks asked, her voice barely a whisper. By using this, Harry deadpanned, holding up a silver tablespoon. Tonks stared at the gleaming spoon. People under physical duress will say anything to avoid it, she quoted from somewhere. Nah, that won't work, Harry said, grinning. He took Tonks by the hand, one of his fingers extending up to the wrist and the rest pressing her fingers together firmly. Tell a lie. What? Tell me a lie, Harry urged her, go on. You're a decent human being, Tonks said, pinning Harry with a pointed look. Your blood pressure went up, Harry said instantly. He frowned. There's increased activity in the glands that produce sweat as well. There's increased electrical activity in your nervous system, a common sign of stress. Hell, I can even tell that certain part of your brain's activated for a split second just as you were creating that lie. He dropped her hand, smiling coldly. He won't be able to get a lie past me. All I need to do is to motivate him to tell the truth. Harry turned back to the man and paused, while Tonks stood rigid behind him. If you want to stay, stay. But this will probably become messy and there'll be a lot of screaming and blood and all that crap. If you can't take that, then you should probably go. Tonks looked conflicted, her conscience warring with the harsh reality of the situation. Harry, with his back turned to her, didn't see what she did, but a moment later the door closed quietly behind him. Harry stared back at the door thoughtfully, his green eyes narrowed in though. Then, with a sigh, he waved his wand and revived the man from his spell-induced coma. Aurors these days are a bunch of wimps, he grumbled to himself as the man's eyes shot open. Who are you? Was the first thing out of his mouth. His panicked voice filled the room as he twisted and flailed under the invisible bonds surrounding him. Where am I? What's going on? Why am I here? Well, my name is... Harry paused and dropped the illusion charm surrounding him, allowing his true face to show itself. My name is Harry Potter. You're in the headquarters to the Order of Phoenix. You were kidnapped because Dumbledore thinks that you have information about Death Eaters, something about an enclave or something. I'm innocent. The man screamed and Harry winced. He flicked his wand and a flash of blue shot around the room, seeping into the walls and producing a soundproof barrier between that room and the rest of the house. Well, that beeps, Harry said blandly. I guess I'll have to kill you now. What? The man practically squealed, stark terror on his face. If you're innocent, then you know nothing, Harry explained, rolling his eyes and sounding like he was explaining something to a particularly stupid child. And if you know nothing, you're not useful. If you're not useful, then you don't need to live. You can't, the man whimpered. I can, Harry said gleefully, and dark fire flashed behind his emerald eyes. A slow, languid smile crossed his face as he bent down. Here's the thing. You're a dead man now. You can die quickly and painlessly, or I can rip your fingers and toes off one by one until you tell me what I want to know. The only hope you have left is if you impress me with your lack of loyalty and tell me everything you know. After that, I might let the Aurors deal with you. That's fair, right? The man gulped and shivered, his face screwed up in terror. A moment later Harry was hit by a pungent smell of fresh urine and glanced down at the man's robes, seeing a newly spreading wet patch. He grimaced and backed away from him, looking disgusted. I guess we'll start with the wand work for now, he muttered. He raised his wand. Here's one of my favorites, Crucio. It was in the early hours of the morning when Harry finally exited the small bedroom, the sun peeking up from the horizon through the blood-splattered window. There were a few members of the Order of Phoenix down in the dreary kitchen who had arrived for an early breakfast. Sirius was one, the shaggy-haired man looking bored and disgruntled as he chewed on his food. Sitting next to him was Arthur Weasley, the mild-mannered man, smiling gratefully at his plump wife as she bustled around the kitchen, using her wand to direct the frying pan at one moment and squeezing fresh orange juice with a handy charm the next. At the other end of the table sat a tall, dark-skinned man with a solemn expression. He was clad in the robes of an Auror but didn't seem too concerned that a wanted convict was sitting 2 seats down from him. Sitting next to him was Nymphadora Tonks. Unlike the rest of her fellow Order members, Tonks wore a downcast expression and fiddled around with the food on her plate with a fork. Her brows were furrowed and she seemed to be contemplating something very deeply, her vacant eyes staring at nothing in particular. This was the scene that greeted Harry as he strode in. Eyes swung to meet him as Harry gave them a half-hearted wave. Sometime during the night, Harry had removed his charmed black jacket, and it hung over his shoulder casually. His hair was ruffled, his eyes bloodshot and his grin a tad on the obnoxious side. All in all, it almost made him look like the picture-perfect rebellious teenager. Almost. The blood dripping from his hands probably wasn't part of the standard teenager act. Morning, weaklings, Harry greeted cheerfully, if tiredly. He ignored the stares he was receiving as he wandered over to the kitchen sink, walking past a paling and flabbergasted Molly Weasley. As he washed his hands under the tap, thick crimson rivets swirling in the basin, Molly exchanged glances with Arthur and approached him. Are you all right, Harry? She asked cautiously. Before he could say anything, Tonks snorted. When the plump red-haired woman turned to her in confusion, the shape-shifting witch merely smiled bitterly. Harry turned, noting that Tonks' hair had turned a rather dull shade of brown. Don't worry, Molly, Tonks said with a brittle smile, it's not his blood. What do you mean? Molly asked confusedly. The rest of the table seemed to get it though. The dark-skinned Auror stared at Harry with mild alarm, his muscles tensing beneath his robes. Sirius started in surprise, literally jerking his spoon over his boiled egg and smashing the egg to pieces. Arthur merely stared up at Harry with sadness, a mildly reproaching and sympathetic expression on his face. So, Harry stared cheerfully. Is Dumbledore in? I got some information that he might want. He's in the other room, the dark-skinned man rumbled in his deep baritone. He started to stand, as if to lead Harry to the aged headmaster, but Tonks placed a hand on his shoulder. No, Kingsley, I'll do it, she interrupted. She gazed at Harry, her expression indeterminable behind those dark orbs. I want to see what I was a part of last night.
Please, you give yourself too much credit, nymphomaniac Tonks, Harry responded with a shrug. He smiled cockily at Tonks' stormy expression, grinning when Sirius choked on his porridge and gazed up at him.
Nymphomaniac, now that's a hoot. The ex-convict snorted, not looking at all perturbed by Tonks' glare. He suddenly yelped, clutching his leg under the table and glaring at the female Auror angrily. Come on, Harry, Tonks said, rising from her seat and giving Sirius a disdainful stare. I'll take you to the headmaster. With one last derisive sneer to the rest of the Order of Phoenix, after all, he did have to keep up appearances. Harry followed Tonks out of the kitchen. The older woman was silent, her posture tense, which indicated that she might be stressed. Harry decided to share his opinion with the Auror by telling her exactly that.
You seem stressed, Harry noted. I'm surprised you noticed, Tonks responded snippily, glancing back at Harry.
I was checking out your ass and noticed all your muscles are taut, Harry admitted honestly. Nice ass, by the way. Can you do that shape-changing thing with your whole body? I thought it just might have been your face. I'm a metamorphagus, Tonks replied stiffly. We can change our physical appearance at will, without using potions or charms. It makes us great undercover agents, since there's no way to detect us. That is so cool, Harry exclaimed. He paused in his step, halfway down one of the damp hallways of Grimmauld Place, and his eyes widened. Oh, I just had a great idea. I'm not sleeping with you, Tonks deadpanned, and I've heard them all before. Ah, shit, Harry grumbled. The two climbed the stairs in silence, Harry marveling at the opportunities the woman in front of him presented. Normally, he wasn't the type to lust after a woman, considering he had nothing short of the ultimate wet dream living in his head. But Tonks' abilities were just that awesome to him, anyway. Or maybe it was hormones? He was a growing boy, after all. I wonder if my dick's gotten bigger, Harry mused to himself softly. What? Tonks asked, looking at Harry strangely. I said I wonder what Dumbledore's doing, the nigger. Harry fumbled quickly. He paused and shook his head. Ooh, that's low even for me. Do I really want to be part of the minority-based hate groups that exclude people merely on the basis of skin color? Do I really want to talk about this kind of bullshit every day? What to do? There was an awkward pause as Tonks stared at Harry carefully. Finally, she shook her head in disgust and continued the walk to the little room Dumbledore had cornered off as his study. I wouldn't say that in front of Kingsley, she remarked casually. Let him try, Harry snorted. I'll beat his black ass from here back to Africa. I didn't know you were such a racist, Tonks said sweetly, but Harry could detect the dangerous undertone in her voice. Racism this week, say. Dotism next week, specism the week after. I have a tight schedule, Harry explained. He scratched his head and grinned. It's hard work to insult every single possible minority group, but somebody has to do it. Tonks made something that might have been a snort of amusement. And to answer your question, I think Dumbledore's writing some letters to the Ministry, she added. Probably writing it in Aramaic, Harry muttered. What are you talking about? Tonks asked, rolling her eyes as she came to a stop in front of a simple wooden door. Harry could feel the power of the wards on it and knew that it must be Dumbledore's work out of this Phoenix Club. Only he had the power to generate those kinds of spells. Aramaic. It's an ancient language, Harry said. You know, because Dumbledore's so old? I bet he'll have it delivered by a Roman centurion. Tonks merely stared at him. Dumbledore's first car was a chariot, Harry continued, a grin playing at his lips. Dumbledore called his first wife Hun, because she was one. Dumbledore's first Christmas was the first Christmas. Tonks' lips were twitching in something that might have been a weak smile, but overall she remained impassive. Dumbledore's hobbies include eating, sleeping and evolution. Dumbledore likes to take long walks on the beach after crawling out of the ocean and growing legs. Dumbledore's birthstone is lava. Harry shot at her, one line after the other. Finally, the Big Bang. He paused and frowned. Well, I don't have anything for that yet, but I know it's there. You are horrible, Tonks concluded, but managed a weak smile while doing so. Horrible, yet handsome and amusing, Harry added. His face took on a thoughtful look and he appraised Tonks carefully. Hey, do you know what would really look good on you?
A bikini, Tonks guessed sarcastically. No, me, Harry retorted. We should go out sometime.
If you two are quite done, an amused and wizened voice interrupted before Tonks could reply to that horribly worded pickup line. Tonks jumped and Harry blinked. They turned to the study door to see it open, with Albus Dumbledore standing at the doorway. His light blue eyes were twinkling merrily and he stood aside, wordlessly gesturing for Tonks and Harry to enter. Dumbledore, Harry greeted lazily as he entered the study. The room seemed a lot bigger on the inside than it did on the outside. A large bookshelf dwarfed over them, full of thick tomes that, judging by the layer of dust over them, hadn't been disturbed in quite some time. A writing desk lay in the corner, a half-written piece of parchment lying on top of several finished scrolls. Harry leant against the wall as Dumbledore closed the door, unconcerned with decorum, while Tonks stiffened and stood at attention, as soldier would in front of a superior officer. "Good morning, Harry and Nymphadora," Dumbledore greeted, strolling through the room and pressing his half-moon glasses up on his overly crooked nose. "Ha! He said my name first," Harry muttered, nudging Tonks in the ribs. "Oh, grow up," the Auror hissed at him, remaining rigid. "Not if I can help it," Harry said with a snort. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small notebook. With a casual throw, he tossed it over to Dumbledore. The elderly wizard moved a lot faster than somebody his age had the right to, snatching the book out of the air and examining closely. "My notes from last night," Harry clarified. He looked very pleased with himself. "Me and Joseph had a good old talk about things over a nice cup of boiling lead. After some good old-fashioned male bonding, he was quite happy to tell me everything I wanted. Then I tortured him some more for lying to me. It was fun." Dumbledore stood still. A shuddered breath escaped his lips and his eyes half closed in sudden sadness, the twinkle reduced to a dull stare. For a moment, he looked truly old and broken. Tonks shifted forward, her face full of concern despite whatever feelings she had on the matter. But Dumbledore waved her away and slowly sat back down in his chair. Harry could have sworn he heard the bones creaking all the way over the other side of the room. "I see," Dumbledore said, fingering the notepad absently. All good humor from the room had vanished well, on the part of the headmaster and Tonks at least. Harry was still grinning happily and feeling inordinately pleased. That said, Harry was also wearing a blood-soaked shirt, which Dumbledore was eyeing in horrified askance. "Is it true?" Tonks demanded. "Did you order Harry to torture that man?" "Yes," Dumbledore admitted solemnly. Tonks' sudden intake of breath was drowned out by Harry's loud derisive chuckle. "Please," the Denarian said lazily. "I only take orders from one person and even then it's a touch-and-go thing, and let me tell you, you're not her. For one, you don't have B.Easts, and those are necessary to get me to do half the stuff I'm meant to."
Why? Tonks asked in a near whisper, and the mere sound of her broken voice was enough to make Dumbledore unconsciously flinch. "Why did you make Harry torture him?" "Because it had to be done," Dumbledore replied softly. He pressed his fingers together and heaved a great sigh, looking old and tired. "We needed the information. I will not allow hesitation to weaken our resolve. I did so in Lord Voldemort's first uprising, and was it not for a twist of fate, he would have won." "But," Tonks protested. "Oi, shut up," Harry broke in before she could finish. He was feeling quite annoyed all of a sudden. He glared at the wide-eyed Auror and sneered at her. "The old man's finally grown some balls and has taken this little war seriously, and you wanna come in and wreck it for him? Come on, he's a wimp. If you change his mind now, he'll never go back. How could you do it?" Tonks snapped at him. Her eyes were suspiciously bright, and it looked like a part of her perfect world had just come down crashing around her. "How could you torture somebody like that?" "Oh, that's easy," Harry shrugged. He stared Tonks straight in the eye and smiled. "I'm a monster, Tonks." Dumbledore sat there silently as Tonks gaped at him, at the words that he had just so casually thrown into her face. "What?" she uttered in confusion. "I'm a monster," Harry repeated. "I'm selfish, lazy and self-absorbed. I care for nobody apart from myself. I'm a mean, vicious bastard as well, who has absolutely no sense of empathy towards his fellow man. I tortured that man because he had something I wanted, and what I want I take. He was nobody, a nothing. I will torture 1,000 more like him in my lifetime, and I'll never lose any sleep over it. So this is the price of a better world, a world of peace and freedom," Tonks said bitterly. "Oh, you stupid girl," Harry said, but there was something like fondness in his voice. "I don't belong in that world you dream of. I don't fight for peace and freedom. I fight because Voldemort cut me up, blew up my house and totally ruined my silk sheets." While I would disagree on the validity of several of Harry's self-listed qualities, there are some points where he is correct in his assessment, Dumbledore said quietly. He stood up and walked over to a still Tonks, placing his gnarled hands on her shoulders. She gazed up at him, like a child would to a beloved grandfather. "I was there at your birth. I was there at your christening. I was there for your 5th birthday, Where you chased after a garden gnome with a broomstick while wearing nothing at all. I was there when you were sorted. I saw your first key. Although I dare say that you remember that embarrassing incident quite better than I do. I was there when you graduated as a fine, young witch and when you joined the Auror Corp to protect the magical world that you so loved. Tonks was silent. You asked why requested that Harry do whatever it took to get the information we needed, up to and including physical coercion, Dumbledore continued. He stroked the Auror's head fondly. Tell me, Nymphadora, how could I ask this of you? Of the three of us, you are the most innocent. I would like it to remain that way, and if that means that a self-proclaimed monster must bloody his hands, then so be it. Harry couldn't see Tonks' face but he heard a sniffle and rolled his eyes. That was it. He had had enough of this emotional revelations crap. With a not-so-subtle clearing of his throat, Harry met Dumbledore's wise blue eyes. So, I've got things I need to do, he said. He yawned and scratched his head. I'm outta here. Call me when you need me to bloody my hands. Do not forget that we have a scheduled meeting at Hogwarts tomorrow, Dumbledore said quietly. I will see you at noon, if you do not mind. What? Oh, right, that, Harry said with sudden clarification. He frowned. Wait, what day is this? I came back on the Friday night, Saturday with the apartment, Saturday night with the mission, Sunday morning with the torture, Sunday now with you. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I have a great many things to teach you, Harry, and limited time frame, Dumbledore said gravely. Don't be late. Yeah, Harry dismissed with a bored yawn. He strolled from the room, departing with a lazy wave of his hand. Later, you wrinkled grapefruit of a wizard. Later, nymphomaniac Tonks. Say, do you know what would make you feel better? What? Tonks asked quietly, turning her head and staring at Harry dully. Hot, passionate, sweaty say. Harry said and grinned. We should go out sometime, no. Tonks picked up a book and hurled it at him. Harry ducked behind the door and the book slammed into wood, bouncing off onto the ground. The loud thud coincided with Harry's loud, obnoxious laughter and Tonks gritted her teeth. He's right about something, she muttered. He is a mean little bastard. Well, that went well, Harry remarked to nobody in particular as he climbed the stairs to his cheap and damp apartment. An old woman, decked in her shopping clothes complete with bags, stared at him strangely and moved to the other side of the stairwell as Harry strolled past her. Harry was tempted to give her a little push but restrained himself. It wouldn't do to bring unwanted attention to his new place of residence. Besides, picking on the elderly was like poking a two-legged dog with a stick, something that Harry knew was extremely amusing from past experience. A pair of arms draped themselves around his neck as his climbed past the third floor, long strands of hair brushing over his face as their owner's voice whispered into Harry's ear. Your aims were achieved, Messiel said silkily. You affirmed that you well stand against Lord Voldemort, consolidated your position in the Order of Phoenix and say, you ally harassed a poor, unsuspecting Auror. All in all, I would say that it was a productive night. My, you're not jealous, are you? Harry asked with the formation of a lecherous grin. The rational part of his mind told him that it wasn't possible for a woman to hold onto his shoulders as he was climbing a set of stairs like this, but Harry promptly told it to shut up. Messiel's manipulation of his perception very rarely concerned itself with the logical, much to Harry's delight and disappointment. Wouldn't it be logical for a seductive fallen angel to do the deed, so to speak, and secure Harry's mostly blind allegiance? If Harry didn't love the fallen so much, he might have pointed this out to her. Ah, hell, she could probably take a joke. No, my little beloved human, Messiel broke into his thoughts, her melodious voice washing over his mind. Reading my thoughts is cheating, Messiel, Harry grumbled, but couldn't stop the smile that tugged at his lips as Messiel laughed delicately in his ear. He reached his apartment door, glanced around and then tapped his wand on the handle. Hellfire flashed from the faded runes that had been carved into the stick of holly, a red-crimson light illuminating the damp, darkened hallway around him. Layers of defensive wards, the nasty kind that caused intruding wizards and witches to grow a second head, which would promptly start eating the first, fell away and the lock clicked once. Harry moved to open the door but paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob. His entire body was rigid as the supernatural senses granted to him by Messiel started blaring in alarm. Somebody had been here not too long, somebody with some faint vestiges of power around them. Harry narrowed his eyes in thought as he tried to identify what he was sensing. He suddenly sighed as it hit him and rolled his eyes. Stupid bastards, he muttered as he opened the door. I hope they got zapped. Harry stepped inside his apartment and threw his jacket across the room, which landed on the small, grimy table in the corner of the room. Something crunched under his foot and Harry stared down, seeing a plain manila folder. I guess that's what those sanctimonious pricks wanted, Harry said, bending down to pick up the folder. Maybe they agree with me after all. Give me what I need and I'll kill the fallen bastards for them. No offense, Messiel. None taken. He idly flipped through it as he made his way to the kitchen. He may have been able to pick up a few sentences here and then with a cursory glance, but Messiel had memorized the entire document in an instant. Something radiated from her, a blast of anticipation and vengeful longing that made Harry stumble in his step. He grimaced and rubbed his head, ignoring the addictive and pleasurable side effects of the hellfire that flooded through his veins with well-practiced ease. Good news or bad news? Harry asked Riley as he reached into the cupboard for some of the groceries he bought yesterday. It all depends, really, Messiel answered quietly. She appeared in the room, sitting down on one of the battered wooden chairs by the kitchen table as if it were a throne. She stared down at Harry imperiously, darkness flickering in her silvery orbs. The Knights of the Cross have given us some useful, albeit minor, headway into my quest for vengeance, the location of a company owned by one of the three I must destroy. Our quest, Harry corrected as he made himself some canned fruit salad. I'm the one who's slugging the spells around. Remember that. Our quest, Messiel corrected with a polite bow of her head. She was silent as Harry picked up his bowl, walked over to the table and promptly sat in her lap. For a moment, the Denarian knight felt his ass hit solid wood as Messiel's surprise at his sudden actions delayed her speeds. But less than a second later, Messiel had manipulated the appropriate parts of his perception and suddenly Harry was sitting in her lap, casually eating his breakfast. You're very clingy, and annoying, much like a stray cat really, Messiel remarked. Harry felt her hands rustle in his hair. A very dirty stray cat. I thought I had taught my host better than this. If we are going to torture and battle our foes, we must look exceptionally beautiful while doing so. Harry could feel her chest on his back and grinned, knowing Messiel could see it. And you call me a narcissist, he snickered. No I don't, Messiel disagreed and Harry paused. Ah, well, you know what I mean, Harry said with a light shrug. Besides, I'm content in the knowledge that your beasts are pressed against my back and my ass is rubbing your crotch. Such a crude boy, Messiel said lazily, affectionately tussling at his hair. As I was saying, it is details of a small business owned by a company that is owned by the Denarian Polonius Lartessa. She uses it to deliver weaponry to various dictators and warmongers around the world. Of the many civil wars, riots and totalitarian regimes from the past 1,000 years, you can be sure that Lartessa had a hand in half of them in one way or another. Chaos, blood, destruction, human misery, yada yada yada. Sounds like the Blackened Order of Denarius, Harry commented, his mouth half full of fruit. He swallowed and frowned. I really need to buy some better food. We used to have great dinners together, remember that Messiel? Oh, quite, Messiel said lightly. But her tone darkened as she continued. Lartessa, although she goes by Tessa, these days was the wife of an old friend of yours, and the mother of another old friend. Nicodemus and Deirdre, Harry supplied. I'm not totally brain dead, you know. I do remember a lot of the stuff you tell me. Well, some of it. The stuff that concerns your enemies, at least. Tessa is the next in line to become the leader of the Blackened Order. She's a powerful sorceress, capable of many powerful evocation spells, blah blah blah. Evocation, I haven't really thought about true magic for a while. Do not take her lightly, Messiel warned, and the tugging on his hair became slightly painful, making Harry grimace. She is just as powerful as Vesper, more so, even. The only reason she did not rule after the death of Nicodemus was because she lacked the patience to deal with the more subtle inclinations the order needed and because she lacked the status that Vesper held. Being one of those, what do you call it, a Denarian lord? Harry asked. Yes, Messiel answered. Suddenly she was sitting on the other side of the table before him, although Harry's seat on her lap didn't feel any different, nor did her habitual toying with his hair. It must be good having the multitasking capabilities of, well, a lesser god. I am the last true Denarian lord, Messiel told him, and her silver eyes burned with a corona of flaring light, bright enough to make Harry wince and shield his eyes. If there was one thing Messiel loved, and Harry too, it was theatrics. Andriel and his host, Nicodemus, have fallen before my might. My might? You mean, Harry mumbled, but he was ignored. As has that traitorous infidel, Vesper, Messiel continued, ignoring Harry. I am the last of the lords now, for the moment, at least. I shall reap my vengeance across the blackened order of Denarius for the sins they committed against me. Their slights will be repaid tenfold, their bodies bathed in the power of my hellfire more potent than all of the combined. While we're out doing that, can we stop off at a supermarket? Harry asked, frowning down at his food. I'm still hungry and this seriously beeps. Messiel sighed and stared at Harry reproachfully, the light in her eyes dimming into her normal silver. Work with me here, my beloved, she said exasperatedly. Sure, Harry nodded. Revenge and killing and traitors and burning, it all sounds good. We shall start tonight, at Matheson & Co. Shipping, Messiel declared. We shall root out our enemies and burn them. Cool, Harry supplied helpfully. Well, not really. I suppose it'll be hot, with the burning and that. Just get some rest, Messiel sighed. You may need it for tonight. Okay, Harry agreed, dropping down his spoon and yawning. He moved towards the bedroom, with the mattress that smelled like old beer, despite Harry's best charm work, and paused. Yeah. Going to join me? No. Ouch. I have to say, I'm disappointed, Harry remarked sourly later that night. I was expecting a well-guarded fortress with demons and vampires and dark wizards and legions upon legions of nameless minions for me to slaughter. But all I've got is a couple of security guards too hyped up on caffeine to pay attention. He was standing outside a small building, wearing an expression of annoyance and generally glaring at nothing in particular. With a flick of his wand, the door to the office clicked open and Harry walked inside. You'll have to forgive me, Messiel said dryly, her pristine form appearing next to Harry. Next time, I'll be sure to send you to battle on the 14th level of Hell. The residents there are particularly grouchy. Hell has a 14th level? Harry asked with raised eyebrows. Didn't Dante only journey to 9 or something? Messiel smiled at him, looking more condescending than amused. What would mortals know about the mechanics of hell? Messiel laughed lightly. Really, it was the Chinese and their concept of DU that is the closest to truly understanding hell, and even then it is limited. Cheap plastic goods, crappy electronics and hell, Harry muttered. Another thing to thanks the Chinese for, I guess. I do admire your dedication and devotion in insulting every racial group in existence, but perhaps we should focus on the task at hand, Messiel said, sounding amused. There was a glowing smile on her face as she gestured at the large stack of file cabinets around them. Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead. That's just great, he muttered. Then again, I am a wizard, aren't I? He pulled out his wand and gave it a short, sharp flick. A few brightly glowing sparks shot from the tip, but they became lost in a literal whirlwind as the drawers of every single cabinet shot open with a colossal bang. With another wave of his wand, the air was suddenly full of massive amounts of paperwork. It swirled around in a giant twister of white, black and the occasional graph or two. Harry directed it with his wand, ignoring the loud crash when the desk was turned over or when the paperwork smashed one of the windows. Ready, Harry called out and Messiel's illusion nodded, fading away into nothing. Carefully, Harry brought the twister of papers just in front of him and slowed it down. Focusing, he allowed Messiel's presence to dominate his eyesight, blistering hellfire almost scorching the flesh. Harry knew that if he were to look into a mirror at the moment, his eyes would be wreathed in an unholy flame. It made him look kinda cool. Harry waved his wand and it began. The twister of paper veered to the other end of the room and a flurry of wind. Forming a queue of sorts, the paper column, directed by Harry's wand, shot towards Harry, missing his head by mere centimeters and flashing past his eye. As this happened, Messiel took in every single word on the page, memorized the document and analyzed the information. The paper continued to shoot by, thousands of sheets slamming into the wall and falling to the ground, discarded. In a matter of seconds, Messiel had memorized and analyzed hundreds of documents, linking all of the information together and determining what was relevant or not. Even before the last piece of scrunched-up paper had floated to the ground as Harry lowered his wand, Messiel had already deciphered what she wanted to know. Judging by the irritation that was emanating from her, Harry deduced that whatever Messiel was looking for, it wasn't there. Any luck? Harry asked cheerfully, glancing at the massive amounts of paperwork on the floor and wondering if his fallen companion would mind if he set it on fire. Some. Messiel's voice washed over his ear as she appeared before him, a faint look of annoyance on her beautiful features. She absently flicked her long, dark hair over her shoulder and Harry knew she was thinking carefully. Messiel always tended to revert to human gestures when she was distracted, even the small, habitual ones like that. It always made Harry wonder because it wasn't like that the hair was even there in the first place. But, he supposed that was the complexity of the illusions Messiel was capable of producing. If I compare the information that the Knights of the Cross provided for us with ship dossiers, cargo lists, employer deployment and supply requests, I am able to find some significant correlations in the data that may suggest that Lartessa is out of the country, Messiel reported, her tone quite clinical and dry. Where? Harry asked. Chechnya is a strong possibility, Messiel answered and smiled coolly. Lartessa and her fallen, Amariel, always did take a short-term view on things. They will always choose the path that led to the most chaos in the least amount of time. That region only needs a single spark to start yet another round of fighting. Well, what do you? Harry began, but paused. He spun around, just as two security guards burst into the devastated office, their handguns pulled out and their eyes wide. Hold it! One of them screamed, a thin man with short cropped hair. What the hell happened here? Demanded the other, an overweight man with beady little eyes. I can explain, Harry said weakly. He put his hands up very slowly, his wand suddenly disappearing down his sleeve, and took a step towards them. It was. He stopped, glancing over their shoulder, and allowed his eyes to widen with true panic and fear. Get down. He's got a gun. He shouted at the two guards, sheer panic coloring his tone. Perhaps it was his hasty acting abilities that convinced them, or perhaps it was merely a reflex action brought on by years of experience. Nonetheless, the two guards automatically ducked and began to spin around. At the same time, Harry surged forward, a butterfly knife appearing in his hands. With a quick, vicious movement, Harry jammed the knife into the thin guard's neck and dragged it across in a classic execution move. A split second later, the knife came out and Harry shoved it through the other man's neck, driving it through the base of the guard's spine. The two bodies dropped to the ground, blood pooling from the first, and Harry stood up, looking disgusted. Man, what amateurs, he muttered. Sighing, he summoned the knife into his hand with his wand and pulled out a small object from his coat. Well, looks like we have no choice. We'll have to burn it. He tapped his wand on the small object and enlarged it, revealing itself to be a petrol tank full to the brim. Another wave of his wand saw the petrol being sprayed all over the room. We better do this the old-fashioned way, Harry told Messiel cheerfully. Can't have them tracing our magic and knowing that we're coming for them, can we? Oh, and on that note. Harry stopped here, concentrating very carefully as he forced down his not-so-subtle approach. His wand glowed with an ominous light as Harry essentially layered the remains of his magical signature with something akin to magical gasoline. When this office burned down, his magical signature would go with it. You're just happy that you get to burn something, Messiel said with a sigh. I hope you are aware that you're a pyromaniac. It's been ages since I set something on fire, Harry agreed, nodding happily as the last of the petrol. It's been 3 days, Messiel said with a puzzled frown. Exactly. Harry grinned and pulled out a small lighter. He flicked it and watched the flame spark from the tip. He glanced down at the bodies of the two guards before him and shrugged. Sorry guys. I couldn't let you pass on my description and this is the best way to make sure that this doesn't happen. He dropped the lighter. Boom. Deep in the wilderness of the British Isles, rumored to be located somewhere deep in the ancient forests of Scotland, stood a great, gleaming castle of incredible magic. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was a learning center of magic, and had been so for over 1,000 years. The four greatest witches and wizards of that time had built Hogwarts, brick by brick, at the bequest of an ancient and powerful wizard. One of the reasons why Hogwarts had stood against time and resisted all attempts at destruction was that the ancient castle was, in a sense, alive. It was common knowledge to most wizards, wand-wielding or otherwise, that magic was most present in life. There were darker areas where those seeking power through more unscrupulous means could attempt to harness the awesome power that was death, but even then that power only came into fruition when merged and conflicted with some semblance of life. Through methods long forgotten by modern wizards, the four founders of Hogwarts had imbued the very stones of Hogwarts with an enchantment that essentially mimicked life. This allowed for a greater magical retention rate for the permanent features, such as defensive wards and the like, and increased resistance of magical damage, which had been especially useful given the sheer amount of pranksters that Hogwarts managed to produce, to the point where Zonkos was one of the top 5 selling business in the wizarding world, and a complete immunity to the long-lasting damage of magical wear and tear that usually happened with inanimate objects. While some of the headmasters liked to propose that Hogwarts had developed a conscience of sorts, they were usually trying to add to the mystique of the school rather than present any solid magical facts. Still, Hogwarts' unique architecture did have some drawbacks. The sheer amount of magic that pumped through the stones led to some odd fluctuations throughout the old building. For reasons too complicated for the average wizard to understand, this meant that occasionally the staircases would move, doors would become walls, walls would become windows, and windows would become some kind of glowing green algae that Albus Dumbledore quite enjoyed on toast. It also meant that when a student showed up late to class, their incredulous claims of a staircase leading them to a giant room full of chamber pots was probably correct. It still didn't stop the professors from handing out detentions. "I don't see how it was my fault," a lanky, gangly and awkward-looking teenager complained loudly. His red hair clashed horrible with maroon jumper was wearing, but this Weasley had long ago reconciled with the fact that he would look horrible in anything his mother made for him, so he may as well take it like a man, a whinging, whining and complaining man, but a man nonetheless. "If you hadn't been as late then perhaps Professor McGonagall wouldn't have been as harsh on you," lectured a stern-looking teenager witch. Curly brown hair fell to her shoulders, covering part of her ever-growing bust, and narrow dark eyes stared out from behind a forehead permanently marred with frown marks. The third of the group sighed. "Hermione, it's not his fault that the staircases moved on him," the witch said, looking like she interceded in these types of arguments quite often. "Ron, stop complaining. You know how the professor is." Amanda flicked her long, owned hair over her shoulder as Ron nodded glumly. She had grown up quite a bit in the last few months, both physically and mentally. She was a little taller, a little curvier and a little more jaded, the latter reflected in her wary gray eyes. She was also a little bored. Perhaps it was the teenage angst that her brothers always liked to tease her about, but Amanda was growing more and more frustrated with the seemingly ideal tranquility of Hogwarts. The curriculum, while challenging, bored her. She wanted something useful, something that she'd need in the future when she finally made her stand against the darkness that had been encroaching on her world. There had been a time when she would have been more than happy to sit by and watch the world go by from her cushioned room. Those sentiments died when an ancient demon tried to murder her. She blamed it all on Harry, really. Briefly, she wondered what he was doing at the moment and had to suppress a snort. He was probably chatting up some woman while fighting a bunch of demons at the same time. Maybe she could ask him to mail a list of spells she should look up. She had been practicing all of the ones he had taught her whenever she had a chance. The DA may have been disbanded, due to a lack of an adequate teacher, but the friends closest to her, which were those who had accompanied Neville to the Department of Mysteries and a few others, had kept up the practice a few nights every week. Amanda liked to think that she'd become proficient in all of the spells she knew. Well, most of them. She hadn't even touched Fiendfire since the Department of Mysteries and would probably never touch it again. Unwanted thoughts of the events that occurred there rose to mind. Flickering flashes and sensations of pain and blood and fire, fire so bright that it would burn out your eyes, mingled with the agonizing screams. Amanda stumbled on her step and squeezed her eyes shut, ignoring her friend's worried glances. Maybe she should have taken her father's suggestion and gone to see a psychiatrist. He had been really worried about her, even if she thought she had detected some disappointment. She had killed man. How could he not be disgusted with her? Perhaps it was a good thing that she had reminisced over that incident at that particular point in time. Otherwise, she might not have heard a faint but familiar voice grumbling in annoyance. Amanda's heart skipped a beat and Ron and Hermione turned to her as she stopped. "Do you hear that?" Amanda breathed. "What?" Ron asked in puzzlement, exchanging a look with Hermione. Amanda ignored them as she quickly strode to the corner of the hallway and turned into the one leading to the Great Hall. Her eyes widened and a beaming smile spread across her face. With a sudden burst of speed, she flung herself at the surprised Harry and captured him in a giant hug. Harry grunted, his arms instinctively coming to catch her. The force of her sudden attack sent them both sprawling to the floor and Harry swore loudly, a furious scowl on his face as Amanda leaned over his chest, a wide grin spread across her face. "Hi, Harry," she chirped. "Brat?" Harry asked in a resigned tone, rubbing his head and grimacing as he lay on the cold, stone floor. "Yeah, you're an idiot." Harry pushed Amanda off him, a fierce scowl on his face, and stood up. He made an exaggerated motion of brushing himself off, glaring at the way too happy be-owned girl as he did so. "Get over it," Amanda scoffed, sounding amused as she stood up. Still, her cheeks were starting to darken and she looked a tad embarrassed at her reaction. Harry noted the way her jumper stretched across her chest and how her legs flexed and grinned lecherously. "Couldn't wait to get your hands on me, could you?" he asked. Amanda rolled her eyes, her cheeks a delicate pink. "Grow up," Amanda muttered. "Somebody has," Harry agreed. "Amanda." Somebody called out and Harry turned his head, making out the identities of the two Hogwarts students that were quickly approaching them. "Oh, it's you," Hermione muttered as she noticed Harry. A scowl came over her face and Harry briefly wondered if she was still about that dead boyfriend of hers. What was that guy's name again? Then again, maybe she was over that and didn't like him for another reason. Harry didn't exactly pay close attention to Hermione. She irritated him for some reason, which usually led to him irritating her until she got pissed off. "Nice to see you too, big tits." "I mean, Hermione," Harry said and smiled cheekily. "Sorry, bit of a Freudian slip there." "Still a beep. I see," Hermione shot at him, self-consciously folding her arms over her chest. "Still a fussy bitch, I see," Harry shot back smugly. "Easy there," Ron cautioned, taking a step forward to stand in between Harry and Hermione. Harry threw Hermione a sly wink before turning back to Amanda. "So how were your holidays?" he asked carelessly. "Mom took the family to Disneyland and then we went camping over at the National Reserve Forest Inn." Yeah, I don't really care," Harry interrupted her. "Then why'd you ask me?" Amanda demanded. "Small talk," Harry answered with a shrug and smiled at Amanda's exasperation. "You never change, do you?" she muttered, more to herself than anybody else. "Well, what about you? Did you do anything fun?" "I went to Hawaii," Harry answered. He gestured at his face and frowned. "What? You can't tell from the tan." "Bloody awesome," Ron breathed. "Hawaii, that must have been nice and warm," Amanda said wistfully. "Did anything exciting happen?" "Well, some assassins tried to kill me. Apart from that, it was all good," Harry told her. "Assassins? Huh," Amanda murmured. "How'd that work out for them?" "Not well, Amanda," Harry answered seriously. A dark smile touched at his lips and something gleamed behind his bright emerald gaze. "Not well at all. Maybe you should ask him why he's here." Cut in Hermione, annoyed and scowling at Harry. "It'll be just our luck if he's become a student again." "I've got a meeting with Dumbledore," Harry answered her, his tone a tad cold. "Besides, why the hell would I want to become a student again?" "Well, we're just about to head to lunch," Amanda said, her mouth suddenly feeling dry. She resisted the urge to shuffle on her feet. "Did you want to come and catch up?" "The meeting starts in," Harry started to say, frowning and glancing down at his watch. "Now, I believe, Harry," somebody called out pleasantly. Harry turned his head and saw Dumbledore, decked in those really fancy and weird robes of his, striding from the direction of his office. His eyes twinkled happily as the elderly man took in the sight of the teenagers before him, his blackened hand mostly hidden under his large, baggy robes. Yo, Harry greeted lazily. However, I suspect that our meeting will take some time, Dumbledore continued, directing his gaze at Amanda. Harry might be able to catch up with you at dinner, if he's not too busy. Good meal time with the brat. Good meal time with the brat, Harry pondered out loud. Good meal time with the brat, who has grown beasts. Amanda flushed and shuffled on her feet self-consciously as Harry winked at her invitingly. Come, Harry, Dumbledore said, smiling faintly. We have much to discuss, and you will find that we have very little time. Good day, Ms. Carpenter. Bye, Harry, Amanda called out as Harry spun around and began to tail after Dumbledore. Yeah, whatever, Harry grunted, throwing a half-hearted wave back at them. His mind was more focused on the meeting ahead of him. Judging by the old man's performance against Voldemort at the Department of Mysteries, Harry was hoping that the wizard had a few good tricks to share with him or, at least, something interesting. The first thing that Harry did after he removed his head out of Dumbledore's pensieve was to hastily check his dark trousers. His fingers touched upon his still secured belt and he breathed out an exaggerated sigh of relief. He turned to Dumbledore, who was watching Harry with a slightly bemused expression. Is something wrong? The headmaster asked. Nearby, Fox watched Harry with her beady black eyes. Harry still had a particular hatred against that particular fiery crow, something that he never failed to mention when the Five-Bird was around, much to Dumbledore's amusement, and flashed it a glare as he turned to Dumbledore. Just making sure you didn't take any liberties with me when I was otherwise occupied, Harry said dryly. Ah, I see, Dumbledore said with dawning comprehension. He stroked his beard and smiled politely. At what point during the memories did that particular thought occur to you? Around about the time the smarmy little brat was shitting his pants after you set his wardrobe on fire, Harry said bluntly. That, by the way, was pretty cool. Who knew Lord Voldemort was such a little whiny bastard when he was a kid? Harry took a seat before Dumbledore's desk while the aged wizard sat down in his seat, leaning back comfortable into the charm-ridden cushions and exhaling a little noisier than Harry remembered. The Denarian knight noted this and was inwardly puzzled, before the blackened flesh of Dumbledore's bad arm caught his eye, hidden in the folds of the headmaster's ornate violet and silver robes. Maybe there was more to this injury than Harry suspected. Yes, Dumbledore agreed quietly. Regret flashed in his light blue gaze, his mouth contorting in an involuntary show of sadness. Tom was a bright boy, a very gifted wizard, but he did have his issues. He had issues, Harry repeated and snorted derisively. Please. Whatever respect I had for Voldemort is gone after watching all of that. The rest of the world may hear purebloods rule and mudbloods beep, and Avada Kedavra. Whenever he opens his mouth, but all I'll hear from now on is wah. I hate my daddy and I'm a whiny little bitch. Wah. Dumbledore pressed his fingertips together and did a very good job of not showing how amused he was. If it wasn't for the cocaine addiction that made his eyes do that twinkling thing, Harry wouldn't have been able to tell. Seriously, Harry continued. There has to be better ways to dealing with a crappy childhood like that. I get the whole killing your parents thing. I mean, if I hadn't offed my aunt, uncle and cousin, well, I wouldn't be the fine person I am today. If I recall correctly, you murdered the last of your blood family when you were 7 years old, Albus said musingly, the barest hints of disapproval and sadness lingering on his wizened face. Tom, at least, waited until he was 17. Yeah, well, it just means I'm a bigger badass than the self-proclaimed Lord Voldemort, Harry said. He frowned, looking thoughtful. I wonder if there's a way to mock his name somehow. Voldemort Voldy. Moldy. Moldy warts. Moldy shorts. Harry and Dumbledore both paused. Nah, I sound like a complete moron when I say crap like that, Harry dismissed. Dumbledore chuckled, but then grew serious. I have no doubt that you are wondering why I showed that montage of the history of Lord Voldemort. Despite the fact that those were situated far in the past, they have serious repercussions here in the present. The Horcruxes, Harry supplied and rolled his eyes. Come on, you old bastard, even a young whippersnapper like me can focus and pay attention. That memory with that fat guy sort of cinched it, really. Yes, Dumbledore said heavily. It seems that one of Lord Voldemort's paths to true immortality took him to the forbidden realms of soul splitting. Essentially, a Horcrux is a physical, inanimate object that was crafted or created through powerful magic. This object is then embedded with parts of one's soul, allowing a link to the mortal plane even after death. They are horrible objects, the methods of creating them barbaric and sadistic. Barbaric. What do you mean? Harry asked curiously. To create a Horcrux, one must commit a great evil, cold-blooded murder, Dumbledore said gravely. This acts as a ritual, in a way, opening our level of existence to those below. A cold-blooded murder. That's it. That's a great evil, Harry asked and scoffed. Please. I've seen a lot of things that are worse than just a simple murder. Do not say such things, Dumbledore snapped, at Harry. Harry fell silent in surprise, staring up at the aged wizard speculatively. There was strain on his wrinkled face, and a haunted expression in his eyes. Dumbledore took a deep breath and visibly sagged. My apologies, Harry, but there is more to it than that. To create a Horcrux, one must make a cold-blooded murder of an innocent person. You yourself have killed many times, yes. Tell me, could you drag a small child off the street, slit their throat, mutilate their corpse, ingest their flesh and use their blood as the symbols for a summoning circle, all on a whim? Harry was silent. The murderer cannot kill under the pretense of righteous judgment or for the greater good, Dumbledore continued, looking very old and tired. No matter how they delude themselves, they must take a cold-blooded kill and thoroughly enjoy it. They must profane themselves, their souls in this very world with the creation ritual, the contract of sorts with creatures far beyond our realm, deep in the Never-Never where even the Fae do not tread. How such knowledge of these creatures, these things, found its way to this earth, I will never know. The Horcruxes must be a touchy topic for Dumbledore, Harry concluded. With the way the powerful wizard was acting now, there had to be something in his past that was making him so defensive. Harry kept his thoughts to himself, his face impassive, and waited silently for Dumbledore to continue. To create such a terrible object fractures your very soul, which, I suppose, is the point, Dumbledore said quietly. By binding pieces of his soul to these objects, Lord Voldemort has gained enormous power. He has the ability to resist the touch of the mortal coil, as you very well may recall. As well as a certain sense of immortality, Voldemort has also increased his perception, so to speak. He can see power and magic in ways that you and I will never be able to. This has given him great power. That's very interesting, Harry murmured. When Dumbledore regarded him carefully, Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, relax, not even I'm that stupid. Besides, technically I don't even own a soul. Ah, Dumbledore said in understanding. He stroked his beard, regarding Harry curiously. Are you saying that the fallen that inhabits your body would disapprove? Of course I would, Messiel spoke into his mind with a sniff. I would not barter away such a valuable possession for the twisted power and knowledge of the Zerfkiaka. You know them. I know of them, Messiel answered, and there a tone of disgust in her voice. Half-twisted creatures of creation, failed products of life whose souls were never properly formed. As such, they can enter neither heaven nor hell. They can never find peace in their tormented lives. They are immortal, ageless and in constant agony. Those pitiful excuses of existence have nothing to offer one such as myself except their hatred, their jealousy, their anger. It's a wonder how Voldemort managed to stay relatively sane when bartering with such things. Long answer short, Messiel can get really clingy with the things she likes, Harry answered dryly. And she really, likes my soul. It tastes like chicken, Messiel said mildly. Granted, that's chicken that's been thrown into a pit of sulfur and scorched black, but chicken nonetheless. Don't eat, Harry retorted, well aware that Dumbledore was watching him carefully. The elderly wizard could probably tell he was conversing with Messiel but chose to remain silent out of politeness. Harry was about to address him when he paused. Hey, you're not really eating bits of my soul, are you? He asked Messiel hesitantly. It grows back, Messiel said blandly, and refused to say anything else on the matter. Now I don't even know if she's joking, Harry muttered to himself. He glanced up at Dumbledore and grinned. Still, an extremely hot fallen angel is nibbling at the edges of my soul. That's kinda kinky, no? We, Harry, have very differing views of what is kinky and what is not. Dumbledore evaded expertly, although his eyebrows had reached his hairline and his eyes were twinkling. Oh, right, Harry said, nodding quickly. Sorry, I forgot that you were gay and that you liked touching little girls. Wouldn't little boys be more appropriate for that particular insult? Dumbledore asked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Nope, Harry said cheerfully. Just goes to show that you're an inconsistent bastard. Dumbledore nodded as if he understood exactly what Harry was saying, which would have alarmed the Denarian greatly since not even he understood half the crap that exited his mouth. Look, that was a shitload of memories and I didn't understand half of that crap, Harry commented casually. Pretend that you're talking to a blind, crippled, retarded kid in a wheelchair with his hands like this. Here he rose his hands in a bad imitation of a mentally handicapped person. Dumbledore opened his mouth to begin, having the courtesy to look at least mildly offended at what Harry had just said, when the Denarian stopped him with a gesture of his hand. Wait, I think I just called myself retarded, Harry said, frowning. Why don't you pretend you're talking with a talented, powerful wizard with a penchant for destructive dark arts and the host of an ancient, immortal fallen angel that could vaporize you in a second if you even implied that I was retarded? Simply put, Voldemort has 7 Horcruxes, Dumbledore said smoothly. He adjusted a stack of parchments on his desk, glancing down at one of them. Lord Voldemort has hidden them in places that hold some significance to him. They are most likely to be objects once owned by the founders of Hogwarts. One of these Horcrux is himself. One of them is his serpent companion, Nagini. One of them is a cup, although I do not know of its location. One, I believe, may be hidden somewhere within this very castle. One of them, I have my suspicions about, but may be out of reach for now. 2 of them have already been destroyed, one giving me this. He gestured at the blackened husk of his arm. Voldemort has defended his Horcruxes with powerful curses and enchantments, Dumbledore said grimly. I misjudged the strength of these defenses and it cost me my arm, almost my life. Were it not for Professor Snape, I would be dead. Were it not for Fawkes, I would be slowly dying. As such, the curse was trapped and contained and I live on. Fawkes let out slow, sad warble and soared from her perch. She landed on Dumbledore's shoulder and rubbed her plumage against his head. Dumbledore smiled softly as Fawkes warbled again and stroked her head, gazing at the bird with nothing less than utter adoration. Harry was disturbed to see the expression on the one person he respected more than anybody else but stayed silent, scowling at the bird furiously. Fawkes is to me what Messiel is to you, Harry, Dumbledore reprimanded mildly. Allow me my crutch and I will allow you yours. Yeah, whatever, Harry muttered. He scratched his head and purposely changed the subject. You know, I'm not the best at puzzles and detective stories, he admitted. Give me somebody to kill and I'll kill them. Give me something to find and you'll probably find that I blew it up by accident the first time round. I understand that, Dumbledore said. I will do my best to locate the Horcruxes. When they are found, I may call upon you to attempt to retrieve them, if you are willing. Once we have possession of them, I am in the belief that you are the one most fit to destroy them. Why's that? Harry asked. Apart from my charming good looks and awesome magical power, of course. The Horcrux defenses hold a certain mental component to them, Dumbledore answered. They will attempt to sway a lesser wizard with temptations of power and glory. You, and your unique status, will be able to resist that temptation better than others would. Are you sure about that? Harry asked skeptically. I'm not so good with temptation. I did sell a fallen angel my soul, remember? Dumbledore smiled faintly. I believe you are the best choice, he said firmly. There is another reason why I believe that. One of the true and tried methods of destroying a Horcrux is the judicious application of large amounts of fiendfire. There is no wizard in Great Britain, save perhaps Lord Voldemort himself, which has better control over the cursed flame other than you. Naturally, I cannot ask him for his help and I dare not touch it myself, lest I lose control and destroy myself along with it. So I must turn to you. Well, it does piss off that old son of a snake F. Kerr, Harry mused thoughtfully. I call him a snake F. Kerr because he looks like a snake. I'm implying his mother was into bestiality. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow at Harry's justifications and remained silent. Yeah, sure, I'm in, Harry said carelessly, after a few moments had passed and the penetrating stare that Dumbledore was giving him was starting to becoming annoying. But, he leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk and narrowing his eyes. I distinctly recall being told that I'd get some personalized training from you, Harry continued. I have a good memory, a great memory even. Ask Messiel. I never forget something important. That better not have been a trick just to get me here. You may relax, Harry. Dumbledore placated Harry with a soft smile, gently motioning for Harry to calm down. He sighed and stood up from his chair, the large phoenix on his shoulder keeping its balance quite well. Yes, I have shown you a weakness of Lord Voldemort's immortality. That said, even if all of the Horcruxes are destroyed, it will merely mean that once he is killed, Voldemort cannot be revived. It will not detract from his power at all. He is a tough bastard, Harry muttered sourly, distinctly remembering the 3 times he had clashed with the Dark Lord. Despite his Hellfire-boosted spells, despite knowing magic that no teenager had the right to know, despite reflexes and athletic skills that put Olympic athletes to shame, Voldemort had proven to be a superior opponent. Whatever dark magic ran through his thin, pale body made him quick and strong, and that was before he took hold of a wand. Voldemort is a powerful wizard, Dumbledore said gravely. He has undergone procedures and rituals that would have crushed a lesser wizard and come up on top. He will shrug off and regenerate all but the most severe physical and magical wounds, although your skills in this area probably exceed his. His spells will be 10 times more powerful than the average Auror class wizard. His reflexes and dueling style is unique to himself and quite possibly one of the most dangerous duelists in the world. His stamina, unmatchable by even myself. His greatest asset, however, is his mind. His ability to analyze a situation in a split second and react accordingly will match even your own superior senses. I have heard some compare Lord Voldemort to a modern-day Salazar Slytherin. That is incorrect. Voldemort surpassed Slytherin long ago. Did you wanna beep his dick any longer or are you done? Harry muttered sourly. He kicked at the ground, looking and feeling annoyed. That's a real nice demotivational speech you have there. Way to point out that Voldemort's superior to me in every way, although I might have to contradict you in some places. I'm not a pushover, you know. I am not underestimating your skills, Harry, just as I am not underestimating his, Dumbledore explained softly. His eyes were serious and hard, his mouth pressed in a firm line. You have done well for yourself. In 7 years, you have grown from a small, magically inferior child into a battle-hardened warrior who has stood toe-to-toe with far superior foes and won. In another 5 or so years, I have no doubt that you could even rival myself in every way, I, who have had over a century of training. But we don't have 5 years. We don't have 1 year. This war has already begun. Great. Harry sighed unhappily. Way to make me feel good, while dashing all my hopes spectacularly. Excuse me if I don't believe you and try to off that bastard anyway. I am not saying that you are destined to lose, Dumbledore said calmly, looking as serene as ever. I am merely saying that your battle with Lord Voldemort, as dictated by prophecy, would go much smoother if you were to, how do they say it? Ah, yes, if you were to have a trump card. A trump card, Harry repeated, narrowing his eyes. What does that mean? Do you know how wand magic works, Harry? Dumbledore asked the Denarian, ignoring the question. Some wizards, those who have labeled themselves true, draw magic from this world. They find power in their existence, from their own emotions and dreams and hopes or hate. Wizards who wield wands, however, draw power from somewhere else. It is a realm beyond most perceptions, a realm of pure power, for lack of a better word. Tell me something I don't know, Harry snapped, although the suddenly interested and eager look on his face probably belied his harsh tone. This power is raw, unfocused, Dumbledore continued. He stroked his beard absently, his eyes flickering to his bookshelf where numerous tomes jutted out. There are many theories on how we use our magic, but they all have the same underlying principle. Language. Harry was silent. Language, to humans, holds the key to our perceptions. Language influences the way we interact with our world and each other. Language passes on our emotions, our hate and our love. The type of language we learn even influences the way our mind literally thinks. We think in language, we speak in language, we see in language, we touch in language. Tell me, Harry, have you ever the phrase, "The pen is mightier than the sword"? Harry nodded. For us, it is quite true, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. He lifted up his quill and his wand, a curiously shaped stick of gleaming wood that Harry couldn't identify. Between these two objects, my personal wand and an ordinary quill, it is the quill that, in essence, is more powerful than my wand. I don't understand, Harry said slowly. Is it enchanted or something? Can it stab through bone? It can make words, Harry, Dumbledore said gravely. Language is nothing without words. But words are just noises, simple sounds that our mouths make. Language is nothing without the word, and the word is nothing without meaning. We attribute meanings to words. For example, water is just a set of sounds. It is when we apply meaning to it that it becomes comprehensible. For a split second, consciously and unconsciously, our minds link the meaning of water with our memories, experiences, and, more importantly, our emotions. Water may be the beloved lifesaver of the stranded man in the desert. Water may also be the hated murderer of the parent whose child drowned in the river. Meaning, Harry, is everything. Harry started, but frowned and stopped. Even within his mind, Messiel was silent. Ancient and terrible she may be, even she knew that there were areas where she was not all-knowing. Dumbledore clearly had something very important to say. Our realm of power, the realm where we draw magic through our wands from, it is connected to this world just as it is connected to the Nevernever and countless other worlds, Dumbledore continued. There was passion in his eyes, and Harry could see why the man had decided to become a professor of all things. It has no direct impact on us, but we, wielders of the tool known as language, have an impact on it. The language we use, the meanings we attribute to words, the emotions we conjure for them all, they all resonate within the realm of power. Over time, these resonations can cause a relatively small but permanent effect on this realm. When these words are utilized properly, and with the right focus, we can draw the resonations out into this mortal world. These resonations, which heed no scientific laws, produce the effect we know as wand magic. Transfiguration, charms, curses and counter-curses are all the results of a resonation's impact on our world. We then guide these resonations into existence without wands. Wand magic theory, 101A, Harry said quietly. Interesting, sure, but I don't see how it's useful. Meaning creates the words, words create the language creates the meaning, Dumbledore murmured. It is the ancient languages from all over the world that have the greatest resonance in this realm, simply because the age of the resonance itself. As a rule, older resonances are more powerful. However, without meaning and context, the word is simply a word. As language influences the way we think, it is very hard to use the incantations of a wizard who does not speak the same language as us. Hence, many of our spells are simply translated versions of the older languages. You're going to be teaching me ancient spells? Harry hazarded a guess. In a way, Dumbledore replied mysteriously. Now, as a rule, it is generally agreed upon that the ancient Egyptians were the first civilization to create significant resonance in the wand magic realm of existence. This is attributed to a number of factors. Population is one, for example. Simply put, the Egyptians were the first civilization to have a population large enough with a well-developed language to create the necessary ripples for a proper resonance. In the late 16th century, the International Confederation of Wizards decreed that the official language of spells would be Latin. Latin was a very popular language spoken by millions during the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. More importantly, it was the official language of the Church. Hence, it would not fall from our memories as easily as other languages had. It is quite interesting to study these central years, as wizard persecution was still running rampant. Why, the head warlock himself had to fend. Dumbledore stopped at Harry's blank gaze. He chuckled to himself, his eyes twinkling in amusement. Forgive me, Harry, he said cheerfully. I seem to have gone off into a tangent all on my own. Where was I? Ah, yes. The ancient Egyptians were the first magical civilization to create a proper resonance. Granted, their methods of wielding and controlling this resonance were far inferior to the wand-based focuses we use today, but generally, it is an academically accepted fact that no wieldable resonance predates them. However, for scholars such as myself, and there are not many like me, we tend to regard this rule as lacking. Harry frowned. For you see, Harry, the realm of power that we draw our magic from is connected to countless worlds, Dumbledore said wisely, nodding to himself. Yes, yes, thousands upon thousands of other worlds, millions, even all brushing up against this realm. Some you may know, the Never Never, for example, contains countless of these words, most which have never been mapped before by human hands. These countless worlds have inhabitants, some so far different from us that we could not even begin to perceive them as they truly are. But, to some, we are the ones who are so different from them. Nevertheless, these inhabitants have one thing in common, Harry. Can you tell me what it is? Language, Harry breathed, understanding dawning on him. He licked his dry lips and spoke. These worlds have language of their own, and they're all connected to the realm of wand magic. Exactly. Dumbledore beamed. He looked pleased. Those languages, some far more ancient than our own, have words. Those words have meaning. Granted, the meaning and emotion behind most of these languages is far beyond us. We are too dissimilar, too alien to one another. But, there are a select few whose resonance we, as human beings, are able to grasp and utilize. During the battle with Lord Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic, I utilized some of these words. These words came from a series of scrolls that were discovered in the ruins of what is known as the Temple of Solomon. Lord Voldemort knew it as the Psalm of Aruxhe. I know it as the language of the angels. Angelic power? Asked Harry, his voice tinged with awe. He, of all people, knew exactly how powerful the holy power could be. A sword of the cross, a powerful holy artifact, had chosen him of all people to be its wielder against the forces of darkness. Harry still found this terribly amusing, considering he was consorting with the minions of hell. The blade could bathe itself in silver flame, cut through supposedly unblockable spells, and grant him sheer supernatural luck. It is not easy, Harry, Dumbledore warned. Tell me, how can you perceive the hopes, dreams, and emotions of a being you have never met? How can your mind, physically created to think, feel and act in a certain way, break past the structural limitations of your brain and empathize with the denizens of a world shaped so differently from our own? It is like. Dumbledore paused, contemplating his words. It is like trying to imagine a new color, he said at last. How could you even begin to comprehend it, a color that the eyes of a human being have never seen before? What's more, how could you understand it well enough to describe it to somebody else? Harry was silent. That's only the beginning, Harry, Dumbledore said passionately. There are words of the Drakon, for they have language. There are words of the Fae, for they too have language. There are words of demons, of angels, from a multitude of beings most that human eyes have never glanced upon before. These words are old, their resonance ancient and, for some unknown reason, strangely potent in our particular world. I will teach you how to use these words. I will teach you how to reproduce sounds that our throats cannot physically create, that our ears cannot physically hear. I will teach you how to utilize these words in combat, from words that turn matter into oblivion to words that can summon entire oceans upon our enemies. In the end, Harry, you will have a power that the Dark Lord knows not. You will have the words of the worlds, and you will crush your enemies with them. Harry's slow smile became a full brown grin. Then let's get started, shall we? For Harry, the next 2 weeks became a strange mixture of tediousness and excitement. There had been 2 more order meetings that he had participated in, although his idea of participation was teasing Tonks, insulting Snape, and almost coming to blows with Moody. Really, Harry was almost certain that Dumbledore had picked the members of his Order of Phoenix on mental state alone. Who needed awesome wizards with powerful fighting abilities when you had a bunch of nutcases? Insanity should inspire more fear into the Death Eaters than a legion of Aurors. Not. It wasn't really his problem, he guessed. It was Dumbledore's order and he was responsible for them, for their victories and for their defeats, although he was certain that there would be a hell of a lot more losses than wins. Harry just wished that he was working alongside some wand wizards who were a little more focused on doing what needed to be done. Although, Kingsley, the dark-skinned Auror, had treated Harry with nothing less than courtesy, and hadn't shot down any of his more radical ideas like the other Order members had. Tonks, also, seemed to have quietened a bit. Harry didn't know what mental trauma she had been through, but the other day at one of the meetings she had actually agreed with him on something, although she looked like she loathed herself from even considering the execution of known and captured Death Eaters. It could have been because she had been at Azkaban on an errand when several of the Death Eaters had broken out. The Order meetings were tedious. So was trying to find more information on the location of several key members of the Order of Black and Denarius. Harry didn't know his kin could be so damn secretive and spent more than a few sleepless nights chasing up some lead or another. He was almost tempted to summon Cessbulby of the Winter Fire and see if she had any information, but had decided that it might be a good idea to keep out of Maeve's sight for a while. She owed him part of a debt, after all, and the Fae did not like being in debt. While they would not directly break it, Harry didn't even want to consider what methods Maeve might use to wriggle her way out of it. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be good for him. Harry's thoughts briefly touched on Amaris, visions of the pale-skinned 8-year-old girl with solemn emerald eyes swimming in his mind, but he forced them down. He would the first to admit, but only to very few people, that he almost missed the little brat, which is why he wanted to avoid Maeve. Perhaps it was the coward's way out, but summoning Maeve meant possible contact with his daughter, and he really didn't want to know how much further Maeve had twisted the half-Fae hybrid. There'd come a time for that, but it wasn't now. The high point of the last 2 weeks would have to be, without a doubt, the personal lessons he was receiving from Dumbledore. He had been to 2 more meetings with Dumbledore in his office, trying to create and develop the charms he would need to create a word. Dumbledore, of course, had mastered spells like these on his own decades ago. However, these spells were used to modify the very structure of his body to produce the eerily foreign sounds. It was just as much a magical change as it was a physical change, which was a pity because if it was just the latter then Messiel could have done it for him in a flash. For reasons Harry didn't fully understand but Messiel agreed with, Dumbledore had recommended that Harry focus on the actually learning how to say the word while Messiel used her considerable mental abilities to concentrate on the hardest parts of the word, the synchronization of alien emotions, concepts and language into something that the human brain could interpret into stimuli that could produce the necessary computational concepts needed to summon the resonance. Harry only had a faint idea of what that meant. He tried to focus on the how, and allowed Messiel to worry about everything else. It was hard for him, since he was trying to alter his body's physiology with a non-verbal, wandless spell while combating the natural magical resistance of a wand wizard without interfering with the subtle nature of the spells he needed. That was hard enough as it was. Dumbledore had told him that it had taken him years to learn his first word, but as Harry practiced he had the feeling he could summon one any day now. If he was lucky. It was just a few hours after one of these lessons with Dumbledore. He had disapparated from the boundaries of Hogwarts after a particularly filling dinner. Dumbledore had once more invited him to sit at the Gryffindor table with his old friends and catch up. The reactions of the students hadn't been too surprising. There was the same mixture of awe and wonder from the lower year levels, who knew of his exploits. There was the same disdain from the older years, who had actually met him before. Then, there were the few individual reactions of those who had more or less spent time around Harry in the last 2 years. Hermione huffed and muttered things under her breath. Ron grinned and would have clapped him on the back it not for warning glance that Harry had sent his way. Luna had smiled serenely and waved hello from the Ravenclaw table. Ginny had watched him with stars in her eyes. Apparently she hadn't forgotten how he had saved her a few months ago in the Department of Mysteries. Amanda looked strangely annoyed but smiled it off, greeting Harry sincerely, her mouth open and closing as she chattered on needlessly. Harry ignored the brat the same way he had for the past 2 years. Neville's reactions had surprised him the most, though. When he had caught sight of Harry, he had squeaked loudly and stared at him in stark terror. Harry distantly recalled how the pudgy Gryffindor had stared at Snape back in his 4th year. The stare he received was worse than that. It took a moment before he realized that Neville had been a witness to his fight at the Department of Mysteries. He had seen him battle Lord Voldemort and Vesper. He had had to repress a snort when it occurred to him. No wonder the pathetic little weakling had been scared of him. The companionship had been lacking, since Amanda was pretty much the only one he could stand to talk to for more than 5 minutes. After all, he had trained her well. He didn't mind Ginny's company that much either, since all she did was blush constantly in his presence and attempt to fawn all over him, and, hell, he liked the attention. Luna's willowy frame also held his attention for a few moments when she wandered over, although Amanda had been a little upset at the girl for some reason or other and Luna had quickly left. Still, the dinner was to kill for, and Harry had to admit that it rivaled anything else he could have gotten his hands on, mostly because there was a lot of it and it was all free. Those little green bastards really knew how to cook, although he was a little wary of the mashed potatoes. For some strange reason, any thoughts involving the over-enthusiastic house elves mashing raw spuds made him shudder. There was probably some kind of twisted implications in there somewhere, but cared if Harry was going to go and look for it. Harry reappeared in the old rotten stairway leading up to his shabby apartment and immediately stiffened. Something was wrong. The flickering and buzzing fluorescent tubes that usually annoyed the crap out of him were all dead and the stairwell was completely covered in darkness. Normally, Harry wouldn't have found that odd. The place was a shithole, after all, but his keen eyes immediately noticed, at Messiel's prodding, the lack of windows. He knew that there was a streetlight directly in front of it yet, and Harry couldn't see it from where he was standing. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill charm. So, trap. Harry thought wryly, trying to peer through the darkness without any success. Trap, Messiel confirmed. I can feel something, but it's hiding itself well. Goody, Harry thought sarcastically, accessing Hellfire without a second thought and allowing the tough power to rush through his body. After possessing Hellfire for almost 10 years, grasping, molding and utilizing the searing rush of power had become instinctual. Harry brushed away the drug-like mood swings, forcing the hatred and fury that swelled up within him into a little ball at the back of his mind, and channeled it to his limbs. His entire body felt like it was on fire as something gleamed past his emerald eyes, the irises warping as they became wreathed in flame. His wand, which he held up with his right hand, glowed as long-carved runes helped the magical focus absorb and contain the hellfire flowing through it without vaporizing the relatively fragile piece of wood. Tell me, Harry called out, his eyes flickering from left to right. He began to walk up the stairs, every one of his senses trained on the darkness for a hint of something. Who's come to kill me now? Denarians, Death Eaters, vampires, zombies, mummies, Nazis. Are you Nazis? There was no answer. There was no sound at all, actually, apart from the echoes of his footsteps as he slowly and deliberately made his way up the stairs and reached his floor. He briefly wondered if the other residents were dead, although it wouldn't be a great loss to society if they were. Most of them were lowlifes in one way or another, drug addicts, gang members, illegal aliens and prostitutes, unattractive ones at that as well. Harry strode down the hallway leading to his apartment confidently, a hint of swagger in his stance. He looked completely relaxed, almost as if he were daring the enemy to surprise him from the darkness and attack. Magically induced darkness, or is it? Harry mused, poking his wand at the shroud of darkness around him. That's a nice trick. You've layered a spell on the actual walls and floor of the building. The reason that there's no light is because the lights are on the other side of the spell. This could be dangerous for me. The hallway remained silent and Harry pouted. Come on, you F.K. heads. He snapped. I'm all for grandstanding before the fight, but that's only because I expect there to be a fight. You're a stupid, weak piece of crap. Harry cocked his head as if he were straining to listen to something beyond whatever spell he was standing in. He shrugged his shoulders after a few moments. No outraged denials, full-blown attacks or posturing of your own, he mused. That rules out half the people that want to kill me. Incidentally, all of the people that actually could are on that list as well. You must beep. Suddenly, there was a rustle of sound behind him. Harry whirled around, his eyes narrowing. Strangely enough, He made no attempt to banish the darkness away and stood completely still. Nothing appeared and Harry frowned. He turned around and suddenly there it was. From out of the darkness came a beast with burning orange eyes that gave Harry glimpses of its body. Large bull-like horns sat on the head of a black and white striped tiger-like creature. He briefly caught a glimpse of a sigil burned into the forehead as the creature raised a paw and brought it down on Harry with lightning speed. Harry made a choking noise as the paw tore right through him, slamming into the darkness-coated floor with a huge smash. The ground rumbled and there was a distant sound of wood shattering and cracking. Harry clenched over, whimpered gurgles escaping from his throat as he clutched his chest. He staggered forward and then, out of nowhere, burst out of laughing, straightening his shoulders and revealing a perfectly healthy body to the expectant beast before him. "Yeah, I was right," he said, still chuckling. "If you were smart, you would have noticed how I wasn't swaying on my feet. I haven't got that part down yet. Like I said, you." Harry's voice drifted off as he faded away, clothes, wand and all, his form melting into the air. Floating in the middle of his mass was his wand, runes glowing with crimson light. The light faded and the wand clattered to the ground. Beep. The real Harry concluded, stepping from behind his illusion. His smirking face was illuminated by the blazing fire that he held in his hand, one palm clutching the fire and the other stretching it back as one might do when trying to flick a rubber band. Without any more hesitation, Harry hurled the fireball forward that temporarily revealed Denarian. Sound burst through the air, a loud whooshing noise as the fireball beeped in the oxygen around and almost doubled in size. The creature snarled, and then yelped as it was struck on the chest. The ground shuddered. There was a rumbling boom that resounded through the darkness-coated hallway. The Denarian was hurled backwards, yelping and whining like a kitten that had just been kicked, its fur singed and a great big patch of scorched flesh sizzling on its flank. The vestige of the spell seemed to disrupt the spell around them, several long fiery trails searing through the shadows on the roof and walls. Beams of light shot from the cracked enchantment, as well as the whoosh of rushing air as a wind formed to fill in the vacuum the fireball had created. The bestial Denarian finally slammed into something beyond the darkness and Harry heard the telltale sign of wood and mortar smashing apart. Harry winced at the sound. "Man, that's going to take me ages to fix that many memories," he grumbled. "Might be easier to kill the lot of them, really. And where the hell is that stupid sword? Why the hell do I keep it around if it's not even going to warn me of shit like this? I believe you threw it against the wall of your apartment in a fit of anger," Messiel reminded him amusedly. "Hey, I don't get angry," Harry scoffed. "I get prissy. How womanly of you. Bite me," Harry grumbled. His mental conversation was cut short as the ground beneath his feet trembled and Harry started, glancing down with widening eyes. He jumped back just as something loomed from the darkness of where he'd been standing. Apparently the other Denarian hadn't been alone. A giant ant, the size of a horse with pincers that looked like they could cut through a vault, was briefly illuminated by the glowing purple sigil on its head as he dove at him. There was a clang. Pincers meeting bone rime wings as Harry gritted his teeth furiously, trying to hold back the immense weight of the creature. He lifted his wand, an incantation spilling from his lips, but the ant jumped back and disappeared into the darkness before he could finish. "I remember her," Harry growled and looked distinctly annoyed. "She's that Denarian from the Department of Mysteries. Always knew that could come back to bite me in the ass." "A little less grandstanding, a little more killing," Messiel advised. "Can you see anything? Because I can't see shit in this darkness." Harry thought, his wings flying back into his back and disappearing. "I'm tempted to bring down this darkness, but I'd probably need fiendfire or something and I kinda like my apartment." "It has been compromised," Messiel said calmly. "Perhaps we should cut out losses." "Why the F? K do they always have to blow up my house?" Harry snarled in his head. The ground rumbled before his feet, threatening to throw him off balance, and Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. "That's never a good sign," he muttered. "Always involves something dangerous and epic. Kinda like that." Before him, a tidal wave of thick, gooey mud was rushing at him. It filled the corridor, pushing and being restrained against the enchantment of darkness that coated the walls. Harry only had a split second to comprehend what was going on before it was on him, pushing and tugging at him with great force. He was launched off his feet, rocketing towards the stairwell where the mud fell like a waterfall, and disappeared underneath the surface. Mud sloshed and squelched as he was beeped under, but apart from that there was silence as his opponent waited to see if that had done it. Suddenly, at other end of the hallway, the mud slowed. There was an odd glow coming from beneath the surface, a powerful heat that was cooking the wet mud almost instantaneously. In a matter of seconds, a large patch of the mud had become as solid as clay and the tidal wave halted. "Friendo," came Harry's muffled voice from beyond the mud. A large section of the hardened mud disappeared underneath a powerful blast of purple light as an eerie screeching noise filled the air. The blast of purple continued forward, vaporizing hardened and wet mud with total ease. Shrapnel flew, bouncing off the enchantment of darkness and ricocheting around the hallway. Harry reappeared from the underneath the mud, caked in the stuff as he glared at the other Denarian, looking angry. "Bitch," he spat, bringing up his wand in a whip-like gesture. Fire coiled at the tip, crashing through the enchantment and another wall as the ant Denarian scrambled along the roof in a flash. It snapped at her retreating back, leaving a long lash against her armor, a gouge that glowed with heat. She disappeared into the darkness a second later, just as the wall Harry had crashed through could be heard crumbling from the other side. Harry caught a glimpse of the wall through the long tear through the darkness and winced. "Damn," he cursed. "There goes my living room. This. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra." 3 jets of green lanced forward, illuminating the dark hallway with an eerie glowing green. Harry caught a glimpse of the ant and watched as it morphed in on itself, transforming back to a slender female. Her light blue eyes met his own as she twirled and dodged 2 of the spells in a dance of amazing dexterity, summoning a large crystallized slab of earth to block the third. It shattered as the killing curse impacted on it, shards of twinkling crystal whizzing through the air. With a tap of her foot, the shards were suddenly launched at Harry but falling short by a few meters. Harry started, and then stopped in surprise. As soon as the shards touched the ground, it had rumbled and suddenly there was a row of spiked crystals shooting towards him. Harry finished the incantation and his wand spewed out a massive jet of flames at the spikes, the force behind the spell enough to halt their advance. The crystals shattered under the heat, sublimation turning the solid straight into a misty yellow gas. As soon as the gas emerged and brushed against the flame, it promptly exploded in a loud boom with enough force that Harry was thrown off his feet and back towards the mud-slicked staircase. The railing had been torn apart by the tidal wave and Harry let out a startled shout as he toppled over the side, his fingers scrabbling uselessly against the mud-covered stone. His wings shot out, slamming into brick and mortar and his descent stopped with a sudden bump. He hung there, suspended in the air with wings of bone, a scowl on his face. "As you can see," Messiel said smoothly, her illusion appearing before him. She appeared to be floating in the air, observing the surroundings carefully. "Vereen." "Who?" Harry interrupted. "The female Denarian," Messiel answered. "Ah," Harry uttered in comprehension. "She is weaker than you." "Yes, but she is also far more experienced," Messiel said as Harry started to sway on his wings, as if he were sitting on a swing. Messiel watched him with no emotion on her face and continued. "She's using your affinity for fire-based spells against you." "Well, I guess I'll just have to change my pattern of attack," Harry muttered, swinging up and down the stairway shaft. His feet touched the back of the wall and he gave himself a kick off. At the same time, he used his wings to give him one big push and soared through the air, landing on the edge of the twisted and ruined handrail. He looked up and flinched as another row of spiked crystals shot at him. "Evertoxero!" He bellowed and a searing jet of flames roared from his wand, vaporizing the crystals before they came to close. The resulting explosion made him stumble and he staggered, brushing against the darkness-coated walls. "Oh, right, the gas. I guess it's time to go transfiguration." "Transfiguration?" Messiel thought in surprise. "In all honesty, your skill in that branch of wand magic is less than useful. Your attempts generally result in objects exploding or imploding on themselves, depending on how badly you erred." "Exactly," Harry said with a grin. He swiped his wand and focused on transfiguring a row of cacked mud down the hall into something else. He didn't even attempt to control it, just pushing forward copious amounts of hellfire to the spell. The mud morphed, twisting and pulsating in on itself. For a moment, it looked like it might be changing into something else, but then it cracked and exploded in a blast of light and a puff of smoke. Harry did the same for a couple of broken bricks and watched as smoke filled the hallway, obscuring the light pouring in from the rips in the darkness. Whatever advantage Vereen had, apparently being able to see him past the enchantment, was going to be greatly reduced. Harry shot forward, his feet stepping on hardened mud and cracking it. His wand twirled in his fingers as he deflected a blast of pure energy that shot out from the shadows. It ricocheted off Harry's deflection and shot back towards the caster. Harry heard a sudden intake of breath, hellfire sizzled in his ears and temporarily enhancing his senses, and smiled grimly. As Vereen emerged from the shadows, ominous pools of energy crackling in her hands, Harry's wand swiped upwards as he attempted to transfigure the other Denarian's shirt. At such close range, Harry was able to see Vereen's startled expression as her blouse disappeared in a small puff of fire and smoke. The blast wouldn't have been powerful enough to hurt a normal human, let alone the enhanced host of a Denarian. However, as the smoke drifted away, Harry's eyes widened and they automatically drifted down at the tattered shirt and the large amount of skin Vereen had exposed. It was all the time Vereen needed and, as Harry was momentarily distracted, she curled up her fingers. Shards of crystal and mud shot towards the appendage and Harry shook his head, jumping back and blasting a jet of green light at her. The spinning sphere of mud, shards and debris took the spell with only minor damage as it formed into a giant representation of Vereen's hand. Vereen, her face oddly blank, thrust her hand forward and the muddy hand, spanning the length and width of the hallway, complied. It encircled him and closed around him. Vereen snapped her hand shut and the giant hand crushed around him, squeezing at him tightly. A small lull in the battle descended over the hallway. Vereen was panting as she held her hand up, keeping the draining spell clutched around the Denarian knight in an attempt to kill him. For a moment, she looked like she believed he was dead. However, a second later, the hand was hardening, large cracks ripping through it. It suddenly crumbled away and Harry stepped forward, his clothes muddy and his left arm cradled to his chest. He leveled the wand at Vereen, who only had enough time to widen her eyes. Crucio. The spell hit her square on her exposed chest and she was blasted back into the floor. There was enough light seeping in from the various tears and rips in the enchantment of darkness to let Harry see Vereen's thrashing and flailing form as her piercing screams filled the air. Harry watched impassively, a grim smile on his face. He released the curse and watched as Vereen panted on the ground, unwilling tears leaking from her eyes. The Cruciatus curse was pain to a degree that even a fallen could barely withstand. As a complete and utter bastard once said to me, flashy spells are no match for my power, Harry told her coldly. Crucio. Vereen screamed again, her dark hair flying about as she writhed before him. Harry pumped hellfire through the curse, content in Vereen's screams. There was a certain amount of satisfaction of bringing an enemy to their knees before you, Harry found and smiled gleefully. Vereen let out another piercing scream, pausing only to take a breath, and thrashed uncontrollably. Her back arched and Harry frowned as she flung her hands out in her pain. Something rippled through the air and suddenly the hallway was rocking, the sounds of wood breaking and mortar crushing filling the air. It was as if an earthquake was centered right underneath them. Harry was launched off his feet and just in time as well as the floor cracked and fell apart where he had been standing. He was slammed into a wall and let out a vicious round of swear words as his ribs were cracked again. F. King Hell, he growled, tumbling to the ground. He struck his nose and his eyes watered, pain flaring on his face. They just healed, for F.K.'s sake. Vereen was gasping as she staggered up, her palm held out in front of her. Her impassive face was contorted in rage, her entire body shivering from the after effects of the powerful unforgivable curse. Dark energy pooled in her palm, forming into a sphere of blazing fire. At the same time, she put 2 fingers at her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. From the other side of the corridor, the other Denarian, the tiger-like creature that Harry had hurled aside before, unsteadily stood up. The whistle seemed to have roused it up, but it looked disorientated and was making soft, whimpering noises. Much of its fur was missing and a large spot of flesh on its flank was blackened and burnt, but it staggered towards Harry mindlessly, snarling and baring its teeth threateningly. Ah! Harry uttered, glancing at both Vereen and the other Denarian. The present circumstances, with the accounting factors, suddenly rushed through his mind, including the distance of the enemies, location of rubble and debris, position of his wand and so forth. Messiel blazed through him, already knitting his broken bones together. Messiel, Harry said out loud. Sleep. Very well. Harry concentrated, his eyes fluttering shut as he calmed his breathing. His throat began to itch and Harry had to restrain a shudder as he felt his neck elongate and extend out. At the same time, as Harry began to prepare his body to physically say the word, Messiel began to fiercely concentrate on the much harder part of the process. In order to access the resonance he wanted, he needed to think and believe like the one that created it. He had to completely submerge himself in the thought patterns of a species when his brain was physically incapable of thinking that way. It was little wonder why Dumbledore had labeled this the hardest art of wand magic that one could learn but never master. There was a flaring pain in his head, a stabbing heat that was completely different to anything he had ever felt before and, around him, the world changed. He opened his eyes and suddenly he wasn't human anymore. His perception changed, the world becoming dimmer and brighter at the same time, full of colors that he couldn't even begin to describe. He flared his two noses. Images of weird fox-like creatures stalking flying bats. No, not flying bats. Whatever the word was, Harry couldn't quite make it out, as if his ears were selectively blocking it from his consciousness, making it into nothing more than a static buzz of some kind. He raised his Z, a primitive curved stick with a weird array of spikes at the end that he just knew would be wielded with great efficiency, especially when the hunt for sustenance began. They were always hungry, but it was always worst after they had awoken. They worked as a Z, trap Z, even as Z, interfered. They were long-necked, lanky and skeletal, 6 sets of eyes on what could only be a torso of some kind. No mouth that he could discern, dressed in Z, all of the uniformed color of Z, beating them back with fire, hot searing fire. Half of them would starve, but the other half would live and it would be time for the Z, THKL, the never-ending cycle of the Z, Gothkal, and they would gather and howl at the moons and chant. Z, THKL, Z, Gothkal, Z, Argothkal, Z, Kralanargothkal, before they would retreat to the places of dwelling re-enter the cycle that made them them. Deep in Harry's mind, past the sudden flashes of memory and perception that were not his, he knew that he was accessing the language of a creature beyond his understanding. It was a creature of migration, of hibernation, a weird mixture of the two that lasted for some unit of time he didn't quite grasp. For a split second, Harry could full empathize with these beings completely. Their values, customs and thoughts all made perfect sense to him. He didn't know where they came from, what they were, or if they were even still alive in one fashion or another. How long had this language been resonating in the vast plane that wand magic was drawn from? Hundreds of years, thousands, millions, billions, even. All he knew was that they placed a deep meaning on their equivalent of sleep, a deep meaning that he could fully appreciate. His eyes stared open blankly, seeing both the indiscernible colored skies and the darkness-shrouded hallway at the same time. It seemed like hours, but it had only been a split second, when he opened his mouth and chanted alongside the phantom creatures that drifted in and out of the corner of his eyes. His throat was torn to pieces. The word tore its way through flesh, as if it were being said by the originators of the language and their unique voice box. Sounds and nuances Harry had never heard spilled into his mouth, his tongue working furiously to pronounce them. At one point, his teeth came crashing down and gouged into the sensitive flesh, creating passages of blood and gore to allow the sounds to escape. His breath built up in his chest. The creatures had 2 hearts, he suddenly realized, and one would stop beating when they began to talk and it felt like his lungs were going to explode from the strain. Finally, after what seemed like hours but was merely another second, Harry pushed the word out of his mouth. The world around him stilled for a split second, as if all the noise in it had halted to watch what was about to happen. Then, the word resounded through the air, as if Harry had screamed it through a microphone. It wasn't as impressive as what Harry had seen Dumbledore use at the Ministry of Magic, but it did the job. The word spread out around him in an ever-expanding arc of rippling air. The rippling dome of noise shot out and passed through the tiger-like Denarian. It crashed down in a heap almost instantly as the word worked its effects on its body. At the same time, Vereen slumped over, the energy she was holding in her palm fading away into nothingness as she lost consciousness. The wave continued past the two Denarians, seemingly unaffected by the tattered shroud of darkness that surrounded them, and Harry could distantly feel it striking at the other tenants in the building. As Vereen lost consciousness, the shroud shimmered and melted away to reveal a devastated hallway. The floors were cracked, much of it simply gone to reveal the level beneath, while several of the walls had been knocked down. Harry smiled in triumph as Messiel let go of the odd perception and the weird buzzing at the back of his head disappeared. He continued smiling, even when the blood began to dribble from his nose and mouth. As he stood up, Messiel using her unique influence over his body to regenerate his wounds, he gagged and let out a loud, hacking cough. When he removed his hand, it was covered in droplets of blood and his chest was burning painfully. He opened his mouth to speak and agonizing pain shot through him. It felt like his throat had been torn to pieces and Harry wasn't surprised when Messiel said that it was. Perhaps using a word so soon was hasty, Messiel concluded, her illusion appearing before him. Harry couldn't speak, but the look of annoyance in his rolling eyes conveyed exactly what he thought of Messiel's deductions. I must admit though, it was a moderate success, Messiel said airily, bending down and inspecting Harry's face with gentle hands. Your throat has been torn to shreds and you have 3 brain aneurysms, but it did work quite well on our enemies. Harry rolled his eyes, although he carefully felt his head. He did have a bit of a headache, sure, but a brain aneurysm. As the sound of police sirens quickly filled the air, Harry dropped his hand and made a low growling noise in the back of his throat, something that quickly had him in a fit of coughs. He didn't know what was more unpleasant, Messiel's attempts at healing his shattered throat or the actual pain of the injury, which Messiel was doing her best to suppress alongside the healing of his body. It was a good thing that he was a Denarian to a powerful fallen, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to modify over 20 memories in a few short minutes, although one of the tenants, a skinny, gaunt man with syringe marks lining his arm, may have been obliviated a little too well and just flopped about uselessly and drooled with a vacant expression after Harry was done with him. He levitated and banished Vereen and the other Denarian, who had transformed into a large, muscular brute of a man with more hair than the average dog, then closed and charmed his door as the police came storming up onto his floor. It was over 2 hours later when the police presence began to dwindle. The charms that Harry had placed over his door and ruined wall kept him from being bothered, all they saw was a boarded-up doorway with unsafe living conditions printed on it, but he could hear them interviewing the other tenants and grinned as they became more and more confused. His memory charms hadn't been as good as the professionals, and several of them had conflicting stories. One was convinced that there had been a gang fight, while another claimed that it was a bar fight despite the actual lack of any type of alcohol establishments. There had been a couple who swore that it was some kind of drag race and one who even went so far as to say that a tiger had escaped from the zoo and was working with a giant ant. Alright, so perhaps Harry had missed one in his haste. It didn't really matter, anyway. He took a sip of his water and absently gazed from the grimy window to the center of his very bare living room, apart from the pile of rotten wood and crumbled mortar. Slumped in the middle of the room were Vereen and the large man. They were trapped and chained by dozens of charms and curses, still unconscious. It would only take a few castings of enervate to wake them up, as Harry had found out, so in all honesty the word probably wasn't as powerful as Harry had thought. Still, it had done the job quite well with only the minor side effect of ripping his insides apart. Harry's eyes flickered to Vereen in her topless state and he couldn't help a lecherous grin that crossed his face. Say what you want about her, she was stacked pretty well. It was a pity that he was going to have to kill her, really. He massaged his throat as he stood up and strode over to her. It still felt a little tender but had healed quite nicely. Enervate, he murmured hoarsely. Vereen's face grimaced in her sleep as she stirred, but her eyes remained closed. Harry rolled his eyes, wondering if he should attempt to revive the other man. Considering his state, Harry would bet his considerably small savings that the Denarian was one of the nut jobs and he really didn't want to deal with one of them at the moment. He glanced over at the man, just in case, and frowned when he saw something beneath his long, wild hair and scruffy beard. His eyes widened as he took in a genuine honest-to-God dog collar, a pink collar at that, and sniggered. Vereen, you dominatrix, he croaked. Vereen didn't stir. Harry frowned and bent down, his face twisting into a leer. His reached out and gave one of her beasts a squeeze, unable to keep the smirk off his face. Vereen didn't move an inch and her eyes remained shut. Harry frowned and squeezed the soft mound of flesh harder. Are you having fun? Messiel's voice rang out from behind him. Harry nodded enthusiastically and turned his head, only to get an eyeful of Messiel's own cleavage as she stood before him in incredibly sheer robes of white that clung to her form. Her silver eyes danced with amusement as she raised her hands to her own beasts and Harry's eyes widened, his grip slackening as he licked his lips. Messiel merely smiled and began to pull apart her robes. Harry began to grin, but it quickly became a scowl as Messiel's illusion disappeared before anything could really be seen. Damn, muttered Harry, his voice still weak. You know, I don't mean to be east and all, but it's women like you that allow rapists to use the phrase, she was asking for it, in court and win. Now that I have your attention, perhaps you can wake Vereen up before you get any more distracted by her beasts, Messiel said blandly. Which, for the record, lack the perfection of my own. You're just jealous, Harry muttered with a scowl, standing up. He took another sip of his water and then held the glass out above Vereen's slack form. Without any warning, he let go and it promptly smashed apart on her face, drenching her pale skin in cold water and shards of glass. Vereen's face winced and she couldn't stop the gasp of shock that left her, her light blue eyes flickering open to glare up at him. Oh, you're awake, Harry said neutrally. Vereen narrowed her eyes, and then took a deep breath. Staggering to her knees, a feat Harry found impressive considering that there was a charm on her that made her weight 6 times as much as she usually did, Vereen took one look at Harry and, to his astonishment, bowed her head. Master, she said solemnly. I served you long ago. Now that I have seen your power, I have come to serve you once more. Kinky, Harry said, blinking in surprise. He cocked his head and stared at her. But I think I'd remember if I ever had an ugly woman like you in a dog collar before. Vereen's face twitched at his insult but she remained still and silent. What? Are you serious? Harry demanded after a moment. He broke off to cough, summoning another glass from the kitchen and filling it with water with a tap of his wand. After a sip, he continued. You just tried to kill me and now you're calling me master. F.K. BDSM has really gone lately. I was not trying to kill you, Vereen said quietly. I was testing your strength. Once, long ago, I served you faithfully and loyally at the height of your power. Yet, you fell and your power was broken. Now that you've returned, I've come to serve you again, but only if your power had been restored. If I could defeat you, then you had no right to command my loyalty. What? Harry demanded a moment later, looking mystified. Hang on. I don't get this. She is, in simple terms, a lackey, Messiel said smoothly, her illusion appearing before him. The beautiful fallen circled Vereen like a predator, her intent silver eyes taking in everything she could. She is drawn to the one with the most power. She always has been. Once, it was me. Then, she became Vesper's tool. Now that her former master is dead at my hand, she's here to crawl back to me, as if I would not forget her betrayal. Come on. She's faking it, Harry protested. He raised his wand and sparks crackled at the tip, making Vereen flinch. Let me prove it, Messiel. So it's true, Vereen murmured, her eyes widening. Your host remains independent of your will. That's very unlike you. If I remember properly, you usually snap their weak little minds the first chance you get. Crucio. Harry spat. Vereen dissolved into a fit of screams as she thrashed and flailed on the floor. Harry watched with an annoyed frown while Messiel's face remained impassive as they both watched the defeated Denarian arch her back in agony. Harry broke off the curse with a casual flick. Tell me the truth, you bitch, he snapped. If you don't, I'll do that again for twice as long. No, Vereen gasped, her body heaving and doing very nice things in her topless state. I'm telling you the truth. I knew that. Crucio. Harry held the curse for twice as long before he lifted it. Varine's body wouldn't stop shivering, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly as tears leaked from the corner of her eyes. Harry would have mocked her for crying, but he remembered when he had been placed under this curse and, frankly, he didn't blame her. That was the most agonizing thing I have ever felt, Verine managed to gasp. Specks of spittle and drool were dripping from her mouth. I know the truth. You've regained great power. It's enough to enact another purge. I want to live through the second purge of the renegade. That's why I'm here. Purge, Harry repeated, puzzled. I do not take betrayal lightly, Messiel said quietly. When I was deposed, it was on the blood of many others. Very few survived it and it took them centuries to regain new hosts. It was one of the few times when the blackened order of the Denarius was completely and utterly broken. I don't want to die, Messiel, Verine said quietly, having regained some semblance of control, although her leg wouldn't stop twitching. My host is beautiful and strong and the world is becoming a very interesting place to live. You've killed Nicodemus and Vesper, two of the few who survived the first purge. You'll go after the others. I don't want to be one of them. There are those who think they might weather your storm. I know you, and I know that's not true. This has been a long time coming and you won't stop. Self-preservation, cowardice, begging for your life, Harry mused. I can understand those motives. He paused. Not that I've needed them. I'm not an ugly, cowardly bitch like you. Verine twitched and her eyes grew angry. You have something to say? Harry asked her with a vicious grin. Verine hesitated and shook her head, her hair swaying across her easts. Good, Harry said firmly, his eyes drawn to her parts. He sighed. Ah, man. Here I am, with a half-naked woman on her knees before me, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with say. It's not fair. Verine, Messiel tutted, her illusion stroking the other Denarian on the cheek with the back of her hand. Verine remained oblivious to Messiel's imaginary ministrations. You truly do never change, do you? This is very nostalgic. Still say we kill her, Harry said tightly. I thought you might be upset, Verine told him quietly. I remember you and your temperament. That's why I came with a gift, of sorts, to prove my loyalty to you. Is it silk sheets? Harry asked, and rolled his eyes when Verine looked confused. Never mind. What is it then? Gold, money, booze, drugs, Swedish prostitutes. Rosanna, Verine answered quietly. I bring you Rosanna. Messiel's illusion abruptly stiffened and Harry winced as a flash of utter hatred rushed through his mind. He held a hand to his head, grimacing, while Messiel stared at Verine with eyes that suddenly looked as if they were on fire. Rosanna, isn't she a Denarian? Harry asked in confusion. He had the feeling he was somehow out of the loop on something. Consider it, Messiel, Verine said quietly from on her knees. I can give you Rosanna, one of the three still left alive that escaped your purge. Rosanna, the loyal lapdog of Lartessa. Rosanna, the one who plotted your downfall and committed the grievous of sins against you. Stop. Harry's voice cracked through the room, a dual blend of his own snippy tone and a heavily layered feminine tone wrought with a palatable fury. Harry looked surprised, massing his already sore throat. It had been a long time since Messiel had spoken through him like that. Keep talking, Harry said quietly, his face not revealing his attempts to speak to Messiel within his mind. The fallen was being curiously silent and Harry could feel her contemplating something. Harry shrugged, keeping an ear on Verine as she spoke. Rosanna is inspecting one of Lartessa's lesser-known properties, Verine was saying. The Blackened Order has decreed that you are to be found and killed as soon as possible. The death of Nicodemus made them uneasy, even as it opened up new possibilities, but the death of Vesper has shown them that you were intent in pursuing your revenge. Rosanna has been sent from Europe to oversee the mobilization of the Blackened Order's resources. I can give you where she'll be, who'll she be with, the layout of the location and the timeframe on which you have to do this. Harry said unconvincingly. You'll just give us that, free of charge. Well, I had been hoping that you might be more inclined to spare my life, Verine sniped, showing some expression for once and looking annoyed. That's your story, then, but what about him? Harry said, jerking his thumb at the still unconscious man. Verine shrugged. A beast, nothing more, she answered. I've trained him for over a decade as my own personal attack dog. He is yours to command. Right, Harry muttered. He scratched his head, regarding her carefully. She was acting too calm, too in control for his liking. Still, my information is only good for a certain amount of time. She will only be there until around 2 or so in the morning, Vereen told him as he took another sip of his water, savoring the cool liquid. Rosanna is making the visit early this morning. It's one of several, but it's the only one I know of. You need to decide if you want to use my knowledge quickly, or else it'll be worthless. Messiel. I am considering it, Messiel answered. On the one hand, Vereen's actions merely confirm what I already knew about her. This is exactly the type of cowardice and treason Vereen would use to secure her place on the winning side. On the other hand, I cannot rule out the possibility that she is lying. Some good old Crucio could bring it out of her, Harry offered, twirling his wand in his fingers and glaring down at the impassive woman before him. We would not get what we needed to know in time, Messiel said. If she's telling the truth, Harry supplied darkly. Indeed. What's to say that this isn't a trap? Harry asked Vereen, while Messiel thought it over. I would go with you, under whatever spell you want to put on me, Vereen said quietly. If there's a trap, I have no doubt that you'll be able to kill me before it's been fully sprung. Also, if it makes any difference, I give you my word. The word of a traitor. How reassuring, Harry said blandly. He finished his glass of water and slumped against a seat. Messiel's thinking about it. I'm personally hoping she'll say no. You're very bloodthirsty, Vereen noted. And you do the intimidation act quite well. I practice in the mirror, Harry explained. Not that you'd be able to relate, what, with your mirrors cracking every time you stand in front of them. Are you calling me ugly? Vereen asked, and she sounded annoyed. No, Harry disagreed sincerely. He smirked. I'm calling you hideous. I've seen boils of a troll's ass that looked better than you. I'll have you know that I've always been complimented on the choice of beautiful hosts, Vereen said tightly. This one is no exception. Ah, Harry said in understanding. He reached forward and patted Vereen on the head, a sympathetic expression on his face. I'm sure they were just trying to make you feel better, hag. Vereen curled her lip and leaned back with a huff. Harry had the feeling she would have crossed her arms in a huff, if her arms hadn't been bound and her legs hadn't been magically glued to the ground. I have made a decision, Messiel said quietly, and Harry straightened, paying close attention. I believe that there is a strong chance that Vereen is telling us the truth. If that's so, then a chance to find and kill Rosanna is something I cannot pass up. We will use her information, find Rosanna and make her suffer for what she did to me. You sure? Harry thought skeptically. Messiel was silent. They must have really done something to piss you off, Harry muttered under his breath. He suddenly felt irritable and scowled at Vereen furiously. Fine. We'll check out your information. But, if it's wrong and you're lying to me. Harry leaned forward and stared into Vereen's blue eyes. Then I am going to burn you alive, and there's nothing anybody will be able to do to stop me. I understand, my lord, Vereen said submissively. Harry paused. What? He asked. I said I understand, my lord, Vereen repeated. Harry stroked his chin imperiously and nodded sagely to himself. A smile was flickering on his face as he practically preened himself before her. Say that again, he demanded. I understand, my lord, Vereen repeated obediently. Ooh, Harry whistled. My lord. I like the sound of that. Lord Harry. No, Lord Harold. Lord Harold the Great. Lord Harold the Unmerciful. Lord Harold the Conqueror. Lord Harold the Lord. What do I do now, my lord? Vereen asked, still bound before him. If I said, curl up and die, would you listen? Harry asked lightly. Probably not, Vereen admitted. That's a shame, Harry muttered. He strode to the kitchen and casually threw the cup to the sink. Well, you can stay there for a few hours and mull over your loyalty to me while I go and get some sleep, since it looks like I'll need it. Afterwards, I might have something to eat while you clean up all the crap you blew up. To be fair, a lot of that destruction is yours, Vereen said, displeasure flickering on her face. Hey, I'm the lord and you're the serf, Harry snapped. Stop trying to develop literacy and start trawling my fields. Vereen looked confused as Harry stalked to the bedroom, only pausing to reinforce a series of very nasty curses on the perimeter of the living room, and a few on the door to his room should Vereen somehow escape. If Vereen moved more than a few centimeters from where she was, she would really regret it, especially since most of the curses Harry was using had been specifically designed to ensure the victim's survival despite the gruesome wounds they inflicted. Just after Harry entered his bedroom, he paused and poked his head back out. You know, if I had been a woman that sentence would have been so hot, he drawled. My lord. You know, trawling the fields, Harry said and snickered. Vereen looked at him blankly. You'd make a horrible lesbian, Harry snapped and slammed his door shut. Thanks. Vereen offered to his retreating back. She sighed and glanced around the room, noticing the runes carved into the walls and sensing the powerful ambient magic around her. I suppose that could have gone a little better, she admitted to herself and tried to make herself comfortable. In the bedroom, Harry lay back on his bed and watched Vereen through the wall, which offered a hazy, transparent view of the living room. Messiel's illusion appeared beside him. I suppose you're not actually going to sleep? She asked. Hell no, Harry snorted, never taking his eyes off Vereen. I'm all for you getting your revenge, but this seems a little rushed to me. Don't worry, Messiel said and ran a hand through his hair, a beautiful smile on her face. I have the utmost confidence in your abilities. Including my say.ul prowess? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Messiel stared at him with a slight smile. Hey, I've seen BPDB. Easts today, Harry defended weakly. You can't blame me for feeling a bit excited. Messiel's illusion disappeared around the same time as Harry's smile and he turned back to the wall, idly twirling his wand in his hand as he watched his newest servant attempt to shift to her side. Despite how cliché the line was, he really did have a bad feeling about this. Why is it that all my enemies have way cooler houses than I do? Harry muttered sourly. It was early in the morning, the stars twinkling in the clear night sky. Harry and Vereen were crouched in a small bush on the other side of a desolate road, staring up at one of the Denarian's safe house. When Vereen had mentioned a safe house, Harry had gotten the impression of a small, lackluster place, drab and easy to overlook. That was the point of a safe house, after all, to direct attention away from it and its participants. What he was staring at, however, could only be described as a 4-story mansion. I believe it's because you're what's the proper term? Ah, yes. Stingy, Vereen concluded quietly as she stood beside the Denarian knight and stared up at the mansion. She glanced at Harry from the corner of her eye and added a hasty, my lord. Harry took his eyes off the long stretch of green lawns, absently deciding that the fountain in the middle of the driveway would be good cover if they were detected, and swung an annoyed gaze to his dark-haired companion. I'm sorry, my lord, Vereen said humbly, bowing her head. I spoke out of turn. Yeah, you did, Harry said darkly. Besides, anybody who dresses like you can't really criticize anybody else about being cheap. Vereen stiffened as Harry allowed a glimmer of a smile to cross his face. It hadn't taken him long to discover that Vereen had taken to the emotion, vanity, quite well during her exile and, naturally, Harry had immediately jumped on Vereen's sore spot and drilled into it as best he could. He found it amusing to toy with people like that, especially since there were only a handful of people whose skin he couldn't get under Dumbledore and the knights were the first to spring to mind. I don't understand, Vereen said a touch coldly. Her hands brushed up and down her silk blouse, idly toying with a button near her cleavage and allowing Harry glimpses of some pretty racy black lingerie. This is the best that Europe has to offer. It cost me quite a lot of money. Really? You got ripped off that badly? Harry said and chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I guess it's fine. I mean, it does the job, even if it is a few years out of fashion. Besides, it kinda suits you. The stains really bring out your sallow skin. Vereen eyed Harry dangerously. Now back to business, Harry said cheerfully, ignoring her mood, and he rubbed his hands together, his smile fading. Business, by the way, that I'm totally against, he mentally added. How odd, Messiel said blandly. Usually you're so very eager to get into the thick of things, my flame singing in your veins as you unleash your powers upon those who have dared defy your will. That's a nice bit of beeping up. Any more like that and I'll have to undo my fly, Harry thought dryly as he and Vereen began to move up to the mansion, avoiding the several patrolling guards. I'm not against fighting. That'd be the same as being against having say. Completely uncool in my opinion. I just think we should take Vereen out back and put her out of her misery. You don't trust her, Messiel said approvingly. Good. Tell you what, Harry thought snippily. $20 and a flash of your bee. East says that this is a trap. Very well, Messiel said in amusement, and Harry got the impression that she was smiling like a Cheshire cat. I accept your wager. However, I'll bet you a flash of my bee. East's, that you survive and kill whoever stands in your way. Ah, you know me too well. Harry scowled. And I won't get to see your bee. East's regardless. What? Vereen asked cautiously as they both ducked behind the fountain in the mansion yard. Nothing, Harry muttered. I was just making comments on your saggy bee. East's. Seriously, get a push-up cloth or something. Nobody wants to see granny tits. Vereen's face contorted in anger, her mask of stoic calm disappearing as she narrowed her eyes. She looked like she was about to retort furiously, when her eyes widened and she whirled around. Harry was quicker however, his wand flicking up instinctively and, Ephodio, rolling off his tongue. There was a flash of silver light and a crack akin to a backfiring car. The guard, who had been approaching them with some kind of automatic weapon raised, didn't even get a chance to scream before the silver light pulverized his skull into gory bits and sent his corpse flailing backwards. Oops, Harry said sheepishly as shouts burst out from all around them. A siren began to blare as Vereen dispatched the guard's partner, a slither of earth shooting up into her hand in the form of a jagged spike, which promptly ended up in the man's heart. I suppose I might have jumped the gun there. No wonder you're horrible in bed, Vereen snapped as gunfire blasted at them. Harry's eyes widened even as he raised a gleaming dome of defensive magic to surround him, crimson and dark hues blending nicely in the shadows until a spotlight, although Harry had to wonder where the hell they had got one from seemingly out of nowhere, centered on them. Who told you that? Harry hissed furiously as Vereen made an odd gesture with her hands. He was dimly aware of the ground rumbling and cracking, a group of guards yelling in surprise and fear even as their jeep was slowly swallowed up by the quicksand that had opened beneath them. Just a rumor, Vereen shrugged idly, smiling at Harry coolly. Who's been? Harry halted and wings of bone sprung from the back of his body, impaling a pair of snarling, drooling dogs as they leapt for his throat. Harry hurled one to the side, throwing it through the mansion window even as security guards, dressed in uniforms and all, poured from the doors. Harry would have sniffed at the typical look of the shopping center security uniform if it weren't for the large, gleaming guns they were holding. F.K. Harry growled as he brought his wing over and ended the whimpering dog's life with a blast of flame from his wand. He hurled the sizzling carcass aside and reflexively ducked as 24 men with automatic weapons opened fire on his position. I could sure use a tank right about now. Are your spells not sufficient enough for this task? Vereen asked with an arched eyebrow. Of course they are, Harry snapped. But it'd be more authentic and way cooler. Cooler? Vereen asked, flicking her hand and sending a blinding needle of energy at a pair of guards who were trying to flank. The spell tore through the armor of the first and blood sprayed from his screaming mouth as he collapsed. Harry idly dispatched the second guard, who was attempting to drag his partner to safety, and turned back to Vereen. Yeah, cooler, Harry said. He grinned. What's the point of doing something if you're not going to do it with a bit of a bang? As soon as he had finished, his wand flashed with hellfire and Vereen wrinkled her nose in disgust as the heavy scent of sulfur filled the air. Harry winked at Vereen as fire exploded from the tip of his wand. The brightly glowing flames, too bright to be natural, twisted and thrashed even as it took the shape of two-legged bone rhyme, complete with wings and a tail. The fiendfire, twice as tall as a man, glided forward as the fiery rhyme opened its mouth and let out a devastating screech. Perhaps it was a remnant of the creature that Harry used to be able to transform into, or perhaps it was the fiendfire's own curse screaming out its everlasting desire to consume, but the bellowing sound froze many of the guards on the spot, their faces absolutely petrified at the monstrosity they were facing. A few attempted to fire at it, but they were swept aside in a blaze of searing heat as the bone rime crashed against the enemy's defensive position and shattered it with a single blow. "See," Harry said triumphantly, pointing at the fiendfire as it tore through a parked jeep. "That's bang." Vereen sniffed, holding a handkerchief up to her nose, and Harry rolled his eyes at her display of snobbery. It wasn't like the other Fallen would be unfamiliar to the smell of hellfire. If she was anything like Messiel, then she should revel in it. As if reading his thoughts, Vereen spoke up. "Hellfire smells quite different where I am," she told him coldly, neatly folding her handkerchief-embodied silk, of course, and placing it back in her pocket. "If I may suggest, you might want to go and intercept Rosanna before she can get away. We didn't come here to toy with these pathetic mortals, after all." "Ah, right," Harry uttered. He frowned. "Stay here and kill these idiots. Don't come after me, because, frankly, I still don't trust you and I might accidentally kill you if you surprise me." "You say the nicest things." Vereen's sarcasm was apparent, and Harry barely heard her muttered comment. "No wonder you can't hold a girlfriend. Lousy manners, lousy in the sack." "What?" he snapped, whirling around and glaring at Vereen furiously. "Okay. Seriously, who the hell said that?" "Rosanna," Vereen prompted, and lifted a slender arm to point towards the mansion. "Go and get her before she can tell anybody else." "I'll beat you," Harry promised darkly. "I'm a woman beater, you know. I beat up Vesper. I beat up." He trailed off and sighed. "This ain't over," he muttered sourly and jumped over the fountain, his wand spewing a hail of green death. Vereen's lips twitched and she muttered something under her breath. A hand of stone burst from the ground, showering the guards with tiny stone, and it lurched forward to grab one of the scattered guards, squeezing him with incredible strength until even Harry could hear the bones cracking. Vereen smiled mildly and brushed some imaginary dust off her shoulder as the hand collapsed into a pile of rubble, then stared at Harry's retreating back with an unfathomable gaze. The large doors of the mansion buckled and broke apart as a searing wave of cursed flame washed in over the gleaming marble floor. Several guards, their faces hidden behind some quite advanced-looking body armor, opened fire at the unnatural flames with the type of dogged perseverance only found in the indoctrinated. The fire reared up as bullets slapped into it, the very metal of the projectiles hissing and melting, and lashed out at the main barricade inside, an overturned table with several guards and some kind of heavy weapon bolted to the ground. The barricade disappeared underneath a blazing tide of brightly flickering flame as the rest of the guards scattered, the sound of gunfire booming loudly in the oddly desolate mansion. Harry strolled through the doorway and his expression might have been mistaken for boredom if it weren't for his eyes, which were constantly darting from side to side, as if he was expecting a trap to come down upon him at any minute, which he was. A couple of the fleeing guards were brave enough to confront him with a hail of gunfire. Sparks of light flickered around Harry and the defensive magic shimmered with pale light as the bullets shattered upon the spell uselessly. Harry spared them a glance and scowled, his wand rising. The cursed flame, which lay on the ground like a brightly burning carpet, leapt up on his command, spiraling up into a gigantic column of fire that, for a moment, vaguely resembled a serpent. Fiery fangs came down on the two men and literally vaporized them. As the fiendfire receded with a shower of thick smoke and bringing with it the none too tantalizing smell of burnt human flesh, Harry glanced around, ignoring the few smoking bodies that still had some semblance of proper form. He clutched hellfire tightly in his mind, blazing heat coiling around his perceptions and thoughts and almost begging to be released in waves of destructive power. One of his gloved hands clutched his wand, the other hung by his waist where he had strapped the sword of the cross to his belt. The holy relic remained silent, which seemed to be the case more and more often these days. King Hell, Harry muttered. He felt entirely too tense for his liking, the normal enjoyment he got out of his fights dimmed by the apprehension that he was walking into an ambush. Once, maybe, he might have swaggered in confidently, all bluster and gung-ho, but he liked to think that he'd gotten a little perspective, and the coolness of shooting fire at people was outweighed by his experience of just how powerful his enemies could be. Suddenly, a scratching noise from behind him hit his ears. Harry sidestepped, ducked and whirled around simultaneously, the defensive magics around him solidifying into a column of hardened azure light on a single thought. A flash of silver light blasted from his wand, a powerful effodio streaking forward as a guard staggered up from the ground. The guard, a slightly overweight man in his 40s, screamed in agony as the powerful spell impacted on his elbow and literally tore it apart. Blood splattered and dribbled, and Harry whipped his head to the side in a great display of reflexes as something pink and lumpy flew past him. "No, please," the man mumbled as he dropped to his knees. Harry watched with slight interest as the man begged for his life. His eyes seemed to be more focused and alert than any of the other guards that Harry had seen. Perhaps the shock and trauma of the spell had snapped him out of whatever mind control the Denarians had him under. "Please, I have family," the man was gasping, blood trickling from his mouth as he clutched the stump that had once been his right arm. He gazed up at Harry with horrified eyes as the Denarian knight considered it. Without warning, a long, slender wing of sharpened bone slid out of his back, easily sliding through the thin slits in his jacket without tearing the material. The man gaped and managed a terrified scream as the wing lanced down and speared him through his shoulder. Without any effort on Harry's part at all, Harry lifted him up and carelessly threw him to the other side of the room. The man was still screaming as he crashed through a window, glass shattering on the impact, and thrown out to the front lawns, disappearing from Harry's sight. "Harry Potter, the Merciful," Messiel mused. "I must admit, it doesn't have quite the ring as Harry Potter, the Butcher. Ah, well, I guess I'm just a beeper for the I've got a family bit," Harry said lazily, idly sweeping his one wing forward and stabbing it through the throat of a gurgling guard, who had been slowly pushing his battered body across the floor for his weapon. "I wasn't being entirely serious," Messiel said snidely. "I sincerely doubt that he will live through the night." "He'll be fine," Harry drawled with shrug, even as he whipped his wand through the air and directed the ever-increasing fiendfire to the few wounded guards who remained alive, ending their lives with a blast of searing flame before extinguishing the cursed fire in an impressive display of mental fortitude. The wound was mostly cauterized by that much dark magic, and that stab wasn't that bad. "Oh, no, it's not his wounds that will kill him," Messiel said in amusement. "You just seem to have forgotten that Vereen is still outside." Messiel was cut off by a loud, piercing scream that drowned out the scattered gunfire and explosions from the front lawn. Harry sighed and exhaled noisily. Yeah, he said lightly. "Laugh it up. Smug, know-it-all bitch." "Indeed I am," Messiel said a tad smugly. Harry just rolled his eyes and continued to stalk through the house, the faint smile dropping from his face as he grew more serious. Rosanna was meant to be in here somewhere, and while Messiel was confident that the other Denarian wasn't nearly as powerful as Harry, he didn't want to take any chances. As he turned a corner, moving away from the debris-scattered entrance hall, he paused. There was somebody standing before him. It was a cloaked wizard, blue eyes glittering from behind a dark hood as he stroked a long, slender and intricately carved staff in his arms. The cloak fluttered and flapped behind him, as if there was an invisible breeze pushing at it, and at first Harry thought it was nothing more than a trick, a little display of magic to push up the intimidation. Then, he noticed that there really was a breeze flowing from the next room and shook his head with a sigh. "Piss off, Gandalf," Harry warned. "You're a tad overmatched here. I can't let you harm my mistress," the wizard intoned in a surprisingly deep voice. Harry caught a glimpse of a heavily scarred face beneath the hood, the other man's expression serene rather than angry. "Please leave, or we will have to fight." "We'll have to fight. Oh no. How horrible. What am I going to do?" Harry exclaimed, his hands flying up to cover his mouth theatrically even as his mocking tone rang through the halls. He stopped and snapped his fingers as if something had just occurred to him. "Oh, wait, that's right, I like fighting. Avada Kedavra." The wizard raised his staff, the runes on his cloak glowing with power, and a landscape painting from the wall was tugged away. It soared through the air and the green streak of light slammed into it. Harry watched as it exploded in green flame, the momentum pushing it to the other side of the hall. "Don't doubt my resolve," the true wizard said evenly. "I have protected my mistress since I was a small child. It was she who took me off the streets and granted me this power to protect her. She took me from nothing and gave me everything. I am her tool, her weapon, and she may use me as she sees fit." Harry took the time to roll his eyes as the wizard continued his little monologue, his voice rising with passion. Ever since my father was murdered, I have needed nobody else save for her. She helped me take revenge upon them, although I'll admit that I spared them in the end. My father was as wicked as they and truly deserved his fate. My mother fell to his evil, her innocence ended with blood-stained hands as she threw away her soul for him, all for the name of love and... The wizard stopped, a pained gasp escaping his mouth as the staff in his hands shattered in a shower of splintered wood. Harry stood before him, the sword of the cross glowing ominously as it protruded from the true wizard's stomach, looking annoyed and irritated. What the hell are you doing? Harry demanded. Did you think that you could tell a stupid sob story and the battle will just stop? Come on, only the important people can do monologues and, well, you're clearly not important enough. Harry yanked the blade out of the man's chest and sheathed it to the strap at his waist. The true wizard stared at him with wide eyes, then collapsed and fell to the ground, as dead as his story. Harry glanced at the corpse with derision, then continued on forward. The next few minutes were silent as Harry continued to prowl around the house. The sounds of battle outside were beginning to abate and Harry was growing more and more annoyed. He had suspected a trap of some kind, but Rosanna hadn't even showed her face yet. Maybe Vereen wasn't trying to betray him after all and Rosanna had run away. Harry heaved a sigh as he jumped down a flight of stairs and then stopped in surprise. In the middle of the room adjacent the staircase stood Rosanna as she crouched above something in the floor. Harry caught a glimpse of braided dark hair before the woman was suddenly gone, jumping down and disappearing through the trapdoor. A sudden surge of hatred battered against Harry's mind as Messiel caught sight of the woman and he winced, Messiel's presence seemingly swelling against his head in a maelstrom of hellfire and a loathing that Harry had only ever witnessed against two others, Nicodemus and Vesper. He took a staggered step forward as one hand pushed against his forehead, his veins singing with bloodlust and crying out for revenge. He managed to halt himself by grinding his feet into the ground and a moment later, the powerful pressure against this mind suddenly departed. Harry let out a huge breath of relief. Yikes, he muttered, shaking his head dazedly. It's that time of the month already. Time must fly when you're bleeding out of your uterus. Rosanna, Messiel whispered coldly and Harry cocked his head. It was almost as if Messiel sounded contrite or abashed at her outburst. He wisely decided to close the topic and cautiously approached the dark hole in the floor, his eyes darting around furtively. It was true that magic could shield him from a great many things, and Messiel's regenerative skills could literally repair his major organs, but any fatal damage to his brain would have him dead as any other human. Then again, if anybody had been there they'd have had a small chance to kill him during Messiel's little mental escapade. So, Harry said dryly, coming to a stop before the hole and staring down into it. He couldn't see anything. It is a trap, or a trap. It could be an escape tunnel of some kind, Messiel suggested, her voice regaining her familiar lightheartedness. Harry looked down at the hole in the ground flatly and Messiel sighed. Well, yes, it's probably a trap, she concluded. Wanna go back and kill Vereen? Harry offered, scratching his head with his free hand and debating the pros and cons of following Rosanna down the long and scary shaft. Well, we really don't know that she's betrayed us, Messiel mused. Harry rolled his eyes and scowled. Do you have to play the devil's advocate every time I say something? Can't you just admit that I might be onto things the first time around? Now my beloved, tell me, where would the fun be in that? Messiel teased. Harry stared at the hole and took a deep breath. Do we spring the trap? He murmured thoughtfully. Or do we find another way around? We need to move quickly, Messiel pressed urgently. Harry caught a flash of emotion beneath her forced calm, an eagerness for death that always sent his blood tingling. Still, his bloodlust was warring with his common sense. While Harry was usually the first to jump into dangerous battle situations, even he found the idea of jumping down a shaft, which could lead to a pool of lava for all he knew, a little hasty. Well, he hesitated. Whatever you're going to do, I suggest that you do it quickly. Messiel snapped at him. Yeah, all right, Harry muttered, running a hand through his hair. Geez, you get pushy when you're pissed off. All I'm saying is. Harry never got the chance to finish his sentence or make his final decision as suddenly, and from seemingly out of nowhere, the ground cracked. He reflexively looked down, his eyes starting to widen with shock, before the tiled ground cracked and crumbled beneath his feet, sending him tumbling down to the darkness without any warning. As soon as Harry began to plummet down the shaft, he tucked in his arms and concentrated. Air whipped up at his face as he was literally enveloped in a column of azure light, which grew darker until it was almost seemed like a tangible solid. The battering of air against his face stopped and suddenly everything was very quiet. His spell cast, Harry focused his eyes down on square patch of dim light at the end of the drop, reflexively flinching when the shield surrounding him slammed into a rocky ledge, causing uncomfortable tremors to run through him. A moment later, some of the debris from the collapsing floor caught up with him and crumbled to dust as the defensive magic ripped through it. Shit! Harry swore loudly, a scowl crossing his face. His voice rose as he called out to the darkness. You know, I was probably gonna jump anyway. You didn't have to throw me down AF. King Pit. We're almost there, commented Messiel, and Harry noticed that her eagerness was only growing larger and larger, and winced. He resolved to find out whatever it was that Rosanna had done to piss of Messiel, if nothing else than to make sure he never did it himself. He did not want to be on the receiving end of her temper, especially when she lived in his head. The light at the end of the shaft was growing larger and larger, and Harry prepared himself for whatever lay below, certain that it was a trap of some kind. He couldn't think of any other reason why there'd be a room this far underneath the earth, unless it was some kind of bomb shelter or an archaeological dig for dinosaur bones. Suddenly, the walls of earth that had surrounded him were gone and a large cavern revealed itself. Harry caught a glimpse of rocky walls, too natural to be man-made, before a problem presented itself. How was I going to stop again? He asked, his eyes widening as the ground rapidly overtook his vision. You weren't. Whose idea again was it to drop down the dark and scary trapdoor? Harry groaned. I don't think that they gave us much of a choice, Messiel replied grimly. In the 1 or 2 seconds he had left before he splattered along the ground, Harry tucked in his arms and legs, the defensive magic around him molding around his body, and muttered a charm. Something flashed from his wand, striking the rocky ground just an instant before Harry. The blue-coated Denarian slammed into the ground and bounced right back up again. Harry flinched. Even with the charm and the shield blanketing most of the impact, it felt like somebody had just thrown a brick at his face, punched him in the gut and kicked him in the balls all at the same time. Wheezing, Harry bounced up and down a few more times before finally landing on his feet. He stood on the rapidly hardening rocky floor as the charm quickly wore off, shaking his head dazedly. His eyes darted around him, looking for a trace of Rosanna, but all he could see through the darkness were some faint outlines of some walls and not much else. Loud thuds and thumps echoed throughout the cavern as the rest of the floor followed him down, smashing apart on the rocky ground and sending splinters of broken tile and floorboards everywhere. The sound died down after a few moments, leaving nothing more than some residual echoes and the sound of Harry's own breathing. Well, Harry said dryly, his voice echoing throughout the large cavern. I'll have to admit, I've never done that before. I could use a damn light, though. He took a step forward and promptly froze as something clicked beneath his feet. There was a whirring noise as something shot out from the ground, spinning wildly in front of his face, and a sudden and horrified realization hit Harry grimly. Landmine, Messiel supplied quickly. Reinforce your shield, now. Luckily for Harry, Messiel's mental communications were interpreted by his mind much quicker than normal conversations, probably because she skipped straight past the ear and translation and spoke directly to the brain. With a flare of hellfire, the fading defensive magic surrounding him flared with blue magic, and Harry was still blanketed by the opaque screen of azure magic when the landmine went off. The explosion tore through the cavern in a flash of light and a forceful blast. The shield shimmered, deflecting or absorbing most of the close-range blast and saving Harry from harm. The force of the explosion did send him careening backwards, and he stumbled, struggling to stay upright. As his feet dragged across the dirt, he heard several more clicks and dismay flashed through him. He wasn't going to like this at all. 3 more mines went off, then another, and 2 more. It was as if entire floor was covered in explosives as gigantic explosions roared through the cavern. Chunks of stone and dirt whipped at Harry's shield, the shrapnel moving fast enough to tear through steel plates. Harry gritted his teeth, the wand trembling madly in his hand as the shield around him literally glowed under the strain it was under. Fire, smoke, dust and dirt surrounded him, pushing him and pulling him in multiple directions. In what seemed like hours, Harry was flung around the room like a ragdoll, bouncing across the ground and smashing up against walls as the explosions blanketed him with a never-ending shower of pure kinetic force. Harry was barely aware of the forces that slammed into his body, bruising tender flesh. Something cracked in his chest, but Harry ignored it as he focused every fiber of his mind into sustaining the shield around him. The wand clutched in his hand was shuddering madly, runes flaring with crimson light and smoke curling off the wood as obscenely large amounts of hellfire poured into the spell. After a few moments, the explosions died down and Harry crashed to the ground with a final thud. The ground was still rumbling ominously and thousands of glowing red-hot rocky shards littered the ground, casting a dim light in the dust-filled room. Shit, Harry groaned weakly as the shield dispelled around him. He lay there for a moment, wincing as Messiel rushed to knit his broken rib back together. I'll tell you what, Messiel, I wasn't expecting that. Neither was I, Messiel admitted, and there was a touch of worry in her voice. Perhaps we were too hasty in chasing after Rosanna. Perhaps you were too hasty, Harry corrected. He would have adopted a snide tone if he could have managed it, but his sore and aching body protested at moving the throat muscles requiring it. Slowly, he staggered up to his feet, emitting short, sharp gasps of pain. F.K. I should have gone the long way. This is ow. He glanced down at his wand and grimaced. The runes were still glowing crimson hot and the wood seemed to have burned a long strip through the thick, leather glove, burning the tender flesh beneath. Harry shuffled his wand and held it out awkwardly as he glanced around. Who do you think is waiting for us? He mentally asked Messiel, suddenly aware that talking out loud was probably giving away his position to whatever the hell else was down there with them. I don't know, Messiel answered. This dust may be obscuring us, but it's also obscuring them. Remove it. Harry nodded sharply, even though there was really no point, and twirled his wand. He whipped it around his head and sent a powerful wind to push away all the dust, his eyes narrowed for any sign of movement. The dust was pushed up to the ceiling, revealing an empty, darkened, crater-filled room only lit by the rapidly cooling embers on the ground. On one side was a small tunnel, on the other was a gigantic rocky wall. A rocky wall that had cracks in it. A rocky wall that was leaking torrents of water. Oh, F.K. me, Harry murmured as the wall crashed down under the force of tons of water. His sharp eyes caught movement in the surging tide, of gray, streamlined bodies with fins and long, prickled backs with tails, and he scowled. Oh, F.K. me sideways. A sweeping tsunami as high as Harry raced at him, water splashing and spraying across the grimy rock. Harry spun around and he held up his wand. Hellfire flared in his mind, rushing through the runes on his wand and bathing him in a dim red light. The tsunami swept at him and Harry saw a flash of streamlined gray before it was upon him. It crashed on him and there was a blinding flash of light as a curious buzzing filled the air. The tip of Harry's wand glowed with a strange gray light and the surging water buckled and fell back, sweeping by on his sides and wetting his feet but doing little else. It was as if Harry had placed a wall directly in front of him, forcing the water to go around and deflecting most of the force behind it. At the same time, an opaque dome shimmered around his head, a bubble head charm cast merely by reflex. You know, Moses could do this with one hand, Messiel mentioned casually. And it was an entire C2. Why don't you go and marry Moses then, if he's so great? Harry snapped, a bead of sweat dripping down his forehead and into the surging river below Harry's feet. Nonetheless, Messiel's moment of levity made Harry relax somewhat and he took a deep breath as he sighed. The water was raging around him, sweeping past his form and crashing at the other end of the giant cavern, but it would be back and it would likely sweep him off his feet. Harry estimated that he had 20 or so seconds left and his keen eyes glanced around the room. Plans? He asked out loud, turning his head but keeping a firm grip on his wand as he held back the tsunami that threatened to crush and batter him on the hard, rocky walls. We could stay and pursue Rosanna, although she has likely set up more traps, or we could leave. Getting the F. "K out of here sounds good," Harry said grimly. "I." He paused as a streak of gray hurled itself at him down from the waters. Harry caught a flash of sharp, white teeth and little beady eyes before his wings shot out from his back, speared into the shark and tossed it aside like one might do with an empty can. The body disappeared underneath the raging waters around him, the only indication of the shark's death bubbling up to the surface as a pool of blood. Is it bad that I'm suddenly remembering those old Animal Planet documentaries I used to watch when I was 6? Harry asked, cocking his head thoughtfully. Because I remember there was something about sharks and blood. Another large maw burst from the surface from behind him and Harry instinctively ducked, his wings swinging behind him and slicing the shark from head to fin. The shark flopped onto the ground and was taken along by the current. At the same time, a large resounding boom roared throughout the chamber and Harry's head shot up, his eyes widening with surprise. "Well shit," he deadpanned. Large explosions were ripping through the roof in a series of timed, consecutive blasts, no doubt more of Rosanna's explosives at work. The roof began to crack and break apart, rocks and debris the size of a car dropping down and into the water. Smoke pumped through the air, making everything hazy and blocking Harry's sight, even as the surging water rose to his knees. It seemed there was no limit to the tide, and Harry recalled seeing a lake by the house. "You had to admit," Harry started, still keeping the majority of the water at bay with a single and constant spell. "Rosanna's really outdone herself. What a sneaky little bitch she must be to pull this off. She's never been strong and she's had to offset this by being craftier and more devious than the rest of her kin," Messiel told Harry. Even she sounded a tad worried, although that worry was tinged with something like disappointment and an utter fury. The emotions made sense by her next words, which sounded like they had been forcibly dragged out of her. "Go. Leave. Let her have her victory today. Who knows what else she..." Whatever Messiel was going to say next was cut off as three things happened simultaneously. From the smoke-hazed air came a falling piece of debris, at least 3 times the size of Harry himself. His wings swept up in a single, clear movement, chipping into rock and then using the momentum to hurl the piece of debris aside. At the same time, long snapping jaws burst out of the water and Harry's free hand grasped the sword of the cross and met the crocodile's teeth with a blaze of silver fire and gleaming steel. The debris crashed on the ground with a boom, causing the rock beneath Harry's feet to shudder, but the crocodile's momentum was powerful enough to send the now headless beast crashing into Harry. Half a ton of big, scaly and smelly flesh slammed into Harry. Although Harry was able to shrug off a blow that would have rendered a normal man useless, he was knocked off his feet and his wand fizzled out with a puff of gray smoke. Before Harry had even hit the ground, he was swept up in a powerful current as the build-up water slammed into him and sent him under. The bubble head charm flickered around him and promptly collapsed, dissipated by the powerful torrent. He fought the urge to take in a breath as the current pushed him along the jagged rocky ground, his wings scraping against the slippery rocks in a vain attempt to slow him down. He kept a firm grip on both his wand and the sword, clutching metal and wood tight in his respective hands. Sleek bodies darted around him and one of Harry's arms brushed against something rough and leathery. Harry quickly brought his arm back in, a flash of panic entering his mind for a second, and his wand came up. His mouth opened uselessly, a trail of bubbles rising to the surface as he reflexively mouthed the incantation, and a streak of green light shot out, sizzling water sending a pack of sharks scattering. The current pushed him along and Harry groaned as he was slammed into the rocky wall on the other side of the cavern, his voice sounded distorted in the water that surrounded him. His wings swept back, smashing into stone and lodging him in place as he twirled his wand, pushing the water back away from his head. As air hit his face, he took in a gasping breath of fresh oxygen, panting. The smell of smoke and dust was thick in the air, almost stifling, and there was something sticky trickling down the back of his head. Harry didn't need to feel it to know that he was bleeding from a head wound. "Fix that, could you?" he asked with a sigh, spitting out a mouthful of water and coughing. Without waiting for a reply, Harry concentrated and attempted to disapparate. "Figures," he sighed when nothing happened. A floating piece of rock became his next attempt at escape, but it failed as well and Harry threw away the potential portkey with a scowl. "I'm going to kill this bitch," he snarled, his anger and annoyance increasing by every second he spotted something from the corner of his eye and growled. Oh, F. K off. Carnifico. A shark went limp as a glimmering arc split it in two and the water was stained with blood. True to their nature, the other sharks ignored Harry and dove in on their dead comrade, tearing into the newly bloodied flesh with relish. Harry ignored them and tried to get a bearing on his surroundings, but it was too dark and there was too much smoke for him to decipher where he is. He could feel his limbs shaking, but Messiel's handy manipulations of his nervous system made it felt like he was toasting in a sauna. Wait a moment, advised Messiel, her voice distant. A moment later and his view on the world changed. To Harry, it was as if he were standing back in the same spot he had landed after falling into this cavern of death traps, except that everything was glowing in a silvery light, making it easier for him to perceive through the darkness. He quickly found what he was looking for, the entrance to a small tunnel that appeared to lead upwards into what was no doubt more traps and sharks and high explosives and other annoying little things like that. Good, Harry murmured. Where are we now? His vision changed again, his surroundings becoming a silver blur, shooting towards one of the sections on the eastern wall. Harry took careful note, his mind already rehearsing the spells he'd need to make the 100-meter distance between the exit and where he had pinned himself. Around him, a series of brightly glowing figures burst into existence. Messiel had literally painted all of his enemies, if you could say that about some mindless animals, for him. Let's go, then, Harry declared. With a few flicks of his wand and the complete evisceration of a shark, Harry managed to make it to the small entrance and clambered up onto the rocky ledge. A split second later, another shark leapt at him from the water but was batted aside with a sweep of his wings. Harry let out a huge sigh as he shook his head, spraying icy cold water around the narrow, damp tunnel and feeling a lot more relieved and excited than he showed. You know, these wings are actually pretty cool, Harry commented, flexing his wings. They shot out around him in a disturbing visage of a featherless angel, scraping against the jagged walls. It kind of makes up for. There was an odd clicking noise and something shot out of the wall in a blur of speed. Harry's reflexes, however, were superior to most beings on the planet and a few that resided elsewhere, and he curled his wings up around him. Something sparked as it struck the bone and there was a clatter as it bounced onto the ground. Harry smirked, before his face froze and pain lanced through his side. 3 more objects had shot from the walls, 2 of the thin, jagged darts bouncing off his wings but one taking advantage of the distinct lack of flesh on the bones to shoot past and slam into the side of his ribs. Harry's eyes widened in shock and he squeezed them shut, letting out a loud hiss of pain. Ow, he declared flatly, in a strained voice. He glanced down and winced at the sight of the jagged dart protruding from his torso. Do I? Oh, that smarts. Do I leave it in or do I take it out? Make no sudden movements, Messiel said sternly. This is not a good situation to be in. Harry felt her on the top of his subconscious, analyzing everything he sensed with a mind far greater than his own. Still, the throbbing pain in his side wasn't dimming down at all and Harry grimaced as he slowly reached over with his wand hand. When he didn't receive a complaint from Messiel, he pulled the spiked dart out and winced as his ribs flared. Tricksy little bitch, ain't she? Harry grumbled. There was a blur of movement in front of him and suddenly his mind was ablaze with hellfire, Messiel taking control and slashing up with one of his wings. Harry blinked in surprise even as the wing blocked a large blade, which had swung from the ceiling faster than Harry could see. He only had a moment to feel astonished before Messiel brought up his other wing, blocking another blade. Shit, Harry snapped, bringing up the sword of the cross across his head, just in time as yet another blade swung down, threatening to take off his head. The force behind the blow that slammed into his sword was too great to be just gravity, and the clinical and detached part of Harry's mind wondered if there was some kind of propelling mechanism involved. The rest of him focused on the loud, ominous click, as the blow sent him reeling backwards, his foot touching something small and hard. There was a whirring noise, something exploded upwards from the rocky ground and suddenly the entire tunnel was full of pinging noises. The mine exploded in a shower of little metal balls and the walls erupted in a shower of sparks as metal bounced off rock. The next few moments were a frenzy of movement and brief flashes of what could only be described as sensory overload. Surrounded by a hastily constructed shield and ignoring the dozen or so ball bearings that had ripped through his body, one coming dangerously close to his head as it had taken off half his ear, Harry practically sprinted forward, his veins surging with adrenaline, hellfire and panic. Fiendfire formed around him, crushing through the walls and floor. The powerful cursed flames undoubtedly set off the traps that caused the roof to start collapsing in on him, but it deflected and protected him from dart-like projectiles and pendulum-like blades that swung from the roof at every interval. The attack came from everywhere and even Harry's enhanced reflexes couldn't block all of them at once. More explosions went off, ball bearings shooting past the fiendfire, coated with the cursed flame and little more than molten steel, but still bouncing off Harry's hasty shield with loud pinging noises until the sound was ringing painfully through his ears. Some of them broke past it even as Harry pumped more and more magic into the half-formed shield, but there was no time to stop, no time to slow down or else he would die, so he took the pain with a face that could have been carved from stone and continued sprinting. Finally, there was something ahead of him, a glimmer of an entrance enhanced by the light emitted by the fiendfire. As the roof started to seriously cave down around him, Harry gritted his teeth, enhanced his limbs with all the hellfire he could muster and shot towards the supposed safety at a speed that would put Olympic athletes for shame. His wings shot out around him, digging into the stone, and Harry rocked on his feet and pushed himself forward, soaring out the entrance of the tunnel amidst a sea of flame and rock. He landed painfully on an increasingly familiar rocky ground and the fiendfire died down around him as the tunnel behind him groaned and shuddered, the roof burying the narrow space with rocks and debris. There was still the occasional muffled thump and the odd pinging noise, but it became oddly silent as Harry lay there, his entire body radiating with pain that even Messiel had trouble in dulling. Hellfire ebbed from his aching limbs, leaving him feeling oddly weak and tired. There were certain aches on his body that Harry knew were serious injuries. Some of those metal balls had ripped straight through him, after all. He was just glad that Messiel had such good control over his nervous system because he did not want to know what he was really feeling at the moment. Damn it, he hissed softly to himself, ignoring a pained ache from his heart. Damn, damn, damn. That, Messiel. It hurts, F.K. You're wounded, beloved, Messiel told him, and her voice was worried. Hellfire was gathering in his chest and Harry was barely aware that he was only breathing at certain intervals, Messiel timing rapid bursts of healing with the gathering of precious oxygen for his brain. You're wounded badly. It can't be that bad, Harry panted, his teeth gritting as he pushed himself up. He eventually settled on a kneeling position. I still have my beep. After all. He quickly took an inventory check, making sure he still had his trusty wand and the gleaming sword of the cross, which was quickly becoming a hindrance. If the stupid lump of metal wasn't going to help him out on this one, then why cart the extra weight around? Consider this, Messiel said quietly, even as Harry felt her expend all of her effort into patching his tattered body back together. To come through that relatively unscathed is nothing short of a, dare I say, miracle. We were lucky. Perhaps too lucky for it to be just luck. Ah, was all Harry uttered. He felt vaguely surprised as he continued his spot check and frowned, suppressing the wince as pain shot through the right-hand side of his face. Messiel. Yes. You haven't seen a couple of my fingers around, have you? Can't say I have, answered Messiel after a pause. I'll get onto them later, but forcing the tissue to regenerate entire appendages will take time. Hours, even. Could be a problem, Harry agreed wearily. Quite, Messiel answered, and she sounded concerned. Are you well, Harry? You sound rather off and I haven't the effort to decipher the chaos that is your mind at the moment. I'm angry, Messiel, Harry said blandly. Very, very angry. It's the type of angry you get when you get hurt and you want to punch somebody. I see, Messiel noted carefully. I'm going to kill Rosanna, Messiel, Harry said quietly. And I'm going to take my time. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to make the bitch scream. I will do things to her I have never done to anybody else in my life. I will show her just how low I can sink. You are angry. Yeah, Harry drawled out slowly, almost a hiss. His breathing was harsh and there was a disturbing glint to his eyes and he rummaged through his coat, finally producing a pencil. He snapped it in two, dropped the sword. How he had managed to carry it with only a thumb and a pinky was beyond him, and calmly shoved the broken wood into the bloodied stumps that used to be his fingers. Pain flared in his mind, but it was okay. Harry was in a lot of pain at the moment. What was a little more? Harry kept the pieces of wood there was. He tied it down with some loose threads, ripping off the small patch of his shirt that wasn't bloodied or wet, until the broken bits of wood were properly jammed into his hands. He picked up the sword and experimented with his new appendages, gripping the hilt as firmly as he could. It felt odd, but it would have to do. Inventive, Messiel offered. I'd use magic, but her mind seemed to react to it, Harry said quietly. We could be surrounded and not know it. Here's what I was able to get from what I saw after we came in, Messiel said. Harry looked up and his vision flickered, another one overlapping the darkness he was seeing. Around him were crumpled bits of rock and debris and the lingering remains of fiendfire, seemingly frozen in time. The tunnel and the wall he had come out of remained shrouded in darkness, which was logical since he had had his back turned when he had came hurtling out of it. Harry glanced across the ground and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it seemed relatively undisturbed. There were no indications of any traps there, no scruff marks that might have been a buried mine. He glanced up, wincing as something inside of his made an odd squelching noise. Messiel murmured an apology as something dribbled out of one of the holes in his chest. A moment later, Harry felt the skin close up and Messiel moved to the next serious injury. He tried to survey the roof, but Messiel had only got a glimpse of part of it through his eyes and most of it was shrouded in dark. There was something though, a curious trapezium-shaped object that Harry had to squint at for a few moments before his eyes widened. It wasn't a trapezium. It was a cut-off rectangle and air duct. Messiel. Ears. Messiel was ahead of him, following his thought pattern a little better now that she had repaired the damage to his heart. Harry cocked his head and stopped breathing, listening into the darkness as carefully as he could. One of his ears was throbbing madly, so Harry cocked his head to the other side, his eyes fluttering shut. It was mostly silent, but there was a faint noise, yes. It was hissing. Gas. Harry held his breath as he hauled himself up, clutching his wand and sword tightly. With a weak swipe, silver flames ignited at the edge of his blade and banished back the darkness that had surrounded him. He was in another large cavern, smaller than the other though. His eyes shot upwards and he scowled. There were 4 air ducts spewing out an almost transparent mist, a mist that had already reached down to his head height. He blinked as an odd burning sensation gathered behind his eyes, his vision blurring, before he snarled and swiped his wand. There was a rush of wind and a loud pop as Harry simultaneously banished the mist away from his face and cast a bubble head charm over his head. He raised a hand, the bubble head charm shimmering as his fingers felt the warm liquid dripping from the corner of his eyes. They came back stained with red. Explosive mines, swinging blades, hidden darts, attack sharks and now nerve gas. Harry muttered. This is a bit much, don't you think? There's enough stuff here to take out half a damn city. And who knows how many more rooms like these there are, Messiel pointed out darkly. Harry stood there, strangely hesitant to take any action as the deadly gas filled the room. He still couldn't see through the pitch black and finally decided that if he was going to do anything, he'd need to know what was around him. With an elaborate twirl of his wand, Harry cast a series of spells in quick succession. Light flared from the tip, blasting back the darkness that surrounded him. At the same time, he was suddenly surrounded by a thick, glassy-like shield of crimson and black fire, pure hellfire solidified into a powerful defense. His feet stiffened as magic stuck them to the ground and the bubble head charm flashed and became even more dense and suffocating. Behind his magical defenses, Harry waited for the ball to drop. He didn't have to wait long. There was a loud click above him and Harry's head shot up, only to reflexively turn as a blinding light filled the air. The light was enough for Messiel to capture a perfect image of his surroundings and, even with his eyes squeezed shut, the room appeared in his vision. There's a doorway to your right, Messiel noted quickly. Harry was glancing at the ground, making certain that there were no hidden explosives or bear traps or whatever else Rosanna had decided to throw at him. As a round of concussive explosions boomed above him, the sound strangely dulled by his shield, Harry flicked his wand and moved, his eyes remaining shut as the bright light flashed around him. The vision changed in his head, Messiel making minor adjustments as he moved to keep it constant, even as her voice instructed him calmly within his head. 2 steps to the right. Stride of 32 centimeters. Keep going for another 10 paces. No. 9 paces you overextended over that crack. Turn 32 degrees clockwise. Now 10 degrees counterclockwise. Another few degrees to the right. Perfect. Harry could hear tons of earth and rocks falling behind him, concluding that the explosion must have caused a cave in, no doubt Rosanna's attention in the first place. The tunnel before him loomed closer and closer in his mind's eye until he was practically at the entrance. The powerful light that had been burning his eyes, closed as they were, dimmed down and Harry opened them but didn't slow down. He surged through the narrow entrance and up the slope, adrenaline and hellfire pushing the pain from his mind. There were more explosives in this tunnel, but the scattered shots of ball bearings pinged against his shield uselessly. Spears jutted from the walls around him, shattering on his shield, Harry even catching one lancing from the ground and crushing it with his bare hands. The runes of his wand flared with crimson light as he expertly weaved and dodged through the well-set traps, more than prepared for them after having had a few moments to regain his bearings. The ground shuddered and crumbled before his feet, but his wings shot out and stabbed into the wall. Winds howled and raged from the chasm beneath him, bringing with it a thick scent of sulfur and other chemical smells, and Harry wrinkled his nose, using a combination of his wings and hellfire-enhanced limbs to push himself forward, only stopping to blast apart a large round boulder that rolled down the slope. Harry reached the end of the chasm, dropped to his feet and darted on forward, his breathing heavy in his ears. This wasn't the most conventional fight he had ever been in, but he had to admit that it was a little more fun now that he'd absorbed what was happening. As clicks echoed around him, Harry crouched down and used feet enhanced with hellfire to jump forward and into the light ahead. Explosions roared behind him as Harry jumped into the next death trap, tiny bits of debris pinging off his shield uselessly. He landed unsteadily on his knees and glanced up, his furious green eyes taking in everything at once. He was in the middle of several stories of ramps and scaffolding, dozens of men wielding large guns aiming at him. On the highest ramp, staring down at him with contempt, was a slender dark-eyed woman. Rosanna. Harry hissed under his breath, rising to his feet. The rage in his eyes was only dwarfed by the appearance of fear in Rosanna's, who was staring into Harry's wreathed irises and paling. Perhaps she could see Messiel behind the teenage boy that she inhabited. Kill him. The woman shouted furiously. Gunfire exploded from all around him and Harry reflexively flinched as sparks exploded mere centimeters away from his face, bouncing off his defensive shield with little trouble. He stood up, his good hand clutching his wand and his mangled hand managing the sword the best he could, and glared up at Rosanna. He never broke his gaze as fire reared up around him and he lashed out at the scaffolding, searing through metal support frames and sending entire ramps of guards tumbling painfully to the hard ground. Most of them didn't stand up again. There was a puff of smoke in the corner of his eye and Harry jerked his head back, surprise flittering on his face as a rocket shot past his head. It disappeared to the other side of the room and Harry felt rather than heard the explosion as the ground shuddered, the sound of gunfire roaring inside his head. More fire lashed out, enveloping entire squads of men, and another metal frame gave way, sending the dozen or so men standing on top of it crashing to the ground. On its way down, however, it glanced one of the other metal frames, the one where Rosanna stood on, and with a creaking groan it too tumbled to the ground in a surprising show of good luck. Protect the mistress! Protect the mistress! The shouts hollered from around him as a half a dozen little gray balls were thrown at his feet. Harry stared down at them quizzically, even as a glimmering arc of silver light severed a burly man into two. There was a sudden bright flash and the ground shattered under the concussive force of the powerful grenades, sending Harry flying. The crimson domes of defensive magic around him shimmered and flickered but cushioned most of the blow from Harry, leaving him feeling mildly bruised as he crashed into the ground. A wing lashed out even before he landed and a nearby man was pierced, lifted up and hurled at a comrade in the time that it took Harry to stagger back up again, his wand literally burning into his hand. What happened was what Harry just loved in a fight, pure and utter chaos. There were bodies everywhere, all clamoring to kill him. Some continued firing from the distance, bullets hitting their own more than they shattered against Harry's shield, but most of them just charged at Harry with a fanaticism that could only be magically induced. Some of them used the butts of their guns as clubs. Others were wielding knives, shovels, pickaxes. He even saw a damn chainsaw take off the arm of a maddened comrade as it swung at him. His wings lashed out around him, protecting his back and sides, while his wand literally whittled man after man, every second spell glowing with the deadly eerie green that was so feared in the wizarding world. Still, there had to be hundreds of them, some storming in from doors to the side with loud battle cries and a complete disregard for their own life. Vorigo Oculus Exusum. Harry roared. Hellfire roared through him and into the ground around him, which cracked and shattered in a radius of at least 3 meters. Fire roared up from the splits as they widened to become a chasm of yellow and orange flame, which was only whipped up into frenzy as a ferocious wind howled into it from all directions. Harry stood in this searing bonfire as the men around him were all beeped into their deaths. Screams of pain and torment accompanied the howling wind in a matter of moments as new bodies rapidly clambered in, too absorbed in their quest to kill Harry to pay any attention to a little thing like fire. They died too, even as they stepped over the sizzling and blackened corpses of their friends. Fanatics, Harry muttered in disgust. Perhaps once, they had been normal men and women with jobs and homes and families. Now all they were witless servants, all but willing to throw their lives away for their mistress. Harry stepped from the flame, his eyes trying to pierce through an air filled with smoke and bodies. Gunfire rattled off in the distance, some striking his shield and some missing him completely, and Harry growled out in frustration. Where'd she go? He snarled to himself. He hadn't even wanted to do this in the first place, and yet he had came all this way and endured all of those stupid King traps for a bloody reason. He was going to show that King bitch just how low he could sink. Something shimmered in the smoky haze around him and Harry paused. A second later, a streak of wailing green light, only a few shades off the killing curse, zoomed past him. The noise left chilling echoes in his ears as another streak zoomed through the smoke, striking his shield and shattering instantly. In that split second, Harry moved as a barrage of green light literally pummeled into where he had been standing. One of them struck him on the chest, piercing the wards on his coat with ease and turning a good portion of his lower insides into pure mush. Blood spluttered from Harry's lips, but he ignored the searing pain, his injured hand tightening around the sword of the cross, and leapt forward. A silver bar of flame blurred, batting away 2 more of the strange piercing spells and striking something soft. There was a piercing shriek of pain as Harry lashed out with his wing, slamming into a vulnerable body and lodging itself in little spiked ridges of bone grappling the flesh and holding tight. Harry lifted up his wand, his eyes glittering with triumph, and spat out, Avada Kedavra. There was a sudden flash of green, a loud noise akin of a howling wind, and the sound of a body thumping to the ground as the force of the spell literally pushed it off his wing. At the same time, the sound of gunfire came to a halt. Harry banished the smoke to the other side of the room and glanced down at the person he had just killed. Dark braided hair had been bound tight to her head and her warm brown eyes were dull and listless. All in all, Rosanna was a beautiful woman, even dead. His head shot up as he heard choking and gagging noises, and he saw the few remaining servants clutching their heads, blood streaming from their ears. He watched, gaping, as they all collapsed and stilled. What had once been a raging battlefield less than 10 seconds ago was now eerily silent. Harry stared down at Rosanna's body with an expression of extreme befuddlement, despite the suddenly glowing sensation that Messiel was radiating, which could only be described best as a liquid orgasm that flowed through him, banishing away his pains and aches. That's it, he muttered. You sound surprised, Messiel all but purred. But, she's dead. I am well aware of that, believe me, Messiel said with a satisfied hiss. Kinda anticlimactic, wasn't it? Harry asked, glancing around skeptically. All those traps and all that suspense, and this is it. A simple killing curse to the chest and bam, we're done. I'm afraid I don't understand, Messiel said, although her tone was still too satisfied to sound like she cared. Rosanna is dead. We are alive. But, nobody just dies like that in real life, Harry muttered with a scowl, bending down to pick of the silver coin that rolled out of Rosanna's mouth. There's always an epic duel and lots of fire and witty backtalk. You don't just die like that. You sound disappointed, somebody said smoothly, and Harry's head shot to the side, where Vereen was walking through one of the doors, looking pristine and smug even in her muddy clothes. I think I am, Harry muttered, feeling tired and weary as the hellfire and adrenaline was leaving his body. I went through all of that and there's not even an impressive duel at the end. She liquefies my stomach and then has the indecency of just dying so easily. Man, do you know how painful it is to grow a new spleen? The liver is easy, but the spleen. It's gonna be a painful night. Well done, my lord, Vereen said instead, scanning the carnage and bodies around her with a visibly impressed expression. I didn't think that you'd be able to do this so easily. Nicodemus might have been able to, but nobody else. Harry glared at her, his eyes narrowed. There was something entirely too smug about her, an arrogant tilt of the lips that he suddenly wanted to burn off her face. Rosanna had known he was coming, or suspected, at least. How loyal had Vereen been to Rosanna? His wand rose despite himself, he had more than enough left him in to take care of her, when she spoke, perhaps sensing his mood. You see, my lord, this was your true test, she said quietly. You've taken on a fortified position, which had been anticipating your attack, and won despite the odds. Had you failed, it would have been clear that you were not strong enough to deserve my loyalty. Her gaze surveyed his body and her eyebrows shot up in surprise. I don't understand how you are still walking, she breathed quietly to herself. And Rosanna would have praised you as a hero, no? Harry asked tightly, having the sudden urge to toughly maim the Denarian in front of him. He winced as Messiel did something to his insides, her soothing power already beginning to mend what had been broken. He may not have some of the specialized powers that the other Denarians had, but it'd take nothing short of losing his head or complete internal organ failure to put him down for good. Messiel was cool like that. It's like that when you play both sides, Vereen answered with a smile, although she was casting Harry a wary look with her beautiful blue eyes. Gonna do it again, Harry growled, the runes on his wand glowing threateningly. No, my lord, Vereen answered immediately. She cast another look around her, her gaze resting on Rosanna slightly longer than usual. I don't think I'll need to. Okay. Harry nodded and all but snarled the next word. Crucio. Vereen collapsed in a heap, her screams ringing out through the room as the Cruciatus curse fully expressed Harry's displeasure. Harry watched with bloodied teeth and a menacing grin as she thrashed before him. UF. King bitch. He roared. He flicked his wand, canceling the curse on his victim, and summoned a fiery mass of fiendfire that hovered around his body. Several strands licked their way up his arm, apparently harmless for the master of fire, and morphed into vague representations of coiling serpents. The fiendfire came dangerously close to Vereen's face and she swallowed, pushing away the lingering pain in her mind. Wait, she pleaded. Messiel must have known I'd try this, or something like this. It's what I did before. You've won. You have my loyalty until the day you die. Ask Messiel. Ask her how loyal I was after I tested her in the ruins of Babylon. You have it. She's right, Messiel added quietly. The fiendfire inched closer and Harry wasn't budging. I fought for her. I killed for her. I'm loyal. Vereen snarled, flinching at the unexpected heat. Her skin was shimmering, as if she were about to try a demonic transformation out of sheer desperation. Don't kill me. I can be useful to you. She knows it. Are you begging me for your life? Harry whispered to her coldly. Yes. Vereen hissed and the fire stilled. No pride or dignity or anything like that. Only if you want it, my lord, Vereen whispered. Don't send me back to the darkness. I couldn't take it. Use me. Use my talents and my knowledge. Use my body. Just don't kill me. Use you, Harry repeated in a murmur. There was a tense silence and the fiendfire halted. Harry looked to be in deep thought, his lips unconsciously moving as he obviously conversed with Messiel. Vereen lay on the ground, trying to regain her composure as the fiery snake blazed before her. The dark magic behind that spell was enough to even frighten her. Finally, the young Denarian seemed to have come to a decision and the fire reared up. Vereen's eyes widened and she opened her mouth as fear flooded through her, but Harry merely gestured to the side with his wand and the fire washed over the battlefield around them like a giant wave crashing on the beach. Well, You do have a nice rack, Harry murmured. He smiled at her bitterly. Maybe I'll let you live for a little longer. You have walked into an enemy ambushed and against all odds, you have succeeded to a point. Silence reigned between them for a few moments, Vereen still shuddering from the after effects of the curse. Her fury was easy to see now that the immediate threat was gone, but there was also a healthy dose of fear that Harry found quite pleasing. Finally, she gave him a strained smile and stood up, straightening her shoulders and eyeing the fiendfire roaring behind Harry uneasily. Perhaps I would take you home, my lord, she said quietly, far different from her pleading only a moment ago. She moved forward but froze when Harry's wand rose, then slowly took another step forward. Her arm draped around his shoulders, only quivering slightly as the tip of Harry's wand dug into her stomach, and she took on Harry's weight and assisted him in hobbling towards the exit. She didn't even slow down when Harry's other hand curled up around her beast and roughly squeezed it. If I may say, you seem rather fixated on my host's beasts, she said. Unusually so. They're kinda like stress balls, Harry muttered, giving them another squeeze. And no matter how much of a traitorous bitch you are, you're hot. Well, not hot, really, but not ugly. Well, maybe slightly better than average. Harry removed the arm around him as they reached the door while Vereen's face flickered with displeasure. As he stepped through, he stopped and turned his head. Vereen met his cold gaze head on, her face becoming an emotionless mask. Don't you ever betray me again, Harry started softly. If you do, I'll kill you. Unease flickered over the female Denarian's face and her eyes unconsciously shot to the side, where the fiendfire was already blazing as it consumed all evidence of the battle. It wouldn't be long before the entire mansion went up in flames, much like Vereen's freedom. Still, there was no doubt of the power of Mesiel's new host. Tessa was great, even, but she was no Denarian lord. Really, all she had to do was help him remove the rest of the Denarians, then kill him before he killed her, because she knew he would. She knew that once she had helped Mesiel take her revenge, she would follow her former masters to the grave. Vereen could find out where the prominent members of the Blackened Order were hiding, but she wasn't strong enough to kill them. Harry was strong enough to kill them, but he couldn't find them. They both needed each other. When that changed, Vereen had no doubt as to what would happen. It was risky. But Vereen, head of the Blackened Order of Denarius now, that had a rather nice ring to it. Well, this was a complete waste of my time, Harry said flatly, eyeing the busy traffic around him as he leaned back in the cafe chair. He took a drink of his coffee, carefully eyeing his companion on the other side of the table. There are 20 other things I could be doing right now apart from sipping cheap coffee on a Chicago street corner. Sleeping, eating, drinking something decent, having say with impressionable and attractive young women. Please, Vereen snorted. She flipped her dark hair over her shoulder, a rather annoying habit that she had as Harry had found, and eyed him disdainfully. Despite her tasteful dress of crimson silk, her clothes were rumpled and her harried face was screwed up into an irritated scowl. Although, that could also been that she had been listening to Harry whine for the past 40 minutes. Your say. Life is as active as these damn smugglers we're looking for. We haven't found them yet, Harry muttered, wincing as a car let out a loud beep at another, the horn resounding in his head. King drivers, he muttered. Exactly, Vereen said dryly. My lord, she added belatedly. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Harry snapped, pausing and giving off a last ha. For good measure. It had only been a week or so since Harry had followed Vereen's last advice and walked into Rosanna's ambush. It had taken him a few days to recover since he had needed to grow a few extra appendages, and even now some of his fingers felt stiff and awkward. It was only at Mesiel's strong urging that Vereen was still alive. Harry would be the first to admit that the intricacies and subtleties of backstabbing and espionage escaped him, but it had been his opinion that Vereen was too dangerous to be left alive. Mesiel had disagreed, so Harry had reluctantly stayed his wand. Really, it was only a matter of time before Vereen outlived her usefulness, and then Harry had Mesiel's full blessing to kill the rotten traitorous bitch. Until then, he would sit at tables and sip coffee with her. Just admit it. You screwed up, Harry drawled. I did not screw up, Vereen insisted fiercely, and Harry rolled his eyes. Where are we? Harry asked her calmly. I don't see how. Vereen started. Where are we? Harry asked again, although his voice came out more as a demand than an actual question. Vereen sighed and answered between gritted teeth. We're at a small coffee shop. And cheap, Harry added, waggling the half-empty mug of weak coffee in front of her face. Don't forget cheap. We're at a small and cheap coffee house which, surprisingly, doesn't house crates of small arms for the order of black and Denarius nefarious ways. Well, I suppose you could use this sludge as a biological weapon of some sort. It tastes like one. Well, stop drinking it then, Vereen snapped. At Harry's dangerous look, she closed her mouth and took a deep breath, as if she was trying to calm herself down. When she spoke up next, her voice was significantly less heated. Perhaps my informants were wrong, she admitted painfully. Really? No. Harry gasped sarcastically. He let out a derisive snort, his lips twitching as he took another sip from his mug. Funny. I could have sworn that I heard something about your informants is what was it. The best spy network in the world. We'll find them. Vereen insisted, burying her nose in a stack of papers before him and racing through them in a matter of seconds, as if there was something there that she had missed the first time around. I'm telling you, it's just not there, Harry said lazily and smirked. Vereen was about to say something else when a shadow fell over their table. Harry had already been aware of the person approaching them, his hand discreetly slipping inside his jacket to brush against his wand, but hadn't recognized them until he looked up. It was a girl, an admittedly beautiful girl with tanned skin, long owned hair and blue eyes wearing tight red t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts. She was staring at Harry with dawning recognition, a delighted smile crossing her face. No way, she said loudly. Harry Potter. Speaking. Harry offered, cocking his head and narrowing her eyes. There was something annoyingly familiar about her, and it wasn't until her next words when Harry remembered where he had seen the girl before. It's Melissa, she exclaimed delightedly. I met you at the Four Seasons on the Kona Kohala coast. Hawaii. Remember me? Oh, Melissa, Harry exclaimed with a sudden and obviously fake grin. He stood up and gave her a hug as Vereen watched on with a suspiciously blank gaze. I remember you. Really? Melissa squealed, practically beaming at him. It's strange, actually, Harry continued, shooting a look at Vereen. I was just talking about you, well, sort of, I guess. Vereen, remember what you were saying about before, about trying to find something of mine? Well, here it is. Her, Vereen said dubiously, peering at the tanned woman in Harry's arms. Really? Really? Harry confirmed with a nod and a bright smile. Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa said suddenly, her face blanching. Is that your? Am I interrupting? No. Harry was quick to assure her. She's just a business colleague. We're doing some work here in Chicago. He stood up and took out a seat for the perky and slightly air-headed owned. Melissa beamed at him as she sat down, and Harry wagged his eyebrows at Vereen, the latter looking a mite disgruntled as she shuffled a stack of papers. I didn't know you lived around here, Melissa said as Harry sat back down, her blue gaze never leaving Vereen's face. I thought you lived in England, what with your cute little British accent. Ah, well, my job takes me to all sorts of interesting places. Right, you're one of those paparazzi people, Melissa said, a finger placed on her lip thoughtfully. Please, Melissa, Harry said with a pained expression. I'm a freelance photographer. Don't group me in with those morons. Melissa giggled, but her eyes were settled on Vereen and she gestured at the dark-haired woman. Who's that, Harry? Another one of your models? She asked. There was a strange edge in her voice and Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise, especially when Vereen answered for him in a frigid voice. Model. Vereen repeated, looking quite disdainful. Hardly. It will be a very cold day in hell before I allow this lecherous beep to see me half naked. Harry could see Melissa repeat the words, lecherous beep, softly and caught her eye. He casually leaned in closer to the tanned athletic owned and whispered into her ear, jilted bride. Melissa's mouth opened in dawning realization and she threw the other woman a look of pity, before settling quite comfortably on Harry's arm. How did those pictures of me come out? She asked excitedly. Did the magazine like them? I'm sure some magazine would have liked them, if they even had magazines up down in Antarctica, Harry responded dryly and smiled at Melissa's shocked look. All my luggage somehow and for the life of me I just don't understand managed to get in the cargo hold of a research plane down to Antarctica. It's going to be 7 months actually, 6 months from last week until it gets sent back. Oh my god, Melissa gasped in horror. That's horrible. How does a parcel that's clearly marked for England get thrown on a? Harry stopped and took a deep breath, hiding a smile behind his hand as he rubbed his nose. You know what? I'm not getting into this rant again. I'm in the company of a beautiful woman who really doesn't need to hear my whining. Melissa giggled as Vereen held back a snort, a disdainful and disgusted expression plastering her face as she bent back over the notes. The American bee. Owned threw Vereen another look, her eyes strangely calculating for somebody who, so far, had appeared nothing more than a typical airhead. Harry almost tensed at that until Messiel chuckled in his mind. That's merely the look of one territorial female to another, she explained in amusement. Jealousy can make the most unintelligent look like a genius when the paranoia calls for it. You haven't met Vereen before, have you? Harry continued, smiling politely, something that even he would admit looked strange. Melissa, this is Vereen, well, I guess you could call her a secretary of sorts. She's helping me find some stuff. I didn't know you had a secretary, Melissa mused obliviously. Neither did I, answered Harry, and his eyes were cold when he swung them on Vereen, looking completely out of place next to his bland smile. She came somewhat recommended to me from one of my bosses. Trust me when I say you would not believe what I had to go through to get her, and, frankly, she's not really proving her worth considering the price I had to pay. 3 severed digits, 4 broken ribs, a good chunk of your liver and your gallbladder, a cracked femur, a broken nose, an earlobe. Messiel rattled off the list of injuries in his mind. Vereen met his gaze coolly as Harry continued. It's coming to the point where I might simply have to get rid of her, he said and smiled chillingly. So don't disappoint me, Vereen. There was an awkward tension at the small table, a tension that Melissa remained totally oblivious to as she tried to flag down the waiter. Harry kept Vereen's gaze until the other Denarian dropped her head, shuffling her papers and beginning to go over them once more. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. He turned to Melissa and caught her hand, entwining his fingers with hers and bringing it down. Now, Melissa, he said with a cheerful grin. Do you really want to eat at this little dingy restaurant when we could go somewhere nice? It's a cafe, idiot, Vereen muttered under her breath. Harry's smile never wavered as he kicked her under the table, and Vereen hissed beneath her teeth, throwing him a furious glare. Melissa was blushing, but she smiled coyly. Suddenly, she let out a yelp and jumped upwards. Something moved under the table. She cried out. What? Harry chuckled and bent his head down. He felt at the same time as he saw silver light briefly flash from the long parcel he had with him. It was the tug at his heartstrings that had absolutely nothing to do with love, and he stifled a groan as a sudden rush of anger surged through him. For the love of, why now of all times? The sword vibrated again, rattling against the table, but Harry ground his jaw and forced a smile. Must have been the breeze, he lied. Melissa nodded and breathed a loud sigh of relief, her hand held over her heart. She sat back down as Harry discreetly rubbed his chest, a pained expression crossing his face. Oh, how he completely loathed the damn tugging. He gave the case a sharp tap with his foot, resisting the urge to scowl down at it. There was no use in complaining about it. The sword always seemed to know how long it was going to take for him to finally succumb and do what it was telling him to do. Well, it could wait until Harry was done with Melissa. The girl was chattering on, but Harry tuned her out, listening in well enough to smile politely and ask the occasional question or two. The sword's calling at his heart was increasing rapidly, becoming far more urgent than Harry was used to. He grimaced, rubbing his chest, and nudged the sword with his foot again. At the same time Harry nudged it, the sword let out the strongest shudder yet. Harry's leg recoiled at the touch, coming back up and knocking at the table. Simultaneously, the waiter hurrying to one of the tables with a tray of ice creams slipped on something and sent his tray flying. The ice cream splattered across the ground as Harry tried to stabilize himself. His right foot stepped into the ice cream, sending him slipping as the left foot came flying up. What happened next could only be described as a series of acrobatic movements that would put a circus to shame. Harry's legs slipped from beyond him and he landed painfully on his ass. The table was pushed up and hot coffee struck Melissa in the face. Verine's papers went soaring everywhere as Harry's arms lashed out reflexively, catching onto Melissa's shirt. He reflexively tugged. There was a loud ripping noise and Melissa shrieked as Harry ripped her shirt off her chest. She jumped up, her hair dripping with coffee and glaring down at Harry, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly. A resounding crack filled the air and Harry flinched as Melissa slapped him clean across the cheek, before turning and rushing out of the cafe with eyes full of dramatic tears. Harry sat there, well aware of the startled and bewildered stares of the patrons and stunned waiter as Messiel sent a pulse of hellfire through his body. Harry? Messiel asked, her voice trembling somewhat. Yes, Harry answered tiredly. You broke your ass. Of course I did, Harry thought flatly. At that exact moment, a large scoop of ice cream which had somehow splattered itself against the roof dropped down onto his head. Harry felt the icy cold liquid dripping down the side of his face but said nothing, merely brushing the ice cream off and standing up. Are you all right, sir? I'm so sorry. The waiter was babbling. Go away, Harry commanded dangerously and the waiter squeaked, bobbing his head and racing inside as he muttered about mops and buckets. Harry watched him go with detached eyes before turning to Verine, who was still sitting down, startled. Verine. Yes, Verine answered cautiously. If you laugh, I will murder you, Harry promised. He bent down, wincing at the pain in his lower back. Messiel was obviously focusing on the crack in his bones before the bruises and picked up the package for the sword. Understood, Verine said crisply. She also stood. I will go and do something elsewhere then. Good idea, Harry said flatly. He gripped the package tightly, barely restraining the urge to rip the sword out and stabbing it into the nearest innocent person, thereby destroying its holy power. I'm going to see what the emergency is about. Then, I'm going to kill the bad guy. I'll probably kill the victim too. Have fun, Verine offered tentatively as Harry stalked away. It was cold. Hope Carpenter clutched her tiny arms around herself and huddled against the rocky wall behind her, her short owned hair slick and plastered against her scalp as she breathed in the humidity of the caverns. Even now, she didn't fully understand what was going on. One moment she'd been playing around with Megan and Stephanie at recess and the next moment she had woke up here with throbbing ache in the back of her head. Her feet and hands were bound together by thick, coarse rope. She wasn't the only one bound. Around her lay at least a dozen other people, all unconscious and between the ages of at least 5 to 12. She supposed it made her one of the oldest there. That didn't make her feel better at all. She became aware of muttered arguments from up ahead. Hissing in pain, Hope turned her head and tried to peer up the tunnel. It was dark, too dark to see properly, but she thought she might have been able to make out a couple of dark figures arguing with each other. We have enough. If we wait any longer, we'll be found out. The better. Pure sacrifices will enhance our power. 3 more would make us equal a warden. Council is not stupid. They'll and the Never will resonate our summoning. Not going to be found out. The voices grew inaudible as they traveled away, leaving Hope with faint clues and ideas of what was happening and sudden frenzy of despair. She jerked and flailed against her bonds, trying to shrug them off or cut them on the rock. Her flailing legs crashed into rock and she screamed behind her gag as her knee leg flared up with unbearable pain. Her muffled cries ended in a round of whimpers as she sagged to the floor, her sudden fit all but exhausting her. What was she going to do? Who would rescue her? Hope wanted her dad. She wanted him to come blazing in with his magical sword thing and save her from these dark caves, then turn to her with his kind smile and make her feel safe like he always had. He was always away saving other people, why couldn't he save her? Perhaps God had a sense of irony or perhaps it was pure coincidence, but a resounding explosion roared through the caverns at that exact moment. Hope blinked back her tears, jerking up and scrabbling backwards as bits of rocks and dust clomped to the ground by her feet. The dust in the air was enough to make her sneeze behind her gag as she stared wide-eyed at the looming figure, which had just stiffly walked through the rather large hole in the wall. Silver light bathed the room, the brightness making her flinch and avert her eyes. Her heart was swelling with emotion, tidal waves of relief and happiness banishing away her despair, but a few things suddenly clicked as she gazed back at the figure. Had her dad always been that short? And since when did he wear leather? The dust cleared and Hope's eyes widened as she recognized the person before her. Her eyes took in everything, from his face, with the faint scars and the furious scowl, to the glowing sword held casually over his shoulders. Looking at that expression, Hope was suddenly unsure if she wanted to be rescued or not. Then 3 of the cloaked kidnappers entered the room with billowing robes and glowing staffs, and Hope decided that yes, she did want to be rescued, even if it was by her sister's boyfriend or whatever. She took a deep breath and let out the loudest muffled scream from behind her gag. Invictus Aelergo. One of the robed wizards screamed, brandishing his staff. Harry lifted up the gleaming blade, ignoring how it sizzled into his flesh, of all the times to forget his gloves. And batted the pillar of fire away. Silver light sizzled and flared and the flames were extinguished, casting a dim light over the dark and damp tunnels and allowing him to see his opponents. His eyes flickered to the bound captives lying against the wall. One of them was awake, a little bee-owned girl that seemed awfully familiar, and she was staring up at him with pleading eyes. "Let me guess," Harry drawled, eyeing the enemy disdainfully. "You're trying to do some kind of ritual for power and these are your sacrifices. King hell, this is the type of cliché situation I was hoping to avoid today. A little coffee, a little sightseeing, badgering Vereen, and it would have been a fun day, but no. You guys couldn't help but plot and do your bad guy things." The 3 robed men straightened, 2 of them glancing hesitantly at each other while the lead one stared at Harry boldly. His posture just screamed superiority, and Harry stared back at him coldly. Harry's eye twitched at the smugness he could feel. Nobody had the right to feel that smug when there were still some clumps of King ice cream nestled in his head. "You're a rather odd choice for a knight," the man commented in smooth aristocratic tones. "One as young and pure as you is not what I would picture when I thought of one of the vaunted Knights of the Cross. I say, one time and I'm pure." Harry snapped. "Geez. Trust me, there are a lot of things more pure about me than my language, and talking about language, what's with that crappy fake accent? Nobody speaks like that anymore. It's only the try-hards and losers who want to make themselves appear to be cooler than they really are." "You're very stupid, boy," the man said quietly. "You come barging in here and you think you're going to leave alive." "Yeah, that's pretty much it," Harry answered, punctuating his answer with a thoughtful nod. "You did forget the part where I kill you all though." "Really?" somebody hissed into his ear. Harry didn't even have the chance to react as somebody, the leader, stepped behind him and shoved a long, thin blade into the back of his skull. The man gave a triumphant bellow as he yanked it sideways, ripping it viciously through bone and flesh. A misty red haze sprayed through the air as the sword tumbled from Harry's limp hands, his green eyes widened with shock. "I'm disappointed," the wizard said, chuckling to himself underneath his hood. "A knight such as you couldn't even tell the difference between an illusion and a real person." "Are you sure?" came Harry's gargled, low voice. The man stared down in surprise as the bloodied Harry turned his mangled head, staring up at the wizard impassively. "Those injuries should have killed anybody, knight or not." Harry smiled at him dangerously as a dark, muddy substance dripped from his orifices. "It seems to me that the one who can't tell the difference," Harry began, only to pause. His frame shimmered and flickered, skin shriveling up and liquefying. The leader gave a horrible cry of disgust as Harry's very form melted off his form. It flowed to the ground, forming a rapidly expanding puddle of multiple colors. All that was left was a strange figure that seemed to be entirely composed of rocks. It looked wrong, somehow, although its basic form was humanoid with 2 rocky legs and one arm, the arm that had probably been holding the sword of the cross. It had no head, only an enlarged torso made up of several pieces of smooth slabs of stone. "Is you?" the thing concluded in a gravely hoarse voice that didn't even attempt to sound human. It managed to somehow radiate a sense of smugness even as it crumbled into a pile of useless rubble before the dark wizard's feet. The silence in the cavern was tense, the sound of harsh breathing offset by the plonk of dripping water. The leader of the band of cultists looked tense, his eyes darting everywhere from beneath his hood as his two minions glanced at each other uneasily. Finally, the leader of the Dark Wizards grunted and dropped his aristocratic tone, revealing a rough, southern accent. "We're doing it now," he drawled quietly. "If we can summon the great leader, no man or knight will be able to stand in our way." He absently waved his hand at his illusion to dispel it as he continued. "Jenkins, Milo, take 3 of the hostages and go to the center chamber. All." He paused and irritably waved his hand again, the illusion remaining in place before him. "What the?" Abruptly, the illusion looked up and seemed to smile under its hood. With a hazy shimmer, the illusion disappeared and something sounding like bad static from a radio or a TV blasted through the air. All 3 men clasped their ears, their faces contorted in agony as they opened their mouths, the screams lost over the piercing noise. Blood dribbled from their nose, ears and eyes as they shuddered and twitched, their prone forms collapsing to the ground in crumpled heaps. Harry stepped out from where the leader's illusion had been standing and knelt down by the leader's side, a wry smile on his face. "You know," he said, "in a place very far away from here, that's considered to be the most beautiful piece of music ever recorded. Strange, huh?" The man wordlessly moved his mouth up and down as Harry stood up again and leveled his wand at him. The last thing he saw with red-hazed vision was a blinding green light barreling down to meet him. Harry stepped back and dismissed the now-dead Dark Wizards in favor of the hostages slumped against the walls. Even with his keen sight, it was hard to pierce the darkness shrouding the caves, and he sighed irritably. It only took a thought to activate the sword of the cross lying prone across the ground, and a blaze of silver light banished the darkness away with a soft, gentle glow. "A bunch of brats," Harry remarked dryly, looking at the unconscious children. "Of course they are, because I'm just a regular old hero who can't even get the freaking girl at the end." There was a faint muffled noise and Harry glanced towards the source. "Ah, right," he muttered. "The bee-owned brat." He strode over and squatted down by her form, staring into her blue eyes with a bored expression on his face. "You wouldn't happen to have some cash on you, right?" The girl stared back at him blankly, still muffled by the gag. "Of course not," Harry sighed. His shoulders slumped forward as he casually sliced away the bonds that held the girl with a flick of his wand. The gag dropped out of her mouth and the girl took a deep breath before letting out an ear-splitting scream, her gaze fixed on the dead bodies. Harry swore loudly and clambered backwards, wincing in pain. "For the love of," he swore loudly as the girl's scream died down. He stared at her with wide eyes. "What the hell was that for, you stupid little bee-owned? They're dead." The girl shrieked, sliding away from the bodies as if they were zombies rising from the dead to feast on the flesh of the living. Harry took a glance back to make sure that wasn't happening, and then directed a fierce scowl in the girl's direction. "Well, yes," Harry snapped. "Dead people usually tend to be, well, dead." The girl was frozen in shock and Harry heaved an irritable sigh. With none too gentle hands, he reached down and grabbed her by her short ponytail and pulled her up from the ground. The girl immediately squealed, her arms and legs flailing uselessly around her. "Ow. No, wait, ow, stop it, what are you, ow? Let go," the girl demanded, wincing in pain. One of her kicks got lucky, thumping against Harry's stomach, but he didn't even look winded as he let her go. She staggered on her feet, glaring at him as he smiled mockingly down at her, rubbing his stomach. "Ow," he deadpanned, "you really hurt me." "Shut up," the girl hissed, bright red splotches staining her cheeks. "You fight like a 12-year-old girl," Harry commented with a mocking smile. "I am a 12-year-old girl. Really?" Harry gasped in mock surprise. He gave her an obvious once-over and put on a puzzled expression. "Seriously? You look like you're 6 or something, like a little baby." The girl clenched her fists into a ball, her terror transformed into ire as she glared at Harry furiously. Harry just chuckled as he batted her lightly across the head. "Cheer up, you brat," he said, his mood lightening at the expense of the little kid in front of him. "You're going home soon. All I want you to do is to put one of these on everybody's pocket." He put a bag of small marbles in the girl's hands. "I'd do it myself, but my stomach is too badly injured. I need time to rest." The girl took the small bag with a mixture of nervousness and annoyance. She looked confused but seemed happy to do what she was told as she knelt down next to the first unconscious prisoner. At the same time, Messiel stirred in his mind, indicating her desire to speak to him. He murmured softly, his eyes and ears trained on the shadows around them. Does that girl seem familiar to you in any way? Harry nodded his head as he strode over to his glowing sword and squatted above it. That girl is a carpenter, Messiel told him in amusement. Harry halted his movements. Get out of here, he declared, earning a strange look from the aforementioned girl. I recognize her. Besides, doesn't she look like a little miniature charity carpenter? Well, no, not really, Harry grumbled back in his mind. She doesn't have any beasts. Charity did have other attributes, you know, Messiel said with a sigh. Really? I didn't notice. I'm done, the girl said from across the room. She seemed rather calm about the whole matter, Harry deduced with a sinking feeling in his stomach, much calmer than an oblivious and magically unaware kid should be. I'm going to go with a theory here and say that your last name is Carpenter, Harry put forward. Am I right? I knew it, the girl exclaimed. She leveled a finger at him with a determined expression on her face. I thought it was you. You're that boy that came over. Ah, was all Harry uttered as he rubbed his forehead with a grimace. You ate my dinner, the girl added with a slightly annoyed tone. And you were mean to Mum. Yeah, that sounds like me, Harry agreed with a nod. He rolled his eyes. This is just great. Not only is a fantastic opportunity ruined for me, but it's you lot that's ruining it for me. The girl was silent as Harry picked up his sword. The glow burned into his fingers and Harry hissed, throwing it over his shoulder and into the cane-like scabbard. A swipe of his wand activated the small portkeys that the girl had just delivered, sending the remaining prisoners to a small little fountain across the street from where he had been having coffee. All right, brat, Harry said flatly. Time to take you home. Grab my hand. The girl narrowed her eyes and stared at him suspiciously. You're not some kind of pedophile, are you? Harry made a choking noise as his regular breathing was racked with a sudden fit of coughs. He stared down at the girl with nothing short of horror on his face. Where the hell did that come from? He demanded. The girl merely raised an eyebrow and he scowled. Trust me, kid, you're not my type. For one, you're owned. For another, your tits are too small. The girl crossed her arms across her chest self-consciously and glowered at him. I am the biggest in my class, she muttered, mostly to herself. Being the biggest in a class full of surfboards really doesn't lead credence to your claims, Harry remarked dryly. Now, take my hand or I'll leave you here with the dead people. The dead people who will turn into zombies, the zombies who will catch you and peel the flesh from your bones and eat you alive. I'm as scared, the girl mocked, but she did look a bit uneasy and swallowed as she visibly restrained herself from looking at the corpses, as if she were suddenly remembering that there were in fact dead people lying behind her. She suddenly seemed more insecure as she darted across the ground and took Harry's hand. By the way, it's Hope, she remarked quietly. You're an optimistic little brat, aren't you? Harry scoffed. It's my name. The girl, Hope, clarified, her voice a little bit louder than before. Yeah, whatever you say, brat, Harry muttered, spinning on his heels and beginning the apparition. Could your house get any more sickeningly cliché? Harry muttered as he led Hope up the cobbled pathway to the front door of the perfect suburban house before him. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and birds were chirping in the nearby trees. Add a freshly painted picket white fence, a neatly trimmed lawn and a house that looked like it had come fresh from the 1950s, and you got the residence that was the carpenter's. Harry found the whole thing annoying. Then again, he did have a fondness for rundown, dark and damp apartments, so perhaps he was biased. Harry rapped on the door and fidgeted on his feet as he waited. There were hurried footsteps from inside the house and surprise shot through him as the door was spun inwards with great force, revealing a haggard and clearly distressed Charity Carpenter. The tall, owned bombshell looked like she had been having a stressful day, but quickly regained her composure. Her eyes briefly widened at Harry's familiar, but unwelcomed, presence and her face took on a cool, distant expression. You, she said flatly. What do you want? Harry didn't say anything, but he reached beside him and grabbed the partially concealed Hope by the back of her school jumper. With a loud squeal, the small bee owned was hoisted up by Harry and dangled before her mother like one might dangle a kitten by the scruff of its neck. "I presume this is yours," Harry responded dryly. Charity's eyes widened and a burst of emotion flashed across her face. She reached forward and yanked her daughter out of Harry's grip and clutched Hope to her chest. It was as if something heavy had just lifted off Charity's shoulders as the tall bee owned let out a huge sigh of relief, whispering platitudes in her daughter's ear. For her part, Hope didn't burst into tears like Harry had been expecting, but her eyes were bright when Charity let her go and she made discreet attempts to rub at them. Naturally, Harry called her on it. "Ah, the little baby is crying," he mocked, a huge grin on his face as he leaned against the doorway. Hope balled her fists and glared at him. "Shut up," she snapped. "You got a little bit of snot running from your nose," Harry said, pointing at his own nose and gesturing at Hope with his head. Hope blinked and pat down her clean and snot-free nose, while Charity sighed. "Why is my 12-year-old daughter more mature than you?" she asked flatly. "She has inhibitions where I have none," Harry answered casually. He gave Charity a wide grin and gestured at himself with both thumbs. "Anyway, guess who just saved your children again? Come on, you know you want to say it." "Thank you, Harry," Charity said solemnly, clutching her daughter's arm with her hand. "You saved my daughter from what was it? Evil dark wizard cultists," Harry supplied helpfully. "Seriously, I don't think I've ever met a pair of more incompetent parents. Here you are, worshipping a deity that seems to do his best to get your kids killed. You should convert. I know this nice little cult, really low-key, but you get to eat a goat's beep." He cocked his head, frowning. "I think they think that it's meant to help with fertility or something, but, frankly, I think they're just closet goat Kers." Charity stared at him wordlessly. "No," Harry asked innocently. "Sorry, I guess I presumed you were into that kind of stuff. Anyway, where are the rest of your brats? I didn't hear any outraged fanatical yelling when arrived, which is kinda new. Don't tell me you lost them too." "I sent them away to a safe place," Charity answered tightly. "I wasn't sure of who had taken Hope and I didn't want to put them in danger." "Ah, I'm very thankful, Harry, truly," Charity said quietly. Harry's face softened and a genuine smile crossed his face. A hint of a reciprocating smile crossed Charity's face until he spoke up, the smile never leaving his face. "So, that'll be $1,500. What's that in pounds?" $1,500. Charity repeated. "That's how much you owe me for saving your daughter's life," Harry elaborated. "You charge people money?" Charity asked and sighed. "My word, you truly are a horrible knight." "Hey, I'm not running a charity here," Harry said with a snicker. He grinned while Hope groaned at his obvious pun. "You beep," she said flatly. Harry's smile disappeared and he scowled at the girl, an annoyed glint in his eye. Before Charity or Hope knew what was happening, he had taken a single step forward and slapped his hand on the top of her head, grinding in knuckles. "Ah yuck. Noogie." Hope squealed in pain. "Who beeps now, Blondie?" Harry taunted, only to be batted away by Charity. He frowned, only scowling even further as Hope daringly stuck her tongue out at him. "Anyway," Harry said loudly, "if you can't afford it in cash, there are other ways of paying." "Oh," uttered Charity, her voice suddenly dangerously quiet. "Yeah," Harry said with a smirk. With an exaggerated yawn, one of his arms stretched forward and landed on her warm shoulder. "There are." "Harry," Charity asked faintly. "Yeah, I thought you should know that I think I'm about to break every bone in your hand," Charity told him quietly. There was no anger or rage in her voice, just a simple and quiet certainty of how things were going to go down. "Charity?" Harry asked, his charming smile never leaving his face. His other hand reached over to clasp the hand not attached to her daughter's arm. "It's all right. I can fix little breaks like that in seconds." "That's good," Charity said with a smile, and then squeezed down with her right hand. There was a loud audible crack and Harry's eyes bulged from their sockets as sharp pain shot up his arm. Hope gasped, staring up at the both of them with shocked eyes. Harry's left hand was dangling uselessly in Charity's deceptively soft palms and he grimaced, shaking his head in obvious discomfort. You're stronger than you look, Harry admitted. I get that a lot, Charity retorted. I bet, Harry answered with a wheeze. Well, as much fun as this say. Tension is, I think I'm going to want my hand back now. Really? Are you sure? Charity asked kindly, squeezing down with a bit more force and making Harry wince. The Denarian lord hissed in pain and glanced down at a shocked Hope, who was gazing at Charity and Harry's clasped hands with shock and awe. He managed a tight smile, already feeling hellfire mending his fragile finger bones. What the hell? I was talking about a check, Harry snapped. He paused and a coy little smile crossed his face. Hey, what did you think I was talking about? Ooh, tell me, was it? He moved his head closer to Charity's head, his breath brushing against her ear in a mockery of intimacy. Was it beeped? Charity grimaced and squeezed her hand tighter. Harry's smile disappeared and he grimaced, glancing down at Charity's inquisitive little daughter. Hope, Harry said and waited until the little girl's eyes were on him. Your mum is a bitch. Michael. Charity breathed and Harry turned his annoyed gaze on her. My name's Harry. Twit, he growled, before he realized that Charity was looking past his shoulder. He whipped his head around and stared into the amused eyes of his fellow Knight of the Cross, who had somehow managed to sneak up on him despite his advanced senses and whatnot. Harry, Charity, Michael greeted calmly. Michael. Harry hissed and yanked his throbbing hands back. It was he fumbled for his words. Dude, she was totally coming on to me. What? Michael asked in puzzlement. What? Charity demanded in anger. Coming on to you. Hope repeated in confusion. Harry's eyes shifted and suddenly his stiffened, his posture just radiating danger and surprise. He lifted up an arm, his good one, and gestured madly behind Michael, shouting, Denarian. Michael whirled around, the slender travel case slipping off his shoulders, while Charity immediately pushed Hope behind her. To the knight's confusion, there was nothing there and he turned back to Harry only to realize that the real Denarian there had already disappeared in a perfect mastery of silent apparition. How strange, Michael murmured thoughtfully as he rubbed his beard. Charity just grunted, while Hope peeked between Charity's legs curiously. Daddy? She asked tentatively. Yes, sweetie, Michael asked kindly. Your friend is a complete nut job. The room was dim. Large, billowy, black curtains draped against the windows and casting dark shadows in the stifling apartment. The light bulbs, grimy and almost black with dust and muck, were off, their fuses blown out by the presence of powerful magic long ago. The only light sources in the room was the faint light that seeped behind the heavy drapes and the glowing sigils that had been burned into the walls and roof. They glowed with an ominous crimson light, which flared and dimmed in a seemingly unpredictable pattern. The largest rune had been burned into the very roof of the tiny lounge, stretching from one side of the room to the other. It hummed and flickered uncertainly as the two occupants beneath it stared each other down. One of them was down on their knees before the other, a very beautiful dark-haired woman with immaculate and stylish clothing. The other was obscured and wrapped up in thick cloth and sat up on a pedestal of sorts so high that his head almost brushed against the roof, staring down at his servant with a hidden face. The atmosphere in the room was charged, both with emotion and magic, and occasionally the air would hiss and splutter, sleets of electric-like energy crashing against each other in a battle of power. So, the robed figure said coldly, his voice muffled by the cloth that surrounded him. You have failed me yet again. She is exceptional at not being where she should be, the woman tried to justify. She doesn't leave many witnesses whenever she takes the field, so it's hard to keep track of her. I'm doing the best I can. Obviously your best just isn't quite enough, the figure hissed coolly. His wrist twitched and a slender piece of wood fell into his hand. He raised it up and the woman twitched, her eyes darting from the wand and the locked door to her left. The woman's muscles tensed and she started as the cloaked figure made a series of lightning-quick flicks and waves. Instead of pointing the wand at her, he jabbed it into the ceiling and the rune flared a bright color. Something pulsed in the air, beeping up all the moisture and leaving the apartment almost unbearably dry. The woman's tongue felt thick and she swallowed, licking her chapped lips as she frowned at the cloaked figure's next words. Do you know I can see your cleavage from up here? It'd be cool and all if they weren't so wrinkly and scraggy. Yuck. You have granny tits. Varine's eye twitched as Harry threw back the large cloth covering his head, a cocky smile on his face as he leered down at the kneeling woman. Can I ask why I have to kneel? Verine asked through gritted teeth as Harry looked away to inspect the rune on the roof with a thoughtful expression on his face. You can, Harry answered carelessly, prodding at a particular section of the elaborate symbol with his wand. There was a pause as Verine waited expectantly for an answer. After a few moments, Harry lowered his wand and nodded to himself in satisfaction. He glanced down at Verine and frowned. Well, he questioned with cocked eyebrows. What are you waiting for? Christmas. Ask already. Why am I kneeling? Verine asked, although it came out more as a resigned sigh than anything else. Because I find it funny, Harry responded truthfully. He flashed her a bright smile and scratched his messy, soot-covered hair. Anything else? Verine said nothing but climbed to her feet as Harry chuckled in amusement. He brushed some of the soot off his large cloak and wrinkled his nose. Man, this stuff smells like crap, he muttered to himself, sprawling back on the chair, which was precariously balanced on two chairs, a table and a fridge. I hate screwing around with the wards on this place. It takes some much bloody effort just to make some minor changes. Verine said nothing as Harry jumped from the towering stack of household furniture. He landed on his feet in a squatting position and stood up, eyeing the glowing runes with a critical eye. Ah, well, I suppose they'll do, the Denarian knight dismissed. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and Verine watched with the slightest bit of jealousy at the display of magic as the runes disappeared from view, invisible to the BPD eye. As old as Verine was, she had reached her limits in skill and power quite some time ago and knew when there was a superior wizard before her. As the light began to dim from the room and the crackling bolts of energy faded away, Harry, ignorant of her slight scowl, shrugged off the thick, protective cloth covering him and threw it carelessly to the ground. He touched a spot on his stomach gingerly, noting the large hole and the flakes of dried blood staining his white shirt. The bare skin underneath was pale and unmarred. I suppose I got what I deserved, Harry chuckled. He glanced at Verine and gestured at the hole in his shirt. I crossed 2 lines over when I shouldn't have and got speared by a bolt of magic. It completely fried my stomach and intestines, had to take a 20-minute breather while Messiel fixed me up. Verine's eyes darted to the unmarred skin in astonishment. Not even Vesper could have healed herself that fast, the servile Denarian breathed, absently brushing her hair out of her shiny blue eyes. Only Nicodemus could have done anything like that. Hey, 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 Harry exclaimed, gesturing at himself with a wounded expression. I'm the host of a Denarian lord. Remember that. Verine inclined her head as Harry pulled open the curtains and allowed the sun to shine in the room. Drink, Harry offered as he headed towards the kitchen, casually throwing his wand on the nearest armchair. Verine nodded her head, her eyes glued on the wand, while Harry left the room. As the sounds of glass and china clattering against each other could be heard as Verine approached Harry's wand, more out of curiosity than malice. It was stranger than most of the wand wizard's wands she had seen before, with small yet elaborate runes carved into the very grain of the wood itself. The runes were familiar and she could associate them with the darker planes of magic, combined with some kind of symbols dealing with space and storage. She supposed it allowed him to channel his vast hellfire reserves without shattering the core of the wand, but she had absolutely no idea how it worked. Messiel still was one of the most knowledgeable amongst all of the fallen. Suddenly, a flicker caught her eye. One of the runes was sparkling, a tempting flash of hellfire that drew her in. The very feeling of this tiny drop of power made her own access to the unholy flame seem like a trickling stream compared to a raging tsunami. Her fingers were trembling as she slowly reached out for the wand. Only to have it snatched by Harry, who glanced down at her with an unreadable expression on his face. I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Harry said, the smile never leaving his face. The wards are in a state of flux at the moment. One small spark of magic could send the whole place up, and not even I'd be able to survive that. Verine immediately snatched her hand back, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She coughed and smoothed out her skirt to hide emotions as she took the glass he handed her. Harry said nothing, but watched her as she took a gulp of the water, wincing as the strong taste of chlorine and rust hit her taste buds. Almost immediately, the taste smoothed out into a particularly nice wine she remembered enjoying back in the 1600s, but there was a bitter aftertaste that made Vereen cringe. "Oh, yeah, sorry about that," Harry said cheerfully, gulping down his own dirty water. "I'm sort of used to having it taste whatever I want it to. Never really bothered to get it fixed. The rust won't kill me and there's enough water in there for my body to survive." You can be surprisingly stingy after a childhood of poverty, even when you do have a bit of money. Vereen eyed Harry carefully, noting his seemingly relaxed posture. It wasn't like the other Denarian to let his tongue flap loose. In fact, she was surprised that he'd even opened the door when she'd arrived. He had been in the middle of renovating his defensive wards and she didn't think that Harry trusted her enough to see his defensive layout even if it did look exceedingly complicated. The lack of knowledge that she had about wand magic was working against her in her dealings with Potter. She would have to remedy that before their inevitable battle. "As I was saying," Vereen said smoothly, taking another sip of her water and managing to look and sound haughty while clad in soot and blackened dust. "Lartessa is furious over the death of Rosanna." "Ah, poor old Tessa," Harry murmured with a slight smile. "With the capture of her coin, Lartessa has lost both a prized subordinate and a somewhat cherished lover." Harry choked on his water and glanced at Vereen with wide eyes. "Lover?" he demanded. He sighed. "Man, if Tessa looks the same as Messiel remembers, then that would have been so hot." Vereen said nothing. "Is there anything else?" Harry inquired, carelessly throwing his glass over his shoulder. It shattered on the ground and Harry scoffed at Vereen's raised eyebrows. "I can fix it later." "No," Vereen answered flatly. "Tisk, tisk, tisk," Harry mocked, his green eyes radiating lazy amusement. Vereen felt something coil in the pit of her stomach as he prowled around her, restraining the urge to instinctively lash out against anything her senses perceived as dangerous. Fingers brushed against her back, apparently examining her dirtied blouse. She was annoyed that all of her nice and expensive clothes seemed to get irrevocably dirty or damaged whenever Harry was around. "Vereen, Vereen, Vereen. You're letting the team down, you and your little scraggly granny tits." Fury flared up within Vereen and she gritted her teeth angrily. Perhaps she was a tad bit vain, but she had selected this host over 400 years ago purely because of her physical looks. It was only a bonus that the host happened to be mildly talented in the magical arts. Vereen, with all of her experience, had discovered that it was the beautiful people that lived well in life. She didn't have the power or the necessary ambition to rise to the top of the Blackened Order of Denarius. Her one goal in her various mortal lives was to live comfortably. Beautiful people lived comfortably. When Messiel and her host destroyed the last remnants of the Blackened Order, Vereen would step in and take control merely for the sake of a comfortable life. There would be no more orders and missions that sent her into danger, that threatened to destroy her mortal host and send her consciousness back to the void. She hated the void. She truly did. If she spent more than a short period of time in there, she wouldn't know what would happen to her. Perhaps her mind would shatter like many of her kin, pitiful beasts when they had been glorious beings. Perhaps she would harden up and gain the outlook she needed to rise and conquer. Neither scenario was appealing to her. She liked her relaxed outlook. It was enjoyable. "Wow," came a loud comment, startling Vereen out of her daze. "The Alzheimer's has hit you already, has it?" She looked up and smirking Potter, who was watching her with glinting eyes, as if Messiel was whispering into his ear just what Vereen had been thinking. She gritted her teeth and smoothed over her face as anger flared inside of her. It was obvious that Messiel would have to be removed if she wanted to live comfortably. The shrewd Fallen would never let Vereen live for what she had done. Perhaps she hadn't directly participated, but she was at least guilty for her inaction and, even after all this time, Messiel had not forgotten or forgiven her former allies. "Is there anything else?" Vereen asked coolly. "There's probably an, 'you're ugly' insult lying around, but I can't be stuffed at the moment," Harry answered lazily. He waved Vereen away, as if dismissing a bothersome pet. "Shoo. Go and do your job. I have things to do and your ugly mop will only distract me." Vereen bowed her head and strode from his small apartment without another word. If the door slammed behind her a tad harder than it needed to, with hinges cracking and wood splintering, then it was only because Harry Potter was a complete and utter bastard who couldn't appreciate true beauty. Vereen paused and gazed at her reflection on the recently painted white wall. After a moment, she smiled and smoothed her hair over. Perhaps she should go buy herself a new dress to cheer her up. Is it ready? Almost. Almost, Harry responded irritably, trying to juggle 3 plates of fresh fruit and a bowl of creamy yogurt as he made his way from the kitchen. He shot Mesiel's apparition an annoyed glare as he entered the living room, which was still stripped bare from his ward modifications a few hours ago. You live in my bloody head. Can't you tell how I'm doing? Well, I suppose I could, Mesiel conceded graciously, sprawled out on an imaginary armchair and dressed in some of the most provocative clothing that Harry had seen before. White and silver sheets of thin fabrics were some of the best clothes to be ever invented, only topped by 3 sizes too small bikinis and lacy lingerie. Harry's rose his gaze to meet Mesiel's silver eyes, and the Fallen chuckled, leaning forward on her chair and regarding him with slowing curving smile. But, my beloved host, where would the fun be in that? Your utter say. Innis will not stop my bitch fest, Harry deadpanned seriously. Oh, Mesiel acknowledged. Without so much as single flicker of movement, Mesiel's clothes changed from silky lace and sheer fabric to a more conservative skirt and blouse. Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, to which Mesiel smiled mischievously and purposely avoided Harry's eyes as she gazed up at the ceiling. Although her apparition was only an illusion inside Harry's mind, she studied the peeling paint and water-marked roof carefully, as if she could actually see what lay beyond her sight. Harry suspected that she could read his senses to a point where Harry being in the same room was just as good as actually looking at it. Nevertheless, his eyes flickered to the ceiling as well. It should work, Harry remarked confidently. I rearranged the runes to compensate for the foreign energy. It was a bitch to do, since technically it's classified as a space-time spell, which really KS up the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, but it should work. Of course it will work, Mesiel murmured. After all, I did help you. Your arrogance is only matched by mine. Harry grinned. He took a few steps back from the summoning circle, raised his wand and concentrated. Mesiel did her part as well, relieving him of much of the burden of molding of the magic and forcing raging hellfire into a series of specific bursts rather than just one giant stream of roaring power. Opening a portal to the Nevernever was an extremely complex task, and even now, coming towards the height of his power, Harry couldn't do it without Mesiel's help. That said, the series of powerful defensive spells and some particularly nasty offensive wards as well that Harry had installed in around his home hadn't helped to simplify the process as well. To touch on the very fabric of the Nevernever, to draw it to the real world and create a portal linking the 2 worlds that was stable enough not to instantly vaporize a person the moment they touched it, well, that was the very pinnacle of subtlety. Harry wasn't ashamed to say that he still had a few problems with subtlety. That was what Mesiel was for. The spell was beginning to have a noticeable effect as the very air before him started to shimmer. Light and color was beginning to flow off the tiny little ripples that perpetuated the air. A bitter wind wafted into the room, bringing with it tiny flakes of snow and ice that fluttered through the room in a whirlwind of bitingly chilly air. A smooth, even slit was appeared in the middle of all of this, as if somebody had taken a giant knife and sliced it downwards. Harry watched with satisfaction as the portal began to glow with a multitude of colors, before his eyes suddenly widened and he took a hasty step backwards. The roof and walls of his apartment began to glow bright color as the runes and enchantments presented themselves. The gentle waft in the room suddenly turned into a screeching howl as the portal wavered and wobbled, the smooth and even slit fractured and became jagged. Snow clouded Harry's vision as he took another step backwards, his wand buckling and throbbing as he desperately tried to keep the spell from collapsing. It took more than a bit of magic to make a portal such as this, and Harry had no interest in seeing just how badly the backlash would destroy his apartment, or possibly himself. Suddenly, it was over. The light emanating from the runes stopped glowing as the portal stabilized. The colors whirled all together until it showed a cloudy sky and a rather fierce snowstorm. Harry spat out a mouthful of that snowstorm and glanced over his shoulder, to where Mesiel's illusion was still draped over her imaginary armchair. The fallen angel did look the tiniest bit sheepish, though Harry reckoned that he was the only one who would have noticed, but she gave Harry a reassuring smile. See, she said, gesturing at the portal behind him. I told you it would work. I don't call that working. I call that a potential K up, Harry grumbled, turning back to the portal. Now, let's hope that this works. Harry opened his mouth and a noise came out of his throat, a series of lilting music syllables far too complex for the human ear to decipher alone. The words echoed around the room, reverberating around the room with an odd hitch, and Harry waited, his eyes focused keenly forward. At first, nothing happened and Harry felt like blowing something apart in annoyance. Then something twinkled in the corner of his eye. A single silver mote was floating in the air, sparkling gently with the powers of winter. Another joined it, then two more, then a dozen. The air was full of sparkling motes, which fell to the floor and disappeared in pops of blinking light. A small, humanoid figure began to emerge from the motes and Harry smiled fondly as the small fairy of winter, Cessbulby, appeared before him. The little pink-maned psychopath blinked curiously as she took in her surroundings, smoothing her white dress over her tiny little body. Her silver dragonfly wings fluttered behind her as she sniffed cautiously, her bright blue eyes zooming in on the food on the floor. At the offering of fresh fruit and yogurt, Cessbulby gave a loud, childish squeak of happiness and zoomed down towards it. The silver missile struck the platter of food and Harry glanced away in disgust as the little fairy tore apart the food and began cramming it down her throat. Really, the little fairy definitely had bad eating manners when she could make Harry, who had ripped human beings apart with his bare hands, cringe in disgust. After a few moments, Harry cleared his throat and Cessbulby looked up, her mouth bulging as she swallowed a grape. Oh, Harry, she squeaked, flapping her wings and sending a spray of yogurt everywhere. She darted upwards and zipped through. The summoning had long ago declined using restraints against Cessbulby, figuring that she stood little chance of actually hurting him, although there was this one incident that Harry tried to forget and made Messiel laugh every time. However, she came to a halt before she reached him and her face suddenly went blank. Oh, Harry, Cessbulby repeated, although this time the words came out with much less enthusiasm. It's you. Harry watched bemusedly as Cessbulby crossed her arms, turned her head and promptly ignored him with a huff. After a few moments, it became clear that Cessbulby wasn't going to acknowledge him. What? Harry asked in indignation. What's the problem, Cess? Cessbulby didn't say anything but her wings buzzed agitatedly. What is it, Cess? Harry asked, his voice becoming more firm. If I was talking to you, I'd tell you that I'm angry with you, Cess stated, placing a firm emphasis on the if. If I was talking to you, I would tell you that you haven't called me for ages. No strawberries for months. You only call when you want something. I wanted fruit and you didn't call me. She paused and hastily added. If I was talking to you. But I'm not. So Naya. Oh, for the love of, muttered Harry, rubbing his head. Cess, it's your own bloody fault. Is not. This seemed to get a reaction out of Cess whirled around and glared at him furiously. Unfortunately, because of her small size, it only made her look cute. As so, Harry retorted. I've been trying to call you for ages. Look behind you. I had to open a portal just to find you, and even then it almost didn't work. Harry couldn't exactly see what Cess was looking at, but he figured she was eyeing the portal he had just indicated. He waited as Cess slowly turned around, staring at him suspiciously with her glowing blue eyes, and could barely suppress the amusement that flooded through him as Cess suddenly ducked her head, looking sheepish. Oh, that's right, she exclaimed. Her mood shifted as rapidly as her wings and she beamed up at him. Harry, I have a new job. Let me guess, Harry remarked dryly. It's something that puts you under some pretty heavy wards. Cess nodded enthusiastically and launched herself at him. Harry restrained the instinct to bat her away like one do a pesky blowfly or mosquito as she jumped into his thick, messy hair, laughing and jumping like a child. Remind me to have a shower tonight, Harry muttered to Messiel's apparition, who nodded sagely. Yes, you should, she murmured, gazing at Cess with detached interest. Those types are hardly the most cleanest of all five. You would not believe some of the places they can get to. So, Cess, Harry said loudly, frowning as Cess giggled and spat out a grape seed. It hit him on the nose and bounced off. Like I've said, I've been trying to call you for ages. I need some help and I'm willing to pay a lot for it. Cess immediately switched from hyperactivity to shrewd business fi. Her feet grappled onto some of his bangs and she hung upside from his head, her small face dangling over his right eye. Her eyes were narrowed speculatively and she licked her lips anxiously. What type of pay? She asked suspiciously. And what do you want? Information, Harry said solemnly. As for your pay, he flourished his wand and a plastic bag from within the kitchen zoomed into the living room. It dropped to the ground, revealing a bunch of scattered leaflets and brochures, most featuring some kind of tasty fruit or pastry treat on it. If you help me, I will get you at least one of every single food on those papers. All for me? Cess asked faintly. All for you, Harry promised. Instead of shrieking in joy as Harry had expected, Cess frowned and bit her lip. Harry watched her trepidation with faint surprise. It wasn't like Cess to pass up such a magnificent price over something so little. The little fairy had been passing information to Harry for years now and she had never ever refused one of his bargains. What's going on, Cess? The Denarian asked her. I'm not asking you to do anything more than you've done before previously. I have a new job now, Harry, answered Cess in an uncharacteristically serious voice. I'm not allowed to get into trouble. She'll do bad things to me if I get in trouble. Who's she? What are you doing? Harry demanded to know. Why? Came a throaty voice from the other side of the room. That would be me, little Harry. Harry's wand was up before he even knew it, the wards awakened and ready to unleash with a mere snap of his fingers. Hellfire raged through him and Messiel's illusion abruptly disappeared as Harry spun around, shock and surprise barely registered in his suddenly tense mind. The sudden movement was enough to loosen Cess' grip on his hair and she went flying through the air with a loud squeal. Harry's lips were pressed firmly together as the Winter Lady Maeve stepped from beyond the Never Never portal. Harry hadn't even heard her coming. He took in her slanted feline eyes, shaded in a green so like his own, and her long glacial-colored dreadlocks before he snapped his fingers. As Maeve took another step forward, the summoning circle glowed and she was halted by a cylinder of pale blue magic that sprung up around her. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, not at all reassured by Maeve's apparent containment. The summoning circle hadn't been designed to restrain somebody so powerful and he wouldn't have been surprised if Maeve ripped it apart with a single finger. Still, the Winter Lady seemed content to remain where she was, smiling at Harry and revealing her perfect teeth and thick, red lips. Her tongue darted out to lick them and Harry's heart clenched, before he tore his gaze away from her and reinforced his mental barriers. Maeve was able to throw out illusions and compulsions merely by staring at you. Harry, Maeve breathed out and Harry's heart hitched again. The throaty, sensual purr in her voice reminded Harry of some of the better times he had had with Maeve. Why, Harry, it's so good to see you again. Maeve, Harry greeted faintly, still reeling a little over the shock. Nonetheless, his wand was practically vibrating with the amount of hellfire running through it, ready to amplify the weakest of curses into something that could crush a car by the mere force behind it. I'll be honest and say I definitely wasn't expecting you. They usually aren't. Maeve chuckled. She gestured at the barrier holding her in. Would you be a dear and release this pesky little spell? I'd like to have a closer look at you. Not for the first time, Harry cursed Maeve's ability to make every sentence so provocative. Let's see now, Harry murmured thoughtfully. Release the powerful inhuman fairy from the summoning circle, or leave it in. Release, or leave it in. Yeah, that's going to be a no, Maeve. You stay where you are. Maeve stared at him with her soulless eyes and smiled. It wasn't a very nice smile either. Fine, she said with a shake of her head. They both moved at the same time, Maeve and Harry. The former merely raised an arm and brought it down against the barrier, white and blue light springing from her palm of her hand in a devastating blow of force. The latter flicked his wand in a series of movements and attempted to hold the summoning circle. The white light crackled and flared against the barrier and wind howled within the apartment. Harry's hair and clothes ruffled and billowed out as Harry squinted forward, his wand hissing and steaming as small shards of ice and smoke evaporated as they came close to it. Harry flicked his fingers and glanced up at the roof, which was partially obscured by the miniature snowstorm he had brewing in his living room. The roof glowed, defensive wards shining with a color fire as Harry mentally redirected some of the power to the summoning circle. It was all for naught. The summoning circle glowed fiercely and wavered as color light twisted and flailed in the intricate runes on the roof, as if it were trying to escape their bounds. With a final flare of light, the summoning circle fell under the whirlwind of winter power and Harry was forced to stagger backwards. He was already recovering, preparing to unleash the most powerful word he knew upon her, when Maeve halted and banished away her power with a flick of her hand. "Halt," she demanded quietly, and Harry paused, the word building up in his throat. There was nothing human on her face as she stared at him icily. "I have not come here to harm you. I give you my oath." Harry stared at her in surprise. "Really?" he asked skeptically, although he knew that a fairy's word was binding. As human as many of them appeared, they lived by another set of rules, a code that made them physically incapable of telling a lie. "Yes," Maeve answered coldly. "You sure?" Harry asked again, his face screwed up into a frown. "I remember you being kinda pissed off one of the last times we met. Something about a summer fi tricking you into giving up your child to me for a few months. I distinctly remember you trying to strangle me. You sure you're not here to finally get your revenge?" "Yes," Maeve answered, anger, although Harry was sure that there was irritation clouding her voice. It was hard to tell with Fi sometimes. "Ah," Harry uttered and slowly lowered his wand, the word beneath his throat fading away into nothing more than an uncomfortable throb. "Well, why the F.K. did you tear through my wards then? And why the hell are you here?" "Because I felt like it," Maeve answered airily. She brushed her hands on her ripped jeans, torn in all the right places to show just that flash of delicate white skin. Her Easts heaved under her tight white shirt as she smiled at him seductively. "Now that's an interesting combination of spells." She gestured upwards and Harry's gaze followed her hand to the still glowing runes of his wards. "I've never seen anything quite like them before. Then again," and here she smiled a tad bitterly, "who are we fi to study the wand wizards and their ways?" "Exactly," Harry responded coldly, tucking his wand into his coat and glancing over to where the sword of the cross lay on the mantelpiece. It remained still and unmoving, and it was the lack of response that finally clinched it for Harry. "Try to remember that. You're bound by Merlin himself to stay away. I'm a part of that world as well, so I suppose I might be included in that little treaty." "No, you're not," Maeve answered with a snap, her voice suddenly voice of all human emotion and instead replaced with haunting anger of the Fae. "Those mortal rats who summon upon the Nevernever are fair prey to the higher races. You have summoned us before." Her green eyes flashed malevolently. "You are our prey." Harry's clenched his fists as he squared his shoulders, refusing to be intimidated. Maeve suddenly smiled and the tense atmosphere faded away. "But why am I bantering threats with my old lover?" she murmured smoothly, her voice rich with desire and other throaty emotions once more. "We're close, you and I, closer than any other human has ever been to me before. I've met you, what, 6 times? It's not like we're soulmates," Harry scoffed, and smirked. "Not like you have a soul though. Your wit remains as biting as ever," Maeve murmured with a small smile. "I can see why I was so interested in you." Harry picked up. "Does that mean your pedophile obsession with me has vanished?" "Oh, you don't need to worry about that," Maeve said dismissively, a mysterious smile briefly fluttering across her face. "You're a tricksy little bitch, aren't you?" Harry snapped. Harry, Maeve chided. "How could you say that about me in front of our very own union of flesh and blood? Amaris, daughter of Harry Potter, come forward." The portal behind Maeve flickered slightly as a dark figure approached it from the other side, obscured by the raging snowstorm. His throat suddenly dry, Harry looked past Maeve as the small, hooded figure walked untouched through the storm and stepped from the Nevernever into his apartment. The first thing Harry noticed were her bare feet, and his eyes traveled upwards, taking in her very form. She had gotten older. Harry still wasn't sure how the time flowed in the Nevernever, but it looked like she was 12 or so now, with gleaming dark hair like his own falling to her back. An identical set of green eyes to his own stared back at him as Amaris Potter lowered her hood, bowing her head. "Hello, Father," she greeted quietly, but without emotion. "Amaris," Harry let out in a grated whisper. Something tugged within him, but Harry brushed the emotion away, steeling himself with a breath and trying to distance himself. His lips quirked up into a roguish smile as he raised a hand in greeting. What have you been up to, brat? Have I done wrong? Asked Amaris with faintest echoes of confusion. A second later, she forestalled Harry by nodding. Ah, yes. That's right. You use human terminology referring to naughty and disobedient children as a form of affection. As for my activities, Mother recently taught me how to kill small human children with nothing but my mind. Yep. Harry deadpanned. She's definitely Amaris. Mistress. Cess, who had been cowering in the corner in a vain attempt to hide from Maeve, fluttered up and shot towards Amaris at blinding speed. Harry and Maeve watched as the small fly dug into Amaris's hair and nestled against the long, dark locks. Amaris raised a small hand and carefully pet Cess on the head, something like affection flickering in her eyes. Harry watched the display with nothing short of surprise and turned back to Maeve with a bemused expression. Cess is my daughter's pet. They bonded over their knowledge of you. Surprisingly, Maeve answered with a cruel twist of her lips. So I arranged for the little pest to join us in my fortress. It's the least a mother could do for her daughter. I'm sure she's touched, Harry uttered sarcastically. He smiled thinly. How is your fortress, by the way? The last I saw, somebody was huffing and puffing and throwing King fireballs at it. That matter has been taken care of, Maeve said evasively. But that reminds me, there is still something I need to take care of. Oh, and what's that? Harry pressed. He squirmed on his feet and edged away as Maeve strolled towards him, a very beautiful smile on her face. Oi, what are? His words faded away and an unwilling gasp escaped his lips as Maeve reached out and stroked the side of his face gently. Her sharp nails, sharp enough to draw blood, scraped against his skin in such a way that only maximized the blissful sensations coursing through him. Some of it was definitely part of her prowess, but Harry felt it was safe to say that the rest of her was just her say. Appeal. Pleasure clouded his mind, his body tenses, pupils dilating and blood racing. For a single moment, Harry was more aroused than he had ever been in his entire life. Then it all came down with a crashing halt as Messil reared herself within his mind, her presence flooding through his senses, snapping the delicate threads and weaves of glamours and foreign emotions. The pleasure died down and suddenly Maeve's stroking hand was simply a brush against the cheek. Maeve's desired-filled expression didn't change at all as Harry's wand jammed against her stomach. She strolled around him, as if ignorant at how easily Harry could kill at that moment. Powerful or not, there were not many creatures that could survive a full-forced blast at that range. Her hand came up again and Harry and Messil both fought against the pleasure-filled sensations as she brushed against his thigh. Harry swallowed, his voice dry and sounding rather small to his ears. If you do that again, I'll kill you, he promised. Maeve's hand halted and her face took a look of disappointment. Oh, Harry, she sighed. We could have had such fun. Not without a price, Harry whispered. His body was flushed and tense and so very hot, but he ignored the urges as Messil continued to defend him from the unending bombardment of glamours and illusions that Maeve was giving him. True to her word, they weren't hurting him, but there was no way that Harry wanted to get into that situation again. Well, he wanted to, that was painfully aware to anybody in the room. Harry suddenly realized that his daughter's eyes were fixated on his beep and adjusted himself, a muttered curse escaping his lips. His common sense was just had a little more priority than his wants. And, I will not discharge the debt that easily. Maeve halted, her expression unreadable as Harry grinned at her viciously. Oh yes, he crowed. I know what you were trying to do. I saved your life and you owe me big. Well, it's going to take more than some say for you to get off that easily. What do you want? Maeve asked. She was emotionless, all the desire washed out of her in an instant as if she had just turned off a switch. Amaris. Amaris, Harry and Messil answered as one, glancing at the little 12-year-old. No, Maeve shot back instantly. She smiled chillingly. Amaris is my daughter, little Denarian. I claimed her in a bargain from you, your firstborn. She's too expensive. Your life is worth less than your daughter's. Harry asked and scoffed. I didn't know you were such a mother. The firstborn of a wizard, the host of a Denarian lord and a knight of the cross to boot, is far more valuable than you realize, Maeve answered, her eyes glowing with winter. The temperature in the room seemed to dip a few degrees. Her soul is ours. Half human and half Phi. The moment she chooses to fully embrace her Phi side, she will forfeit her soul, and its power and purity will become a most exquisite boon. You, little boy, cannot afford her. You could save my life 100 times and the Winter Court would still refuse. She is beyond your reach for now. Her words hit Harry and inspired a fury that surprised even him. He hadn't known he was so attached to the little brat. Messiel seemed to react much like him, her emotions a tangled mess as old and new aches and pains seeped from her presence. A moment later, Harry was ablaze with hellfire, the fiery power surging through him. He was barely aware of his eyes darkening as they wreathed with flames, or the temperature, which Maeve had chilled, going up by 10 degrees in a second. Fine then, Harry spat out in anger, his face twisted up into a furious scowl. Then I'll get what I came for. I want information, Maeve. Everything you know about the Blackened Order of the Denarius and its members. He took a step forward, his eyes practically glowing, and Maeve took a step back, her eyes glittering dangerously but reluctantly falling back as Harry continued. I want base locations, member movements, rundown of abilities and powers, likes, hates, favorite color, everything. I want you to spend the next 7 days finding me everything I want to know. Harry slammed a hand on the wall behind Maeve and leaned in close to her ear, ignoring the decaying stench of winter that arose from Maeve's highly desirable form. Is that too expensive, Maeve? He hissed coldly. Or isn't your life worth some measly information? Knowledge is power, especially to our kind, Maeve answered back, her voice barely a whisper in her fury. But it is acceptable. The Phi did not like to be spurned. Of all the human emotions they tried to mimic, it was pride that they took to best. Anything resembling a human being had left her, human emotion, a human mind, a human heart. She strode around Harry effortlessly and stalked to the portal. Your price has been named, and so mote it be. I shall pay back my debt and then we shall have no further dealings, child. Should we meet again after this, however, I may decide to crush you. Her voice dripped with venom. Remember that. Maeve paused by Amaris and something was exchanged between them. Without another word, Maeve approached the portal and walked through it, instantly disappearing in the fierce snowstorm that raged within the Never. At once, it was like a suppressive atmosphere had disappeared and Harry unconsciously let out a deep breath. The hellfire was simmering down now and he raked a hand through his hair, gazing at Amaris with an emotion even he couldn't identify. Amaris, he said quietly. Amaris was stroking Cess as she cupped the small Phi in her hands, her serious green eyes staring up at her father. Without another word, she turned around and approached the portal. She hesitated at the precipice and, without turning around, spoke up, her quiet voice echoing in the suddenly silent apartment. Father, she murmured, and Harry was stunned by the emotion behind it. She sounded more human than she ever had, almost desperate and sad. You should not try to contact me again. I advise you to forget about me. There will be other children. You're my first, Harry said, a ghost of a smile flickering on his face. You know what they say about your first. No, I don't, Amaris responded quietly, and Harry gave out a low chuckle. Amaris, he began. It isn't safe, Amaris whispered. Harry didn't know if that sounded like a warning or a plea. Amaris clearly wanted to say something else, but she hesitated and her small shoulders slumped. As she moved to enter the portal, Harry took a quick step forward and stretched out with his hand. His fingers brushed against her silky hair and her head turned. Harry met his daughter's eyes for a split second, before she too disappeared through the portal to join her mother. Harry just stood there as the portal snapped shut with a slight hiss, his hand still outstretched, before he lowered his limb and sighed regretfully. As he stood there, Messiel began to speak, her voice oddly subdued. Amaris is a changeling, the spawn of a Phi and a human. When the time comes, she will have to choose between her human and her Phi side. If she chooses her human side, she forfeits any claim she may have had towards the power of winter but gains a full soul. If she chooses her Phi side, she loses her soul and will become just like them. She will not longer be our daughter. I'm not going to let her go with her bitch of a mother, Harry said quietly. His jaw was set in determination and his fingernails were clenched so tightly into his palms that they were drawing blood. I don't know what type of person I am to be a father. I don't even know if I want to be a father. But I won't let her stay there. You really have grown up, haven't you? Messiel sounded proud. Well, what can I say? Harry shrugged. The little brat has somehow grown on me and suddenly, I really don't want her to become like her mother. Not when she's. He trailed off with a sigh. Just remember, my beloved, she may already be lost to us. She has been conditioned from birth to accept her mother's family as her own. I don't think so, Harry murmured and began cleaning up the leftover fruit and yogurt off the ground. Because I've never met a Phi whose eyes could tear up like that. Messiel was silent. The first thing that Harry noticed when he opened his eyes was that the roof was on fire. He stared at it unblinkingly, his mind trying to play a little catch up as he lay on the cold, hard ground. A shadow loomed above him, blocking out the lamps that hung from the walls, and Harry flickered his gaze to the right as a purple-robed wizard with an extremely long beard and a pair of half-moon glasses raised his wand. The old man's mouth moved but Harry couldn't hear what he said. He couldn't hear much of anything, actually. His ears throbbed painfully and it sounded like somebody had set off an alarm in his head, blocking out anything from the outside world with a mixture of piercing screeches and static fuzz. He watched as the elderly wizard conjured a flock of birds made entirely out of sparkling water and flew them to the small patches of fire eating away at the wooden beams. His mind was moving at a sluggish pace and he thought he could hear voices, soft feminine voices, as he tried to remember the man's name. He looked hauntingly familiar, with those twinkling blue eyes and that blackened, dead hand. Dudders. Dumb. Dumbars. Dumbshit. Dumble elevator. Harry paused. That last one even sounded ridiculous too. He knew it had something to do with elevators. Lift. Shaft. Floors. Buildings. Buttons. Cheesy music. Dumble cheesy music. The man was kneeling beside Harry No, his brows furrowed. With a wave of his wand, he sprayed a trail of golden lights of Harry, obviously understanding the different displays of color and light that hovered over him. The man tapped Harry on the head, frowned, and moved his wand to his ears. Harry watched in bemusement, idly noting that his legs seemed to be broken. Still, his mind was trailing behind his body by about 2 kilometers, so all he could feel was a warm haze. If his legs truly were broken, well, he'd worry about them when he'd caught up a little. For now, he'd just lay back and enjoy the. Something in his ears broke and Harry let out an agonizing scream. His legs curled up and his hands flew to his ears, clutching them tightly as waves of pain shot through his head. He never felt the second wand tap, but he felt the broken parts in his ear come together again as the pain stopped. Along with the pain went the alarms and static buzz, replaced with the refreshing sound of rustling robes and his own beating heart. That King hurt. He gasped out loud. My apologies, Harry, the old man said quietly, withdrawing his wand and standing up. He offered Harry a hand, who took it and allowed the purple-robed wizard to lead him to a quaint little armchair that had suddenly popped up out of nowhere. It appears that the backlash had a significantly negative effect on your auditory senses. Right, Harry said dazedly, slumping against the chair and looking as bewildered as he felt. That's me, Harry. No, just Harry. Harry. He paused and plucked his lips. Bob. He clicked his tongue and chuckled weakly. What a funny name. Bob. Who would call somebody Bob? Do you know somebody named Bob? Dumble knob. I'm afraid I don't, the old man said slowly, eyeing Harry with ill-disguised concern. Although, I do recall that my birth certificate says, Albus Dumbledore. Well, I will admit that there are a plenitude of middle names, each stranger than the last, but I do not believe we really want to go there. Why? Is it bad weather? Harry retorted instantly and let out a loud giggle. He paused in mid-laugh and snapped his fingers, his eyes widening with comprehension. Of course, he exclaimed. All elevators have doors and all doors have knobs. I see, Dumbledore murmured softly, stroking his beard. He tapped the strangely restrained Harry on the head with his wand and frowned. Oh dear. There's a slight chance that you may have suffered the tiniest bit of a little brain damage. That backlash truly did rattle your mind a little, didn't it? Well, I suppose we should be grateful that there aren't any physical side effects. Why, I once knew a man who attempted to learn this very art. His backlash turned him into the strangest shade of puce. The headmaster appeared a little pensive as he scratched his chin. I wonder whatever happened to him. The last I heard, he had joined a Muggle carnival. He always did have an unduly fascination with flashing lights. Harry was too busy gagging to answer. There was something in his stomach that was demanding to get out. With a series of undignified hacks, Harry threw back his head and vomited out a steam of steamy, green slime all over the floor of Dumbledore's office. The man in question took a step backwards, eyeing the pile of steamy goo critically while Harry cocked his head, staring at it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. I suppose discounting physical symptoms might have been a tad hasty. Dumbledore amended carefully. He was cut off. Harry's stomach rumbled again and only just avoided the next pile of steaming goo that left Harry's mouth. It really was quite the odd physiological backlash. Perhaps the word originated from a world full of this type of substance, whatever it was. A swipe of his wand took care of the smell, although he left the goo there for further study, while Harry stared down at the quivering masses of whatever the hell they were and frowned. Why green, Dumbledore? He inquired, puzzled and confused. Why is it green? Why not red? Red's a good color. I'd even go so far as to say that red's a great color. Great, awesome, fantastic, superb. Dumbledore ignored him, staring down intently into Harry's eyes as if they held all the mysteries of the universe in them. Harry was drawn to his captivating blue eyes as if he were in a trance and suddenly found that he couldn't move his head. No, his entire body had gone stiff. He sat there, frozen, as Albus's eyes seemed to bore into his head. The old man opened his mouth, his voice strangely distant and hypnotic. Messiel. The venerable wizard called softly. Can you hear me? I need to know if you will be able to fix this damage to Harry's mind. A blaze of searingly familiar heat pooled behind his eyes. His blood surged with something and his entire body suddenly felt better, as if he were a sprinter taking the first drink of water after the race. Whatever it was that Dumbledore saw, it seemed to leave him satisfied and he leant back. Harry suddenly found that his body could move again and exhaled noisily, waving his arms in the air as he tested out his newly found freedom. Dumbledore sighed and sat down in an armchair of his own, a smile twisting his face up into an expression of wryness. Well, Harry, Dumbledore coughed. At least you are in relatively good health. Learning the word is not an easy task, even for one with your unique capabilities. Trust me when I say that it could have been much worse. Dumbledore? Harry asked curiously. He was fidgeting in his seat, squirming like a small child as his eyes roved over the room, taking in everything with an unnatural degree of fascination. Yes, Harry. What's Messiel? Harry asked innocently. Dumbledore was silent, clearly taking his time and pondering the answer. Messiel is a friend, he answered at last. She will help you. Oh, Harry uttered. He was silent for a few more moments. Dumbledore. Who are you again? I'm Albus Dumbledore, Dumbledore answered slowly. And I'm. Harry trailed off expectantly. You're Harry Potter, Dumbledore answered with a resigned sigh. Oh dear, it did look like he would be at this for a while, at least. Do you remember that? Your name? Harry, Harry repeated softly. He perked up and a ear-splitting grin crossed his face. That's me. Harry, 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 Harry. No, just Harry, 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 Harry. He paused and plucked his lips. Bob. He clicked his tongue and chuckled weakly. What a funny name. Bob. Who would call somebody Bob? Do you know somebody named Bob? Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose while Harry frowned. Say, are you going to eat that? Harry demanded and pointed. Dumbledore followed the arm to the steamy piles of green goo on his floor and stared back at Harry. Am I going to eat that small pile of goo vomit on the ground here? He repeated carefully. Are you? Harry prodded. No, Dumbledore answered with a short shake of his head. His beard quivered, perhaps out of suppressed mirth, and his eyes twinkled. I do not believe that you should. Oh dear. Now you've gone and made a mess of yourself, Harry. Who's Harry? You are. That's right. I'm Harry. Harry, Harry, Harry. Am I Harry? No, not so Harry. I could be Harry. Can I make myself Harry? 30 minutes later, a disgruntled, embarrassed but relatively normal Harry Potter found himself sprawled in one of the chairs to Dumbledore's office, the small room they had been practicing in, absolutely reeking in a way that not even Dumbledore's charms could entirely fix. It had only been a couple of days since his meeting with Maeve, and he had arrived at Hogwarts around lunchtime to practice his words yet again. This time, though, he had made a small mistake, and well, Harry distinctly recalled eating a pile of his own goo-like vomit, so it had ked his head over pretty badly. His body was still throbbing, and he found that he had a small tendency to zone in and out of conversations, but Messiel had assured him that it was a temporary problem, and it was probably good that Harry's mind wasn't running as efficiently as it could. After all, he had nearly blown it up when he had botched up that one syllable in the newest of words he had been learning, and it did need time to recover all of its neural pathways, or whatever the hell Messiel had been going on about. Her cool tones came off almost as annoying as Dumbledore's patience or the portrait's muttering. Added to that the stress of meeting Maeve 2 days ago and the nighttime searches for the Order of the Blackened Denarius, and Harry found himself with a whopper of a headache. His head hurt. It could have been worse, Dumbledore said quietly, his fingers pressed together sagely as he observed Harry from the other side of his desk. His eyes were twinkling just a tad too brightly in Harry's opinion, and he resisted the urge to growl at the old wizard. It could have been much worse, Dumbledore continued, and there was something haunted about his gaze, his eyes distant as if staring at an event playing out before him long, long ago. Trust me on this. You got off rather lightly. Your face could have been worse as well, Harry practically snarled, then winced as a lance of pain shot through his head. He clutched his forehead, hissing with the type of anger that only appeared with pain that demanded the destruction of anything or anyone nearby. Harry mostly restrained this particular anger, although his leg lashed out and slammed into Dumbledore's wooden desk. The wood cracked and Harry chuckled grimly. Good. I shouldn't be the only one who feels like this. We'll ignore that my desk, while old, isn't exactly the most intellectual of inanimate objects, shall we? Dumbledore murmured with a light chuckle, stroking his quivering beard. Funny, Harry said with gritted teeth. Is there anything you want, or can I go now? Dumbledore's twinkle faded and he suddenly looked a little older and more tired than he had before. There was also a certain grimness about him as he reached into one of the many stacks of parchments and scrolls that lay scattered on his long desk. At Harry's inquisitive look, he smiled slightly and gestured at the paperwork before him. The Ministry has a new Minister of Magic, Dumbledore clarified. Although he has a certain disdain for me, it does not stop him from sending me reports and asking for advice on anything that suits him. I suppose he figures that there will be something in here that he might miss, not that he would ever admit it to the public, of course. For Minister Scrimgeour, if there is anything more important than the destruction of Lord Voldemort, it is upholding the perfect public persona of the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour, Harry repeated doubtfully, then shrugged. Ah well, I suppose it's better than fudge. Seriously, who names an entire family line after a type of cake? Dumbledore chuckled, then grew serious as he found the scroll he wanted. He unraveled it before Harry's eyes and reviewed the information again. Harry shifted in his seat impatiently, but his keen eyes made out the grubby fingerprints on the wrinkled parchment of the scroll. Dumbledore had looked at this quite a few times beforehand, it seemed. His eyes glanced away, roving around Dumbledore's spacious office. Messiel's illusion was currently strolling around in her white and silver wand wizard robes, glancing at some of the book titles with interest. He couldn't see them from where he was sitting, but he could feel the itching behind his eyes, knowing that she was using his sight to read them even from all the way across the room. Was it a bad thing if she had better control over his body than he did? It could have been worse, he supposed. He could be wearing glasses like he did when he was young. Now that would have been a severe weakness in his line of work. He glanced away from Messiel, mostly to annoy her, and looked over on the wall. Many of the portraits of past headmasters were snoozing in their frames, and only a few were eyeing Harry and Dumbledore with curiosity. By now, they had gotten used to Harry ducking in once or twice a week for a meeting. Harry was pretty sure that Dumbledore hadn't let them know exactly what type of training he was receiving. The Words of Worlds was one of the most demanding and powerful studies of magic, and one loose tongue could have brought a lot of trouble down on the elderly headmaster. It was probably illegal or something, Harry had deduced, although it wasn't like the Ministry could do anything about it. This was Dumbledore, and as much as the man irked Harry at times with his naive notions of innocence and peace, the Denarian would freely admit that there was no other wizard that he respected more. After all, they had fought together side by side and spilled blood for the same cause. What greater bond existed? There was also the fact that Dumbledore could probably hand Harry's ass to him on a silver platter if he so chose to, though Harry thought he'd give the old bastard a fight for his money if it ever came down to that. It would probably be kinda fun too. Ari, can you hear me? What? Harry jerked himself out his stupor and blinked rapidly. Yeah, I'm alright. Are you sure? Asked Dumbledore in concern. He dropped the scroll and stared at Harry carefully. I can postpone this for a short while, if you want me to. Nah, I'm good, Harry waved him off. Go on. What can little old me do for the great and vaunted Order of Phoenix? It's quite simple, I suppose, Dumbledore answered after a moment's hesitation. He paused, glancing sideways at the portraits, and Harry followed his gaze. They were all gone, probably ordered to disperse by some nonverbal command by Dumbledore. Whatever it was he was about to say, the headmaster didn't want any witnesses. Harry, I would like you to do me a favor. What type of favor? Harry asked suspiciously. To somebody who so obviously had a foot in the summer court of the Fae, a favor when properly worded could be nothing short of a trap. Harry's eyes slid to Fawkes's empty perch and scoffed to himself silently. Perhaps the summer Fae were not as cruel as their winter ilk. He doubted anybody could be more of a bitch than Maeve was, but they were just as inhuman. Had Amarice's mother been a summer Fae, Harry had no doubt that he'd be facing the same problem as he did now. The thought of Amarice made him grimace. The little brat had grown on him, and his determination to remove her from the care of her mother hadn't lessened in the few days since their meeting. Harry wondered if that had been Fawkes doing when the summer Fae had demanded that Amarice stay with him for the rest of the school year, the power of love and all that crap. Did Fawkes actually care in her own twisted way, something both Harry and Messiel doubted, or was she just playing the Fae game and trying to piss off her rival? There was some definite history between Fawkes and Maeve, and Harry suspected that Dumbledore had something to do with it. It was strange, now that he thought about it. The wand wizarding world was meant to be off limits to the Fae, so how had a summer Fae attached herself to one of the most prominent wand wizards ever to be born? Did you hear me, Harry? What? Harry murmured, then growled and slapped himself on the head. Right. Favor. Gotcha. Damn. That word messed me up more than all the pot I've ever smoked. He paused at Dumbledore's look and backpedaled. Not that I've ever done drugs before, of course. Tough murders and ritual sacrifices are one things, but drugs. That's almost as bad as alcohol and underage say. Oh. Wait. I want you to kill somebody for me. Harry jerked and stared at Dumbledore in utter surprise. There was nothing like that particular sentence to get one's mind focused. To his credit, Dumbledore looked extremely calm about it. Even Harry's advanced senses couldn't pick up an increased heart rate coming from the bearded wizard, who stared back at Harry calmly, as if talking about nothing more important about than the weather. What? I believe you heard me this time, Dumbledore answered dryly and steeped his fingers together. He peered at Harry over his glasses, his twinkle and good humor noticeably absent. There is a man who is detrimental to our cause. He must die. Harry gauged Dumbledore for a few more moments and then let a dark smile cross his face. Shit. Dumbledore, I didn't know you had it in you. Harry exclaimed eagerly. He leaned forward and thumped his hand on Dumbledore's desk. It's about damn time too. See, this was what I was talking about when I said I'd work for the Order. Killing and all that good stuff. Let's knock off some of Voldemort's supporters. It's one less Death Eater we have to kill when he makes his move. Dumbledore remained calm and emotionless, not even batting an eyebrow at Harry's exuberant behavior. He handed Harry the scroll he had just been reading and sat back as Harry glanced over it once, allowing Messiel to memorize and distribute the necessary details to him. Lucius Malfoy, son of Abraxas Malfoy of the noble Malfoy lineage, Messiel's apparition said casually, strolling over from the bookcase. Born in 1954. Suspected of Death Eater activities as early as 1972, suspected of funding and hosting Death Eater activities as early as 1977, arrested, tried and released in 1981. Caught in the Department of Mysteries in early 1996, arrested and sent to Azkaban a week later. Has contributed tens of thousands of galleons, funded conservative political parties, and has had the ear of every major politician for the last 10 years. He's the head of a family-owned business, has shares and investments tied up that are worth quite a lot of gold, a net capital of approximately 672,000 galleons. He's quite rich, isn't he? Malfoy. Harry frowned. Any relation to the little bee? Own dickweed that goes to school here. The one whose face I bashed in more than once. His father. The stern headmaster, disappointed in his students' academic results, resorts to assassination in order to pass on the educational message. Do your homework, bitch. Harry snickered. Dumbledore ignored Harry's humor and folded his hands on his lap. Lucius, he began. As a very slippery individual. His connections are high and the Malfoy gold runs deep. He leant back in his chair, exhaling quietly. Deep enough to get him out of Azkaban. It is deep enough that he is shortly to be released from Azkaban, pending another trial. Apparently the warlock that presided over his case was found to be in possession of some very powerful mind-altering potions, powerful enough that every trial he has presided over in the past 6 months has been declared as mistrials. Cunning, Harry said with an approving nod. That's pretty cool. This may be the word of Lord Voldemort, or it may simply be Lucius using some blackmail material or some other type of coercion in the right places, Dumbledore continued. The means matter not. Lucius Malfoy cannot be allowed to escape Azkaban for even a single day. Not only is he a moderately skilled wizard, but his influence runs deep into the ministry. If he is allowed to resume his place of power, no matter how stained his reputation, then he may undo whatever good Minister Scrimgeour has done in a single day, merely with a whispered word and the clanking of gold. Oh, Harry said, and his enthusiasm was slightly dampened. It's a political thing. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. I don't like politics, Harry elaborated. He fumbled for words. They're confusing and annoying. You gotta think 3 different ways and play the crowd and, well, it's just a hell of a lot easier blowing them all up with some fire. Still, you're the boss, aren't you? You want Malfoy gone, then he's gone. Where's he now? Azkaban, Dumbledore answered quietly. Ooh, Harry breathed out with a wince. He scratched his head awkwardly. Azkaban. Big prison with those demon spawn guards. The impenetrable Azkaban. Not so impenetrable now, Dumbledore said grimly. It seems that prison breaks these days are quite common. The Ministry of Magic is being very quiet about it, but Lord Voldemort has returned to Azkaban and finished what he started last year. Most of his Death Eaters have escaped, flocking once more to their master's side. Lucius remained behind, although his motives are quite obvious. Why break down the door when you can get it opened on the other side? Harry offered and Dumbledore nodded. Still, it's going to take a bit of work to break into that place. I wouldn't recommend it, Messiel murmured airily. Her silver gaze was fixated on Dumbledore. She seemed to be doing that quite a lot lately, now that he thought about it. But I wouldn't worry. Albus here has a plan. She smiled mysteriously. Men of his ilk usually do. Yeah, wait. Harry cut himself off mid-sentence and turned to Messiel's apparition under the bemused gaze of Dumbledore. Albus. He demanded incredulity. You call him Albus? Of course I do, my beloved, Messiel answered, staring at Harry with an amused tilt of her lips. She reached out and smoothed back his hair, or so Harry perceived, and leant down to his ear. You might be surprised to learn, but Albus is his name. I know that, Harry snapped, annoyed at Messiel's smile. My brain's not completely fried just yet. I just didn't know you were on a first-name basis with him. He paused and glanced at Dumbledore. Come on, it's kinda true. You are old. No offense taken, Dumbledore said merrily. He appeared glad that the discussion had turned to other things, if the increasing twinkle in his eye had anything to say about it. I am old, after all, and it is not the first time somebody called me a codger. Why, I believe just yesterday a Slytherin prefect was telling a group of second years that I was a doddering and barmy old muggle-loving fool. Or so the fat friar led me to believe. He is quite the gossiper for somebody of his age. His death day was just the other week, too. 764 years of death. Right, Harry said after a moment's pause. Anyway, Azkaban. It has been arranged, Dumbledore said, all levity from his face gone in a flash. Or Shacklebolt has made all the necessary details. All you must do is arrive at Grimmauld Place at around 6 p.m. tonight no later and we will go through it in more detail where it is not as, welcome back, Phineas. Is everything as it should be? There are easier ways of getting me out of the office than sending me out on an errand, Dumbledore, one of the portraits grumbled, arriving back in his frames in a bustle of movement. Harry glanced up to see a sharp-eyed wizard staring down at him speculatively and with no small amount of disdain. Finished your little session with your boy, Dumbledore? He asked snidely. I always knew you were into the young ones. Oi, you K-head. Harry snapped, narrowing his eyes and glaring at the portrait. Wanna say that again? No, wait. Harry paused and snapped his fingers. With a dark smile, hellfire slowly blossomed into his open palm, bringing with it the surging emotions that had got him hooked so long ago. Channeling hellfire without a wand was extremely difficult, especially in larger quantities, but Harry was particularly skilled with his use of the dark flame. Okay, let's redo that. He brandished the ball of sulfur-reeking flame in his hand menacingly. Wanna say that again? Dumbledore. Phineas hissed from his portrait, his eyes wide. Your dog is off its leash. Dog. Harry repeated incredulously. Okay, now you're going to burn. That is enough, Phineas. Dumbledore said firmly. His voice wasn't particularly loud but it shot through the room like a whip crack as the headmaster stood up, eyeing the portrait disapprovingly. Contrary to your beliefs, Harry here is his own man. Hence, if he tries to destroy you, I may not be able to stop him by any means other than a wand and, believe me Phineas, you do not want me to go down that road. Dumbledore placed his hands on his desk and leaned forward ominously, eyeing the portrait seriously. I just may lose. Phineas was quiet for a moment. Then, without so much as another word, he left. Harry dispelled the hellfire in his hand and turned a very satisfied smirk onto a suddenly weary Dumbledore. Might lose, he asked cockily. Dramatic effect has a way of clearing one's ego, especially that of a man as vain as Phineas. Dumbledore started to explain, but Harry cut him off with a waggling finger and an ever-increasing smile. Nope, he said cheerfully. For the sake of my ego, I'm going to pretend that it's true. Harry Potter, better than Dumbledore. He ended his sentence with a flourish of his hand and cocked his head. Catchy. No. Dumbledore just looked exasperated. Oh, just go already, he grumbled good-naturedly. You seem to be quite capable of giving me a headache. Ah, Harry declared in triumph. The battle begins. Messiel watched the interaction between the two powerful wizards and said nothing. After a few more moments of posturing, Harry left Dumbledore's office and began to make his way through the halls of Hogwarts. It was a Saturday, so they were relatively empty. Most of them had probably headed off for the village. Harry knew he would if he had been cooped up in these walls for 2 months. His mind distracted and still recovering from the mental backlash of the misspoken word, he almost didn't hear the soft footsteps that were coming up behind him. He didn't move, didn't reach for his wand or make any acknowledgement that he knew somebody was there. Instead, as he walked, he slowly allowed hellfire to seep into him, energizing his muscles and limbs and preparing himself to smash an enemy into the ground. With his luck, it'd probably be the Junior Malfoy. Then again, Harry would just have to laugh at the irony if it was him. Finally, tensed and ready, Harry waited for a lapse in the footsteps as they came closer and closer. He could hear the person's heart beating and the exhaled breaths. It was a female and she sounded excited. Was Voldemort employing teenage girls as assassins now? As the unknown girl got closer and closer, Harry finally sprung into action. He spun around, his left hand coming up and weaving invisible defensive magic to block any attack, his right hand slamming forward, intent on driving into the face of Amanda. Hi, Harry, Amanda chirped, before her eyes widened in horror. Harry's left hand shot out and clashed with the hellfire in his right. A great shudder ran through his body as he forcibly pulled back, diverting the attack. He lost his balance and, as he stumbled, slammed the hellfire-encased fist into the nearby wall. A loud crack shot down the corridor. The walls rumbled, bits of stone and dirt falling off them as the hellfire ripped through them. The damage was localized and rather small, but there was a basketball-sized groove where he had hit the wall when Harry pulled his hand back. He looked at the damage and winced, glancing around to make sure that nobody else was there. A nearby portrait was staring at them with horror and he stared back evenly. She did it. Harry lied, pointing at the shocked owned girl standing before him. I saw her do it with my own 2 eyes. Amanda's mouth opened in protest, but Harry hastily shoved a hand over it and, gripping her arm, dragged her away from the scene of the crime. Well, you almost got completely ked up, Harry told her cheerfully. Well done. What the hell was that for? Amanda demanded, throwing Harry's hand off her mouth and glaring at him indignantly. What was that for? Harry demanded. Somebody sneaks up to me and you're surprised I don't think they're an assassin. He paused thoughtfully, scratching his chin and his eyes gazing upwards. Then again, it would be a bit strange to have a teenage female as an assassin. Although, it might have been a stalker. Am I against stalkers? Well, I suppose it depends if they're hot. Hello, Amanda called out, waving a hand in front of his face. He blinked and looked down at her. Who are you talking to? And it's not a stalker, it's me. Right, Harry said quickly. Yes, you're Amanda. Amanda, that's the name. Harry crowed and snapped his fingers. The little owned bint. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. Harry, are you okay? Amanda asked. She peered at him in concern. You're not acting like, well, a complete bastard. It's kinda strange. Just a bit of brain damage. Something up there exploded or something. I dunno. It's all good though. Messiel's doing her bit and knitting everything back together, Harry explained, tapping his head for emphasis. Abruptly, his mood changed, as if he had flicked a switch, and an annoyed frown crossed his face. Oh, Amanda, it's you. What do you want? Amanda was staring at him and Harry took the time to stare back at her. Perhaps his memories were a little fuzzy, but it struck him at that moment on just how hot Amanda was. In fact, if he aged her a decade or two, then it was almost like she was the sister of Charity Carpenter. He supposed it was the owned hair. Owned hair did do it for him at times. Then again, Messiel's hair was black, a type of glittering black that shone in the light, whilst Maeve's hair was a mixture of blue, green and white shades that, on paper, sounded appalling but worked very well for her, and those two were the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Maybe it was her rack. Harry's gaze fixated downwards and he grinned at her lecherously. Maybe it was the whole school uniform thing she had going for her. Hey, Amanda snapped, waving her hands in front of Harry's face. I know I'm unbelievably why, but perhaps you shouldn't stare in a public place. If you're that desperate, I can give you a signed photo. Harry blinked and stared at her. Then, frowning, he reached out and sharply flicked her on the forehead. Amanda recoiled with a loud yelp, rubbing her forehead with a pout. Just don't act like me, Harry commanded and he stared a strangely bold Amanda down. Finally, Amanda blushed and her gray eyes darted away from his gaze. Harry watched her with annoyance as she fiddled with her hands and grinned. There we are, he said cheerfully. Little, meek, Amanda, knowing her place. Amanda's head shot upwards and her eyes narrowed as Harry stared down at her. So, Harry continued dryly. Was there anything you wanted, apart from staring at your longtime crush, first-time lover? Oh, right, Amanda said and her challenging look disappeared. She ducked her head and when her expression was properly submissive and polite, she raised it. Harry, I want to ask you for a favor. Everybody does, apparently, but okay, Amanda, Harry said smoothly. He grabbed her hands and smiled as she started, her eyes wide. I will take your sacred purity and, if you so please, I will use your pure blood and sacrifice it to my dark gods. Well, goddesses. There's really only one. In his head, Messiel harumphed. No. Amanda practically shrieked, her cheeks suffusing with blood. Harry couldn't tell if it was anger or embarrassment, although it might have been both. I want you to teach me again. Oh, Harry uttered, looking disappointed. Well, in that case, no. What? Why not? Because I don't want to. Honestly, we go through this every time I ask you, Amanda snapped. Can't we just skip it already? I humbly ask. You refuse. I ask again. You refuse. I imply that you might be able to corrupt me, mention the fact that my dad would be pissed off, you get off on your wickedness and say yes, and then you teach me some cool spells. Hey. Harry snapped and flicked her in the forehead again. No longs rants. That's my thing. I've been hanging around you for 2 years now, Amanda mentioned rather dryly. You pick up a few things. She paused and smiled deliberately. Like, from you, herpes and syphilis and. She shrugged. Ooh, murmured Harry, looking impressed. That was a good one. Thanks, Amanda chirped. So, will you teach me? Nope, Harry responded, just as chirpily. Amanda's smile turned into a frown and she stamped her foot, crossing her arms over her chest and pouting like a 6-year-old. Why not? She demanded. Because you're bugging me, Harry said bluntly and grinned at her obvious frustration. Harry, Amanda started seriously, all traces of play gone from her. I've been up against Death Eaters and I know I'm not good enough. You've got that right, Harry muttered. Amanda ignored him, her eyes strangely intent. I know I'm not good enough. That's why I want you to teach me. You're one of the best wizards I know of and you have a library of spells that I could only dream of. I don't want you to teach me the kids' stuff anymore, and I know that, to you, a lot of the stuff you went through with me was just minor magic. I need to know how to fight and to kill. She swallowed and Harry was uncharacteristically silent, remembering the tears of her first kill. She opened her mouth and paused, looking conflicted. Finally, she settled on, think of it this way. I'm on your side. The more I know, the more I can help you. You're serious about this, Harry concluded shrewdly. Why? Amanda gently took one of his hands in her own and gave him a watery smile. Because this is telling me to, she said softly, taking his hand and placing it on her head, before moving it to her heart, and settling it on her stomach. And this. Everything about me is screaming that I'm going to war and. I don't know why. I just know that I'm going to die if you don't help me fight. Harry could feel the warmth of her body as she rested his hand on her stomach. He stared at her critically for a few moments, before a loud cough interrupted him. Amanda jerked away from him, her eyes widening, and she spun around. A teenage boy, a year or two older than Harry, was gazing at them with frank disapproval on his face. A glinting silver badge had been pinned on his robes. Amanda, Harry said, acting shocked. I felt the baby kick. Baby? Amanda asked in confusion. Baby? The prefect exclaimed. Harry just grinned. Okay, brat, he said, still smiling although there was something strained about it. I'll help you. It's, the first week of December. Be ready next Saturday afternoon, in the old classroom. But, before I go. His hand rose and he flicked her sharply on the nose, enjoying her recoil and flinch. Don't be so mature and serious. It makes you boring. With those final words, he spun around and strolled past the prefect, leaving an ecstatic and fuming Amanda behind him. Wait, so I can't be mature and serious, but I also can't act like you, so I can't be immature. She called out to his back. Yep, Harry responded loudly. You are so annoying, Amanda groaned. That's your problem. Harry snickered and turned the corner. As soon as Amanda was out of sight and hearing range, his smile dropped and he looked pensive. His hand moved up to his head, his fingers brushing against his skin, before he moved them down to his heart and then his stomach. That's interesting. Messiel agreed. Yes, it is. It was almost pitch black, the moon and stars hidden behind rows upon rows of thick, angry clouds. The flickering torches upon the walls didn't help much either as fierce winds howled through the damp, smelly tunnel. In this tunnel, a small group of people were being herded to the other end by 4 large and intimidating wizards. In the brief flicker of torchlight, these wizards could be seen wearing long blue robes with the crest for the Ministry of Magic stitched to their East, the standard uniform of the hit wizards of Britain. As the group passed by another set of torches, it was revealed that most of the group, or more importantly, those not wearing the robes of hit wizards, were wearing iron manacles and a plain brown robe. With long practiced movements that may have suggested boredom, the hit wizards shuffled the smaller group through the tunnel, ignoring the sniveling sobs coming from one of the prisoners. I didn't. I wanted to. The almost hysterical witch was crying, thick tears running down her fairly attractive face. I only wanted a little bit of spending money. Please, don't take me there. Save me, please. I'll do anything. This went on for quite a few minutes until finally one of the hit wizards had had enough. You there, he shouted, his voice booming through the tunnels. Stop your bloody crying. The witch only sobbed harder as one of the other hit wizards sighed and clapped his partner on the back. Lay off, Jeff, he said sympathetically. You know where this lot is headed. If they knew what they were about to go through, they'd all be crying. One of the other prisoners, a small runt of a wizard with dark, greedy eyes, muttered something under his breath, snickering quietly to himself. Immediately, the third hit wizard rounded on him, the wand in his hand rising threateningly. Shut up, he snarled. Just shut up. We don't need any comments from scum like you. The wizard continued snickering and the hit wizard growled. His wand flashed through a series of well-practiced movements and the criminal gave a startled yelp, his entire body going rigid. The manacles on his wrists and ankles let out a small clanking noise as the hit wizard continued the curse, before the fourth and final hit wizard cleared his throat nervously. Sir? He asked quietly. Shouldn't we be moving along? The first hit wizard, the one who had yelled at the woman, nodded approvingly and with a swipe of his wand, ordered the group to keep moving. The final hit wizard, who had remained rather quiet through most of the proceedings, sidled up to his superior officer. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, but what did that wizard do? He questioned nervously. I've never seen you go off like that. Is he a Death Eater? The third hit wizard recoiled, as if physically struck, then laughed. No, my boy, he chortled. We don't get any Death Eaters come through here. The ones who take them are the Aurors. He spat out the last word like it was a curse. No, that wizard there, he had a particular fondness for sneaking around Muggle playgrounds and schools with a disillusionment potion and a very patchy memory charm. Had beeps all over the monitors before we caught him. Somebody like him, he spat, deserves every bit to where he's going. I only hope they make him suffer. Quiet. The first hit wizard ordered from the front of the column. We're almost there. Let's show 'em that we're just as good as them, right, boys? The hit wizards all straightened up and gripped their wands tightly as they approached the end of the damp and barely lit tunnels. The prisoners all flinched in their thin robes as a gust of icy wind hit them, while the hit wizards remained motionless, their eyes scanning their surroundings carefully. They had just come into a small alcove, with high cliffs surrounding them on all sides. A thick mist simmered around them, probably hiding them from Muggle view much better than the repellent wards were. They were also not alone. Standing before them, in trim and dashing robes of crimson, stood 3 Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. One of them was holding a lantern of Gubrathian fire, radiating the entire area in a soft, green glow. The leader of the small group of Aurors, a large dark-skinned man over 6 foot tall, moved to approach them. 2 hit wizards herded the shackled prisoners to the side while the other 2 walked forward, their faces set in masks of perfect professionalism. I'm Senior Hit Wizard Brocklehurst, this is Junior Hit Wizard Jones, the hit wizards introduced briskly. In the light, it was revealed that he was a slightly portly wizard with graying hair and a no-nonsense look about him. His partner, a slender boy barely out of his teenage years with all the awkwardness of youth, looked up and smiled nervously. He held a quill and piece of parchment in his hands and was busy transcribing the event. We're delivering prisoner group 6A, time delivered is, he pulled out a pocket watch. 9:41 p.m. Please state your name for the record. Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, the dark-skinned man intoned with a deep baritone. He gave a slight gesture to his right, where a pink-haired woman with a heart-shaped face and a grouchy expression was holding the lantern. This is Junior Auror Nymphadora Tonks. To my right is Auror Williamson. The third Auror didn't give any sign that he had heard his name, his wand now trained on the prisoners as if they were likely to escape at any moment. His ponytail fluttered in the breeze as his steel-hard eyes raked over the 7 or 8 criminals, a slight sneer on his face. Kingsley and Brocklehurst exchanged scrolls and both ripped them open. Whatever was in them seemed to satisfy them and they relaxed their guard. I'm glad I'm not going out there tonight, Hit Wizard Brocklehurst said as his junior trainee put away his quill and parchment. Politics, Kingsley chuckled. You lot should be more than qualified to escort these guys over to the island. I don't see any reason for you not to. Yeah, well, we can't, Brocklehurst grunted. Need any help loading them up? It would be appreciated, Kingsley said. Together, they strode towards the prisoners, Tonks trailing behind them. Kingsley nodded at Williamson, who nodded back and turned to the prisoners. Listen up, you little shits. He barked. You will form 2 lines. You will stay in those lines until otherwise directed. You will be silent unless spoken to. Failure to adhere to these requirements will result in me gagging you for the rest of the trip. Should you attempt to escape, lethal force cannon will be used against you. Form up. Now. For the most part, the prisoners scurried into their 2 lines. The short, squat wizard who the Hit Wizards had earlier identified just giggled, a faraway look in his eyes. Clearly, there was something not right about him. Prisoner 1078. You will stand in line. Williamson bellowed. The wizards continued to ignore the orders, still giggling perversely to himself. Williamson narrowed his eyes and raised his wand. There was flash of light or sound to indicate a spell had been cast, but the prisoner suddenly gave a yelp as his feet, still bound by the manacles, started moving. He shuffled forward awkwardly until he was in line. Hey, F. K.U. You F. King cunts. You can't F. King do this to me. Do you know who I am? The little wizard shouted angrily. Do you know who I am? 20 says he's a muggleborn, Tonks muttered as Williamson approached the defiant prisoner. The purebloods never use that kind of language. The wizard's shouts were cut off as Williamson roughly shoved a dirty rag into the lanky prisoner's mouth. Williamson smiled cruelly as he flicked his wand and the man's eyes bulged, the rag stuffing itself deep into his mouth and silencing his angry rant. Brocklehurst hid a smile while Kingsley remained stoic. He turned around and gave Tonks a meaningful glance. The pink-haired woman looked confused before recognition dawned on her. Oh, right, she exclaimed. She spun around and took a step forward before losing her balance and tumbling to the ground in a heap of color robes. I'm okay, she called out, jumping right back up and brushing herself off. Honestly, who puts a rock there? She muttered as she disappeared into the fog beyond the alcove. She's. Brocklehurst trailed off. Strange, Kingsley offered. Not what I'd take to be his aura material, Brocklehurst finished. She's very gifted, Kingsley said and frowned when he heard Tonks yelp again. Even if she is a tad clumsy. She'll grow out of it. I see, Brocklehurst said politely, and no more was said between them. They stared off into the mist, listening to the wind and waiting for Tonks to return. The first sign she had was the sound of water slowly splashing against something. Kingsley and Brocklehurst exchanged looks before motioning to Williamson and the other 3 Hit Wizards. Together, they led the small group of subdued prisoners through the mist. Occasionally 1 or 2 of them stumbled, but the group would wait and eventually move on again. After a few moments, Kingsley halted. He raised his wand and the mist parted before him, revealing a small and old wooden boat shed. In the middle of it, standing on a relatively small boat with a wide grin, was Tonks, who bobbed up and down as the waves slammed against the boat. All right, Kingsley called out. 1 row will go to that pier, he pointed at the leftmost pier leading into the boat shed. The other row will go to that pier. You will form up and board the boat 1 by 1. You will move along until there are no more seats. Then you will sit. The manacles will attach themselves to the boat automatically. Oh, and for those having who think they're brave, your binds have been charmed and enchanted. If you try to jump in the water, they will drag you to the bottom and you will die. Boss. Tonks offered weakly. Yeah, they've been changed. Now they drag them up to the surface for pickup. Well, all the new ones do. Oh, Kingsley uttered and glanced at the shackles. So did most of the prisoners, most noting that their binds appeared to be anything but new. Well, in that case, feel free to jump over. I'm sure you'll be just fine. The dubious tone in his voice made it aware that he thought anything but. The prisoners boarded the boat 1 by 1, sitting in the rear, open section with their heads bowed as their manacles attached themselves to a series of thick, long iron chains. Kingsley did a head count and gave Brocklehurst one last nod before boarding the boat himself. The hit wizards watched as the oars of the boat started to row themselves, taking the prisoners and oars out into the wide open sea. Destination Azkaban. The boat ride was tense and quiet. Kingsley and William spoke together in low, muttered tones while the prisoner craned their necks trying to peer through the mist. Tonks rowed at the front of the boat, steering the boat quite expertly. Soon, a dark peak could be seen through the mist and the prisoners muttered to one another as they came closer and closer to the looming shadow. Eventually they broke through the mist and the prisoners gasped as they stared at the foreboding island fortress that lay out before them. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Azkaban," Kingsley said grimly. The woman from before broke down into a fit of quiet sobs as the boat continued to propel itself forward in the water while the gagged man stared up at the island fortress with gleaming eyes and a new sense of purpose. The departure from the boats was rather uneventful. The oars led the prisoners up from the docks and in through the great iron gates of Azkaban. A nearby patrol of hit wizards looked up curiously as the prisoners strode through a small alley fenced off stone walls, glancing around furtively. Although the atmosphere was spooky, so far there hadn't been any sign of the dreaded guards that were spoken only in hushed whispers. As they came closer and closer to a large set of wooden doors, not unlike the great hall doors of Hogwarts, the gagged man became more and more agitated whilst the woman continued to weep softly to herself. The man was beginning to show signs of restlessness, his eyes darting around everywhere as his fingers clenched into his palms, breaking skin with cracked fingernails and drawing blood. The woman's whimpering seemed to be touching a nerve or two and finally, just as they were led into a small well-lit hall, the small wizard snapped. With a giant holler heard even from behind his gag, the man launched himself at the suddenly shrieking woman. They tumbled down together in a blur of brown robes and dirty skin, the man raising his manacled hands and bringing them down on the woman again and again. The woman shrieked and tried to hide her face as Kingsley strode over in a flash, his large arms circling around the imprisoned man and trying to pull him off. Tonks withdrew her wand and leveled them at the rest of the prisoners while Williamson raised his own, his face contorted in anger. He bellowed a word and the man stiffened, allowing Kingsley to pull him off the battered woman and throw him aside. As hit wizards poured out into the chamber, their wands out and their expressions grim. "Ma'am?" Kingsley asked gently, trying to peek at the woman. She hid her face behind her arms and wailed, but Kingsley was able to catch sight of a truly battered and bruised face and cursed. "Williamson, take her to the infirmary. Tonks, get this lot lined up on the walls. You and you, take this piece of shit and throw him in the basement cells. We'll let the Dementors give him a bit of personal attention for a day or two." As the hit wizards scurried about, Williamson flicked his wand towards the battered woman. She froze, paralyzed by his spell, and was helpless to anything as she rose from the ground. With a bored scowl, Williamson levitated her away from the small chamber and down one of the corridors. The woman continued to cry and weep, and the sound was getting on Williamson's nerves until she stopped. He was about to sigh in relief until he heard a choking noise. He turned his head and his eyes widened with horror at the sight of the paralyzed woman, her throat practically bulging as she choked on some unnamed object. "Merlin!" he cried out, dumping the paralyzed woman on the ground with a thump. He bent down, wand at the ready, and gently touched the bulge. "Open up," he instructed, then paused as he realized his folly. "Oh, right," he muttered. He lifted his wand and, using the tip, parted the woman's mouth, trying to peer down her throat. The woman abruptly stopped choking as Williamson frowned. "Hang on," he began. He never finished his sentence as a crimson bolt of magic blasted from the woman's mouth and caught him straight in the face. He was thrown backwards, spinning through the air and landing on the ground with a heavy thump. The woman lay there for a moment before she suddenly smiled and sat up, seemingly unconcerned with the binding spell that had been placed on her. "Well, that wasn't too hard," she said in satisfaction, raising her arms and watching as the shackles grew red hot. The metal twisted and bent under the heat and eventually shattered into dozens of pieces. "I don't know what all the fuss is about this place. I believe that it's getting out that most people have trouble with," came an amused voice on her left. The woman looked up to see hauntingly beautiful woman leaning against the stone wall and looking very much out of place with her silver and white robes. Oh, Wait, hang on, the woman said with a frown. Her cheeks bulged as she made an odd choking noise. With a final retch, the woman tossed back her head and exhaled a stream of glittery dust, which suspended in the air right before her. The woman gave a little burp and patted herself on the chest. There we are, she said with a grin. The dust was spinning around, condensing and solidifying into a long, slender object. In a few seconds, it had become an 11 inches holly and phoenix feather wand with intricate runes carved deep into the wood and an odd odor about it, much akin to sulfur. I don't suppose you want to start healing my face, do you? The prisoner asked the woman leaning on the wall. The dark-haired beauty merely smiled and the prisoner hissed in satisfaction as the bruises and other injuries given to her by the madman slowly knitted and faded away right before her eyes. I think our imperious curse might have been a tad too strong. He really hit me hard. You're a big boy now. You'll get over it, the silver-clad woman responded dryly. Well, I am big, the prisoner agreed and snickered. Suddenly there was a series of sharp cracks and running footsteps started heading towards them. The hallways apparently echoed quite a bit as the prisoner could hear them speaking to each other. Detected a stunning charm coming from an unauthorized wand. First floor, corridor 7. Lock it down. Lock everything down. Oh, well, we can't have that, no matter how much fun it would be, the prisoner said with what could only be described as a feminine pout. The woman leaning against the corridor seemed to hide her amusement and watched as the prisoner flicked her wand, sending out a billowing cloud of thick, yellow mist. It settled before them, a hazy and opaque wall of fog hiding them from view for now. With a lazy smile, the prisoner raised a slender hand and allowed a malicious glint to flash through her average brown eyes. For a split second, they flashed to the purest of green with irises wreathed with flame. The woman reached out for the mist with a single finger and paused. Can we say, fire in the hole? She smirked. A single spark left her finger and the mist abruptly exploded. The fire spread from one end to the other in a flash, detonating with an enormous boom. Azkaban rumbled. The walls and floor shuddered as the sound of the explosion made its way from one end of the fortress to the other. A second later, an old-style alarm started to blare, a rising crescendo of sound that spelled urgency and alarm. The prisoner stared at the newly collapsed tunnel, sighed mournfully and rolled her eyes. Right, Messiel, Harry said flatly. Pull out the map and lead the way. I got some good old-fashioned killin' to do. The alarms continued to blare as Harry sprinted through the dark, damp and generally spooky corridors of Azkaban. There were a few occasions when Harry had heard pounding footsteps in a parallel corridor, teams of hit wizards sweeping the prison fortress in search of the loose prisoner. Harry was content to avoid them for now. An encounter with the hit wizards would not end well for them, but the enchantments would automatically pick up Harry's magical signature, no matter how much Messiel was distorting it, and the hit wizards would come flocking. If Harry was victorious one too many times, then the hit wizards would fall back and they would send in the heavy assault teams of Aurors. That was one situation that even Harry, for all his political obliviousness, wanted to avoid. Right, so I go left then right. Then, Harry paused, his pace coming to a halt as he cocked his head. There was a dead end in front of him, one that hadn't been marked on the maps that Kingsley and Dumbledore had provided him earlier that night. Messiel, why's there a big-ass rock in my way? This might be a problem, Messiel confessed. Can we kill it with fire? No fire, Messiel instructed severely. Stay your wand unless you want the entire hit wizard force of Azkaban to descend upon you. Believe me, fighting large masses of magically inclined people is always a bad idea. All it takes is one person to conjure up a curse of death and strike when you're distracted. Oh, come on, Harry protested. You're talking about one of your other hosts back in, what, the 1200s? I'm nowhere near as pathetic as that. Nevertheless, Messiel said, and there was a strange hitch in her voice that Harry couldn't identify. It still irked him that after all his years of knowing the fallen angel, she was still almost as mysterious as the first day he had met her. I will be most displeased with you if you were to die. Ah, shucks, Harry deadpanned. I love you too, Messiel. Messiel sniffed a sound that Harry had always thought strange coming from her. It wasn't like she had a nose, let alone a stuffy one at that. He was just about to tell her that when his ears prickled, and his head spun around. "Oh," he uttered slowly as 6 hit wizards began to sprint from the other end of the hallway, blocking the only way around the dead end as well. Harry scratched his head, looking sheepish in his feminine guise. "I really have to stop standing around and talking to myself, don't I?" A barrage of spells, most glowing with the familiar crimson streak of the stunning charm, shot towards him as the hit wizards moved to subdue him. Their blue ministry robes rustled and billowed as they slowed down, moving into what Harry recognized as a containment formation. The Denarian rolled his eyes and raised his wand. A single flick was all it took as the soaring stunning charm swelled and overloaded in a bright cacophony of light and sparks. The sudden flare of light caught the 2 nearest hit wizards off guard. They staggered, clutching their throbbing eyes, and it probably came to a relief to them when Harry strolled through the lingering sparks and light, his wand swishing at them casually. Both of the hit wizards, a grim, grizzled old man and a rather beautiful young woman with brown hair, stiffened and remained upright as their faces contorted in surprise. It only lasted an instant before the illusion Harry had cast on them sent them into a world far away from this reality. Not even he knew what they were seeing now. "Monica and Greenhorn are down," one man began shouting. He stopped as Harry surged towards the last 4, and a short but fierce duel commenced. The hit wizards were good, skilled even, and their spell work and teamwork showed it. They moved together in well-practiced movements, circling around Harry in a constant shuffle of dodges and ducks. Their spells flew from their wands at a rate that would make most ordinary wizards feel envious of. Stunning charms, binds of rope and iron, sleeping charms, advanced petrification hexes and even the occasional imperious shot at the Denarian, wand movements blurring together as 2 of the hit wizards focused on the immediate and overwhelming offense, while one stayed back in a clear, defensive position and the 4th began to conjure and transfigure large, drooling attack dogs and other dangerous beasts. Unfortunately for them, Harry was no ordinary wizard. He took in their defenses, their stances and their well-practiced movements that would have made even a Death Eater pause, and laughed. The hit wizards stationed at Azkaban were undoubtedly some of the best, especially given recent circumstances, but they weren't that good and Harry overwhelmed them in a few moments, 2 falling before his quick wand with only minor injuries, one getting an elbow to the neck and the last tripping over one of his fallen comrades and hitting his head on the wall. The transfigured dogs suffered a far worse fate as Harry had no inclination of holding back on them and their twisted, mangled bodies probably felt relief as the transfiguration failed and they reverted back to conjured bricks. Well, Harry started cheerfully, cracking his neck and stretching his body. "That was a fun warm-up and look, I didn't even kill anybody. One group of hit wizards is hardly going to cause my host any problem. 15 groups, however, just might. You should turn left here and..." Harry tensed and Messiel's speech went unfinished as one of the 2 hit wizards that Harry had put under an illusion lashed out at him in a strange sort of way. Slowly, Harry glanced down to see a delicate hand on his illusionary beast. There was enough magic behind the illusion to create a solid surface, and Messiel was very good with illusions, so it wasn't all that surprising when the brunette hit wizard giggled like a child, a vacant look behind her eyes and drool dripping down her lips. "Bouncy," she squealed. She squeezed it again and again and, for once, Harry watched with complete and utter bemusement. It wasn't like he could feel it. The illusion wasn't tied into his nervous system. Instead, it acted like a second coat of skin that hovered millimeters above his real body. That was the reason why the feminine figure that Harry had chosen was just a tad taller and a tad lusher than his real self. It was easy to create a larger illusion around you, but it became incredibly complex when it was an illusion smaller than your real self, something which involved space-time charms and reality-distorting enchantments. Harry coughed awkwardly. "This is the most incredibly kinky thing I've ever seen." He reached out and took a few gropes of his own, his guise sporting nothing short of a beaked and lecherous grin that looked quite out of place on a woman. Then, sighing regretfully, Harry waved his hand and sent the female hit wizard's consciousness into an enchanted sleep, gently lowering the brunette female to the ground. "That was interesting. You just have to wonder what she was really seeing through her own eyes," Harry mused, standing back up. "Anyway, now that they know I'm here, let's say we get rid of this wall." They knew it was here before the resounding explosion rocked through the prison. They could feel it. It felt like nothing they had ever experienced before. Ancient, vast and powerful, a swell of emotions so hauntingly familiar to them and yet so different. All of this trapped in a human body, a body that was also like nothing they knew. A human whose soul was not its own, a flesh bag that stank of ownership and possessiveness. This unsettled some of them, the younger ones, but the rest considered. Would they feed? Could they feed? They reached consensus in a matter of moments. Firstly, they would try. Harry felt something was wrong the first moment he strolled past the debris-riddled hallway. It was full of smoke, most likely from the gout of fire he'd conjured to smash past the barricade. It seemed to be a theme of the ministry, throwing down stone walls in the middle of a good hallway. For somebody of Harry's skill, it didn't do much to slow them down, but it did slow him down. As soon as Harry had stepped past the smoldering and glowing red-hot pieces of littered stones, he immediately felt the utter coldness of this place. It was a small chamber, full of smoke and no, wait. It wasn't all smoke, Harry deduced, although perhaps some of it had come from the flame. It was rolling, spreading out a mist. The coldness only intensified and Harry unconsciously shivered, wishing he could rub his arms underneath the fortified illusion. The mist was giving him a pounding headache and there was a dark grip at the pit of his stomach, similar to the calls of the Sword of the Cross except much, much worse. So, any ideas? Asked Harry quietly, keeping his eyes glued on the mist. Every fiber of his being was telling him to remain still and he agreed with it. I don't think this is normal. There was no outward or inward reply and Harry frowned. Oi, he called out. And although his voice didn't betray him, he felt distinctly nervous and worried now. For as long as Messiel had been with him, she had never failed to respond to his calls. He knew she was still there because he could feel her, in a way. He felt whole, complete, and nothing like the time when she had been blocked from him. Still, there was something wrong and Harry dove inwards, his mind seeking out that of Messiel's. He brushed upon the brilliant light that was Messiel, a wondrous smile twitching at his lips as it did every time. The smile died down and he mentally recoiled, his mind snatching itself backwards from Messiel. Her presence was not the smooth, giant light that Harry had grown accustomed to. Rather, it was like a miniature sun, a tumultuous, chaotic ball of angry fire. Messiel was in turmoil, and Harry had no idea why. Shit, snarled Harry, his wand whipping up as he tried to glare through the mist. It was rolling and boiling around him, like a living entity, and for a split moment Harry thought he saw a dark shadow within it, a wraith-like figure dressed in a black robe. A split second later it was gone, perhaps keeping out of view or perhaps scared of the loud bang that roared through the cavern as Harry blasted out 3 FODOs. The flash of silver light disappeared in the mist and Harry strained his ears, hoping that there might be the thump of a corpse collapsing to the ground. None came and Harry, making his decision, reached into his robes. Poor witch, came a soft voice, an echo from behind him, and Harry spun around. The mist had already covered up and obscured the large hole Harry had blasted into the wall, but it couldn't quite muffle out the sound of voices. I'd never wish this on anybody. They're all right, another voice said in relief, and there were scrabbling sounds of somebody standing up. Minor injuries, nothing more. Lucky we got here when we did. They'd have finished this lot off where the prisoner didn't. Come on, let's get out of here, said the first voice anxiously. It's not safe to be so close to a breeding ground. We don't want to catch their attention, especially now that they've got some fresh soul to leech off. If she's lucky, they'll finish her off by the tomorrow, the second voice echoed in with a murmur, becoming distant. I wouldn't want to live like that forever, not like those poor bastards down in high security. The voices trailed off into a murmur of unintelligible noise. Harry wasn't sure if they had moved out of range or if the mist was blocking them from reaching him. The words, breeding grounds, were echoing in his mind, accompanied by a healthy dose of grimness and a massive headache. It was getting colder and colder, the headache getting worse and worse, but Harry had deduced what was in the mist and he was suddenly unsure and worried. He never did manage to complete the Patronus charm and the Dementors of Azkaban were quickly living up to their reputation. Messiel. Harry thought fiercely, the name reverberating around his head. Were the Dementors blocking off access to her? Could they do that? Or was something else going on? This is becoming a real pain in the K. Harry snarled and spun around, his wand flying up. Something had touched him on the shoulder, he was sure of it. Crimson sparks flew off the tip of his wand, but the hellfire was strangely lackluster, dim and dull. The power that surged through him did it at a whisper rather than a roar, which made sense, Harry supposed. If Messiel was so distracted or contained that she couldn't even answer his calls, how could he expect her to monitor hellfire channeling? Something leaned in close to his shoulder and Harry stiffened as a word was breathed harshly into his ear. Freak. You. Harry gasped, taking a lurching step forwards and spinning around. Vernon Dursley glared at him as well as he could with his mangled, bashed-in face. His large bulk of a body had been torn up, something Harry remembered quite vividly. One beady eye stared at him, little bits of dead flesh and burnt hair falling down his head. The other eye, as well as a good portion of his face and skull, had been removed by a swipe of Harry's Bonurim's claw. The Denarian could see the dead brain matter beneath the head and abruptly felt squeamish. He smiled grimly. So, it's mind tricks, is it? Harry asked quietly. Well, they won't work. The last part came out with a roar as Harry flicked his wand and sent a billowing jet of flames at his former uncle. The flames went straight through him and continued on, eventually being swallowed up by the mist. Harry wished he knew more about Dementors, about how they acted and how they preyed on humans. That sort of stuff was Messiel's speciality. That thought brought along another and Harry's lip was curled up in disgust as he continued. You can't scare me with figments of my past, Harry snapped. I'm not scared by that fat K anymore. I found somebody better than him, a family, and a friend. I have. Harry tailed off with wide eyes, his wand suddenly feeling loose in his hands. What was her name again? There had been somebody, right? She was the smart one. He could practically see her before him. A woman had come and taken him away from the Dursleys and shown him great power and, in return, he had come to treat her with the fondness and even love that wait. Harry racked his brains. When had he ever regarded her with fondness? All he could remember were the arguments, the bickering, the battles, the fights. Something was wrong. His mind felt clammy. There was something in there, squeezing past his defenses like oil, oozing into his memories, taking what was his. The woman's face flickered in his mind's eye, the smile that Harry had remembered so well gone and replaced with a disappointed or a cold look that he had always hated. When had this woman ever smiled at him before? You can't. This is. Harry's words died in a mixture of confusion. He suddenly felt very young again, small and afraid of the dark as the wind howled and battered at his cupboard. His Aunt Petunia rose from the mist, staring down at him as best she could with half of her body missing. A small, fat boy joined her, pointing at Harry as half-remembered jibes and taunts fell from his melting face. Harry had come to recognize, if not enjoy, the importance of their deaths in the future, but when he had committed the murders he had hated it. A glinting cross dangled before him, dripping with blood. What had he enjoyed? Had he ever enjoyed anything? Had anything ever been fun? What was this was not right. Harry clenched his fist around a wooden stick, his wand, it was his wand. And his thumb felt the engravings on the wood. His mind, half-twisted and distraught over something he couldn't even remember, flashed with a blurry face and Harry summoned the last of his wits and screwed his eyes shut. His battered mind, under siege by so many of the oily hands that were prodding and poking in every corner, instinctively fled towards the only safe place he knew. Perhaps they were stealing his memories and thoughts, but they couldn't steal his instincts. His mind shot towards the chaotic ball of sheer presence within him and everything went dark. Harry's mind, which had been on the strain of collapsing, abruptly felt clear. He groaned, clutching his head and trying to gaze around him. It was dark. No, it wasn't that it was dark. There was no light. Wherever he was standing, or was he sitting? There was not a single speck of light within it. It was cold, freezing even, but somehow the temperature didn't affect him. He wasn't really there, after all, even though it certainly felt like it. Mental magic could be quite confusing at the best of times. Messiel. Harry whispered softly. He was panting as he gazed around him, his senses completely silent. Perhaps that's why the rustle of clothing from behind him felt like an echo to his ears. Harry didn't stiffen, didn't tense. He just turned around and watched as something limped out of the darkness. Twinkling blue eyes stared down at him, and for a moment Harry thought he was staring at Dumbledore, granted, a younger version of the old wrinkled headmaster. Then, as he took in the man, he noticed he was wrong. The man wasn't Dumbledore, didn't look anything remotely like him bar his eyes. It was a bit hard to tell, though, given the large chunks of meat and flesh that were missing from his flayed body. Harry stared at the corpse dispassionately and then, without another word, strode past it. The moment he did, he saw a glimmering of light before him. His pace quickened and his breath picked up as he hurried towards it. Something flickered in the corner of his eyes, a tantalizing view of colors and noise, a flash of a memory. Harry ignored it, even as a loud, furious cry bombarded the air around him. Nicodemus! What have you done? What have you done? The force of the words struck Harry like a sledgehammer. As he struggled with them, a face flashed in his eyes. It was a woman, tall, beautiful and owned, with piercing eyes and a cruel smirk twisting her lips. Her fashion looked like it had come from the Roman era, but it was what she was wearing on her intricately braided head that caught Harry's attention, a glittery crown of jewels. The darkness shifted and became a hall as vast as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Messiel, in her owned host, sat on a throne before him as Queen of the Denarians. All around, men and women dropped to their knees. At the stead of the throne, Nicodemus bowed his head in servitude. The image flashed, changed and, distorting with time, revealed another picture. Messiel, in her owned host, was bloodied and furious, her eyes wreathed with flames. Standing around her were the other Denarians, and Harry recognized Vesper, Nicodemus and his daughter, Deidre, and a few other faces that seemed hauntingly familiar. As he watched, they pierced Messiel on their blades, their faces alight with dark glee, and the owned queen fell to the floor. The lower Denarians were on her immediately, their hands tearing at her dress and their mouths biting into her flesh, eating her alive. Nicodemus loomed above her, Lord of all Denarians. Harry, with some difficulty, tore himself away from the scene and sprinted for the light. More memories and sounds played at the corner of his eyes, thousands of words and sounds, mostly screams, hitting his ears until there was nothing else he could hear. The closer he got to the light, the more frequent they became. His eyes were squeezed shut, his hands clutched at his ears and his teeth grinding into each other as he kept running forward, towards the horrors that plagued Messiel, towards the brilliant light that shone underneath his eyeballs. He didn't feel anything, but he knew he had arrived when the noises abruptly cut off. His ears were still ringing, but he could hear the sounds of a soft breeze rustling the leaves as he opened his eyes. He was standing before a small, quaint little thatched roof house. Beyond the house laid fields of grain, grown and ready for reaping. The grass was green, the sky was a brilliant shade of blue, and there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. It was peaceful and Harry could feel himself relaxing. He wasn't sure if it was Messiel's emotions or thoughts, but suddenly he knew that this was a place he could go to for rest, for happiness, for love. A smile appeared on Harry's face as the sun beamed down on him. It was like it was beaming down into his mind, soothing him as the dark dredges of his past were pushed away. Then the world screamed. Harry was thrown off his feet as the hut before him exploded in a tidal wave of pure concussive force. He went soaring for hundreds of meters, kilometers even, as the wave blanketed everything nearby. Trees that looked to be hundreds of years old were ripped off their roots as if the scream were pulling out a few insignificant weeds. The fields of grain were ripped apart in a flash, the very ground was torn asunder, a massive earthquake shifting and rolling beneath him. As Harry went soaring, he saw the sky turning red, ominous thunderstorm clouds rumbling and clashing with lightning. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his vision, right from where the scream had originated from. Harry shielded himself, trying to shut off his senses to the memory, and knowing that he would have been killed 100 times over just by the noise if this had been real life. The light washed over him, washed over everything, and then receded. Standing on a nearby tree, Harry watched with wide eyes as a brilliant figure of gold, silver, white, of every shade and color that had ever been associated with purity, stepped out. The quiet, peaceful farm had become an arid desert as the blinding figure screamed again. Finally, Harry recognized that voice, no matter how strange it seemed to him. It was the voice of an angel in pain. It was Messiel, utter anguish searing the very air and turning it to ash. The clouds rumbled as two blinding beings soared down from the heavens. Words were exchanged, but Harry couldn't hear them, couldn't see what lay beyond the shroud of light. He doubted human eyes were meant to. Suddenly, the figures bathed in light were clashing, and Harry became witness to the most devastating and awe-inspiring powers he had ever seen. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Maeve, Harry, they were all specks of dust against the whirlwind of power that played out before him. The light crashed against each other, and there were no words as to what Harry saw. The English language had not conceived them yet. The one that undoubtedly was the closest was the word, God. The heavenly powers were dueling, and Harry's retinas were burned to the core by oppressive light. It seared into him, rendered him into ash again and again and again, blasting the very atoms of his body halfway across the world. He staggered, his mental self reforming again and again and again, and then halted. The battle continued to rage, the earth shifting up into rows of mountains that spewed out lava, the sea boiling and becoming a desert, the very air turning into a toxic haze of mist that whipped out into tornadoes and twisters. In amongst all of this, seemingly unaffected by the effects of this reality, was a cloaked figure. It hovered above him, just meters away, staring away from the battle beneath its cloaked hood. Harry got a glimpse of gray, scabbed hands and heard the deep, throaty breathing of a creature that should never have existed. It could only be a Dementor. He glanced around with wide eyes and shuddered. If one cloaked figure represented one Dementor, then there were thousands upon thousands of them watching the battle, floating off the trembling ground in a giant circle spanning hundreds of kilometers. They all faced inwards, not towards the battle but towards something else. Messiel. Harry breathed. The Dementor gave no signs of having heard Harry as the Denarian host scrambled forward, somehow clearing thousands of meters with each step. The mist got worse and worse as Harry got closer and closer to the center of the Dementor's attention. As Harry reached the center, he saw Messiel, kneeling down in the middle of the mist. "There you are." Harry gasped with relief, collapsing at her side. It was like 1,000 tons being lifted off his shoulders as he scrabbled for Messiel's slack hand. "Messiel, I need your help. I need you to snap out of this." Messiel's hand was cold and her silver eyes were vacant. Slowly, her head shifted and turned towards Harry. Harry's relief grew, but noticed that rather than looking at him, she was looking behind him. Harry turned and saw the same twinkling-eyed man from before. He opened his mouth, words spewing out in a language that Harry had never heard before, but Messiel obviously understood it as her hand twitched in his. A cold fury arose in Harry, his heart beating madly, and he glared at the figure, clambering up off the cold ground. "You!" he shouted, lifting a fist. "Just K off." The resulting blow sent the man's reeling backwards as Harry glared down at the ghost, which disappeared in a puff of mist. He turned, satisfaction on his face, only to see Messiel staring at him like she'd never seen him before. "Who are you?" she asked quietly, in a tone so meek that Harry visibly started. Harry introduced himself. He dropped to his knees and knelt down facing Messiel, staring urgently into her silver eyes. "Messiel, it's me. I don't know you," Messiel intoned lifelessly. Her eyes darted away, to the mist that surrounded them. "You're nothing, just a sin of my past coming back to haunt me. I hate this. I hate the void. The void. There is no light," Messiel continued. She was rambling to herself, her words thick and twisted as they flowed from her mouth. "Darkness implies the absence of light. In the void, there is an absence of everything. The darkness is horrible, so horrible it burns and freezes you at the same time." "Messiel," Harry called out, his face twisted in a mix of fear and urgency. "Snap out of it. Get a grip. It's me, Harry. The darkness is coming," Messiel whispered and then was quiet. Harry stared at her broken figure with nothing short of total dread. Never before had he felt as afraid as he did right now. Messiel was shaking. Harry stared with stunned surprise as Messiel shook before him. Not a single whimper left her mouth, but her face was contorted up in pure agony. Harry reached out with a shaking hand and tenderly touched her cheek. The moment his fingers came into contact with her, his entire world reeled over. The darkness was inside Messiel, devouring her senses and consuming the mighty woman whole. It reached out and seeped into Harry's skin, tugging at his mind, bringing him down with it. His senses left him and he shuddered. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. There was nothing there, an infinite sea of blackness that was swallowing him whole. He could feel nothing. His emotions had left him, drained out and never to return. There wasn't anything to feel. Just the black stretched out for all of eternity, laid out bare before him. Suddenly, as quick as it had come, it had gone. He was lucky that this was only a flash of insight, a tiny little glimpse into Messiel's world and memories. His mind was not that of an angel's. That darkness, which had crushed so many of the fallen's minds, would have snapped his consciousness in two and splintered it amongst the infinite black forever, after time had ended itself. As such, even that tiny little glimpse of a mere memory had almost destroyed him. One more moment and he would have suffered a fate worse than death. The human brain had not been designed to cope with that sort of stress, and Harry found himself on the ground, his limbs shaking and twisting madly as he went through a seizure. Even as his entire body shook and wailed with pain, Harry embraced the feeling like a starving man did with his food. After the blackness, even pain was better than nothing. The seizure continued as Messiel knelt there and the Dementors watched, but it subsided after a few moments, allowing Harry to pant and wheeze with effort. It felt so real, like his body was really there, inside the horrors of Messiel's mind. Harry glanced at her and saw that the darkness had subsided. Perhaps even the Dementors could not stand it for that long and would rather face the wrath of a fallen angel than suffer through it too often. He remembered now. Remembered how many of the other fallen had gone mad in the void, and he finally understood why. No wonder Vereen had begged for her life, begged Harry to spare her life and keep her in the world of the living. Who would want to go back? Messiel, Harry croaked, crawling towards the dark-haired woman with some effort. I am real. You're not in the void. They're just making you think you are while they beep everything good out of you. Messiel ignored him, but her eyes darted downwards as Harry clutched at her legs, using her tattered silver and white robes, so out of place in the dark, misty space, to climb up. Using the last of his strength, Harry leaned against Messiel and rested his head on her shoulder, feeling utterly exhausted. Can't you feel me, Messiel? He asked quietly, one of his hands snaking out and clutching her own. I'm here, pressed up against you. You're nice bee. Easts are pressing against my heart. Can't you feel the warmth? My heart's beating, I'm alive. I need you, so come back. Messiel started, her silver eyes widening. For the love of, Harry started and almost cried in frustration. Messiel, there is nothing in the void, no feelings whatsoever. So, tell me, how does this feel? He reared back and, using the last of his strength, smashed his head into Messiel's face. Something crunched under the force and Messiel reared back with a soft cry of pain. Harry slammed into the ground, his face feeling like it had just been taken to with a sledgehammer, but he was grinning. That's called pain, he uttered with choked laughter. It's real enough for you, right? You or that was, Messiel stammered. Her face twisted in a supreme effort of concentration. Beloved. Harry. Harden the F. K up so we can get the F. K out of here, Harry growled. He weakly gestured at the Dementors, and maybe he was imagining it, but it seemed like they were inching away from the fallen. I wanna leave so I can go kill those F.K. heads. Messiel glanced around, as if finally seeing her surroundings for the first time, and her eyes narrowed. In a flash, the vulnerable woman had been replaced by an enraged and supremely pissed off fallen angel as the Dementors' hold on her broke. Messiel's silver eyes glittered with utter fury and she raised her hand. You dare trespass in my mind. The words tore from her throat like an avalanche, sending the Dementors scuttling. Messiel smiled and spoke a single word that snapped the very world around him. Begone. Harry's vision turned into fire as his mind was shot out of Messiel's consciousness. As he took hold of his aching and tired body, noting that he had somehow made it across the room and his throat was aching like crazy, a tidal wave of hellfire swept into his tired body. Harry stood up as the mist began to fade away, his eyes wreathed in flame and his ire higher than it had ever been before. Never before had either Harry or Messiel been so exposed and so vulnerable. This would not go unpunished. The large cavern was surrounded by floating dementors. Many of them were slowly gliding to the ground as they shook and twisted in their tattered cloaks, bony gray hands clutching underneath their hood. Harry's was dribbling blood and he briefly wondered if he had somehow managed to channel Messiel's intent into a word. It would explain the crumbling rocks that dropped off the suddenly unstable walls and roof. It didn't matter in the end. Hellfire exploded from the tip of Harry's wand in the form of a 20-foot bonurum wreathed in fiendfire. It let out a gigantic roar and surged forward, crushing and smashing Dementors aside in a wave of fiery fury. At the same time, Harry conjured waves upon waves of fire to attack those Dementors who had been hurt or damaged by Messiel's explosive fury. He was grinning and laughing maniacally as the Dementors burned before him when Messiel stirred in his mind. Messiel. Harry breathed in concern. Finish this, so we can leave this accursed place. Messiel sounded tired. Harry nodded grimly. Lucius was standing up, watching the corridors carefully. He had attempted to tidy up his slick owned hair and his gray eyes were proud, his very posture screaming of noble bearing. His gold had allotted him a cell that had a low amount of Dementor exposure and soon it would set him free. He hoped it was his master causing all the ruckus. He smiled thinly at the thought of hit wizards, Aurors and other pathetic ministries scum dying under the wand of his master. His smile faded, however, when he heard slow, measured footsteps heading his way. A sudden pang of worry hit him. What if it was his master, coming to rescue him? Given the current political climate, that would be a horrendous mistake in the long term. Worse, what if it was his master coming to kill him? No, that did not make sense. It was not logical. Lucius smoothed back his hair and tried to ignore the niggling part in the back of his mind telling him that the Dark Lord was not always a logical man. Finally, the figure appeared in front of his cell. It was a woman, somewhat pretty with sweat-slicked brunette hair and tired eyes. Lucius opened his mouth, a witty riposte ready, but the woman just slashed her wand and the words died in his throat. Red filled his vision as Lucius gasped, his hands patting at the deep slash across his torso. All that left his mouth was a fine spray of bloodied mist and one final gasp before he collapsed. Lucius Malfoy was dead. There were no witty remarks, no final words, just an efficient and almost instantaneous death. The woman reached into her robes and pulled out a small, gleaming red jewel. She held it, muttered a few words and then watched as a flash of fire appeared above her, shot down and carried her away in a burst of flame. On the other side of the British Isles, the woman appeared in a flash of fire in a large, roomy office. She collapsed to the ground as Albus Dumbledore looked over his desk, his face grim. Harry. Dumbledore called out. It's done, the woman said shortly. Her form wavered and abruptly disappeared, the battered and pale Harry Potter taking her place. He moved forward and practically collapsed into one of the visitors' armchairs while Fawkes soared to her perch and watched him with her beady black eyes. I see, was all Dumbledore said, knitting his fingers together and turning to stare at his fireplace. The twinkle in his eyes was absent, much to Harry's relief. He didn't think he could stand to see it without thinking of that man in Messiel's memories. He shuddered, his body recalling the sensations and horrors of what had happened, and forced the memories away. Is your part done? Harry asked instead. Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. When he did, his eyes never left the fireplace and his tone was brisk, bordering between professional and rude. Another group has been implicated, a nasty group of debt collectors that are known for their more extreme measures. If accused, they're likely to take responsibility regardless of their guilt. It is good business that way. One of the hit wizards who took you to the transport is known to the Order to be a sympathizer to the dark forces. He has been implicated and will be caught. Two birds with one killing curse, Harry muttered. Well, technically it was a modified slashing variant but still. Dumbledore said nothing but he let out a deep, mournful sigh, his face still turned away from Harry. Harry frowned and suddenly felt furious. After all he had been through tonight, after all Messiel had suffered, and this man had the nerve to sit here and pretend his guilt trip was the heaviest burden in the King world. He opened his mouth to respond but Fawkes beat him to it. The soft, melodious tunes filled the office as Dumbledore visibly straightened up, as if Fawkes was helping lift a heavy burden off his back. Harry watched with gritted teeth, the song bouncing in his head. The song halted and the tune shifted down a few notes. For a split second, Harry saw Fawkes turn her head towards him and felt her song touch at his mind, and his fury snapped. In a whirl of movement, he jumped up, his wand outstretched, and the phoenix's perch exploded in a shower of metal shards in a loud, roaring boom. Harry was barely aware of Dumbledore rising up, his eyes furious and his face pale as he held his wand aloft. Instead, he enveloped himself in hellfire and glared down at Fawkes, who had dodged the spell and settled on Dumbledore's desk. "Don't you, how dare you!" Harry snarled in rage. The wand was trembling in his hands, his knuckles white with the amount of force he was holding onto the slender piece of wood. Dumbledore looked astonished and even Fawkes appeared surprised and wary. Messil shifted in his head but otherwise did nothing. She had done nothing more than read out the directions to where Malfoy's cell had been before barricading herself in her own little shell and staying there. "Stay out of my mind," Harry finally hissed, the words bubbling below the surface refusing to come out in the wave of screams he wanted them to. "Stay out, or I swear to God, I will King kill you." "Fawkes," Dumbledore said quietly, lowering his wand and perhaps looking at Harry properly for the first time. It might have been the shaking body, the quivering wand, the wide-eyed stare or any of the other dozen clues that Harry was exhibiting, but Dumbledore sat back down and nodded at his phoenix. Fawkes glanced at Harry, then flapped her wings and soared off Dumbledore's desk. She flew out through the open window, leaving Dumbledore and Harry alone in a suddenly too small office. Harry lowered his wand but he was breathing furiously as Dumbledore sat behind his desk, watching Harry intently and waiting patiently. "There was a room," Harry said out of nowhere, breaking the stiffening silence in the room. "Full of mist and dementors." "A dementor breeding hive," Dumbledore answered with dawning understanding and his face was suddenly kindly and sympathetic. "Oh, Harry, my dear boy. They got us by surprise and dug into our minds," Harry continued. "There must have been hundreds, thousands of them, all at once." Messil was affected?" Dumbledore asked sharply. "The void," Harry whispered. "It's horrible. They sent her back there again and again and again while they robbed her of everything good she had ever known." Dumbledore was silent and, for once, looking absolutely fascinated. "What was it like?" he asked quietly. "It was nothing," Harry answered and frowned. He clutched the armrests tightly and continued. "The void is the absence of everything. Even eternal pain would be better than that. Pain is something you can feel. It's something that can generate feelings." "How are you?" Dumbledore questioned, eyeing Harry critically behind his half-moon glasses. "Messil really got it bad," Harry said, blinking rapidly. He managed a weak, bitter smile. "They flocked to her. I was just an afterthought." "Tell me, Dumbledore, have you ever seen angels fight?" "No," Dumbledore answered solemnly. "It was the most incredible and terrible thing I've ever seen," Harry answered detachedly. "Strange, too. They're really nothing like us at all, yet at the same time, they are." "Harry, I think it would be best if you stayed here at Hogwarts for a while," Dumbledore said gently. He reached out to Harry, who recoiled at the touch and glared at him furiously. "I will look after you, I promise." "What? No, I'm fine," Harry muttered and stood up, shaking his head. "I need some sleep and some rest and I'm fine." "Harry," Dumbledore breathed but Harry was already gone from the room, leaving a wearied and aged headmaster sitting behind his desk uselessly. "I'm sorry." Harry lay in his bed, the covers wrapped around him tightly as he tried to banish the memory of the void away. It was hot, stifling so, but Harry didn't care. Hot was better than the utter absence of heat that came with the void. The covers rustled, or so it appeared to Harry, as Messil slid in next to him and watched him with silver eyes. "You saved me," she told him quietly and the affection was thick in her voice. "Those dementors, they could have driven me mad, perhaps catatonic. You pulled me from them and saved me." Harry looked at her and smiled. It wasn't a smirk or a leer, just a kind smile full of his affection and, dare he say, love. "Yeah," he answered solemnly. "I did save you. I suppose that makes me a hero, doesn't it? Harry Potter, savior of angels. Kinda catchy." "Fallen angels," Messil corrected bitterly. Harry remembered her scream and her anguish and wondered what those two angels had done to her. He thought of asking her. Nah, he said instead. You'll always be an angel to me. Messiel was silent. Beloved. Yeah, that was the most pathetic and cliched line I have ever heard you say. It's true though. It's just as true as the beep poking the small of your back. Messiel laughed. After the mission to Azkaban and the subsequent ambush, there was a unanimous and wordless decision on both Messiel and Harry's part to have a couple of days off. It wasn't every day that a hive of robed mind-leeching half-demons almost drove a fallen angel and her near-immortal host to the brink of insanity. So, for the following 5 days, Harry did what he did best: nothing at all. Vereen was still out trying desperately to ferry scraps of information to Harry, and Dumbledore had had the sense to stay away, allowing Harry his time alone. Still, there was business to be done. The following week, as snow drifted down from the sky and ice covered the busy streets of London, Harry watched on with a face that might as well have been carved by stone as the large, intricate summoning circle that had been carved into the wooden floorboards of his apartment literally glowed with a soft, whitish blue light. The light shone in the otherwise darkened room, the defensive wards around the summoning circle too complex and sensitive to the nuances of magic to risk casting a spell. Sometimes Harry missed electricity. As the light dimmed, the room filled with a wave of bitter wind and the strong tang of winter, unique in its smell that resembled a mixture of fresh snow and the decayed, rotten stink of dead plants. Harry didn't need to look up to know that Maeve had kept her appointment from a week ago and had returned. He did, though, if only to appreciate her beauty. Maeve stood before him in all her glory, all of it. Harry blinked in shock but managed to keep his face in check even as his mouth went dry and his palms suddenly felt clammy. All that covered Maeve were the occasional patches of foamy soap, which, contrary to the movies, didn't actually cover up anything at all. Ah, Harry, Maeve purred seductively and her feline slanted green eyes glittered. I was just in the middle of a bath when I felt your summons. Silly, absent-minded me. Harry's face twitched and he tried his very hardest not to stare at her. Instead, he gazed around, wondering briefly whether Amaris had accompanied her mother this time. Maeve mistook his reaction for something else and smiled. Really, is this all it takes to render you speechless? She asked. Harry swung his head back to her and met her gaze squarely. He deliberately let his gaze drop, eyeing her body, and then looked up again. I've seen better, he said mildly. Although, nice tits. Maeve's satisfied smile didn't even twitch and it was hard to tell if Harry had annoyed her or not. The Denarian was distinctly aware that there was only a barrier of magic between them, a rather paltry defense in the face of the Winter Lady, but there nonetheless. Just a simple barrier that kept her BPD, wet, soapy body away from his own, her undoubtedly cold digits evoking the greatest of heats from his body. Harry shook his head and threw those thoughts out of his head. It was a bit hard to tell what had been part of Maeve's glamour and what had been part of his own desires. Where is it? He asked instead, focusing on Maeve's face. Ah, yes, Maeve murmured. As I said, you took me by surprise and as you can see, I don't have any pockets on me. Then I'll send you back so. Harry started. No, that won't be necessary, Maeve interrupted and smiled at him wickedly. I have my own ways of getting what I need. Maeve, under the narrowed eyes of Harry, raised her hand and presented it to Harry. Harry's face was stoic and unmoving as Maeve abruptly snapped her fingers and the summoning circle once again flared with a whitish blue light. Harry's turned his head, his hand gripping his wand in preparation, but nothing could have prepared him for what came. Amaris, as BPD and soapy as her mother, stood before Harry. She seemed to have grown a month or so since Harry had seen her, but she still appeared to be around 14 years old. Harry forced himself to ignore her BPD-ness, literally quivering with righteous anger, and whirled to Maeve. Hellfire bloomed in his eyes and his voice was thick with fury as he spoke. You F. King bitch. Harry hissed. What the F. K are you doing? Maeve seemed unaffected by his anger, merely smiling smugly and gazing down at him with a look that resembled pity, although Harry knew that the ice-hearted Winter Lady probably didn't even have the capacity for such an emotion. What am I doing? Maeve repeated and shook her head, her dread-locked ponytail bobbing over her bust. Oh, Harry, you're as oblivious as ever. Do you really think that I organized this? Your daughter does have my blood running through her veins, after all. Harry eyed Maeve suspiciously. Just because the Fae couldn't lie didn't mean they couldn't lie. There was no way Amaris had fallen this low. Right. Doubt stirred in his heart and he looked back at Amaris, who had slunk up to Maeve with her head bowed and handed her a small notebook. Maeve smiled appreciatively and stroked her daughter's head. With a sly smile and a flick of her hair, Maeve sent a sideways glance to Harry and bent her head down. Surprise contorted on Harry's face and he opened his mouth to interject. Halfway through the first sentence, though, he froze and gaped at what transpired before him. With obvious relish, Maeve had captured Amaris' lips with her own. The BPD Phi, who only looked as if she were approaching her 20s despite the centuries she had lived, had ensnared Amaris in a sensual embrace with her lips. The smaller girl accepted her mother's tongue, seemingly ignoring the way her mother's hands snaked up to her developing chest, fondling and rubbing with an aggression that left red marks. Maeve's nails dug into her skin, leaving thick, ugly tracks, but no blood was drawn. Maeve Mo.Ned as she deepened into the key, her body pressing against that of her daughter's. The Winter Lady heard Harry's fierce intake of breath and, smiling, she broke away from Amaris with a sultry expression on her face. A sigh escaped her as she wiped her lips with the back of her hand, looking extremely amused and satisfied. During all of this, the slender dark-haired girl by her side still hadn't shown a single sign of emotion. Maeve. Harry hissed furiously. He wasn't sure exactly what he should be feeling, but the obvious display of dominance and sheer perversity of the situation before him was enough to make even him recoil. You miserable bitch. Maeve said nothing, but the half-human girl by her side cocked her head as she turned to Harry, her detached eyes meeting their replicas without a hint of emotion. She raised her hands and trailed them over her body. Tell me, father, she said quietly. Will you love me if I do this for you? Please love me. Please don't cast me aside. I can be useful. I can love you. Let me love you, father. I want to love you. I can give you anything you ever wanted. I. Expulli expulsum Amaris Potter. Harry's hard voice rang out through the room. It was strangely lacking in emotion, and Harry watched the runes on the summoning circle glow, his expression tight and strained. Amaris looked startled. She took a step forward and raised her hand as if pleading with him, and then she was gone with an abrupt pop. Harry stared at the empty space she had just occupied while Maeve watched on with all the signs of sympathy that one might expect from a compassionate human being. It must be hard to reject your daughter like that, she said quietly. Harry opened his mouth to respond, his entire body radiating his fury. Maeve watched carefully as he twitched, the runes on his wand glowing with enough repressed hellfire to cast a bright glow all around the darkened room. Still, Harry restrained himself, thought past the murderous and hostile urges that were screaming at him to take Maeve out like the demented bitch she was. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke, his voice was steady, albeit icy cold. Is that the information? Harry got the sense that Maeve was disappointed, but nothing showed on the Phi's face as she nodded and held up the notebook. A title had been written in childlike letters on the cover, reading as, Harry Potter and the Order of the Blackened Denarius. Harry read the title out loud and cocked his head quizzically as Maeve frowned. Yes, well, Amaris thought it would be funny, Maeve explained. She made a strange face. I don't see it, but I don't really understand that girl. I'm beginning to think she needs a male role model in her life. Still, I indulged her. She is my very precious daughter after all. For some reason, Maeve's lack of understanding of Amaris somehow made Harry feel a tad better. He motioned to the ground. Drop the book and leave it there. You don't trust me to give it to you myself. Maeve pouted, folding her arms over her chest and giving Harry a pitiful look with her soulless eyes. Harry didn't say anything. It seemed like he was beyond words at the moment. All there was a dark fire burning in the back of his gaze, making his posture radiate with threatening hostility. Ah, Harry, your lack of trust hurts me, Maeve sighed mournfully. Like cancer. I hope, Harry responded coolly. He smiled thinly. I'm not playing your games, Maeve. I think we're beyond that now, especially with that little display. Oh, are you jealous? Maeve said, and her voice became husky, her posture inviting. But just who are you jealous of? I have met many mortals in my life, little Harry, and not one did not have some kind of say. Will kink. Tell me, who did you wish you could swap back then? Was it your daughter, or was it me? Harry stared at her flatly, refusing to respond to her baiting, and Maeve sighed. Any sense of amusement or humor fled her body and she became rigid, looking more and more like the inhuman creature she was supposed to be. Harry almost fidgeted under her gaze as she raked her eyes over him, probing him in her mind in ways he couldn't understand. Finally, an emotion appeared on her suddenly blank face that he could recognize: disgust. Look at you, she breathed softly. Look at what you've become. Somehow, I don't think you're talking about my charming good looks, Harry remarked dryly. What is it, Maeve? What have I become? Maeve's lip was curled and she hissed out the next word as if it were a revolting curse word. Weak. Weak. Harry repeated. He smiled thinly and snorted. I hardly think I'm weak. Soft might be a better word, Maeve continued. She stopped and smiled nastily. Ooh, I have it now. Domesticated. You've become domesticated. Harry watched her warily. Do you remember when I first met you? Maeve asked him, her eyes literally glowing with power as she prowled behind her prison of magic and runes. Do you remember when we first met? Harry did vaguely remember his first trip through the Never. There had been a troll or a goblin or something, and then he had stumbled onto a carriage out in the middle of nowhere. At the time, Maeve had been the most beautiful and royal person he had ever seen. He had been awestruck by her very presence and would freely admit that the Winter Lady had been his first crush, something that had remained for years. Even now, Harry could feel the stirrings of his heart at the mere sight of her, something he knew had absolutely nothing to do with her illusions and mind tricks. Maybe it hadn't been love, but it had been an obsession of sorts. There was nothing like being on the cusp of puberty with nights filled with visions of a royal fie. Messiel hadn't liked it one bit. Years later, that awe had been replaced with mistrust, he fully agreed with her. The Winter Lady was a dangerous person. I remember it well, Maeve continued. You were so full of fire and brimstone, so bursting with passion. She cocked her head, eyeing him disdainfully. I'll even say that you were dangerous. You had so much potential, on the cusp of a world that could have taken you to the very heights of glory. Sounds like you had some expectations, Harry muttered. I did, Maeve admitted. I expected you to become a leader, a powerful wizard and a hero. Your potential was so great that the world could have trembled at your very name. Instead, look at you now. Tell me, wizard, when was the last time you bartered with those of the underworld? When was the last time you partook of a murder for your own twisted sense of revenge? She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming. When was the last time you proved your worth as a Denarian, as a denizen of hell? You've become domesticated. The stray dog, so full of fury and fight, has learned to accept the master's warm bed as his own and has lost the very qualities that kept him alive. When I look at you, I see a puppy where a wolf had been. I see squandered potential. I see somebody who could have been great. She smiled wryly and spat out. I see nothing. She gestured at him and Harry blinked, glancing down at loose shirt and grubby jeans. He frowned and glanced back up, surprised at the amount of venom that laced her voice. Her next words had a faint accusatory tone to them. You are nothing. I'm nothing, Harry repeated scornfully, as that meant to hurt my itty-bitty feelings. He gave a bark of laughter. Maeve, why the hell do you think I need or want your approval? He paused. Granted, my wet dreams over the years might have leaned towards that, but I'm ruled by my brain over anything else. No, you're not ruled your brain, Maeve disagreed instantly, stepping forward to the very edge of the barrier. Only a thick haze of crimson light separated the two now. Now, you're just one lackey amongst millions. You serve a master when I could have made you a master. Harry turned to where Maeve was looking and saw the sword of the cross leaning conspicuously across the wall. I could have been God. Harry hazarded a guess and snorted. It soon turned into a fully blown laugh and Maeve's eyes glittered angrily. The very air around her was glistening with ice and snow and the magical barrier was shimmering beneath the aura of sheer power that the Winter Lady was letting out. Still, Harry kept ignoring it as he laughter died down, shaking his head ruefully and a smile tugging at his lips. Oh, Maeve, I finally get it now. Harry continued. He leaned forward, his face intent as the smile died down and the next words were hard and serious. You're King insane. Me, as God. I hope that that's just some kind of propaganda line that you're feeding me, I really do. I'd hate to think that one of the notable figures that keeps the seasons changing here on Earth was really that kid up in the head. Not the god, yes, but a god, certainly, Maeve said frostily. Still, it doesn't matter now. As useful as you might have been, I don't think I'll need you. Oh, goodbye, my little puppy. Maeve waved mockingly. The runes on the summoning circle began to glow as a wave of bitter air shot through the room. Our dealings are done, Harry Potter. Maeve. Harry called as Maeve began to disappear in a shower of sparkling motes. When the Winter Lady turned her head towards him, Harry nodded grimly at her. I'll see you later. It was a promise. No, mortal, Maeve laughed. You won't. Sometime later, Vereen strode in the room and paused. Harry was sitting on the floor in the middle of the living room, a notebook placed in his lap. His eyes were distant and he sported a strange, almost petulant expression. You called? Vereen asked quietly. She paused and added belatedly, my lord. Harry said nothing but continued to stare at the wall. After a few moments, Vereen began to fidget. Vereen. Harry spoke up, although he made no movement. Do you think I'm a puppy? A strange sort of awkward tension followed that question as Vereen's thought processes paused. Sorry, what? Vereen asked in confusion, eyeing him carefully. A puppy. I'm still a badass, aren't I? Of course you are, Vereen replied after a moment's pause. Why else would I call you my lord, my lord? Harry pondered that for a moment. Yeah, he murmured. Still the wolf. He stood up and dusted himself off, shooting Vereen a feral grin. Come on, bitch. It's hunting time. Vereen stood there with a peculiar expression as Harry strode out of the room. Wolf. Puppy. She repeated. It's hunting time. Hurry up. Vereen rolled her eyes but obediently followed her master out of the apartment. Despite the fact that the large table was circular, there were no questions as to who was the true leader of the small group that sat behind it. The room was windowless and dark, too dark to even tell the gender of the occupants until they spoke, but they didn't seem to have any problems with identifying each other. There were some stiff shadows that loomed behind the table, guards to the convention before them. The leader of all of this, a slender silhouette, idly tapped their fingers on the arm of the chair as one of the other figures droned on. By moving our interests from here back to Asia, we can limit the amount of damage she can cause to the infrastructure of our operations, a burly, big figure was saying in a well-cultured voice. If we limit our movements for the next few years, maybe even decades, we could probably outlive the host. It's known for its recklessness and there are already hostilities between it and the White Council. With any luck, the wardens will deal with her. After that, I assume that she will be easy to contain. Her main strength lies within the almost absurd power of her host, and a mortal of that caliber only ever comes around once in a blue moon. I see a problem with that, Tarsiel, and Figure interjected. If you live 1,000 years, the blue moon can come by for months. If you are immortal, then there is no limit. Let's not forget that the host is a knight. Who knows how that will affect Messiel? Then what do you suggest? Tarsiel asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Does the great Namshiel have a suggestion that could benefit the order or are you just running off your mouth again? We need to find a way to destroy the coin. For a split second, the room was filled with utter silence. The leader of the group straightened up in their chair and it was apparent that she was staring at Namshiel despite the darkness that hid her features. Then, a rabble emerged as each of the figures voiced their strong disapproval of the idea at once. Tried and failed. Could never go back. Turned on us. Why don't you just phone the knights? Silence. The word boomed in the room and the argument halted. As one, the group seated behind the table turned to their leader. At the same time, the lights flickered back on as the magic behind the exasperated emotion toyed with the electrical circuits in the room. Finally, Tessa remarked. For a leader of the Order of Black and Denarius and one of the most potent and powerful agents of hell, she didn't actually look the part like some of the past leaders had. She was a small, slight thing, barely topping 5'4" and looking no older than 15 years of age. Her silvery white hair had been roughly chopped past her shoulders, but her skin was pale and smooth. She had a heart-shaped face, a pointy chin, and two huge and gorgeous eyes that seemed to sparkle with a childlike enthusiasm. The lights abruptly flickered and died again, and Tessa sighed in annoyance. Is it so much to ask for a little bit of King light when we meet? She snapped. There was no reply. Let's get one thing straight. Namshiel, we are not going to experiment with the coins. If we find out how to destroy one, then, mark my words, the knights and our enemies will find out sooner or later. When that happens, our organization will be destroyed and we will be banished back to the eternal darkness for the rest of, well, eternity. It doesn't matter how powerful our enemy is, we won't go down that road. Lartessa is right, the voice that had been identified as Tarsiel agreed. I'm just proposing an idea. An idea that must be so inherently flawed if even Tessa can see the long-term consequences, somebody muttered. And what's that meant to mean, Saluriel? Tessa's sweet voice rang out. Nothing. Nothing, Saluriel said quickly. It's just that you're more of a short-term type of person, and for you to recognize such long-lasting issues only strengthens the argument against it. The question still remains, Namshiel said roughly. Messiel and her host have destroyed the two strongest of our order. She is actively seeking us now, even as we speak, and I have no doubt that she hasn't forgotten what we all did to her those centuries ago. What do we do about it? As I have presented, there are ways to remove ourselves from her sight, Tarsiel ground out between gritted teeth. There was some clear animosity between him and Namshiel, that much was for certain, and several of the other Denarians at the table sighed. Perhaps if you weren't so busy being a complete moron. You suggest that we go and hide like rats in the sewers. Namshiel began heatedly. When did I talk about rats? Tarsiel interrupted, sounding bewildered. It's an expression. Namshiel roared, jumping to his feet. Here's an expression for the both of you, Tessa interrupted and slammed her hands down on the table. Shut the hell up. Lartessa. Namshiel started, only to pause when Tessa swung her head towards him. Even in the darkness, the brilliant bright green glow of her eyes could be seen flickering with dark wreaths of flame, and so Namshiel bowed his head and sat back down at the table. We will not hide, Tessa declared after a short and tense moment. Tarsiel stirred but said nothing. But we won't confront her either. I have some good information that suggests that Messiel and her host have made quite the powerful enemy who will be taking care of her quite soon. Is it that Voldemort wand wizard? One of the other Denarians asked, a female given her voice. He is quite impressive for a mortal. I can understand why Vesper would have tried to make him one of ours. There's a reason why I'm the head of the order and none of you are, Tessa said. It means I can tell you what to do and I don't have to tell you why. Here are my instructions. You will not confront Messiel. All operations will continue as normal. If Messiel and her host attempt to come after you, you will do all you can to preserve the integrity of our current interests. If worst comes to worst, you will flee and we will start over again. Let Messiel and her host have their fun. It will not last. A resounding explosion suddenly rocked the building. Tessa stood up and was halfway to the door before any of the other Denarians had reacted. She kicked it open and strode into the next room, which had the one thing the other room didn't, a window. Below, between two large shipping containers, raged a fierce but ultimately one-sided battle between several of her best, albeit mortal, guards and a dark-haired figure wielding a glowing white sword. Tessa sighed and stepped back, turning back to the Council of Denarians. Irony can be a bitch, she said dryly. What do we do now? Soriel murmured. Follow me and try not to die, Tessa threw over her shoulder casually as she walked away from the window. The rest of the Denarians followed her obediently. The air was full of fire as it jutted forward, tearing through the asphalt like a hot knife through butter. Pieces of glowing white shrapnel shot through the air, ripping through cloth and flesh Harry's more often than not. Unlike his wounds, which sizzled and closed up almost as soon as they were created, the injuries inflicted on the guards were terribly fatal and many of them lay motionless on the ground. A group of them, Tonguelis minions of the Denarians, fired their automatic weapons at Harry again and again, standing head fast in the waves of fire that brushed over them, literally melting their skin off their bones. Only then did whatever mind control techniques that bound them to the Denarians fail and they dropped their guns, rolling on the ground and screaming themselves hoarse. Vereen, Harry snapped. Distract the guards. I'm going to find Tessa and her gang. Vereen nodded, her silky hair billowing in the raging winds Harry's conjurations had created, and turned to a group of guards that were running at her mindlessly. She brushed some of the soot off her immaculate silk blouse, making a face at how dirty she was getting, and then raised her hand. If Harry was a master of fire-based magic, then Vereen could proclaim expertise in earth-based spells. The ground shuddered and split open, throwing the guards off their feet. With a slight smile, Vereen sunk into the crevice. A moment later, a pale hand shot out of the earth and dragged one of the stumbling guards down under with her. Screams filled the air as Harry strode towards the door of the small port building, blasting open the door with a casual flick of his wand. He traversed the hallways, destroying the obstacles and people that got in his way, until he finally hit a dark room. The only light emanated from a literal crack in the air, a portal to the Never that showed a glaring sun, a bright blue sky and a cracked, parched desert ground beyond. Standing in front of this portal was a slip of a girl, a teenager with bright green eyes, a small perky beast and slim legs. She cocked her head at Harry amusingly and blew him a key, before stepping into the portal. A second later, a loud tearing noise filled his ears as the portal closed up before him, a killing curse flashing past it just a millisecond later. He stared at the empty room thoughtfully, even as fire began to spread through the building and smoke began to fill the room. So that was Tessa, huh? He muttered softly. Vereen was waiting outside, watching the burning building before her with hooded eyes. As Harry stepped out, looking strangely pleased for somebody who had just lost his quarry, she bowed her head respectfully. Harry just grunted and stared at the carnage that surrounded them. There were at least 20 dead men and women before him, most of their bodies burned beyond all recognition. Here and there was a random arm or leg poking out from the cracked and splintered ground. Suddenly, from behind him, the building gave a loud groan as the flames consumed it and collapsed in a thunderous crash of wood and metal. Harry flinched, rubbing at his ears, but merely grinned. Yeah, he agreed to a silent comment. I'm still a total badass. The air crackled and hissed, sparks flickering in and out of existence as the last vestiges of the powerful spell faded away. There was a grunt and a bark of laughter, and then the ground shuddered, a loud cracking and splintering noise rising over the din. A loud crack emanated in the air and there was the sound of galloping hooves. An abrupt wet squelch and a loud crashing thud signified the death of that particular transfigured animal. Another bark of laughter filled the air, but it quickly turned into a quick gasp of surprise. Damn you, Harry muttered, wincing as he clutched his bloodied chest. He flicked his wand, great jets of fire shooting out around him as spirals of water shot at him, attempting to constrain him. Fire met water in a billowing cloud of steam and a loud hiss. His opponent, as old as he was crafty, skilled and very powerful. It was the skill part that rankled Harry, seeing as he probably couldn't cast half the stuff his opponent could. Old bastard, Harry grumbled as he stepped back into the steam, ignoring the way it scalded at his skin. The steam abruptly parted, revealing the tall and imposing figure of Albus Dumbledore. His purple and silver robes were slightly burnt, his glasses were skewed across his eyes and he seemed to be breathing a little deeper than usual. That said, his wand was clasped firmly in his one good hand, the other hanging limply by his side, and his eyes were twinkling madly. So, it's finally come to this, Harry murmured grimly. He tightened the grip on his wand and stared down at Dumbledore with nothing short of utter contempt in his eyes. You bastard, after everything I did for you, you're just throwing me away. I suppose you don't need a sword after the war's over. Harry, Dumbledore started. Don't. Harry interrupted. He straightened his shoulders and sneered. I've had enough of your King platitudes. Reason has no place here. Albus Dumbledore, you have betrayed me. Prepare to die. Dumbledore looked rather quizzical as Harry raised his wand and waited for the headmaster to respond. Finally, after seeing that Harry was done, Dumbledore finally spoke up. Harry, just what are you talking about? He asked mildly. Oh, come on. Harry whined and all the contempt and anger left his posture. I'm trying to get into the mood here. Dumbledore merely looked bemused. Okay, wait, hang on, Harry muttered, scratching his head. He took a deep breath and scowled. I'm warning you, Dumbledore, give back the coin or I'll kill you. No, wait, that won't work. Dumbledore. You killed my parents, so I'm gonna kill you. No, wait, that won't work either. Damn. If I may, Harry, Dumbledore interjected politely. He flicked his wand and twirled on his feet, summoning a great gust of wind that roared at Harry. Harry wobbled on his feet and took a few steps back. Mr. Potter. For the greater good, you must be dealt with. Prepare yourself for our final battle. Wait, what? Harry barely had any time to react as Dumbledore cleared his throat, waved his wand and delivered a powerful word. The sound hung in the air, drowning out every other thing, and for a moment it seemed as if time had stopped. Then, in a blur of movement, a powerful mental blast so powerful that it visibly distorted the air shot at him. In one fluid movement, Harry went down on his knees, twisted his body sideways, raised his wand and summoned a dome of almost solid blue magic to cover him. It flowed over his form and hardened, temporarily immobilizing him but granting him an almost unbreakable defense for a few seconds. The word shot forward, grappled with one of the most powerful shielding charms in existence and shattered it. Harry yelped as he was struck head-on by the powerful blow, although luckily the shield had absorbed quite a bit of the force behind the word. He went skidding across the ground, his legs and arms twisting and tangling painfully with each other. He finally came to a halt on the other side of the large room he and Dumbledore used for word practice. His arms and legs throbbed with pain. He was pretty sure there at least a few broken bones in there, but he ignored it and focused. Two large wings of bone shot from his back, sliding through conveniently hidden slits in his clothing. Harry used them to push himself off the ground and glowered at the slightly smug-looking headmaster. Bastard, he snapped. You're having way too much fun. I assure you, Harry, that my conduct towards you is merely professional, Dumbledore placated, although his lips twitched behind his beard and his eyes were twinkling way too merrily for Harry to believe him. F.K.U., Harry muttered. He suddenly let out a savage grin and thrust his wings forward, so that they arced over his shoulders. The two tips of the wings grew closer and Dumbledore watched in fascination. Electric-like sparks jolted between them. Harry grinned at him in a bloodthirsty manner and let the two crackling wings touch. As soon as the tips touched each other, the world seemed to dissolve in a burst of white light. A booming thunderclap roared in the room and something screeched forward, glowing with crackling bolts. Dumbledore flicked his wand and a nearby piece of broken debris from one of Harry's earlier fire spells jumped to life and became a suit of armor. Murmuring under his breath, Dumbledore inscribed runes on the sheets of metal, encased in it a powerful protection charm and sent it intercept the energy bolt with 3 flicks, one swish in less than a second. The bolt hit the suit of armor and dissipated harmlessly even as 2 large and vicious-looking dogs appeared at Dumbledore's side. Harry scowled at the unmarred suit of armor and looked petulant. Ah, I was hoping that spell of yours had an electrical nature of sorts, Dumbledore said lightly. Although, I must say I am impressed. I was not aware you could cast spells with your other appendages. I don't want you to even start thinking about my appendages, Dumbledore, Harry muttered. Besides, it wasn't really a proper spell. With Messiel's help, I put a few near-invisible runes on my clothes. When I move, all the static electricity that's made is stored in my body. When it's ready, I just temporarily disable the runes, point the spell and let it loose. Ingenious, Dumbledore said, impressed. Ingenious, he says, after creating an invulnerable suit of armor in less than a second, Harry scoffed. He cleared his throat and grinned. Well, let's see how it takes this. He opened his mouth, paused for a moment and then said a word that resembled a mix between a rumbling stomach and the neighing of a horse. Something flickered in the air and blew Harry's hair back. The suit of armor, at Dumbledore's prodding, started to leap forward but abruptly paused. Harry closed his mouth and coughed, ignoring the warm trickle of blood that dribbled from his mouth. The suit of armor hung in the air, seemingly suspended by a set of invisible wires, and Dumbledore frowned. He flicked his wand and a jet of crimson light soared forward, blowing back little pieces of debris from the ground by the sheer force and speed of the spell. It shot at Harry, but as it zoomed past the suit of armor, it too slowed and stopped. It's a space and time bubble thingy, Harry explained with a grin. Well, it's more of an oblong than a bubble, really. Speedy thing goes in, never comes out until the oblong thingy dissipates. Intriguing, Dumbledore muttered as he prodded and poked his wand towards the bubble. I would be hard-pressed to accomplish something like this with just my wand. Do you know what phrase in Go Z Shuriken that makes this? Harry asked with a waggling of his eyebrows. I think it's something like, what time is it? Which is actually just all one word for them. Harry, my dear boy, Dumbledore said in a grandfatherly chuckle. You talk too much. In a blur, the ground around Harry exploded and a metal cable rose up and lashed out at Harry. Harry stepped back, startled, but it was too late as it wrapped around Harry. An instant later, dozens of little pieces of debris grew and darkened, and Harry soon became encased in an iron suit of sorts, bound by the powerful magnetic forces between the metal and Dumbledore's spell. Hey, ouch. Harry scowled. Dumbledore, do you know what your problem is? Dumbledore smiled, but his smile faded into genuine surprise as something rustled behind him. You let me talk too much, Harry's voice came from behind him. Dumbledore started to spin around as a second Harry bellowed out an incantation. For a split second Dumbledore paused, his eyes flashing over the second Harry, and then his face tightened and he whirled back to the captured Harry, who was not quite as captured as he had been a split second ago. He had managed to get his wand free and thrust it towards the aged headmaster. Fire billowed out in a wide spray of heat and smoke. Dumbledore raised his wand, but he was too slow and the fire caught him, twisting around him and digging into his clothes. Harry's eyes widened as Dumbledore let out a terrible scream, his wand falling uselessly from his hands as he attempted to pat the fire out of his robe. The Denarian almost jumped up to help, but then he stiffened and the horror faded away from his face, leaving resignation. Ah, shit, he sighed as Albus Dumbledore's wand tapped him on the shoulder from behind. The illusionary Dumbledore on fire before him suddenly stopped moving and disappeared with a shimmer of light. I guess you got me. Harry stared into the bottom of his teacup with a reluctant scowl. He was sitting behind the desk of Dumbledore's office as the old man drank his own tea and stared out the window with an expression of wistfulness. It had been a week since Harry had met Maeve, and there were only 2 or so weeks left until Christmas. The sky was full of dark clouds and snow fell to the ground, gently swayed by the occasional gust of wind. Hogwarts, Harry decided, looked quite nice when it was snowing, but Harry hated it. He had always hated the cold. It was probably a childhood thing. Harry took another sip of his cup and enjoyed the burn of fire whiskey that seemed to light a fire in the pit of his stomach. His entire body felt warm and tingly all over, and he allowed himself to relax and enjoy the lightheadedness of being drunk, something he rarely allowed himself to enjoy. And when he said, he really meant, she. Alcohol affected his senses, which meant Messiel's capacity to sense danger was limited, which meant that any 2-bit assassin could sneak up on him and slit his throat when he was asleep in a drunken stupor. There had been a couple of times when Messiel had let Harry enjoy the buzz that alcohol brought along. At Hogwarts, she allowed it since he was, most likely, safe. Ah, Harry uttered, along with a satisfying burp. Whoever invented the expansion charm should have won a medal or something. They did, Dumbledore said mildly, enjoying his plain but strong tea. Order of Merlin. Second class, for spell innovation and charm creation. Yeah, Harry grumbled. All I hear is spell this and charm creation that. What does the guy want? A bloody medal? Dumbledore sipped his tea and smiled faintly. The mood was rather light and relaxed in the office. Harry was watching Dumbledore's twinkling gaze thoughtfully. There was something nagging at the back of his mind at the sight of those bright blue eyes, but Harry just couldn't remember what it was. These thoughts were driven out of his mind as Dumbledore glanced at the portraits, sending them a wordless command to leave. The portraits obeyed obediently, and Dumbledore followed it up with a charm, deployed by merely clicking his fingers. Hogwarts' former headmasters may have been on Dumbledore's side, but it was never unwise to be too safe. Harry watched Dumbledore a tad warily as the old man leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He picked up his teacup again and then, with only a sharp glance, sent a folder on his desk careening out to Harry. Harry instinctively caught it and glanced at it. What he saw made him start with surprise. Voldemort has a Horcrux in Gringotts. Harry asked in disbelief. He pondered that. It makes sense, I suppose. It was entrusted to one Bellatrix Lestrange some years ago, Dumbledore informed him. She subsequently deposited in her secure family vault, the Black Family Vault. Sirius Black has attempted to retrieve it for me, but, as he was disowned, he is unable to access that part of the Black family fortune. Azkaban and now Gringotts. You don't make it easy, do you? Harry muttered sourly. However, he sported a sneaky little grin and looked quite eager to get into it. Okay, so how did you want me to do this? This time, Harry, I must ask for your discretion, Dumbledore said solemnly. I have been in contact with some of the administration at Gringotts, but all my attempts have been in vain. I also suspect that it will only be a matter of time before Lord Voldemort knows of my interest of the Black Family Vault, which will alert him of our knowledge of his Horcruxes. Once he knows that we know, finding them will be much more troublesome. Okay then, Harry said, rubbing his hands together thoughtfully. I'm not robbing Gringotts for the Horcrux, I'm just robbing it for the gold. He pondered that for a moment. That might not be a bad idea, actually. I could always use some extra cash. Are your finances in trouble? Dumbledore asked, looking concerned. I could always offer you a loan if need be. Nah, Harry said with a wave of his hand. I just like hoarding stuff. I guess I'm a bit like a Dracon. Ah, that reminds me, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. There are unconfirmed rumors, and it is a publicly known secret, that the goblins of Gringotts have in their possession a number of dragons. Not the ones of ancient times, the Dracons, he added quickly. But they still might pose a problem for you. I see, Harry drawled slowly, his brows furrowed in thought. Okay. Good to have the info. What else do I need to know? Where's the Black Family Vault? I don't know, Dumbledore answered quietly. I'm afraid that Sirius himself doesn't even know. Only an adult of the Black family could access it, and Sirius was disowned at the age of 16. No worries then, Harry responded. I'll just raid Gringotts, the supposedly most secure bank in the world, and steal something from a vault where I don't know where it is. I understand your frustration, Harry, Dumbledore started gently, and Harry blinked. No, I wasn't being sarcastic or anything, he said lightly. That's what I'm gonna do. I have a few, friends, I suppose you could call them. They can give me a hand. Besides, he added darkly, the goblins can tell what I am. They can sense her. They'll be very receptive to my threats. Dumbledore breathed in deeply, and the exhale turned into a sigh. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. So you should. Harry grinned. He stretched his neck to the side, then up and rolled his shoulders, enjoying the cracks and pops that followed. This is going to be fun. Harry, Dumbledore commented seriously. I must ask you to restrain yourself if at all possible. The goblins are a neutral party. They care not for anything that does not glitter. However, if they become aware that the Order of Phoenix was behind this raid, then the consequences will be dire indeed. I'm probably going to have to kill a few, Harry remarked blandly, watching the headmaster closely. I'll need to find the location of the vault. After that, I promise that I'll try to be nice. Is that a thrice-bound promise? Dumbledore asked, peering over his half-moon glasses. Are you still content to follow the rules of the old world? Well, Harry hesitated. If that's the case, then I won't promise anything. I will promise you this though. I'll get you this cup. He brandished a picture of a gleaming, golden chalice at Dumbledore, who hesitated and then sighed. Very well, was all he said. Now, let us make the arrangements. I believe that an assault during the twilight would be your best possible. Harry, where are you going? What? Harry asked, turning around halfway towards the office door. Oh, I'm going to go get you this cup. Now. Dumbledore looked incredulous. They won't be expecting it, Harry said casually. Don't worry, I'll disguise myself, and I really will try to get it out peacefully. If I scare the goblins enough, they might fold. Why the rush, Harry? No rush, Harry answered defensively. He scowled. What, are you saying I can't handle it? Because I can. I'm still as strong as the day. Well, I really don't know how to finish that sentence. The point is, This job of yours is already done. I wasn't saying anything of the like, Dumbledore placated gently. Good, Harry said, but he looked a bit sheepish. Besides, I need to be back after lunch to give the little owned bint her extracurricular lesson. We're going to make a sadistic tough killer out of her yet. Oh, Dumbledore uttered, his eyes twinkling. You're tutoring Ms. Carpenter again. Yep, Harry answered shortly. He gave Dumbledore a look that clearly expressed his desire for the old man to drop it there. Dumbledore, naturally, ignored it. May I inquire as to why? The headmaster asked, taking another sip of his tea and watching Harry with a slight smile. You can, Harry agreed. Of course, I could renounce my evil ways and give all my money to orphan children, but I probably won't. Dumbledore smiled as Harry turned around. As Harry opened the door and took a step outside the office, he called out to the Denarian, his face suddenly devoid of his good cheer. Harry. Harry turned back to face him. Good luck. Luck. Harry snorted and turned around. Who needs luck in the face of immeasurable firepower? The mission to raid one of the most secure magical locations in all of Britain began as those types of missions always did, with an ice cream. Harry licked at the magically flavored frozen treat with great relish, enjoying the natural flavors for once. He licked his frozen lips, barely even feeling the cold of the winter morning, and cocked his head to the specter seated next to him. You know, I can tell that there's a difference, Harry muttered under his breath. His eyes scanned the crowds of tense-robed wand wizards that strolled past him. Since Hogwarts was on its Christmas break, there were more families out and about, some even managing to infect the tense and depressing atmosphere with a bit of cheer. No, you can't, Messil sighed in exasperation. She waved her illusionary hands and her beautiful features scrunched up somewhat was an icy cold wind-battered Harry, making several of the passers-by huddle into their thick robes. I have perfect control over your perception. You can't. I can, Harry insisted as he enjoyed his everlasting sundae double chocolate and extra large. Some part of him, well hidden from Messil, was glad to see that the Fallen was beginning to interact with him more often. Messil had been shaken by the event at Azkaban and her recent silence had made Harry worry. Even now, she seemed preoccupied and disengaged. Harry paused, taking another bite and savoring the taste. He gave a decisive nod. Yep, I totally can. I'm telling you, Messil started, before she paused and cocked her head. Oh, and who is this? Who are you talking to? Somebody demanded in a snobbish voice. Harry blinked and turned his head. Sitting at one of the other tables was a small girl, perhaps 11 or 12. She had the air of her that just screamed superiority and arrogance. Her robes were immaculate, her glittering black hair carefully done up, and her crystal blue eyes shone with a fierce type of pride. The real question is, who are you talking to? Harry responded gravely. The girl cocked her mouth. A madman, I think, she responded snootily and smirked when Harry scowled. Ah, shut it, you little brat, he muttered. He turned around and went back to his sundae, his good mood slightly dimmed. The girl, however, wasn't finished yet. So this is the great Harry Potter, she drawled. A madman who talks to his ice cream. I see why the people are so inspired by you. I'm sure the Dark Lord is quivering in his boots. Harry stiffened and spun around. His narrowed eyes glinted with annoyance as the girl sat there, looking as if she didn't have a care in the world. That, more than anything she said, pissed Harry off. Girl, do you know exactly what I could do to you? Harry growled. He let his eyes flash with a dark fire and a nasty grin spread across his face as the girl blanched. Scram or I'll show you. The girl made a derisive noise but stood up, pushing her ice cream aside. Harry watched her intently as she left the table, throwing Harry a wary backwards glance. Harry sniggered and turned back to his sundae only to meet two sparkling brown eyes. Gah! Harry yelped. Eek! The little girl screeched and fell backwards on her backside. For the love of, Harry breathed, putting away his wand with a sigh. If the girl knew how close she had just come to dying, and what the hell was it with everybody sneaking up on him today? Way to have my back. I'm sorry, Harry, Messil said insincerely. You know how I am up here with your perception. Oh, not cool, Harry muttered as the girl struggled up, beaming at Harry with an almost infectious smile. Harry remained stone-faced and the girl's smile faltered. What is it? He snapped. The girl stuttered, her cheeks suddenly becoming bright red. She brushed some of her dark hair out of her eyes and suddenly looked nervous. I just wanna say that. What she said next was muttered in an illegible rush. What? Harry said, resisting the urge to rub his forehead and groan. Say it slower, you little brat. Who are you, anyway? I'm Laura, the girl stuttered. Laura madly. I go to Hogwarts too. No, no, Harry groaned. Don't ever give out your full name like that. Why not? The girls looked at him with wide unblinking eyes. Do you know how many dark and evil curses can be used on somebody who told somebody else their name? Harry leaned in, emphasizing certain words to prove his point. The girl absently brushed back her dark hair and her eyes widened. She looked pale and scared and Harry grinned none too nicely. Now, he said softly. What is it? You're Harry Potter. The girl exclaimed and Harry flinched and looked around. Nobody seemed to have heard her and he turned back to her. The kid, probably a second or third year at Hogwarts, seemed to have picked up on Harry's annoyance and was visible shaking. Just Merry Christmas. Bye. The girl shot out and turned tail and fled. Harry watched race towards two adults, both dressed in muggle clothing, with bemusement on his face and sighed. You know, he seemingly remarked to nobody. If there was somebody else behind me trying to sneak up on me, I'd have to pull out my wand and show how I killed, let's say, Nicodemus. A moment passed. Then, there was a deliberate scuff of feet and an obviously fake cough. Harry cocked his head and grinned, spinning around to see Vereen standing before him, looking quite unamused. You're late, Harry remarked casually. Finding this place proved to be difficult. If you can't find a stupid shopping alley, then how do you think you'll find Tessa and the other Denarians? Harry asked. Vereen gritted her teeth and reflexively smoothed over her silk blouse. It probably wasn't the best choice in clothing for the type of weather they were having, but it wasn't like she could feel it. Perception alterations were pretty nifty, after all. All right, Harry declared after finishing his sundae. Let's do this. The current political climate was having a rather severe effect on Gringotts as a business. Anxious wizards and witches, especially those who had suffered greatly during Voldemort's first uprising, were pulling out all of their money and keeping it in a more accessible location in case of the worst-case scenario, Voldemort's victory. Gringotts' response to that had been to offer several lucrative deals, including high interest rates for fixed-term deposits. It had worked, to a certain extent, and every day a steady stream of customers strolled in and out of the banks. It wasn't too strange to see some of the huddled up in thick robes and hoods, trying desperately to keep their faces from being seen. Nobody wanted to catch the eye of a Death Eater, especially one who might see a face and remember that half-blood from Hogwarts all those years ago. However, the two heavily robed figures who strolled into Gringotts around about lunchtime carried themselves differently from everybody else. They were both draped in heavy robes, their heads covered with great hoods that obscured their faces completely. Their postures were relaxed, smug even, and their very presence seemed to cause the harried wizards and witches waiting in line to edge away from them. Only a few actually protested when the robed figures ignored the queue and immediately strode to the front of the line. Some of the wizards were smart. Some of them saw how the goblin guards, who usually amounted to nothing more than gleaming decorations that stood immobile by the huge pillars of marble, tensed and gripped their spears. The goblins at the front of the desk simultaneously paused as one, their sharp, beady eyes shooting down the queue and locking onto the source of darkness. To those non-human creatures, they could literally see the ancient shadows that clung to the two Denarians, and many tensed and went silent. The two figures reached the front of the room and casually shoved aside the tall, balding wizard who was currently being served. The wizard looked like he was about to make an objection, but seeing the two dark-robed figures who had bumped him, decided that it wasn't worth making a fuss over and quickly took a few steps back. What do you want? The goblin hissed softly, even as the guards edged across the perimeter of the room. One of your vault contains something of ours, the taller one said, a male whose voice was muffled by the thick hood. You will take us to the vault so we can retrieve it. The goblin narrowed its eyes and chewed on its lip with its razor-sharp teeth thoughtfully. Its leathery skin and permanent scowl seemed even more wrinkled and furrowed than usual. Finally, it seemed to have come to a decision and straightened. The goblin sneered. The shorter of the two cocked her head. We have none, she said smoothly. Oh, was all the goblin uttered. He eyed them shrewdly, pondering something in his small little head, before he snapped his fingers. You will need to see the manager. The manager. The male repeated. Yes, the goblin confirmed. He snapped his fingers again and suddenly they were surrounded by 24 of the speak-wielding goblins. The bank erupted into a wave of mutters as the cloaked figures remained motionless. You will go see the manager. Very well, the male conceded. He turned to go but paused. For the wizards and witches and wizards in the bank, nothing seemed to happen. For the goblins, however, a sudden aura of blazing color and deep, bottomless ebony rose up around him, radiating menace of fury and power that made them cringe. The guards tensed, but several of them were shaking and the goblin behind the desk suddenly knew that the cloaked figure was smiling. Tread wary, little exile, the man cautioned, but the aura dissipated back into the hazy cloud of darkness that hovered around. He gestured for the goblins to escort him and followed the small group of armed creatures away from the main lobby. If all went well, there would be no need for violence. Extrabo Arduro. The small wooden door, which looked like it had been built for something the size of a human child, buckled underneath the powerful flash of flames. With a loud creak, the door was cracked and splintered underneath the force of the spell and exploded off its hinges, flying into the room in a shower of splintery shards. The fire followed it in, hissing and spluttering, before it all faded away into nothingness a second later. Well, Harry remarked cheerfully from behind his thick cloak, a cloak which seemed to have a goblin spear or two protruding out from it. That could have gone better. They did try to kill us, Vereen noted, idly marveling at the sheer stamina that Harry was displaying. It wasn't every day that you saw a human walk around with a spear sticking out of his lung. To be fair, it was self-defense. Yeah, what's his face is going to love that excuse, Harry grumbled. Well, there goes the stealth part of this operation. Still, let's try to keep a low head. Maybe nobody heard this. You can do stealth. Wonders never cease, Vereen muttered under her breath. Harry ducked underneath the burning cinders of the door frame and stepped into the office. All right, he bellowed, brandishing his wand threateningly. Tell me where the Black family vault is and I might let you live. He stopped, frowned and looked down, where his foot was currently parked in the remains of a shattered and oozing goblin head. The body's whereabouts were unknown. Wait a moment, Harry said a moment later. I think I did that wrong. I think it's ask questions first, and kill with fire later, Vereen added wisely. She had taken off her hood, mostly because she claimed it felt stuffy, and her nose was wrinkled and she was sporting a sour expression. My word, those goblin entrails smell. Do you think I can get a do-over? Harry muttered, frowning at this latest development. Movement flickered at the corner of his well-honed senses and with a blur, he flicked his wand. Something gray and squealing shot out from the umbrella stand as a silver flash of light struck it, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Vereen darted forward and grabbed hold of the goblin. It squealed, its legs racing furiously even as Vereen lifted it up at a distance, and with a disgusted expression and showed it to Harry. Do you think he knows anything? Vereen wondered curiously. Avada Kedavra. Harry responded, sending jet of green light over Vereen's shoulder and striking one of two goblin guards that had just stormed into the room with their spears held high. It toppled over, while Vereen lashed out and clasped her free hand around the little creature's neck. She squeezed and there was a loud crack, before she lifted up the now limp warrior and hurled him aside. Well, there goes they didn't hear anything plan, Harry muttered. He redirected his attention to Vereen and answered her question. We can always ask. Vereen wasn't paying attention as she wiped her free hand on her robes, looking disgusted. Harry didn't know if she got any blood on herself or if it was just the vain and snobbish side of Vereen reacting to touching something dirty. Oi, you, Harry demanded, leveling his wand at the goblin, which squirmed in Vereen's grip. Where's the Black family vault? The goblin turned its scared and belligerent eyes on Harry and opened its mouth. What came out seemed to be a language made of a strange guttural language, accompanied by the odd click and shower of spittle every now and then. Harry eyed the creature blankly as it finished its rant and turned his head to Vereen. You get any of that? He asked curiously. Not a word. I never did get around to learning gobbledygook, Messiel mused. Gobble what? Harry repeated. The language of the goblins, Messiel explained. Yes, I know. I am not the one who named it. We need to hurry, Vereen urged, cocking her head and listening to the thumping footsteps that were approaching. There were dozens of them, all falling in the same beat in a perfect display of military march. Those disgusting little things are on their way. Right, Harry said and pocketed his wand. He rubbed his hands cheerfully and suddenly looked quite pleased and eager. This is cool. I finally get to practice. We stopped doing this after I melted this old guy's head. Purely by accident, of course, he added quickly. What are you talking about? Vereen asked, perplexed. Harry ignored her and lowered his hood, staring deeps into the eyes of the goblin. It eyed him back hatefully and Harry allowed a dark grin to cross his face. Do you understand English, you pathetic, inferior, ugly little bastard? Harry asked quietly. The goblin visibly tensed at the words, baring back his lips and displaying rows of sharp teeth. I think that's a yes, Harry murmured and narrowed his eyes. Good. Now, listen to me carefully. Whatever you do, don't think about the Black family vault. Do you understand me? Don't think about it at all. Don't think about how to get there from here either. Don't imagine escaping us and running there. Whatever you do, don't imagine opening the vault and finding the secret weapon that can destroy our kind with a single touch. Don't think about any of that. The goblin's eyes were wide open and it looked either puzzled or furious. Harry couldn't tell which. He didn't much care as he took a deep breath, focused his mind and dove into that of the goblin. His body suddenly felt light and his vision darkened. There was this weird scratching noise in his head and he was well aware that he couldn't move any of his muscles. However, thanks to his practice with the words of the worlds, attempting to navigate the mind of a non-human creature was far easier than he had expected as Messiel guided him down the right neural networks. He began to get some information, some flashes of memories, and an image here and there, all originating from the memories that Harry had stirred up about the Black family vault. That weird guttural language of the goblins filled his ears, his head hurt as more and more images bombarded his mind. He didn't even trying to decode it, he allowed Messiel to take it all in and use her superior mind to puzzle it out. After a few moments, Harry felt his body becoming heavier and heavier. The images were getting fuzzy, the voices inaudible, and with a great yank Harry pulled himself from the goblin's mind and shook his head dazedly. That was weird, he commented faintly, shaking his head again. He frowned, flexing his hand and getting a feel for his muscles. Still cool, though. Yes, I think the goblin didn't like it either, Vereen commended mildly, although there was an odd note in the tone of her voice. Harry glanced at the goblin that Vereen was holding out and made a face. Yuck, he said. The goblin was literally bleeding from every orifice, blood dripping down the hem of his expensive-looking suit. It dribbled from his mouth, splattering on the ground along with huge blobs of mucus and other fleshy-colored stuff that Harry didn't want to know. It was bad enough that his brains were literally melting out of his ears, the gray matter dissolving and bubbling under the brute force of Harry's mental attack. Vereen dropped the still warm corpse with a disgusted shudder and took a step backwards while Harry whistled, feeling impressed. Now that would be useful in battle, he commented. If only it didn't leave me as open as a hooker's legs. Vereen muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like, F.K.U., but when Harry turned to her, her face was impassive and she stood there, waiting for his next order. So, we gotta go left, Harry declared. Lead the way, Vereen said smoothly, gesturing at the doorway and bowing her head. Harry strode out and Vereen made to follow him. Harry, however, quickly poked his head back in. Oh, Vereen, he stated and pointed at the dead goblin. Take that with you. We're going to need it. Vereen's eye twitched as Harry disappeared, but she obeyed and hoisted up the dead goblin before following Harry out the door. The catacombs beneath Gringotts Bank were actually quite beautiful, especially once you considered that they were created by some very ugly little beings. The walls were made of some strange black stone, magnified glossy rock that seemed to glitter the closer you stared at it. The tunnels were full of railway tracks, and the two Denarians saw several carts whizzing by at unbelievable speeds more than once. Still, once Harry and Vereen arrived in the tunnels, the initial hectic rush and chaos died away as they made long hikes through the maze of rock. Sure, the goblin patrols that had been sent after them fought very well in their natural element, but Vereen was a master of earth-based magic. The few goblin patrols that they had met were instantly crushed and pulverized by rows of jagged stone that split the earth with a mere gesture of Vereen's hand, much to her delight. "Oh, this is marvelous," Vereen exclaimed with a chuckle for the 5th time that day. There was something about the rocks that she could see that Harry, apparently, could not. "What is this material? I must take some samples back with me." "It's just rock," Harry muttered sourly. "I've never seen something so receptive, so my spells," Vereen continued, ignoring Harry's muttered comments as the two strolled down one of the large tunnels underneath the bank. "It's like it was deliberately designed to aid in earth-based magic." "Whoop-df. King Do," Harry uttered dryly. "I wonder if it's a side effect of the construction process," Vereen pondered thoughtfully. "These tunnels were definitely not made by human or goblin hands alone. I wish I could ask one of them." "You're about to get your chance," Harry remarked, and Vereen blinked, tearing her eyes away from the walls and roof and glancing at him in confusion. He smiled mysteriously. "Wait for it." Suddenly, from the other end of a tunnel, a huge fireball flared up into existence and surged towards them. Harry eyed the green flames amusedly, recognizing it as Goobrathian fire. Vereen stiffened and Harry saw her sink down into the rock like it was water. He scowled, eyeing her disappearing form indignantly. "Hey, what about me?" he asked. He shook his head and scoffed underneath his hood. "Man, nobody ever cares about me." "I care about you, Harry," Messiel said sincerely. She paused. "Do you feel better now?" "No," Harry said miserably, although the quirk on his lips. He stood fast in the path of rushing flames. "She took my Donut." "What?" That was the last thing Harry said before he was consumed by the everlasting fire. The green fireball struck him, struggled for a brief moment, and kept on billowing outwards, unlikely to be stopped by as small of a physical object as Harry's body. The fire rolled forward and Harry stepped out of the green flames, idly brushing some of the scorch marks out of his thick cloak. "Ta-cha," Harry spat out in disgust. "Please. Like a little bit of fire is going to hurt me." Vereen cautiously climbed up from out of the ground next him, eyeing the surroundings carefully. When she saw Harry, whose very figure radiated annoyance, she managed a bright smile. "I knew you'd survive," she said, sounding satisfied. "I'm sure you did," Harry remarked dryly. "Come on. Let's keep walking." After several more fireballs, Harry and Vereen were left alone. Whoever was monitoring them or setting the traps on them obviously saw the futility in that particular type of trap. Harry kept a sharp lookout for something else, but they arrived at an intersection unmolested. "Which way?" Vereen asked. Harry frowned, trying to make sense of the information he had gleaned from the goblin's mind. Overall, he had gotten a rough guide, but a lot of it had been sensations and feelings that the goblin had experienced at specific sections of the vaults. Messiel had remarked it was something to do with magnetism or something, and while she could detect those types of pulses, Harry had been literally standing above it before he knew it was the right one. "Left," Harry decided. "We'll go left." "Are you sure?" Vereen sounded suspicious and Harry rolled his eyes. "If we're wrong, we'll go back," he growled between gritted teeth. "Seriously, do you have to nag and whine over every little thing we do?" The two set off down the tunnel, an angry scowl on Vereen's face as she rounded on Harry. "What's that meant to mean?" she demanded. "It means, Vereen," Harry said with great care, "that you are what is known to the world as a whiny little bitch." He made a face and continued. "Oh. My feet hurt. I done like the dark. It smells. I wanna go home. Mew. Harry hit me." "You're funny," Vereen snapped and, with a huff, looked the other way. "I know," said Harry, feeling pleased with himself. He took a step forward and paused, his eyes shooting up and trying to pierce through the darkness ahead to no avail. Vereen stopped a few steps later, also looking ahead with a frown on her delicate face. There was somebody ahead of them. Just because Harry couldn't see them didn't mean he couldn't hear them. Enhanced hearing or not, the tunnels echoed noise rather well. There's a party ahead of us, 107 meters, Vereen informed him tightly. She tapped the ground with her foot and frowned. I'm sensing the vibrations from at least 20 or so goblins. They're wearing clanking armor. There's also something else, much larger and much heavier. Harry nodded. He could hear it, the rough and harsh breathing of whatever lay ahead. Is there any way around them? He asked, already knowing the answer. Vereen shook his head and Harry grimaced. Ah, man, he whined. I am so getting yelled at. He stopped and drew out his wand. Hellfire leapt up on his command and the runes flashed with crimson light, reflecting off the glossy walls to create a rather eerie glow. Allow me, Harry said, not sounding as dismayed at the prospect of violence as he had a few minutes ago. He turned his head towards the tunnel, lifted his wand and drew back his head. Inhaling loudly, Harry blew on the tip of his wand and let his eyes flash with fire. The tunnel in front of him exploded in a blast of heat and fire. Fiendfire wrapped into existence, twisting and flailing as it sought to break its master's hold on it, but all for naught. Under Harry's direction, it took the guise of a fully fledged Bonurum, triple Harry's height. Vereen took a startled step backwards, her eyes widened, while Harry flicked his wand and sent the massive beast of cursed flame down the hallway. The ground shuddered as the Bonurum's pace broke out into a charge. The brilliant glow it was giving off dissolved the darkness that hid the party of goblins. It was a bit hard to see past the fiendfire, but Harry smiled thinly as the sounds of inhuman screams and clashing metal filled the air. He opened his mouth, then paused and gagged. A quick tap of his wand created a blue-domed bubble over both his and Vereen's head, and modification of the gust charm drew in the remaining oxygen. Sorry, Harry said a tad sheepishly. Sometimes I forget that fire likes oxygen. Vereen nodded stiffly, her eyes glued down at the other end of the tunnel. Can all wand wizards create such powerful spells so easily? She wondered out loud. Nope, Harry answered and grinned. Just the really good ones like me. Come on, let's go see if there's anything left. There was. The fiendfire beast had broken apart, probably because there had been nothing to burn oxygen-wise, but the damage had been done to the platoon. Most of the goblins were gone, although there were some scattered ashes that signified where they had died. 2 goblins remained, both on their knees and gasping for air. With a sideways glance at Harry, Vereen clasped her hands together and muttered something in a nonsensical tongue. The ground shuddered as 2 pillars of rock cracked the smooth surface and shot up from the depths. Harry watched, slightly impressed, as the pillars of rock crumbled apart until they resembled a pair of arms, albeit arms that might have suited a troll rather than a human. The arms grabbed the 2 goblins, picked them up and slammed them against each wall in a sickening squelch. Vereen's hands broke apart and the rocky hands crumbled into dirt. Very nice, Harry complimented. He scratched his head. I don't think I could have done whoa. What's that? Looming before them, its iron collar twisted and melted and its scales blackened with ash and soot, was a dragon that was at least twice as big as Harry's fiendfire construct. It appeared to be in pain, but one of its eyes shot open and it turned its head to gaze at Harry. Harry stared back and was slightly relieved that he could only see bestial intelligence within them. He took a step back and raised his wand as the dragon let out a heart-stopping roar, the sound booming off the walls and down the catacombs for kilometers. Avada Kedavra. The dragon's roar ended with a sudden and rotten exhale of breath that ruffled Vereen's and Harry's robes, as well as soaked them in dragon spittle. The green light had soared directly into its open mouth and, without so much as another sound, it collapsed to the ground with a terrible crash. The walls and floors shuddered and some dust fell down from the ceiling. Harry wobbled and wavered on his feet while Vereen didn't seem to have any trouble in keeping her balance until the tremors finally stopped. Huh, Harry uttered, staring at the dead dragon quizzically while Vereen looked down at herself with utter disgust. He absently scraped some of the dragon drool off his face. I don't see what all the fuss is about these things, really. One curse and bam, it's dead. This is, Vereen started, sounding furious, and stopped. Why am I doing this again? Because I ordered you to, Harry responded lazily. He scooped up some of the thick translucent goo off his robes and flung it at the other Denarian. Vereen evaded the missile with a shriek and Harry chuckled. Come on, Vereen, Harry said lazily and stared to climb over the dead dragon, which was blocking most of the path. We've got. He paused and frowned, squatting on the dead dragon's hide. What is it? Vereen asked cautiously. Nothing. Nothing, Harry waved off dismissively. It's just that we need to go back that way. He pointed in the direction that they had just come from. We went the wrong way. Yep, Harry answered cheerfully. Vereen twitched. 30 minutes, 50 goblins and 2 dragons later, Harry and Vereen stood in front of a rather small wooden door. Vereen eyed the battered and water-stained wood, looking rather skeptical. Are you sure that's it? She asked doubtfully. It doesn't look like an entrance to a great big vault full of gold. Well, open it and find out. Harry rolled his eyes. Vereen moved forward and raised a hand, as if she intended to open the door, but she froze as Harry surged forward and gripped her arm in a tight grip. She turned her head quizzically as Harry grinned. Right, forgot to tell you, he said cheerfully. You can't actually touch that door. If you do, well, you'll spend the next few hundred years thinking you're a rock at the bottom of an ocean. Not only will it be boring, but you'll spend most of your time drowning. Vereen tried to slip out of Harry's grasp with no luck. Then how do we open it? She questioned. Only a Gringotts goblin can open the door, Harry explained. So, I hope you still have that dead goblin I told you to carry. Vereen froze, her eyes wide, and Harry's smile faded. The grip on her arm tightened just a tad. Vereen, he asked carefully, you do still have it, right? I'm pretty sure I remember telling you to pick it up and take it with you. I thought you were just trying to mock. Vereen trailed off with a hiss of pain as Harry's grip tightened immensely. Her bones felt like they were bending inwards from the pressure, and she bit down on her lip hard as Harry stared at her with cold, humorless green eyes. Vereen, the Denarian lord said, his voice dripping with malice. When I tell you to do something, you do it. Do you understand me? Why, yes. Vereen hissed. Harry eyed her for a moment longer, then let her arm go. She immediately cradled it to her chest as Harry reached into his thick cloak and pulled out a pair of bloodied goblin arms. Vereen eyed them askance as Harry smiled chillingly. You're lucky I saw you drop it, he said, and then all of his anger faded away, leaving behind the cheeky persona that she had grown accustomed to. He grinned. Otherwise I'd have probably killed you here and left Coin deep down in these tunnels, to be alone in the void for the rest of eternity. The cheer in his voice did not stop her from feeling the chill of his words, no matter how playful his banter was, and Vereen kept her head bowed as Harry pressed the 2 goblin arms on the door. The door, instead swinging opening, literally melted away, revealing a cave-like opening absolutely crammed with golden coins and goblets, jewels, suits of armor, vials of brightly colored potions, and a dusty book here and there. Harry carelessly tossed the goblin arms aside and strode in, Vereen trailing behind him as she nursed her arm and her pride. King Hell, Harry breathed as a soft golden glow illuminated his features. It's treasure. He bounded forward with all the playfulness of a child, ducking and peeking at everything he saw. Ooh, shiny, he exclaimed at a large pile of gems. Hang on, look at this. He gasped as he saw a large gleaming crown, still attached to the remains of a human skull. It took Vereen a couple of moments to work up her nerve. Perhaps we should focus on our objective, she proposed faintly. What? Oh, I suppose. Harry tore his eyes from the large piles of treasure, although the greedy gleam hadn't left them just yet. After a few moments of pacing about the large piles and search, Harry looked up and grinned. Accio, he called out. The cup didn't budge. Harry rolled his eyes and summoned a gust of wind. The cup teetered on the edge of the large pile and rolled down with a clatter, stopping right by Harry's feet. Harry picked it up and brandished it at Vereen triumphantly. He opened his mouth to speak but abruptly stopped and cocked his head. There was something niggling into his mind, something that felt like liquid grease slithering over his brain. Whatever it was, it quickly fell into the raging fires that burned within Harry day and night, and Harry blinked. Did somebody just scream like a little girl? He murmured in confusion. It's nothing that you need to worry about, Messiel placated. Harry could feel the pleasure and satisfaction simmering from the fallen as she continued. You belong to me, beloved. No petty artifact will sway my mind. Okay. Harry drawled slowly, blinking. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a similar cup to the one he was holding. Carelessly, he threw it over his shoulder. There we are, he said with a grin, tucking back the old. He focused on Vereen and grinned. It's time for the fun part. Vereen, as a reward for your services, you can have as much as you can carry from the vault. Vereen's eyes widened and she took in the obvious wealth that surrounded her. As ancient as she was, she understood and appreciated materialistic wealth as much as the next person. While Harry wandered over to one stack, Vereen strolled over to a dusty table and gazed at a gleaming crown and the human skull. She picked it up, but a second later, though, she dropped it with a sizzle and a hiss, and then yelped when something heavy hit her foot. What's this? Vereen snapped, staring at her scalded hand. She glanced down and looked surprised when she saw a replica of the crown lying next to the original. There are two of them. A loud crash interrupted her and she whirled around. Her eyes widened when she saw a pile of golden coins literally growing up on the other side of the vault. More and more coins appeared with a soft pop, dozens of them, hundreds, even, crashing down on each other in a wave of tinkling noise. The pile grew to be twice the size of Vereen before it abruptly buckled and exploded in a wave of flying coins. Vereen ducked as gold went flying everywhere, crashing on tables and piles of other gold. When she stood up, she saw Harry climbing out of the pile and panting. F. King hell, he cursed. Death by gold, now that would have been embarrassing. Security measures, Vereen theorized. Probably, Harry grumbled. He looked irritated and grumpy as he kicked a pile of gold and growled under his breath. Looks like we can't touch any of this stuff unless you know how to break these types of enchantments. At Vereen's shake, Harry Ned desperately. Oh, come on, he whined. This really beeps. How come you could touch that? Vereen asked, gesturing at the dull cup that Harry was carrying. She brushed her fingers along one of the tomes and jumped back when it multiplied, sending them all crashing to the floor. If it is what I think it is, then the creator of it probably wouldn't let the goblins touch it, Harry said grimly. It had its own little defense which Messiel pretty much killed. Vereen wasn't looking at him and her head had shot towards the still open door of the vault. She frowned and concentrated, feeling the vibrations through the floor and analyzing them in her own unique way. It was a skill that not even Messiel could help Harry perform. They're coming, Vereen said abruptly. Hundreds of them. Shit, Harry snapped. He glared at the gold in front of him, mentally cursing its gleaming glow for taunting him like that, and came to a decision. Vereen, take my hand. We're leaving. Vereen held out her hand and Harry clasped it. He reached into his thick cloak and pulled out a small metal instrument, something that looked like it belonged in Dumbledore's office. What's that? Vereen asked curiously. It's something that should get us out of here, Harry explained. If it works, that is. And if it doesn't, then we get the extremely fun and bloody option of fighting our way to the front door, Harry remarked cheerfully. Usually I'd be all for it, but Dumbledore's gonna be pissed at me as it is now. Dumbledore? Vereen asked in confusion. Who's that and why can he order you around? Hey, he doesn't order me, Harry grumbled, suddenly looking angry. He makes a suggestion and, to be honest, they're usually pretty good. I mostly ignore them though and end up getting yelled at, but he comes back for my help anyway. Sorry, Vereen muttered. Harry ignored her and pressed down on the small latch of the instrument. He didn't know what Dumbledore had done to the portkey to make it work here in such an obviously warded area, but he was grateful for when he felt a tug at his navel and disappeared from the vault just moments before it was stormed by goblins. Harry hated portkeys. It wasn't the fact that at times he would be handling garbage and rotten fruit and other disgusting objects. Really, what kind of wizard created a spell that worked best on other people's trash? Closing parenthesis. It wasn't because of the falling and twirling sensation. In fact, he found that the most enjoyable part of using a portkey. What he actually hated was the split second after it was all over and he had arrived at the other end. In that split second, he was defenseless. Even with Messiel boosting his neurons and whatnot, it still took his body a couple of moments to readjust itself to the real world. In that time, he had absolutely no control over his muscles. So, when Harry and Vereen departed from the portkey that led from the vaults of Gringotts, it wasn't surprising that the two of them slammed into each other as they both wobbled about on their feet. Harry would have actually enjoyed the sensation of Verine's rather attractive body pressed up against him, although he'd never admit it to her face if she hadn't catapulted the both of them into a nearby bookshelf. Harry winced in pain as the two collapsed on the shelf, which wobbled backwards and forwards, knocking loose the heavy tomes that resided in. Harry had just managed to open his eyes when he saw a book that must have had at least 10,000 pages in it tip precariously off the shelf and fall. He reflexively moved his head only to find that it was trapped between the bookcase and Verine's back. A moment later, the heavy book fell on his face and there was a loud crack. The rest of the books soon joined it. Harry held his broken and bloodied nose and growled. He wrenched one arm from underneath Verine's squirming form and pushed the books off his face. He glanced around and pushed a couple of books away from the huge fallen pile that surrounded him. After moving a heavy tome entitled, "The Laws of the 1832 Ministry of Magic and How They Were a Really Bad Idea," Verine's head popped up, gasping for air. Harry took in her frazzled hair, her panting tongue and her scrunched-up cloak and sniggered. "Shut up," Verine snapped as she moved one of the books off her legs. "Whatever that was, I am not doing it," she trailed off as she glanced behind Harry, her eyes widening. Again. Harry looked over his shoulder and inwardly winced. They had arrived in Dumbledore's study, where the aged wizard was leaning back in his chair as he talked to a floating head in the fireplace. Verine absolutely bogged at that even a Fallen could be surprised, it seemed, while Harry took it to be another one of the stupid ideas that the wand wizards had thought of. "Who was that, Albus?" the head demanded. Harry thought he looked a little bit like a predator, with his red-streaked tawny hair, his dark, penetrating gaze behind a pair wire-rimmed spectacles. He had rather curly long hair, which fell to his back, and a splattering of facial hair just below his chin that slightly resembled the mane of a lion. Whoever the wizard was, he was looking at Harry and Verine sharply. Dumbledore turned his head away from the other wizard and regarded Harry rather severely. There was some kind of message in his eyes, but Harry didn't pick it up as he tried his best to throw some of the books off him. He was scrabbling about in his thick cloak for something as Dumbledore turned back to the man in the fireplace. "Minister Scrimgeour, this is Harry Potter," Dumbledore introduced politely, although Harry, having known Dumbledore for a bit of time now, detected the rather unenthusiastic note in his voice. "Harry, meet the Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour." "Yo," Harry greeted, lazily waving his free hand and then dismissing the man without another thought and holding his nose with the other. Without so much as a wince, he reset the broken bone and nodded in satisfaction. He went back to his cloak and with a triumphant, "Ha!" pulled out his wand. It only took a quick swish and flick and the books zoomed up off the ground and back onto the shelf. Harry shook his head quickly, shaking some of the dust out of his hair, and then bounded up off the ground. Verine was right behind him as she stood stiffly and awkwardly. "Why is Harry Potter in your office, Dumbledore?" Scrimgeour asked, not even bothering to hide his suspicion. "Visiting," Dumbledore replied pleasantly. "Now, if we could get back to the topic on hand. As far as I am aware, Lord Voldemort had no immediate plans to raid or attack Gringotts or Diagon Alley as a whole. That said, I am just a mere headmaster." Scrimgeour snorted incredulously. "So, although I am flattered that you would think I had some knowledge, I'm afraid I cannot help you," Dumbledore finished as if he hadn't been interrupted. "Be sure that I will immediately let you know if I hear of any Death Eater plots or Lord Voldemort's schemes in the staff room." Scrimgeour nodded his head stiffly and, after giving Harry and Verine one last measuring look, disappeared from the fireplace with a puff of green flame. Dumbledore took a deep breath and swung around on his chair, facing Harry and Verine with steeped fingers. He glanced at the portraits and slightly inclined his head. The portraits, however, were already in the process of leaving silently. "Harry," Dumbledore began when they had left, "I'm really quite sorry for your predicament. I was unaware that your formal education ended when you went missing. How was I to know that you could mistake the word discretion for bloodbath?" "Hang on." Harry frowned and stared at the headmaster incredulously. "Are you getting bitchy with me?" Dumbledore leaned back in his chair but kept his calm gaze on Harry. Harry stared straight back into those infuriating eyes, his fists clenching by his sides as the anger welled up within him. Instead of continuing, however, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Verine. There was nothing insidious on the old man's face, but Vereen twitched, as if suddenly feeling very wary. Harry knew the feeling. Ah, Dumbledore, this is Vereen. Harry motioned to her with his hands. Vereen, this is Headmaster Dumbledore. He is one of the few people still left alive that could kick the crap out of me if he so choose to, so be very, very nice to him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Headmaster, Vereen said smoothly and managed a rather graceful curtsy in her thick robes. She brushed some of the hair out her eyes and gave the old man a very beautiful smile as she held out her hand. You must be Harry's boss, then. Dumbledore chuckled as he rose out of his seat. I wouldn't go that far, Miss Vereen, he said. And it is a pleasure to meet you too. He grasped Vereen's dainty hand and lowered his head, his beard rubbing gently across her skin as he it. Vereen smiled coyly as Dumbledore released the hand and, still smiling politely, continued. No, the relationship between Harry and I could be contoured as that between two allied parties, he said. We meet every once in a while and organize our strategies against our common enemies. It can be quite tiresome, to be honest. His blue eyes twinkled madly. Harry can be quite the handful. Eh? Don't I know it? Vereen responded smugly. She looked like she was enjoying the cultured exchange. Her smile disappeared at Dumbledore's next words though. So tell me, Miss Vereen, are you the human host working in collusion with the fallen angel that has bound itself to you, or are you the fallen angel who has crushed the human spirit within that body? Vereen titled her head as the politeness left her face. For a moment, she looked completely lifeless, as if everything human had left then. Then, as if remembering herself, her face relaxed and she smiled, although it was a little dimmer than before. I am the fallen wizard, she said quietly. Ah, I see, Dumbledore said. An associate of Harry's, I presume. He spared my life on the provision that I serve him, Vereen explained tightly. So yes, I am an associate of sorts. And aren't I regretting it as I stand here and listen to you two talk about me like I wasn't here, Harry interjected cheerfully. He had shrugged off his large, thick cloak and was wearing his standard jeans and dark jacket. What do you want, Dumbledore? Dumbledore ignored him and reached into his purple and silver robes. He pulled out a large, feathered quill and handed it to Vereen. The other fallen took it gingerly, as if she expected it to explode in her face. I'm afraid that Harry and I have quite a bit to discuss, he said politely. That is a portkey. Merely say the word, Oddmont, and you will be taken to London Central Station. I assume you can make your own way home from there. Vereen looked at Harry and he nodded. Go, he commanded. Vereen whispered the word and was gone without so much as a flash or pop, leaving the office empty save for Dumbledore and Harry. The latter casually strolled forward and took a seat. With deliberate ease, he put his feet up on Dumbledore's desk and met the other wizard's eyes fearlessly. The office was quiet for a few moments as Dumbledore and Harry stared at each other. Then, you have caused a national emergency, Harry, Dumbledore informed him quietly. They started it, Harry immediately protested. The occupants of Gringotts were quick to call in the ministry, despite claims from the goblins that everything was under control, Dumbledore said. They jammed AF. King Spear into my lung, Harry continued, waving his hands around in an attempt to imitate the act. They were all like, stab. And I was bleeding and there was this gold thing in me and it bloody hurt. Naturally, the news got out to the public, Dumbledore said as if he hadn't heard Harry. Even while you were still in there, a small mob formed outside Gringotts demanding access to their gold. The goblins refused and a rather dense wizard lost his arms trying to slip past. Thankfully, nearby hit wizard patrols were able to reattach them. Yeah, well, not my problem, Harry muttered sourly, folding his arms and looking away. I just want to know one thing, Harry, Dumbledore explained. Tell me, did you even attempt to try a more diplomatic or subtle approach, or did you just blast in there like you usually do in such situations? Okay, that's it, Harry declared abruptly. He unfolded his arms and slapped his hands across on the desk as he leaned forward. He started fiercely, jabbing his finger towards Dumbledore, who sat there impassively. You can't send me on missions to attack impenetrable fortresses or prisons or banks and then yell at me when the shit hits the fan. If you want something done your way, then you can go and do it yourself. If you want something done, call me. Dumbledore took a deep breath and exhaled. Now, as I was saying, Harry continued, sitting back down in his chair. We went to have a chat with the manager we were invited, he hastily added. Then the guards must have gotten paranoid or spooked or something because they just attacked us. We defended ourselves and that was that. I see, Dumbledore said quietly. His words did nothing to make Harry feel better and the Denarian Lord scowled, feeling annoyed and disgruntled. Dumbledore's sometimes blatant superiority complex really rubbed him the wrong way at times. Perhaps Dumbledore could sense the resentment in Harry, because he sighed and sagged in his chair. I'm sorry, Harry, he said solemnly. You are right. If I truly wanted to avoid this type of situation, then I should not have asked for your help. My attempts and the attempts of my agents failed. Perhaps this way was the only way we could have gotten hold of the cup. Speaking of which, Harry accepted the apology graciously, that is, he didn't throw it back in Dumbledore's face like he usually would. He did, however, let a rather pleased smirk cross his face, but it died down as he reached into his jacket and pulled out the cup. He placed it on the table and watched with a pleased smile as Dumbledore leaned forward, staring at it intently. His good hand rose, hovering over the blackened remains of his other arm that was hidden under his robes as if remembering an old wound. Dumbledore inspected the golden cup carefully, his eyes running over from the two finely wrought handles to the engraved badger in the side. After a few minutes, he leaned back in his chair, apparently satisfied that it was the real deal. Were there any complications when you touched it? He asked curiously and lifted up his blackened arm. As you may have guessed, the protections on the Horcrux I found were quite formidable. There was some kind of mental attack, I think, but Messiel took care of it pretty quickly, Harry answered. So, how do we kill it? The soul in it, I mean. We simply destroy the cup, which may or may not be such a simple matter, Dumbledore said gravely. Is that it? Harry asked and scoffed. He took out his wand and grinned. Let me handle it, F.O. Harry. No, Dumbledore snapped. Harry paused, but it was too late. The cup, perhaps reacting to the appearance of a magical focus or perhaps sensing the intent in the room, gave an odd creak. A sudden sloshing of water filled the room and Harry blinked. There was water bubbling from the rim of the cup. Harry frowned and scratched his head with the tip of his wand as the water crept over Dumbledore's desk and started to drip to the floor. What's that? He asked in confusion. The water was bubbling now, boiling beneath the heat of some force that Harry couldn't see. He lifted his wand and frowned, suddenly feeling very wary. This was a Horcrux of Lord Voldemort, a little snippet of his soul. Who knew what the man had done to protect it? Dumbledore was regarding the water carefully and suddenly, as if seeing something that Harry couldn't, he jumped out of his seat. A split second later, the water rose up in the disturbing likeness of a viper's head and lashed out where Dumbledore had just been sitting. The chair was torn apart by the force of the blow and the watery viper leaned back and dissolved back into the puddle. That was interesting, Harry commented idly. Can we kill it now? I wonder, Dumbledore was muttering, not paying attention to Harry. He flicked his wand and summoned a small trinket off one of the shelves. He deftly caught it and, peering closely from behind his half-moon glasses, he threw the small metal object at the golden cup. The object soared through the air, but the watery snake rose up and lunged at it, crushing it in its powerful jaws. Dumbledore threw a few more objects towards the Horcrux at faster and faster speeds, watching carefully and with the curious expression of an experimenter as the snake rose up and crushed them all. On the last attempt, the snake managed to snatch 3 of the objects out of the air, but a 4th managed to break through. In an instant, a second head rose up out of the water and deftly caught it between its jaws. My, this is fascinating, Dumbledore said, rubbing his beard thoughtfully. Lord Voldemort really is quite the genius, especially when you consider that this Horcrux was created a few years after he left Hogwarts. Harry was looking and feeling annoyed as he leant back on one of the bookcases. What are you doing? He demanded. Dumbledore started and gave Harry a strange look. Oh, yes, he said with dawning remembrance and chuckled. Forgive me, Harry. I can become rather focused when I am presented with a problem such as this. It is one of my many flaws. Do you ever wonder why you lost that arm of yours then? Harry remarked a moment later. He held his hands up defensively as Dumbledore shot him a glance. Hey, I'm just putting it out there. You should spend less time concentrating on the academics of that thing and more time remembering that it could crush your body with a single hit. Dumbledore actually looked a little chagrined. Harry felt smug at the sight of his suitably chastised expression and sniggered. Alas, perhaps you are right, Dumbledore sighed. His eyes flashed for a brief second and his beard twitched. I should especially take notice if you are advising me that I may be too rash. Harry stopped sniggering and scowled. Geez, blow up a few things and you never hear the end of it. A bank, Dumbledore interjected pleasantly. You blew up a bank. Parts of a bank, Harry corrected sharply. Look, can we just get rid of this thing already? Ah, yes, the Horcrux, Dumbledore remarked. Yes, it has quite an ingenious curse on it. It is hard to tell if the curse has been tied in with the original enchantments and spells cast on the cup, although, given its rather serpentine nature, I doubt it. So we kill it with Fiendfire. Harry interrupted tiredly. Yes, I believe that would be the best option, Dumbledore nodded sagely. This particular spell, if you had noticed, has a particular proximity diameter. It will react if any foreign object comes within a certain distance. It is also able to form multiple avenues of attack, which makes any short-ranged physical assault to be much unwise. Harry rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but, much to his disgruntlement, he was cut off. Voldemort would have had to incorporate runic channels in the construction of the spell, Dumbledore mused as an afterthought. Unless, I wonder, could it be a modification of previous spells? Serpensortia and Aguamenti would be the most likely candidates, given Tom's age at the time. Perhaps it is a mixture of the two spells, although I will admit that they are not very compatible. He may have very well decided that himself and used those spells as inspiration for it in the first place. Harry, who had been steadfastly ignoring the pondering headmaster, held a fist of Fiendfire in his hand. He seemed to be ignorant of the magical theory that stated that the cursed flame should have melted his skin to the bone by now. He grinned, the fire twisting and flowing around on his palm, the ferocity of the flames held back only by Harry's will. Without so much as another look at Dumbledore, Harry hurled the ball of Fiendfire at the cup. The Fiendfire, partially out of Harry's control, gobbled up the matter in the air and grew 4 times its original self in the single split second after it had left Harry's hand and before it reached the perimeter of the puddle of water. It passed the threshold and yet another snake of water rose up and lashed at the flames. Steam filled the air as the Fiendfire writhed and twisted in the viper's grip. Then, even as more water rushed to sustain the defensive curse, the Fiendfire morphed and changed shape. The fire itself became a serpent of many heads. 3 lashed out at the water, crashing against their watery replicas, while another lanced towards the cup. The fiery snake opened its mouth and latched onto the handle of the cup. More Fiendfire joined it, latching onto and wrapping around the golden cup. Under Dumbledore and Harry's gaze, the cup immediately began to give off smoke. The watery spell fell apart and dissipated in a cloud of steam as the cup began to shudder. Then, with a sound that sounded much like an unearthly scream, the cup sizzled and dissolved in a puddle of molten gold as the Fiendfire began to consume its mass as its own. There, Harry said smugly, dispelling the Fiendfire with a flick of his wand and some superb mental control. All that remained of the Horcrux was a blackened, ash-covered and water-stained desk. The problem is solved. So I can see, Dumbledore remarked. I suppose that's it then, Harry said, suddenly feeling a surge of victory. It seemed that he hadn't really been giving much thought to Lord Voldemort himself during the past few weeks. Sure, he had taken out a couple of Death Eaters, but that was it, really. Dumbledore had been the one managing the front while Harry searched for the Order of Blackened Denarius. It was good to strike a blow against the pale-faced wizard, Harry decided, even if the arsehole didn't even know it was happening. Anyway, I'm late, so I better go, Harry said lazily. Though, just out of curiosity, how many more of these do I have to commandeer for the greater good? I believe there are only 2 or 3 left now, Harry, Dumbledore answered as he began to fix up the damage left to his office with short flicks of his wand. He summoned the ash and carefully placed it in a small bag, no doubt to study later. You better not get all worked up on the other ones, Harry warned and crossed his arms. Really, the way you were brown-nosing before really got to me. For a moment, I thought you wanted how would you put it? Conduct say. Ul relations with a former student. Harry, my dear boy, Dumbledore chuckled. You are not my type. Harry visibly started and his eyes went wide. Oh wait, I wasn't you, he trailed off and scowled. King old coot. That's not what I meant. Dumbledore chuckled as Harry sniffed disdainfully and turned his back. As the Denarian strode to the exit, Dumbledore's laughter stopped. Harry. Dumbledore called out and Harry paused. There was a strange inflection in the other wizard's voice and Harry turned back, noting a strange and speculative look in the old man's gaze that Harry hadn't encountered for months now. What is it? Harry asked blandly, keeping his own speculation off his face. Did you, perchance, understand anything that those serpents were saying? The water ones. Harry asked for confirmation and shrugged at Dumbledore's nod. They weren't saying anything, just hissing like they were, well, you know, snakes. Dumbledore nodded, looking oddly thoughtfully. Thank you, Harry, he said. Harry waited for an explanation but none came as Dumbledore turned back to cleaning up his office. In the end, Harry just rolled his eyes and left the other wizard to his contemplations. It seemed that Dumbledore was getting stranger and stranger the more Harry got to know him. Then again, perhaps he was just that type of person. A short time later, Harry found himself relaxing in a very cozy armchair, a crimson one, to be specific, while he enjoyed the view in front of him. Amanda, clad in some kind of tight exercise clothing, was running through a series of rapid-paced spells, breathing hard as sweat poured from her brow. Harry didn't know what was better, seeing Amanda let off a spell that would have caused the victim some pretty nasty feelings when his or her skin started melting off, or seeing Amanda in a tight white shirt that was rapidly becoming damp with sweat. Man, this was so worth it, Harry muttered and grinned to himself. He glanced up, where Mesiel's illusion was lounging on the arm of his chair, running a hand through his hair. Well, it was worth it for me. I'm not sure what you'll get out of it, but I have been told that I'm selfish. Well, I suppose she does have a nice ass, Mesiel conceded, her silver eyes raking over Amanda carefully. For a knight's daughter, she amended. I used to prefer my women to be less rigid. Harry choked, his eyes widening, and he swung his gaze back to Mesiel. She was already gone, though, leaving behind a fragrance of sweet perfume that was so undeniably hers and a soft, tinkling laughter. Hey, Mesiel, Harry thought. What starts with C and ends with Octes? Mesiel just laughed and Harry grumpily returned to reality, just as Amanda finished the last of her demonstrations by twirling on her feet as if avoiding a set of spells and blasting one of the few remaining desks apart with a flash of silver light and a loud cry of Ephodio. Harry watched the desk shatter under the force of the spell speculatively, but quickly cleared his expression when she turned to him, her skin flushed with exertion and her owned hair mussed up, barely held together in her ponytail. Her eyes, though, were sparkling. So how'd I go? Amanda asked, trying and failing to add some nonchalance to her question. I'll admit it fair and square, Harry said, idly bringing his thumb to his mouth and chewing at the nail. You are, without a doubt, much better than you were last year. Amanda beamed. In fact, Harry continued, I'd go so far as to say that, power and skill-wise, you're about on the same level as. He paused and Amanda listened intently. This chewed-up fingernail, Harry concluded. Ha, 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 Amanda uttered sarcastically. Actually, Harry continued thoughtfully. Now that I think I think the fingernail is more useful. I mean, I could use it to pick a lock. Alohomora. Amanda whirled around and pointed her wand at the door. The lock made an odd clicking noise and, barely suppressing a smile, Amanda turned back to Harry pointedly. I could slit somebody's throat with it, Harry continued. Sectum sempra. Amanda incanted and swiped her wand as if it were a sword. A silver light flashed out and gouged a neat line through one of the wooden desks. What was that? Harry asked with a frown. Found it in a book, Amanda explained. Ah, okay. Harry nodded. Well, with this fingernail, I could start a fire. Incendio. And, Harry continued, narrowing his eyes, I could get a Own schoolgirl to take off her shirt and show me her Easts. Yeah, not happening, Harry, Amanda remarked dryly. Harry scowled, but it faded as Amanda continued. Besides, no, you couldn't. Harry cocked his head. Was that a challenge? That sounded like challenge. That wasn't a challenge, was it? Harry asked gleefully. Amanda continued to look stubborn and Harry grinned. Fine. Watch this. Harry held up the fingernail clipping and concentrated. He could feel his wand in his pocket resonating with his unseen commands as he directed his magic and focused it on what he wanted it to do. Narrowing his eyes, Harry threw his arm back and flicked. The nail shot at Amanda in a wide arc, too fast for the girl to react. There was the high-pitched ripping noise and Amanda barely had the chance to blink before her tight, white shirt came apart at the shoulders. The cloth fell down and Harry leaned forward eagerly, but was blocked by Amanda's hair as she whirled around. Reparo, she snapped, mending her shirt with a wave of her wand. Harry, I'm so gonna kill you for that. You started it, Harry said with a chuckle. He leaned back in his chair and grinned. And the moral of the story today is, don't tell Harry he can't do something when he knows he perfectly well can. You just make yourself look like an idiot. You didn't see anything, right? Harry didn't say anything, and although he knew he hadn't, he allowed a rather twisted and lecherous grin cross his face. Amanda took one look at his expression and blushed furiously, her wand literally quivering in her hand. You, she spluttered. Relax, Harry said in a bored tone. After all, I am. The owned muttered something under her breath and grudgingly dropped the subject. She stood there for a few minutes gazing at Harry expectantly before she let out an impatient sigh and tapped her foot. Well, she demanded. You got a nice look out of this. The least you could do is teach me a new spell instead of lazing about on the chair that I had to drag down from the common room. Hey, I'm sore and tired, Harry said defensively, wriggling back into the cushions. I do have a life outside of you, you know. I was very busy this morning. Doing what? Ah, Harry said and grinned. He tapped his nose and winked. That, brat, would be a secret. You can read about it in the paper tomorrow though. Oh, Amanda uttered and winced. The paper. That's never a good thing to hear from you. Anyway, Harry continued as if she hadn't spoken. Your problem isn't your lack of spells. Actually, you have a fairly decent arsenal for somebody of your level. Amanda rolled her eyes. Your problem is that you're too slow, Harry explained, throwing her a pointed look. You can know all the spells in the world if you want, but somebody like me can do 10 spells when you've done one. Okay, Amanda said, nodding every once in a while during Harry's explanation. How do I get as fast as you? Well, that's simple. All you really need is some loose change, Harry answered. He grinned at her darkly. Got any silvers? It only took a moment for Amanda to clue on. When she did, she was already shaking her head firmly. Not going there, Harry, she warned. Please, Harry scoffed. I wouldn't want you to. Could you imagine letting somebody like you join the ranks? Hell, you'd probably survive past the first year purely to spite you. Putting up with you for eternity now, that would be annoying. Hey, I'd make a good, Amanda defended automatically, before she paused. Well, you can't cheat like I did, Harry said musingly and tapped his head at Amanda's inquisitive look. Most of my reflexes and reaction speeds are better than most because of her. We've been working on that actually, and she can actually and temporarily speed up my brain. Not too much, mind you, but enough to get me fighting at Dumbledore or Voldemort's speed. But how do I get faster? Practice your wand movements, Harry answered with a shrug. You got a lot of wasted movement on there. Practice your hand-eye coordination skills. You need to know every detail of your wand when you're holding it, from the exact angle it's at to the how much pressure you're holding it with. That can really make a difference. Practice the spells, again and again and again, until they become second nature and you do them by instinct. Amanda looked more and more determined as he went on. Frankly, you've got years and years of work ahead of you, Harry conceded. I don't know if there are any shortcuts for you. You could try looking at some potions, maybe. I know shit all about them, but there might be some that you could take before a fight. I should research that, Amanda muttered to herself. Maybe I can check the library. The library, Harry repeated blankly. Sure, I suppose you might find body-enhancing potions to make you more dangerous in life-and-death combat in a school library. That makes perfect sense. Shut up, Amanda grumbled, although she blushed at Harry's tone. Still, she looked determined as she stood her ground. At least I'm trying to get ready before it all happens, you know. I get the feeling that something big is gonna happen soon and I don't want to hear a single beep joke out of you. Beep joke? Harry asked after an awkward pause. Something big happen soon. Amanda trailed off at Harry's confused expression. Didn't even occur to me, Harry admitted. Oh, Amanda said quietly. Amanda, you're such a filthy girl, Harry teased with sniggered at Amanda's mortified expression. Seriously, you've been hanging around me for too long. Hell, I remember when you were a nice and innocent little Catholic schoolgirl who used to blush at everything I said. Then again, I also remember you when you had no B.Easts, so. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, Harry replied honestly and grinned. I just like talking about your chest. It takes my mind off other things. Like what? Amanda asked, and then slapped herself on the forehead a moment later. Shouldn't have asked, she muttered. Like your legs. Harry grinned as Amanda urged him on impatiently, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. The Denarian grew serious though and leaned back in the chair, suddenly appearing pensive. So, he said after a few moments. What type of feelings are these? Huh? Amanda asked, before she recalled what she had just said. Oh, those ones. I dunno, I can just feel it. How does it feel? It just feels. Amanda trailed off, clearly fumbling for words. Harry waited patiently as she tried to explain the concept in a way that he could understand. It's like a niggling feeling that comes from all of your body but it doesn't. She laughed nervously. I know that doesn't make sense. Oh, it does, Harry said, and there was a strange hitch in his voice. When Amanda looked up, however, his face was impassive and showed nothing of what he was thinking. Shrugging it aside, she kicked at the ground and absently flickered her ponytail over her shoulder. Yeah, well, she began, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. As long as I'm ready before the final battle, I'll be happy. The final battle, Harry repeated. What's that? You know, the final battle between you and Voldemort, Amanda explained impatiently. We're having a final battle. Harry asked and looked genuinely surprised. Who said we're having a final battle? Has Voldemort said something that I don't know? Well, no, Amanda dragged out. She looked adorably confused. But you know, it's how it goes. The good guy and the bad guy have a massive battle to decide the fate of the world, etc. Harry, however, was staring at her like she had just grown a tail and not one of the good kinds that he may or may not have found to be incredibly kinky. The fate of the world. He repeated her again and stared at her blankly. His lips twitched, the edges of his eyes crinkled and he threw back and let out a throaty laugh. What? Amanda asked as Harry laughed. She frowned and looked annoyed. What is it? You stupid girl, Harry said, almost fondly. He leaned forward, his gaze amused. Do you really think what Voldemort and I have going involves the fate of the world? Well, Amanda trailed off. Do you know how many different worlds there are out there? Do you know how many organizations and groups exist by this one? Harry demanded wryly. Let's see. There are the Wand Wizards, the True Wizards, the Muggles, the Vampire Courts, the Necromancers of the Necromantium, the Order of the Black and Denarius, the Knights of the Cross, the Winter Court, the Summer Court, the Werewolf Dens of Albania, the Dragons, the Dracons, the Yetis of Antarctica I could go on, Amanda. He reached out and poked her on the forehead, making her start in surprise. Seriously though, how many of these worlds do you think this is going to affect? Hell, do you know how many of them actually care? Harry asked, genuinely wanting to know the answer. Well, I don't know, Amanda confessed. Because I'm in the equation. 4, Harry answered and ticked them off with his fingers. It'll be the Wand Wizards, Muggles, the Denarians and the Knights. He paused. Well, we could make it 5 if I ever figure out what that Phoenix is doing out of the Summer Court. Well, 6, because I did sorta drag Maeve into it. 7, for that Dracon I killed, and 8, for those vampires. He trailed off, scratching his head. The point is, he blustered on. This isn't the final battle between light and darkness, brat, Harry explained. The worlds aren't going to be choosing sides, and there's not going to be some massively epic battle that will decide the fate of the world. This is all about one guy and how he's trying to basically overthrow the government of one country. I will admit that Voldemort isn't just a nobody, but in the end, in the grand scheme of things, and here he added quotations marks with his fingers. This little tiff that's happening just isn't that big. Then why are you here? Amanda demanded. She pointed at him. Why did you get the coin? Why did you become a Denarian? Why did you become a knight? Why did you get all involved in this? It's a mixture of fate and free will, Harry responded seriously. On one hand, I think I'd have always been destined to butt heads with Voldemort for reasons you just don't need to know. On the other hand, I choose to walk this path because. Harry was silent and Amanda waited impatiently for him to finish. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. Why? She blurted out. Why are you still here? Because. Harry trailed off, looking up at the ceiling thoughtfully. He seemed to come to a conclusion and gave a short nod of satisfaction. Because it's fun. Amanda stared at Harry, and the silly little smile playing at his lips, and a strange look came across her face, as if this was a part of him that she had never really seen before. Something flicked in her eyes and her face became soft, warm and inviting. Oh, Harry, she said warmly. You know, I really think you are the freest one of us all. You can walk your own path just because it's fun. Hey, Harry snapped and sniffed disdainfully. Don't go making it sound so gay. Amanda was still smiling when he literally jumped out of his seat and pulled out his wand. All right, brat, he declared. Let's have a duel. If you can last 1 minute against me, I just might teach you a little spell that you might find useful. Thanks, Harry, Amanda said gratefully, although a part of her winced at the thought of her upcoming ass kicking. I really don't know how I can thank you. I can think of a few ways, Harry said with a snicker. Amanda tilted her head, still smiling. Be careful, Harry, she warned teasingly. She leaned in, her serious eyes contrasting with her happy face. One day, I just might say yes and then you'll be stuck with me. Harry's eyebrows shot up to his forehead at that little comment. Amanda took that split second when he looked confused to flick her wand and jab it at Harry. A blast of crimson light soared at him and Harry had to hastily sidestep. Oi, you just attacked me when I wasn't ready. Amanda nodded smugly and the Denarian allowed a vicious smile to come over his face. Good job, he praised. Then, for no apparent reason, Amanda let out a cry of shock as something slammed into her from the side and sent her tumbling to the ground. But, really, that's how you do it properly. Amanda's response to that was a flick of her wand and a sharp cry of, F-O-D-O. With a slightly bloodthirsty grin, Harry batted the curse aside and the two began to duel. At the same time, in a location very far away, Lord Voldemort gazed down at the shivering form of his prostrating servant. A ring of hooded and masked Death Eaters surrounded the Dark Lord, each gazing down at the creature with blank white masks. Some of them Death Eaters didn't even bother hiding their disgust at the wretched creature before them. Voldemort paced around the figure slowly, idly twirling his wand between his fingers. He would start on his index finger and end at his pinky and then repeat it again in less than a second. He opened his mouth and hissed out one word. Explain. They came the crudicrack. The goblin gasped out, his small form literally shaking with fear. They came and attacked. Those who dwell within the abyss. Voldemort translated. His mouth moved in what might have construed as a smile if he had lips. How very dramatic. These Denarians certainly do have a reputation. They sought something that belonged to them, the goblin continued, refusing to meet the eyes of his master. They demanded we take them to it. But it was the Black Vault. Your vault. I had to stop them. I had to attack them. Voldemort paused in his pacing and swung around. There was something else on his face other than idle amusement now, a dangerous look consisting of rising apprehension and cold fury. They sought the Black Vault. He asked quietly. They attacked the Black Vault. Master, the goblin cried and threw himself at Voldemort's legs. He reached out with trembling hands clutching at Voldemort's robes. I failed you, my lord. Voldemort lashed out with his leg, kicking away the sniveling creature with ease. He seemed to be in very deep thought. The goblin picked itself up and waited anxiously for Lord Voldemort to speak. Your hostile actions against the Blackened Order of Denarius, while unwise and against my previous orders, were justified, Voldemort finally conceded. The goblin lowered his head and wept as Voldemort had just pardoned him from the death sentence. In a way, the Dark Lord probably had. Tell me, and this is most important, Voldemort continued, his eyes gleaming. Was there anything missing from the vault? Did the Denarians take something? And no, my lord, the goblin stuttered. Everything was accounted for. However, the Gemino and Flagranti curses on one object were activated. I checked and the original is still in your possession. Was it a cup? Voldemort asked, and there was a sense of urgency in his voice. And no, the goblin answered, looking confused. They attempted to steal the crown of Luffakarg. The Black family inherited it after the rebellion of 1658. Their head toughly slew the warlord of the Golden Band. I see, Voldemort uttered. He remained motionless. I assume that you could not identify them. No, master, the goblin answered. It seemed to be faring a little better now that it wasn't under any immediate threat of death. There were two cloaked figures. One revealed itself to be a woman. The other was male but kept his hood on. Very well, Voldemort said after a few more moments of deliberation. You have served me well, goblin. Continue to follow me and I assure you, you will become the richest and most powerful goblin in the entirety of the world. Once my victory has come, Hogwarts will be solely yours for the plunder. You are dismissed. Thank you, my lord, the little goblin said. It touched something in its pocket and abruptly disappeared. Lord Voldemort stood still for a few moments after the goblin left. Then, a thin smile appeared on his face as he glanced to the side. It's a miserable little creature, is it not? He asked. Several of the Death Eaters chuckled beneath their masks as Voldemort raised his hand. He flicked his wrist and the thick, black curtains along the walls opened, revealing large glass-paneled windows and a rather pleasant country view. Sunlight poured into the room, casting off the apparent gloom of a few moments ago. That is much better, Voldemort murmured. I will never understand the goblin's need for melodrama. The Dark Lord paused before one of the windows, tilting his head back as if he were appreciating the sunlight on his face. The action, which would have bewildered the goblin, garnered no reaction from his loyal Death Eaters, who were content to stand and wait for their master. What is it, Rabaston? Voldemort suddenly asked. His tilted his head in a rather snake-like motion as his eyes came to rest on one of the masked Death Eaters. It seems that you have something on your mind, my loyal servant. I am curious, my lord, Rabaston said behind his mask, his head bowed in subservience. Could one of these Denarians, the goblin spoke of, be him? Him? Voldemort asked, already knowing the answer. Who do you speak of? Potter, Rabaston dragged out. The other Death Eaters shifted on their feet nervously. Voldemort found that their reactions to be quite ironic. They reacted to the very mention of Harry Potter's name like the rest of the world reacted to his name. Of course, Voldemort conceded, they alone knew the true nature of Potter and just what he carried within him. Wizards were not a religious lot by nature, but even his Death Eaters acknowledged that Harry Potter was something to be feared. He was a demon, after all. Perhaps, he said quietly after a few moments. I am not aware of any alliances with the Blackened Order, but Potter may have gained a follower. Severus did report that Potter and Dumbledore met as planned today, however, that could have merely been a ruse. Voldemort paused, deep in thought. No, I had best be sure, he murmured. Rodolphus. Yes, my lord, one of the other cloaked Death Eaters intoned. Where is your wife? Voldemort asked. I believe she is out on the Bones assignment, my lord, Rodolphus answered smoothly. I see, Voldemort answered. He was still for a minute. Your arm, Rabaston. I need to speak to her immediately. Yes, master. What is it that you wish her to do? Rodolphus dared to ask as Rabaston rolled up his sleeve. It would be wise of you to concentrate on your own assignments, Rodolphus, Voldemort replied. His eyes gleamed and his nostrils flared, and Rabaston stifled a scream as his master's thumb came down on his jet black mark. You have your errands and Bellatrix has hers. Forgive me, Master, Rodolphus bowed. You are forgiven, Rodolphus, Voldemort conceded graciously. Now, I believe it's time for Nagini to be fed. Go and give her one of the muggles in the basement. Oh, and Rodolphus. Yes, Master. Pick a small one, will you? Nagini has gotten rather large lately. It can't be good for her health. Yes, Master. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.